Bonjour à tous, hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 1, Leçon A. So let's start now, and in this first lesson I thought it would be, or it might be useful to start with the pronunciation of the vowels, okay, and after that of course consonant will come, but it will be in the next lesson, okay. So let's see now for the vowels, how it goes. So the first one is A. Okay, A, so not really difficult to pronounce for most of you. Second one is repeat, okay. Remember that on this vowel we can put some accents, okay, and then it will affect the way you will pronounce the okay, but if it's like that without any accent and you need to spell it or to pronounce the letter, it's okay, next one is E, then O, okay, so don't be afraid to put your mouth really round, O, okay, so it's quite deep, O, okay, then U, so this U can be tricky. So from my experience of teaching, I've been noticing that, well, in most of the cases for American people, it can be quite tricky at the beginning. So you really need to insist on that. It's U, okay? Spanish-speaking persons can have some difficulties as well for that. U, okay? So don't be afraid to pronounce. So really, it's not U, because in most of the cases, that's the mistake people tend to make. They pronounce it like U, okay. Now in that case it's really U, so really narrow sound, U, okay, so don't be afraid to insist on that. And the last one is, well, it's Y, so if you need to spell it, then you say Y, okay. When you pronounce it, it's like E, okay, but the name of the letter is Y, okay. So if we check them again one more time, this one is A, then comes I, O, U, remember, U, and the last one, Y for the name, okay, but then the pronunciation is E, alright? That's it, so you can check the next lesson, it will be on YouTube, and then it's according to the name, so it will be Unité 1 as well, but then it will be Leçon B, okay? You've got the name of the channel here, it's IMAGIERS, okay? And then remember that I've been doing more material and it's available freely, of course, at the following address, www.imagier.net in French, okay? Have a great day, bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 1, Leçon B. So let's see what we'll discover together, and in this lesson we'll discover the pronunciation of the consonants, so les consonnes. Are you ready? So let's start now. Okay, so les consonnes, B, okay, so this one shouldn't be that difficult to produce. B. Then comes C. Okay, C. D. F. G. Okay, so if we want to repeat them one more time, B, C, D, F, G. Okay, let's see the others. H, J, K, L, M. Okay, one more time. H, J, K, L, M. Okay, and then of course it continues. N, N, P, P, Q, Q, R, R. So it's quite important because people tend to think that French people are making this R like that, really deep and really, well, it will hurt your throat if you try to insist too much on that. And if you listen to me, well, basically it's not that strong. R, R. Okay, so it's quite soft. R, R. The next one is S, S. Okay, so let's see them one more time. N, P, Q, R, S. And the last consonant are T, T, V, V, W, W. Okay, so we've got this double, and then V, W. Okay, X, X, and the last one, Z, Z. Okay, so remember to pronounce this D at the end. Z, Z. Okay, so let's see them one more time. T, V, W, X, Z. All right, I hope everything was clear for you. So this was Unité 1, Leçon B. So it does mean that you can check and you can try to find on my channel, so IMAGIERS on YouTube. The next lesson, it will be Leçon C. Okay, so have fun. Merci beaucoup. Remember that it's possible to find more material on the main website, imagier.net. Okay, bye-bye. Bonjour à tous. Hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 1, Leçon C. So what will we discover in this lesson? We'll discover les accents, so the accents. And normally when we talk about the accents, we tend to insist on the accents which are on the top of the letter E, okay, because they will change the pronunciation of the letter. When you put the accents on the top of O, I, or A, well, nowadays we don't really pronounce the differences, but then E is still affected by that, so you should really first remember the name of the accent, okay, and it's normally like that, okay, and then the sound that you will have to pronounce or to produce when you see it on the top of the okay, because so without any accent, this letter, if you remember, we saw that previously, is pronounced okay, but then when you put this one, so this one is called accent aigu, okay, it goes like that, in that direction, okay, and you will pronounce the letter like A, okay, listen to the difference, without the accent, with the accent, A, okay, without and with A, alright. Second accent that we can work on, it's a little bit the same, but it goes in the other direction. So if you look, it goes like that, okay, and then it's called accent grave, okay, and the sound that you will have to produce is A. So it's really open. I mean, the sound is really open, and normally your mouth should be opened a little bit more than with the accent aigu as well. Okay, so it goes like A. All right, don't be afraid to insist a little bit on the pronunciation. Okay, first, and then you can make it shorter after, of course. All right, so let's compare them. The first one is and then the second one is all right. The good news is that the next one, so accent circonflexe, is pronounced like accent grave. Okay, so it's the same pronunciation here. Okay, and it's the open one. Okay, right, okay, all right. So you can see that it's just like a little hat that you get to put on the top of okay. So let's see one more time the differences. This one okay, and then these two accents like here, open, okay. The last one, tréma, well, basically it's quite rare, and the tricky thing is that in some cases you will have to pronounce it like okay, like for instance Noël, okay, but then in some cases as well it can be pronounced like okay. So my advice would be try to remember the word, and they are really rare, so don't be afraid about that, okay. So but that, let's focus on the three main accents here, okay. The first one, accent aigu, remember, accent grave, and the last one, accent circonflexe, all right. Don't worry, because even if it looks a bit difficult at the beginning, normally you will learn them, and then for the pronunciation it's not that difficult or that tricky, okay. So check out for the next lesson and have some fun. This lesson was leçon C, okay, so it should be unité 1, leçon D. You can see that they are on my channel, and that's the address here, okay, and then more material of course on the main website. Okay, have a great day, bye bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. So this is unité 1, leçon D. So what will we discover in this lesson? So we'll focus on les caractères spéciaux, so the special characters that maybe you will have to use if you want to, well, spell your name, or then if you want to give a web address or something like that. So because normally they can be quite useful, and at the really beginning, so it's quite useful to spend a little time on them. Okay, so let's start now. Les caractères spéciaux, the first one, okay. If you look at it, it's here, okay, and we called it tiret, okay, tiret. All right, let's see the second one. Same thing, but it's, you know, the low one, so we call it tiret bas, tiret bas. Okay, so remember the first one located in the middle is tiret, and the other one here is tiret bas. Okay, let's see the other one. So officially we called it arrobase, okay, but then, well, let's be honest, we can hear many French people or French-speaking people using this at, okay, but then the French way, of course, at, all right, but officially it should be arrobase, okay, so don't be surprised if someone is using that, or then you can use it as well, because that's the way it should be used. So arrobase, okay, here, so the dot, okay, because it's not always easy to spot here, we call it point, okay, point, all right. So one more time, tiret, tiret bas, arrobase, point, okay, and then it continues a little bit. So if you want to indicate that you've got, well, a double letter, okay, you can say, so in that case it's P, okay, so you say deux, okay, deux, it's two in French, deux, okay, P, deux, P, okay. If it would be another letter, then you would say deux, and then the name of the letter, of course. Then this one here is called apostrophe. Okay, apostrophe. Apostrophe. Okay, and the last one for this lesson. Here you can see that in some cases, so we'll see that a bit later, I mean the reason why, but still you can have this little thing beneath the C, okay, and that's what we call cédille. Cédille, okay, cédille, yeah, cédille, okay. Alright, so that's it for this lesson. Okay, I hope it was useful and everything is clear for you. So remember, it's unité 1, leçon D. So the next one is leçon E. Okay, and you can find it there. So don't be shy, don't be afraid to go there. Okay, and then remember, I've been putting more material on the main website. Okay, have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. I'm really happy to see you again. This is Unité 1, leçon E. So let's see what we'll discover in this lesson. And we'll discover a quite important thing because it's a verb, and it's the verb être. Okay, être means to be. Okay, so as in many languages, the to be is quite useful just for well, simple reason, you tend to use it quite often, and then we can use it to construct some composed tenses that we'll see a bit later. Okay, so let's see how it goes at the present form. Le verbe être first is je suis. Je suis. Okay, je, it's the pronom personnel, so it's I. Okay, suis, I am. Okay, je suis. All right. Then second person, tu es. Okay, so remember, être is really tricky, especially when it comes to pronunciations. Okay, so first one, suis, as you've been noticing, you don't pronounce the final S. Okay, and for tu, then you've got this combination of letters. Okay, but then basically the sound you will pronounce or you will produce is est. Okay, tu es. All right, je suis, tu es. Okay, so let's see the next one. So you get this il. Okay, so it's a capital letter, but then it's I and then L. Okay, il. So it's he. Okay, masculine form, and then elle, she. So feminine form. Okay, and this is the verb. So il est, or then elle est. So you can notice that even if we write them differently, this est like that and est like that, we pronounce them the same way. And that's usually the difficult thing, you know, with a French language. What you write and what you pronounce can be quite different. Okay, so remember, je suis, tu es, il est, elle est. Okay, so let's see how the next one comes. Here it's nous. Okay, sorry about that. Whoops. Nous sommes. Okay, nous sommes. Okay, so you don't pronounce the final S here. It doesn't exist. Sommes. Nous sommes. Okay, then the next one is coming. Vous êtes. Same thing here. Notice that final S is not pronounced. Et. Okay, and then in French we tend to have this liaison. So liaison, it's like a link, okay, that we can make between the words. So in that case, vous is ending with S, and then you tend to make a little link between them. So vous êtes, z, it goes like that. Vous êtes, okay? Vous êtes. All right, so let's see one more time. Je suis, tu es, il est, elle est, nous sommes, vous êtes, okay, and let's see the last one. Il, okay, so you can notice that even if you've got this S at the end, and then here you don't have anything, well, you pronounce them the same way, okay? Il, singular form, il, plural form, okay? Ils sont, final T not pronounced, ils sont, elles sont, okay? Ils sont, elles sont. So let's see it again. Je suis, tu es, il est, elle est, nous sommes, vous êtes, ils sont, elles sont. All right? One more thing to notice, because it's quite important. This vous form, okay, can be used for the plural, of course, and then it's the polite form that we use if you meet someone for the first time. Let's say it's someone that you are connected to professionally, or it's, well, someone important, or then, well, in that case, or then you don't know this person, you should use definitely this vous, okay, for the first time. It's the polite form. After that, you can decide whether you want to use this tu form, okay, which is normally quite common in French, but then first remember that vous is better, okay? Let's see a few examples now. Okay, first, I've been writing this question. So, quelle est votre nationalité? Okay, so here to show you that it's here. Quelle means what, est is, votre, your. So it's according to this vous. Okay, so the polite form of your, and then nationalité, nationality. Okay, so let's repeat the question. Quelle est votre nationalité? All right. And in French, we tend to raise the voice at the end when we've got this little point d'interrogation. If it's a question, don't be afraid to go like yoop and raise a little bit at the end. Okay. So, quelle est votre nationalité? Okay. Quelle est votre nationalité? So if you want to present or to say where you're from, okay? So we're using this être for that, you know. Je suis, okay, so you get here it already. And then you put this français, français, okay? It's French. Je suis français. Je suis français. Okay? Then another example. Quel est votre nom de famille? Famille, family, nom, name. So nom de famille, family name, last name if you want. Okay. Quel, it's still what. Okay. In that case, it's written like that. So we will see that in a coming lesson, but just to inform you, that's the masculine form, just because nom is masculine, and here you've got the feminine form because nationalité is feminine. Okay. But then we pronounce them the same way. So, quel est, what is, votre, your, nom de famille, so family name or last name. Okay, it's a question. Quel est votre nom de famille? Okay, so it's not the opera or something that you want to sing. Okay, so just raise a little bit your voice at the end of the question. Okay, so the answer, c'est le François. So it's interesting because you can see that we've got this c'est here, and it doesn't show in the examples that we saw previously, or for the conjugation, just because it's so, well, basically you could translate it like it is, or this is, or yeah, it is. Okay, c'est le François. Okay, and the last one, quelle est sa profession? Okay, quelle est sa profession? What is, so être, hein, same, sa, so it's her, profession, profession. Okay, elle est directrice. Elle est directrice. Okay, so she's a director, and then it's the feminine form here, All right? Okay, so I hope it was clear for you. Remember that this was Unité 1, leçon E. So the next lesson should be leçon F. Okay, and then you can find it here on the channel in YouTube, and then of course more material on the main website imagier.net. Okay, have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, Unité 1, leçon F. So let's discover together what we will see in this lesson. So the last lesson was introduction of le verbe être, okay, and I thought it would be more logical to continue with le verbe avoir. So avoir means to have, okay, and for the same reason as to be, okay, it's really useful and really used, so you should definitely know this verb avoir by heart if you want to master French language, okay. So let's see that, the verb avoir, okay, and so we'll see the different forms. So the first one is j'ai, okay, j'ai, all right. So if you remember correctly, we had this je, personal pronoun, and then when it comes near another vowel like a, for instance, then it tends to disappear, okay. So just to avoid pronouncing this je ai, because we think that in French it doesn't sound that beautiful, so we tend to take this e away, okay, so that you get this sound j'ai, j'ai, okay. So j apostrophe ai. Remember, when you combine this ai, you get the e sound, okay. Second one, tu as, okay. As usual in French, final s is not pronounced. Tu as, tu as, okay. First one, j'ai, tu as. Then comes il, so masculine form, he, okay, il, he, elle, she, okay, and then a. So as you can notice, second form as is pronounced a, and this is a, same pronunciation in both cases, okay. Then nous avons, final s not pronounced, avons, okay. And then we tend to make this little link, as I said previously in the lesson for être, you make this link between the two, so nous avons, okay, nous avons, that's it. Next one, same thing, the little liaison, little link between the two, okay. Vous avez, all right. And the last one, so same thing, if you can see, you get this final s and final s here, okay, and then you will have to make the little link between the two. Ils ont, okay, and then feminine form, elles ont, all right. Let's see the whole thing one more time. J'ai, tu as, il a, elle a, nous avons, vous avez, ils ont, elles ont. Okay, so let's see now, just to make it more clear. Remember, so I in French is je, you it's tu, he, il, she, elle, we, nous, you. So as in English, first use for the plural, a group of person, okay, and then second use the polite form for you, one person, okay. Vous, il, elle. One last time. Je, tu, il, elle, nous, vous, il, elle. That's it for this lesson. So it was leçon F. Oui, leçon F. So it does mean that the next lesson is leçon G. You can find it there, okay, on the channel, IMAGIERS channel of YouTube, okay, and remember that I've got a main website and it's called imagier.net, so you can go there. Okay, bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 1, leçon G. So what will we discover in this lesson? We'll discover le verbe aller. So the verb aller, aller means to go, so it's really useful because, well, we tend to use it like that, so for the main to go reason quite often. And we'll use it as also, like in many languages, for what we call the futur proche, so the near future. I am going to, and then you put a verb at the infinitive. So it is quite used, especially in the oral language. We tend to maybe use it a little bit more than the real future. Okay, so let's see how you conjugate this aller verb. The first form is je vais. Okay, so remember, final S not pronounced here. Je vais. Okay, when you combine this A-I, you get the sound E, really open. Okay, je vais. D'accord? Tu vas. Final S doesn't exist. Tu vas. Tu vas. Okay, then we've got this il, so remember il, it's for the masculine form, so he, okay, and then elle, she, okay, and then you get the va form. Basically you pronounce it like for the tu because you don't pronounce the final S, okay, il va, elle va, okay, je vais, tu vas, il va, elle va. Then nous, so we, plural form, nous allons, okay, and if you, so final S not pronounced, and then if you are purist, and I'm sure you are, you want to make this beautiful and little liaison, so this little link between the words, so it does mean that you will have to pronounce this z sound, okay, listen to me, nous allons, nous allons. Okay, nous allons. That's it. Same thing here. We'll have this little link between the two. Vous allez. Vous allez. And the last one. So remember, here you've got this S just to make the difference between the singular and the plural, because when you put the plural form, normally you tend to add S at the end of the words. Okay, like here. But then you don't pronounce it. So ils vont, final T not pronounced, ils vont, and then feminine form, elles vont. Alright, let's see everything again. Je vais, tu vas, il va, elle va, nous allons, vous allez, ils vont, elles vont. All right? And then just few examples just to show you how useful this aller verb can be, because we tend to use this aller verb when you want to ask if someone is doing fine, okay? So the first question, how do you do in French is comment, so how, comment, allez-vous? And then same thing here, little link between the two. Comment allez-vous? Comment allez-vous? All right. So I've been putting this vous form here for the first example, just to show you that if you meet someone for the first time, then it's better to use this vous. So here, the vous form, so because it's the polite form. Okay, comment allez-vous? Okay, it's a question, so raise a little bit your voice at the end, like comment allez-vous? Okay, you see, comment allez-vous? All right, so answer when you want to say I'm doing fine. Okay, je vais bien, and then you say merci, thank you. Je vais bien, merci. So now, if you know the person, okay, you get two options. I mean, normally that's the most used one. The first one would be comment vas-tu? Okay, so in that case you just switch and you change this you, so polite form, and you change it with this tu form. Comment vas-tu? Okay, well, answer can be the same, you know, je vais bien, merci. Okay, and the other one, comment ça va? Okay, it would be like impersonal form. Okay, so you're not really addressing directly to the person. How is it going? Could be translated like that in English. Okay, comment ça va? Okay, you raise a little bit at the end. Comment ça va? And then same thing, you can answer with ça va, merci. Okay, so let's read them. Comment allez-vous? Je vais bien, merci. Comment vas-tu? Je vais bien, merci. Comment ça va? Ça va, merci. Okay, that's it. So remember, it's le son G. It does mean that you can find le son H right here. Okay, and then more thing on the website imagier.net. Okay, have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 1, leçon H. Okay, so let's see what we'll discover together in this lesson. And we'll discover le verbe s'appeler. So previously we've been seeing three verbs. So the first one was être, to be, yeah, and then after that it was avoir, to have, and then in the last or previous lesson it was aller, to go. And I thought it would be useful to introduce this s'appeler verb, because normally that's the verb you tend to use at the right beginning when you want to introduce yourself, because if you say my name is, well, in French we will use this s'appeler verb. Okay, it is always tricky and a big challenge for a French teacher to introduce this s'appeler verb at the real beginning, because it belongs to this group of verbs that we call verb pronominaux. So you'll see why, because if you compare it to the others, something is coming there. Okay, so if you remember, when we conjugate a verb, first we put the pronom personnel, so the personal pronoun here. So je is like I. Okay, and then so basically the verb appeler means to call. Okay, so without this s, okay, appeler is to call. Okay, and then when you had this s here, and then if you transform it like in this form, I call, and this is a pronoun, it's like me, so it's like I call myself, I call me. So it's just the way we've got in French to introduce ourselves. Okay, so it's je m'appelle. Okay, je m'appelle. All right, second form, tu t'appelles. Okay, remember, final s not pronounced. Tu t'appelles. Okay, then il s'appelle. Il s'appelle. Elle s'appelle. Elle s'appelle. And then the funny thing for nous or vous, you'll see that, well, basically we repeat it, it's just a pronoun. So we call ourselves, if you want, okay, but then we put the pronouns before the verb. Okay, nous appelons, and then little link would be perfect. So let's pronounce the whole thing again. Nous appelons. Nous appelons. Okay, final s doesn't exist. Nous appelons. Okay, then Vous vous appelez. Vous vous appelez. Okay, so you can hear, we put the little link again here. Vous vous appelez. Alright? And the last one. Il s'appelle. Elle s'appelle. Okay, so one thing that you should remember, and probably you did here. Okay, so here for nous and vous, so we've got only one L, like here in the infinitive form. So that's the reason why I've been pronouncing appelons. Okay, and then appeler. Alright, but for je, so if you can spot it here, look, we've got double L here, double L, and then for the plural form double L. So when you get this E vowel and then you get a double consonant, and well, they are the same, then it does change the pronunciation of E. You tend to pronounce it like really open. That's the reason why you pronounce it appel, okay? Appel, and appel. Alright, so as I said, that's the tricky thing with French language. I mean, you write them like here without S, here with S, and here with E and T, you pronounce them the same way. Je m'appelle, tu t'appelles, il, elle s'appelle, elle s'appelle. Okay? Alright. And now a few examples. Comment vous vous appelez? Okay, so comment vous vous appelez? So when you want to know the name of someone, you know. Comment vous vous appelez? Answer. Je m'appelle Vincent. Et vous? Okay, so I am Vincent. I call myself Vincent if you want. Vincent. Et vous? And you? Okay, so you want to know the name of the person who is asking this question. Okay. The other possibility that you would have, you know. So first you've been starting with comment and then vous vous appelez. Okay, so that's the, well, a common way of asking the question. All right. Other possibility would be to start with vous vous appelez. Okay, so technically you just take the verb and then you put this comment, how, at the end. Okay, it would be possible as well. Okay, remember to raise your voice. Vous vous appelez comment? All right. And the last one is the more correct form. Okay, so first you should start with comment, how, and then, as in many languages, you should, well, change a little bit the order of the structure of the sentence. Okay, vous appelez vous. Okay, that's the real correct way to ask the name of someone, you know. Comment vous appelez-vous? All right, and then you raise your voice. Comment vous appelez-vous? All right, so let's repeat them. Comment vous vous appelez? Vous vous appelez comment? Comment vous appelez-vous? All right, that's it. So remember, it was le son H. It does mean that you can find le son I on the channel. It's here and it's on YouTube, and well, the main site IMAGIERS.net is here, and then you can find more material there. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 1, leçon I. Okay, so let's see what we'll discover together, and together we'll discover in this lesson pour se présenter. So if you want to present yourself, okay, so it will be a really short lesson, but still quite useful, because, well, technically you will have to present yourself at one point when you speak with French people or French-speaking people. Okay, so let's discover how it goes. The first one, well, I tend to use this appeler verb, okay. Je m'appelle Vincent Lefrançois, okay. Je m'appelle Vincent Lefrançois. So you use this s'appeler verb So I did introduce this verb in the previous lesson, so it was leçon H, okay? So if you didn't see this lesson, I definitely invite you to watch it, because I tend to explain the reason why, you know, I've got this, well, there is this je m'appelle form, okay? So je m'appelle Vincent Lefrançois. So that's the first possibility you will have. The other possibility is to use this être, so to be verb, je suis, I am, je suis Vincent Lefrançois. Okay, so the first one, je m'appelle, so basically s'appeler or je m'appelle, you could translate it directly, but well, it's not really interesting, but still, you know, I call myself, okay, so that's the verb we tend to use when we introduce ourselves. Je m'appelle Vincent Lefrançois, okay? And then the second one, I am, je suis Vincent Lefrançois. And the last option we will have is mon nom, my name, mon nom is Vincent Lefrançois, okay? First option, je m'appelle Vincent Lefrançois. Second, je suis Vincent Lefrançois. Last one, mon nom est Vincent Lefrançois. Of course, the first one is the most used, okay? Even if the verb is a bit tricky at the beginning, definitely you should work on it, and you should, well, master this s'appeler verb, because that's the one we will use when we introduce ourselves, okay? So I hope it was clear. Have a great day. Remember that the next lesson, leçon J, is online, and you can find it here. Okay, and then I've been making more material, and they can be found here on IMAGIERS.net. Okay, have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 1, leçon J. So, what will we discover in this lesson? We'll discover les articles définis, so definite articles. In English, it would be the. Okay, but in French, of course, as usual, we've got the difference between the masculine form, the feminine form, and the plural form. Okay, and we start with the masculine form, so we've got le, okay, and then in some cases this vowel if it's close to other vowels, so if there is a word after that starting with a vowel, in some case it will have to disappear. Okay, so you will get this L apostrophe, so that's the reason why I've been writing it here. Okay, but then the main form is le. Okay, then la, feminine form, la, same for the same reason, you know, you will have this option L apostrophe as well. And then the plural form is les. Okay, so whereas in English you've got there is only this the form, in French we will have the difference between the masculine form le, the feminine form la, and then the plural form les. So of course, according to the word, you will have to choose the correct article. So we'll take a few examples here. The first one is chien. Chien is a dog. And in French, chien, like that, it's masculine, so le chien. So basically, you just put the article le and then chien, okay? In that case, second case, ordinateur, well, you can see that it starts with the vowel O, okay? And as I said, you know, and O, they don't get along that well, so you've got to take this away, and then you get this l'ordinateur, all right? And third example, so I took on purpose this hôtel, okay, because it starts with H, but remember that in French we don't pronounce H, okay, so basically the first sound of the word is the vowel O, okay, so for the same reason, needs to disappear. L'hôtel, okay, so if we repeat them, le chien, l'ordinateur, and then l'hôtel. Okay, feminine form, la famille. Okay, so no problem. So family, la famille. Okay, then we've got argent, money, argent. Same for the same reason. So l'argent. Okay, you get to take this A away. L'argent. And same thing as previously when what we saw for the masculine part. Even if you've got this H, then the first sound you hear is A. Okay, so for the same reason you will have to take this A away, and then you get this l'habitation. L'habitation. Okay, and then I've been taking, well, basically the example from here, chien, okay, and then I put S at the end, and it's the mark of the plural, okay, so you put les chiens, the dogs, okay, les chiens, and then you take famille, family, okay, just add this final S, and you get the plural form, les familles, okay, remember, chien, singular form, chien, same pronunciation, but you put this S, okay, final S, not pronounced, famille, singular form, famille, plural form, same pronunciation, S, not pronounced, okay, I hope it was clear. So it's leçon J, it does mean that you can find the leçon K right here, okay, and then more stuff there, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous. Hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 1, Leçon K. Okay, so let's see what we'll discover in this lesson together. We'll discover les articles indéfinis. So indefinite articles. So in English there is only one, and it's or un. Okay, and in French we've got always the difference between the masculine form, the feminine form, and the plural form, as we saw in the previous lesson. Remember, for the definite articles, okay, it was the same, okay, and in this lesson, so article indéfini, well, it's the same. We'll start with the masculine form, and the masculine form goes like that. So when you put these two letters together, it can be quite tricky to pronounce at the beginning. Of course, after that you will master it without any problem and without any doubt, but you've got to pronounce it like un. So it's what we call the nasal, so it goes in your nose, okay, un. So if you listen to me, you don't hear any N, okay, so it's just a combination of the two. Un, un, un. Alright? Okay, so that's the masculine form. Then the feminine article is here, and it's easier because if you have this U-N-E, then you pronounce it une, une. Okay, masculine, un, feminine form, une, une. Okay, and then the plural form, des. All right, here s you pronounce it like e. Okay, un, une, des. All right, let's see a few examples now. Okay, here ami means friend. Okay, un ami, and then we tend to make this little link between the two. Un ami, un ami. Okay, soleil, sun, un soleil, un soleil. Livre, book, un livre, un livre. Voiture, car, feminine, une voiture, une voiture. École, school, feminine form as well, une école, une école. Décision, une décision, une décision. Don't ask me to translate this décision. Come on, please. Ami, so I've been taking this now. Look, ami here. So we've got the masculine form and it's the singular. Remember, if you want to put the plural form, then you just add this final S here. Okay, but then technically you pronounce it the same way. So singular form ami, plural form you add this S, but it's ami as well. Okay, in that case you've got des, so here des, okay, here, and then there's this little liaison. Remember, it's been introduced in a previous lesson. You put this little link between the word, des amis, Okay, I've been taking voiture here, voiture, a car. Okay, just add this S at the end and then you get the plural form, des voitures. Okay, and then I've been taking back this livre, same thing, you just add S at the end, des livres. Okay, let's repeat them one more time. Un, une, des. Un ami, un soleil, un livre, une voiture, une école, une décision, des amis, des voitures, des livres. All right, I hope it was clear. So it was leçon 4, leçon K, okay? It does mean that the next one is leçon L, and you can find the next lesson and also the previous lessons if you didn't see them on this channel of YouTube, youtube.com, and then IMAGIERS, okay? And then the main website that I've been doing. You can find more material, PDF files, applications, whatever, and it's imagiers.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 1, Leçon L. And in this lesson, we'll discover together l'article interrogatif. So it's really useful, and we'll see that now. So l'article interrogatif, here you get the masculine form, and it's quel. Quel means what. Okay, so that's what you'll use when you want to ask a question with what, okay? And you've got a good example here. So, quel est votre nom de famille? What is your, so the polite form of your, nom de famille, family name, last name, okay? Quel est votre nom de famille? What is your last name? Second example, quel est votre prénom? Prénom is first name. What is votre, the polite form for your? Quel est votre prénom? What is your first name? Okay, so you can see now, more in detail, that nom, prénom are masculine words. And that's the reason why, in that case, you get to choose the article here according to the gender of the word it is connected to. Quel, masculine form, because nom is masculine. Quel, masculine form, because prénom is masculine. Okay, let's see now the feminine. And the good news is that, as usual in French, we write the thing differently, but then we can pronounce them the same way. And then the feminine form is written like that, Q-U-E-L-L-E, but it's pronounced like the masculine form. Quel at the masculine, quel at the feminine. Okay, so it's basically same pronunciation. Okay, and then here we've got two examples. So for the same reason as previously, we had this nom and then prénom. They were masculine words, so you will have to put this quel form at the masculine. And then here, nationalité and adresse, so nationality, address, are feminine words. So it does mean that you will have to use this article interrogatif, quel, at the feminine form. Quelle est, what is, votre, your, nationalité. What is your nationality? Quelle est votre nationalité? Okay. Quelle est votre adresse? What is your address? Okay. So, let's repeat them. Quel est votre nom de famille? Quel est votre prénom? Quelle est votre nationalité? Quelle est votre adresse? Okay. So, remember one thing for the phonetics, okay, the way to pronounce them. Quel, masculine form here, will be pronounced exactly as the feminine form here. Quel. So only one sound, okay? And then the second thing that you've got to remember, of course, you can, well, basically accord these articles with the word they are connected to. So it does mean that if the word is at the plural form, then you will have to put the plural form. The rule in French, if you remember correctly from the previous lessons we've been doing is to put this final S at the end of the words to put the plural. Okay, so quel here for the masculine singular will become quel here, masculine plural. Okay, quel here, feminine singular, will become quelle with the S, feminine plural. And the good news is that you will pronounce them the same way. Alright, so quel, quelle, quel, and quelle. Okay, remember that in some cases, of course, you will have to make this little liaison, you know, this little link between the words. So if the word or the verb or whatever is coming after is starting with the vowel, of course you will have to put this little link. But then if you pronounce it, or if you pronounce them just like that, quel, 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 quel. Okay? That's it. So it was leçon L. Okay, it does mean that the next lesson is leçon M, and you can find this lesson or the previous lessons on the channel that you can see here on YouTube. Okay, and then the main website IMAGIERS.net, it's here. You can find many things. Okay, have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 1, leçon M. So what are we going to discover together? We are going to discover together les jours et les mois. So the days and the month. Okay? Les jours et les mois. So let's see that together. And so we'll start with les jours de la semaine. Okay, semaine is week. Les jours, so you can see that it's the plural form. Huh? The days. Huh? Les jours of de la semaine. Les jours de la semaine, the days of the week. Okay, so we'll start with the first one. And in France, the week starts with lundi, Monday, lundi, lundi. Okay, remember, UN is pronounced like un, lundi, lundi, lundi. Then mardi, mardi. So you can hear that you don't pronounce it that strongly, this R. Mardi, mardi, okay? You don't need to go too deep like mardi. No, no, no. You don't move your tongue, so it doesn't sound like mardi. No, it's really soft. Mardi, mardi, mardi. Okay? The next one is mercredi, mercredi, Wednesday. Mercredi, mercredi. Okay? Next one, jeudi. Jeudi. Remember, when you combine this U, you get the sound jeudi. Jeudi. So I insist a little bit, so make it softer. Jeudi. Jeudi. Then EN, nasal, and it's en. So remember, vendredi. 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 Okay? Then samedi, samedi, don't insist on the samedi, samedi, all right? And the last one, dimanche, dimanche. You get the sh, and then an, en, dimanche. Okay, let's see them one more time. Lundi, mardi, mercredi, jeudi, vendredi, samedi, dimanche. Normally, in France, we tend to use this le weekend. So if we're talking about the weekend, okay, but then pronounce it the French way, weekend. Le weekend, okay? But then in other French-speaking countries, they tend to use this la fin de semaine, okay? But then in most of the cases, if you talk with French people, it will be le weekend, le weekend. if you want to talk about les mois de l'année, okay, année, year, mois, month, okay, les mois de l'année. So we'll see now the first one. The first one, January, so it looks, well, it looks a bit the same, no? No, wow, no. But anyway, janvier, so that's the way to pronounce it. Janvier, A-N, en, okay? And then, ye, janvier. Then comes février, février. Okay, remember when you have this accent aigu on the top of then you pronounce it e. Okay, there is a lesson regarding this topic, so don't be afraid. And if you're not sure about that, well, try to practice it. Février, février. Okay, then mars. Okay, so in a way it's an exception because normally final S is not pronounced in French. Okay, we've got some exceptions, and this one is one of them. So mars, pronounce the final S. Mars, mars. Okay, then avril, avril, avril. Nothing really tricky about this month, I mean, for the pronunciation. Avril. Okay, here be careful because people tend to try to pronounce it the English way. In French, remember, when you combine this A and then E vowels, you get the sound E, E. So really open E, okay? And then you pronounce it me, me. Okay, so don't pronounce E, don't try to pronounce it. No, it's me, me. So it's not my, it's me, okay? And then here, well, it's a bit tricky, but still, en goes like un, okay? And then you get ju, juin, juin, juin. Okay, let's see them one more time. Janvier, février, mars, avril, mai, juin. Okay? Second round. Hop. Juillet. Okay, you get this double L here. Juillet. Juillet. Don't pronounce this final T, E-T here at the end. E. Juillet. Juillet. So it's July. And then here, two options because, well, two options are acceptable in French. The first one, you don't pronounce the final T. Ou. Second one, you pronounce it. Août. 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 Alright, so remember, first option, don't pronounce it. Ou. Second option, you pronounce it. Août. 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 Okay? Then, well, it's quite simple normally for English-speaking persons, or then it's quite close to other languages as well. So, septembre, septembre, septembre. Remember this E-M en septembre. You don't insist on the final E. Septembre, septembre. Then, same thing here. Don't insist on the final E. Octobre, octobre, octobre. Novembre, novembre, novembre. Okay, E-M en novembre, novembre. And the last one, décembre, décembre, décembre. Same thing, E-M en décembre. Okay, so let's repeat them. Juillet, remember this, juillet. Août, first option. Août, second option. Septembre, octobre, novembre, décembre. Okay? The little gift. L'hiver, l'hiver, and it means winter. So I've been putting this M here just to tell you that it's masculine. L'hiver, le printemps, spring, l'été, l'été, summer, So I forgot to put it, but here I should put M because it's masculine. L'été, l'automne, l'automne. And same thing here, it should be M, automne, masculine, l'automne. Okay, so let's repeat it. L'hiver, le printemps, l'été, l'automne. And then, the last thing for this lesson, if you want to introduce the dates, okay, so if you want to tell what day it is today, so aujourd'hui means today. Aujourd'hui, today. Nous sommes, so we use the verb to be, okay, we are, nous sommes, le 8 juin 2012. Okay, so forget for the 2012, don't be afraid. We'll see that a bit later for the numbers. Okay, aujourd'hui, today, nous sommes, we are, le, you put the article, definite article, okay, and then you put the date here. Okay, you start with the number, the month, and then the year. Okay, or then, second option, aujourd'hui, so it doesn't change, it's here, today, c'est, it is, this is, and then you put the date, le 8 juin 2012. Okay? That's it. This is leçon M. It does mean that the next one is leçon N, and you can find it at the following address here, or then you can go as well at this address, imagier.net, just to find more material. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 1, leçon N. And we'll discover in this lesson le masculin et le féminin. So let's see how we will modify some words that are masculine into a feminine form here. Because, for instance, we're talking about, well, whether professions or occupations. Here, student, assistant, actor, dancer, baker, and then computer scientist. It looks quite nice in English. Informaticien is nice, but still in English. Computer scientist, it's really interesting. Okay, so the rule in French is to add a at the end of a word to put the feminine form. Okay, so for instance here we've got étudiant, and then we've got assistant here. Okay, you just take it back here, étudiant, and then you will add this a at the end without modifying the first part. Okay, so it will of course change a little bit the pronunciation, because you will pronounce it at the masculine form. Il est étudiant. Okay, A-N-T, étudiant. Okay, but then for the feminine form, elle est étudiante. Okay, t. Okay, you don't really insist on the E, but you insist quite much on the T. Elle est étudiante. Il est assistant. So don't pronounce the final T here. But for the feminine form, elle est assistante. Okay? Étudiant, étudiante. Assistant, assistante. Alright? Then we've got now the tricky ones. Il est acteur. Okay, so it's one of the irregular ones. EUR here. Acteur, and it will become RIS. So EUR is becoming RIS. Elle est actrice. So acteur is becoming actrice. Okay, and then we've got a second group with this EUR combination. Il est danseur. EUR is becoming euse. Danseuse. Okay. Danseur masculine, danseuse feminine form. Il est danseur, elle est danseuse. Okay? Then we've got this group like boulanger, boulanger, er. So if you add this final e at the end, then you will have to put this accent here, accent grave. Remember, when you get this e plus this accent grave, you pronounce it like eh, really open eh sound. Okay, so boulanger, boulanger, and then feminine form, boulangère, boulangère. Same thing, don't insist too much on the final e, boulangère. Okay, il est boulanger, elle est boulangère. All right, and the last group is IEN, informaticien, yin, yin, yin. So that's the way to pronounce this IEN, yin, yin. Okay, informaticien. All right, and then if you look carefully, then here, okay, you will have to double the N and then add this final E. Okay, and you get the sound informaticienne, sienne. Remember, E and then double N, or then it could be double L or double consonant here. You open your E, so it's E, informaticienne. Okay, so I tend to insist a little bit. Okay, don't worry, I will pronounce it a bit more normally after. Il est informaticien, elle est informaticienne. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Il est étudiant, elle est étudiante. Il est assistant, elle est assistante. Il est acteur, elle est actrice. Il est danseur, elle est danseuse. Il est boulanger, elle est boulangère. Il est informaticien, elle est informaticienne. Okay, that's it. So this is Unit 1, and if my memory is correct, it should be the last lesson of the Unit 1. Then you will have to jump to Unit 2, okay? And then you will be able to find all the lessons there, youtube.com/imagier, or then remember the main website, imagier.net. You can find, well, quite many material, PDF files, applications, pictures, flashcards, whatever you want. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous. Hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 2, leçon A. So I hope you're ready. We'll work on the vowels, les voyelles, in this lesson, and then we'll see how they behave when we combine them with another letter. So the vowels that we will work on, we won't take this Y vowel on purpose, okay? So we'll focus only on A, E, I, O, U. Okay, so remember, one more time. A, E, I, O, U. Okay, remember, this U is usually can be quite tricky for English-speaking persons, especially the difference between the U and the U. Okay, but we'll see that a bit later. So if you combine this vowel A with the vowel I, okay, you will get the sound E. So really open, E. Okay, and then if you combine it with the vowel U, then you will get the sound O. O. All right, so, well, exactly the same sound as this O vowel here. So it's the same O. Okay, and then if you combine it with the letter N, in that case, you will get what we call a nasal, so it goes in your nose, and then you get the sound on. Okay, if you listen carefully, well, basically you don't listen, or you don't hear, sorry, any N in my pronunciation. On. Okay, let's see what happens with E. So E combined with the vowel I will give you the sound eh. So the same sound as we had previously here, okay? So it's the same sound, and it's eh, so really open. And now if you combine it with the u, you will get the sound and if you combine it with n, then you get the sound en. So the same sound as we had when we combine n with a, okay? En. Alright, so let's see now for E. So for E, obviously, if you get two times the same letter, then it will be a bit longer, so E. Okay, same thing for U, it doesn't really happen. And then here, that's the interesting one. If you combine E with N, then you will get the sound un. Okay, in your nose, Alright, so let's see O now. If you combine O and E, you will get the sound wa. So make it, repeat it like that, you know, wa. And then after that, only one, wa. Okay? Then if you combine it with U, you will get the sound oo. So as I said previously, the difficulty, one of the big difficulty for English speaking persons is this difference between the oo here and the u here. Ooh, u. Okay, so you'll have the time to work on that, but still it's oo in that case. If you combine it with n, then you will get the sound on. Same thing, nasal, so in your nose, on. Alright, and let's see the last one. So if you combine u and e, you get the sound oui. Alright, so really u, it's not oo, okay, so it's u, ui. Alright, and then, well, basically it doesn't exist, this uo, and if you combine it with the n, then you get the sound un. So before we had the difference between this un here and this un here, but nowadays in France, at least, you don't make any difference between the two, okay, so it's un here and un here. Alright, so let's see them one more time. A, E, O, en. E, E, en. I, un. O, wa, ou, on. U, ui, un. Okay, so that's it for this lesson. Have a great day. If you want to find the next lesson, so it would be a leçon B, so unité 2, and it can be found there. And remember that we've got already the unité 1 on the channel, so it's possible to find it there. And then more material can be found at this address, so IMAGIERS.net. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 2, Leçon B. So, we'll discover les chiffres in this lesson. I hope you're ready because it's starting right now. Les chiffres. 0, okay, so remember, you get this Z, and then E accent aigu, zéro, okay? Then 1. Alright, so when you combine this U and N, you get the nasal sound un. 2, final X not pronounced, okay? 2. 3, final S not pronounced. 3. 4. Okay, so remember that even if you get this U vowel here, basically you don't pronounce it, because that's the rule in French. When we get this Q letter and then a vowel after, then we will have to put this U, okay? So you get this Q, U, A, but then the sound that you will pronounce is K, okay? 4. All right? And next, 5. 6. Then be careful here, because even if it's ending with this X, well, you'll have to pronounce it like S. Okay? So you get the six pronunciation. Six. Six. Okay, so it's not six, it's six. Alright? Then here, remember, P is not pronounced. Okay, it doesn't exist, so you got this set sound. Set. Set. Okay? Then here, final T is pronounced, so huit. Huit. Remember in French, this H letter here, okay, doesn't exist phonetically, so we don't really pronounce it. Okay, so if you listen carefully, you will only listen or hear these vowels at the beginning of the word. Huit. Huit. Okay? And then neuf. 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 Okay? That's it. It was a short one, but really, really important. Okay, so if you're not sure about your pronunciation, don't be afraid to practice. If you want to find the next lesson or the previous lessons, well, they are here, youtube.com/imagier, and then more material can be found on the webpage imagier.net. Okay, bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 2. Leçon C. Okay, so let's see what we'll discover in this lesson. And we'll discover a quite useful thing, because in Leçon B, if you remember carefully, I did introduce the numbers till 9, and then we'll continue, so from 10 to 20. Okay, de 10 à 20. Okay, so let's start now. 10. Okay, so remember, final X here is pronounced like S. 10. 10, okay, then 11, 11, okay, so O plus N give you the sound on, 11, 11, okay, final E doesn't exist phonetically, 11, okay, 12, 12, O, U, the two together will give you the sound OO, okay, and then Z, 12, 12, alright? Then now if you combine this E and E, you get the sound E, really open. 13, 13. Final E, as usual, not pronounced. 13, 13. Okay? Then here, 14. So remember, Q and U here, well, basically you've got to put this U vowel, because that's the rule in French, even if you don't pronounce it, okay? So you will get the sound K here, K, 14, 14, okay? Same thing here, U doesn't exist, so 15, 15, 15, all right? IN, nasal, so it's 1, 1, 15, 15, okay? Then it continues, of course. Now you get this 16, 16. Same thing, final E doesn't exist. 16. E and E together, they give you the sound E, really open. 16, 16. Okay? Then it becomes logical now, because if you look carefully, you get this 10, okay? 10, and then 7. So if you remember this, it's here, it's 10, and then 7, 7. Okay, so it's clear. But then for the pronunciation, 17. Okay, so you don't insist on the S. 17, 17, 17. Okay, then 18. So you will make this little link between the two, the liaison. 18, 18, 18. Okay, then 19, 19, 19. Okay, E-U-E, 9, 9, 9, 19. And the last one, so this G letter is here, but you don't pronounce it, okay? And then final T doesn't exist phonetically either, so basically you will only need to pronounce these 3 letters. So you've got V, V, and then you've got nasal, I-N, 1, 20, 20, okay? I hope everything was clear. Well, you can sorry, you can check for the next lesson on YouTube, and that's the place where you can go. And then the website is here as well. Okay, have a great day. Bye bye. Hi everyone, bonjour à tous, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 2, leçon D. So let's see what we'll discover together in this lesson. And we'll work on les adjectifs possessifs, so really useful. Well, in French, as usual, we will have the difference between masculine form. So for the masculine form, we'll have mon, ton, son, notre, votre, leur. Okay, so let's be clear, you know, when we talk about les adjectifs possessifs, in English it will be my, your, his, our, your, their. Okay, but then in French, well, basically we'll have the difference between the masculine, the feminine, and the plural. And then keep in mind, we'll see that a bit later when I will give you some examples, that in French we don't decide whether it's masculine, feminine, or plural according to the subject, like in English, because in English you put whether the masculine or the feminine according to the subject, but we will in French put the masculine according to, or the feminine or the plural, according to the word it is connected to. Okay, so it's quite important to just remember that, because it will be really important for the decision whether you put the masculine or the feminine or the plural form. Okay, so we saw first now here the masculine form. Let's check the feminine form, and it's ma, ta, sa. Okay, so you can see well, of course differences, but then still, you know, it works like M, T, and then T, and S. Okay, so, well, mon, masculine, ma, feminine form, ton, masculine form, ta, feminine form, son, masculine form, sa, feminine form. And then the good news is that notre is the same, votre is the same, and then leur is the same. Okay, so you don't really have a difference between these three persons. You will have to use the same adjective possessive. Okay, so the only difference is there: mon, ton, son, ma, ta, sa. Okay, and now let's see the plural part here. Okay, so for the phonetical or pronunciation aspect of it, then remember that this es here combined will give you the sound e. Okay, so you'll pronounce it like me, okay, te, so logical, same pronunciation here, te, se, alright, so me, te, se, okay, and then for the plural, no, vos, and then leur. Okay, so remember, even if you've got this final S, you don't pronounce it, as it was the case already for this word, no, you don't pronounce the final S, vos, you don't pronounce it, leur. Okay, so if we see that one more time, it's me, te, se, and then no, vos, leur. Okay, so let's see a few examples now. So for the masculine, mon père. Okay, so père means father. Okay, so father is masculine, and so you will put mon père. So you will put here the masculine adjective possessive, my father, just because father is masculine. Okay, so the subject, the person who is actually talking about his father or her father, doesn't really affect the fact that you use the masculine or the feminine here. You put the masculine because father is masculine. Okay, so vélo, bicycle. If you want to say my bicycle, you will say mon vélo. Okay, just because vélo is masculine. Un vélo and then mon vélo. All right, let's see now a few or two examples for the feminine. Mother, mother is feminine, and then you will have ma mère. Ma mère, my mother. Ma mère, okay? Here you've got voiture. Voiture means car, a car, okay? And it's feminine, so une voiture. Same thing here, you will put the feminine form, ma voiture. Ma voiture, okay? And let's see now for the plural. So, parents, parents. Mes parents, okay? Because it's the plural form here, okay? So you get the plural form here as well. Mes parents, okay? And then amis, friends, okay? It's the plural form, so it's mes amis, okay? And then let's be purist and make this beautiful liaison between these two words. Mes amis, mes amis, mes amis. All right? So, I hope it's clear, because, of course, as usual in French, we've got some exceptions. And the exceptions are for the feminine words, like identité, for instance. Identité, so it does mean identity, okay? If you look carefully at this word, you can notice that it is starting with a vowel, so I in that case, okay? And then for aesthetical reasons, we think that ma identité, so the way that normally you should put the feminine form, so ma identité, doesn't sound nice. So for that reason, we put the masculine adjective possessive. So remember, with the words, feminine words that start with a vowel like I here, identité, you will have to use les adjectifs possessifs masculins, so the masculine form. So it goes like mon identité, so my identity, mon identité. Okay, another example, adresse, so same thing here, adresse is a feminine word, but then it starts with a, okay, same thing, you will have to use adjectif possessif masculin. Mon adresse, my address, mon adresse. Okay, you can hear now this little link, so you get to pronounce this N. Mon adresse, okay? And the last one I took, same thing, opposition, well, basically feminine, but then it starts with the O. Mon opposition, you make this link, huh? Mon opposition. So let's repeat it one more time. Mon identité, mon adresse, mon opposition. Okay? I hope everything was okay with you. So it was leçon D. Okay, so remember to check for the next lesson and the previous lessons there, here. And then you get, of course, more material at the following website, www.imagier.net. Okay, bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 2, leçon E. So let's see what we'll discover in this lesson, and we'll work on les pronoms toniques. So they're useful, and normally we tend to introduce them quite fast in French because you will have to use them. Les pronoms toniques, so if you remember we saw les pronoms personnels like je, I, tu, you, etc. Okay, but then in that case, when you want to use this pronom tonique, normally you want to insist, okay, and then you want to use this moi form, so moi is me. So that's the main difference between moi, me, and then je, I, because je, normally you will use that to construct a sentence as a subject, okay? Normally this moi is not a subject, so it's not possible to put that right before a verb. It would be a mistake, okay? Moi, so it's me, moi. So remember this OI combination give you the sound wa wa wa, moi, okay? And then you get toi, toi. For the masculine form, we get lui, 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 okay? And for the feminine form, we've got elle, elle. So you can notice that, well, basically for the masculine, it does change because pronom personnel is il, okay? And in that case, pronom tonique is lui, all right? But then for the feminine form, it's the same, so it's elle, okay? And then, good news, same thing for the plural, nous, vous, okay? So they don't change. You get nous, and then you get vous, as for the pronom personnel. And same thing here for the plural form, third person of the plural. So the masculine form will change, and you get the sound remember, final X not pronounced, and then plural elle, elle. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Moi, toi, lui, elle, nous, vous, eux, elle. Okay, so I did prepare a few examples. So the first one, moi, j'aime le tennis. Okay, so here you can see that you start the sentence with moi, okay, so me, okay, and then you have to put pronom personnel, je, okay, so in that case you take the away because the verb is starting with a vowel, okay, but then j'aime, so this j'aime form, I like, or then I love, okay, le tennis. Moi, j'aime le tennis. So basically, if you start with moi here, you want to insist on the fact that you really like or you really love tennis. Okay, let's see the second example. Toi, tu préfères le golf. Okay, préférer to prefer, obviously. Okay, toi, tu préfères le golf. Toi, tu préfères le golf. Okay? And then here, so we've got here the masculine form. And here we've got the feminine form. So let's see the masculine form first. Lui, il adore le foot. Lui, il adore le foot. Okay? So here, lui, pronom tonique, and then il, pronom personnel, adorer, to adore, le foot. We're talking about football here, okay? Elle déteste, détester means to hate, okay? Le basket, and we're talking about basketball here. Basket, okay? Elle déteste le basket, okay? So even if you see them twice, I mean, you've got this elle, okay? Then remember that in that case, basically you want to insist, really, so you put first pronom tonique. It does look the same as pronom personnel here, but still, you get two different pronouns here. Pronom tonique and then pronom personnel. Elle déteste le basket. Okay? Same thing here. Nous aimons bien la boxe. Okay? So the difference between aimer here, like I love, okay, and aimer bien, normally when you put this bien after aimer, well, it's because you want to insist on the fact that you like, you don't love something, you like it, okay? Nous aimons bien la boxe. All right? Next example. Vous détestez la natation. Vous détestez la natation. Natation is coming from nager, nager to swim, okay? And then natation is the substantive form. Vous détestez la natation. And then the two last examples. So first the masculine here, and then the feminine here. So let's see the masculine form. Eux, so if you remember, it was eux, pronom tonique. Ils préfèrent, so préférer, to prefer, and then you can see that it's here, the plural form. Ils préfèrent la marche. La marche is coming from the verb marcher, marcher to walk, okay? La marche. Eux, ils préfèrent la marche. And then the feminine example. Elles adorent le jogging. Elles adorent le jogging. Okay? Let's read them one more time. Moi, j'aime le tennis. Toi, tu préfères le golf. Lui, il adore le foot. Elle déteste le basket. Nous aimons bien la boxe. Vous détestez la natation. Eux, ils préfèrent la marche. Elles adorent le jogging. Okay, that's it for now. Remember that I've been making other lessons, so it was a leçon E, okay, so leçon F should be online and at this address here, and then obviously the lessons from the unit 1 and unit 2 they can be found here as well, okay, and then remember the website is here and you can find more material there. Okay, have a great day, bye bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 2, leçon F, and in this lesson we'll work on the questions, so les questions, and especially the little words that you will have to use or to put at the beginning of your questions. And the first example that we can see is quand. Quand means when, okay? So let's see two examples. So if you start a question with quand, like in the first example here, quand arrivez-vous, okay? Arriver is to arrive, okay? So vous, second person of the plural, you can use that for a group of person, or then you can use that for one person, and that's the polite way to use. Quand arrivez-vous? And now you can see that we've been changing the order. So normally, of course, the subject is before the verb, okay? But then the correct way to make a question, if you start with this quand, is to change the order. So first to put the verb, then you put this pronom personnel, okay? Quand arrivez-vous? All right? And then the rule is like in French, you get to raise a little bit your voice at the end of a question. Quand arrivez-vous? Quand arrivez-vous? Okay, make this little link between the two. Quand arrivez-vous? Quand arrivez-vous? All right. And then, well, when we talk, then we normally have this option to drop this rule. So not to use this rule, so just to put the first, the verb, and then the subject after. And we tend to add this est-ce que form here, est-ce que, okay? So, and you'll get this question. So, quand est-ce que vous arrivez? It is exactly the same question, okay? It is quite long if you compare it to the first one. It is more spoken, okay? It is less formal, and that's normally what you'll hear if you talk with French people. Quand est-ce que vous arrivez? Quand est-ce que vous arrivez? Okay, and then here you see that because you've been using this est-ce que form, then you keep the normal order. So first the subject, vous, and then the verb. Okay, quand est-ce que vous arrivez? All right, and then don't be afraid to raise your voice a little bit at the end. Quand est-ce que vous arrivez? Quand est-ce que vous arrivez? You see, so it's not really the opera. You don't need to go really high, you know, but it's just a little bit. Quand est-ce que vous arrivez? That's it. And the next one is où. Où means where, okay? So quand, when, remember, où, where. Two examples. Same rule, okay? So the formal or the classic way, if you want to ask a question with où, would be to change the order. So first the verb, then the subject here. Où habitez-vous? Où habitez-vous? Where do you live? Habiter is to live. So you live like if you're talking about the place where you are living, okay? Où habitez-vous? Où habitez-vous? And then same possibility, you just add this est-ce que, and then you keep the normal order of the sentence, so subject and verb. Où est-ce que vous habitez? Où est-ce que vous habitez? All right. Next. Pourquoi? Pourquoi is really useful because it's why. Okay, so remember, quand, when, où, where, pourquoi, why. Same thing here, okay, pourquoi, you should change the order. Okay, so first the verb and then the subject. That's the correct or formal or classic way of asking a question. Pourquoi venez-vous? Venir is to come. So why do you come? Pourquoi venez-vous? Pourquoi venez-vous? All right. Same rule here. If you want to add this est-ce que, then you just keep the classic order like subject and verb. Pourquoi est-ce que vous venez? Pourquoi est-ce que vous venez? Okay. And then comment is how. How. Comment venez-vous? How do you come? Comment venez-vous? Comment venez-vous? Comment est-ce que vous venez? Comment est-ce que vous venez? And then the last one. Combien? How much, how many? So in French we use this combien, how much or how many. Combien de sucre? Sucre means sugar. And then voulez-vous? Okay, vouloir, to want. Okay, so how many sugar do you want? Combien de sucre voulez-vous? Combien de sucre voulez-vous? Combien de sucre voulez-vous? And then same thing here, just add this est-ce que. Combien de sucre est-ce que vous voulez? Combien de sucre est-ce que vous voulez? All right, so that's it for now. It was leçon F. Remember that leçon G is online and it's right here, okay? And then you can find more material at the following address. Okay, have a great day, bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 2, Leçon G. And in this lesson, we'll discover together le verbe faire, so the verb to do. Okay, so faire is really useful because we tend to use it quite much in French. Okay, so it's, well, usually quite important to discover this verb at the right beginning. So le verbe faire. Je fais. Je fais. Remember, final S not pronounced. Je fais. Tu fais. Same rule here, final S not pronounced. Tu fais. Il, masculin, and then elle, féminin, fait. Final T not pronounced. Il, elle, fait. So if we take 1 second, actually you can see that here, here, and here, you get the same phonetical form, so the same form that you will pronounce. Okay, so you get je fais, tu fais, il fait, and then elle fait. It's the same. Okay? Then nous. So it's quite strange because French people tend to pronounce faisons. Okay? So like here, this AE is not pronounced like normally we should pronounce it like E, but then like E. Okay? Nous faisons. Nous faisons. Okay? And then this one is a bit tricky, so you will have to remember that. And it's quite funny because many French people tend to make the mistake and tend to say vous faisiez, okay? But then no. It's vous faites. Vous faites. Okay? So remember, final S here is not pronounced, and then this is not pronounced either. So faites, faites. vous faites. And ils, plural, font, final T not pronounced, font, elles font. Okay, so I will repeat the whole thing one more time. Je fais, tu fais, il fait, elle fait, nous faisons, vous faites, ils font, elles font. Okay, so try to remember this one because it is, as I said, really useful and we use it a lot in French. Okay, it was leçon G, so you can find the leçon H on YouTube, and it's the following address here, and of course you can find all the previous lessons there as well. Okay, and then more material can be found here at this website. Okay, have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 2, leçon H. And in this lesson, we'll discover la forme négative. So if you want to say that you are not blah 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 doing something, or so the negative form in French. And so the negative form in French is composed of two elements. The first one is ne, and then you get your verb, and right after your verb you will have to put this pas. Okay, so first ne, then the verb, and after that pas. Okay, we write it PAS, okay, but as usual final S is not pronounced, so it's pas. Okay, remember one thing, in some cases we will have verbs starting whether with a vowel or then with H, plus a vowel, and in French H is not pronounced. Okay, so for these verbs will have to disappear and it will be written like that, n. Okay, then will come the verb, and after that doesn't change, it will be pas. Alright, so let's see a few examples now. So for ne pas, so if you get a sentence like il parle avec moi. So il parle, he is talking, avec, with, moi, me. Okay, remember this moi, we introduced that in this unit, and it was a pronom tonique. Okay, il parle avec moi. So if you want to put the negative form of this sentence, so remember, first part ne, so before the verb, then you put your verb, parle, basically you don't change it, just put it there, parle, and after that you put the second part, pas. Okay, then you get the sentence, il ne parle pas avec moi. And that's it, you've got your negative sentence here. Okay, let's see now how it will go with N apostrophe pas. Okay, so nous allons en France. Okay, so in that case, if you look, you've got the verb aller. Aller means to go. Okay, nous allons, we are going. Okay, en France, to France. Here, first letter is A. Okay, remember the rule. If it starts with a vowel, like here it is the case, you will have to drop and take away this form, so that's the reason why we've got this N apostrophe like that. N'allons. Nous n'allons. And then you don't really need to think, you just put this pas after the verb, en France. Nous n'allons pas en France. Nous n'allons pas en France. And that's it. Okay, second example here, it's with the verb habiter. Habiter is to live, you know, when you introduce the place where you live. Okay, and then here I took this example or this verb just because of course it's starting with H, but as I said, you don't pronounce it, so the first sound you hear here is the vowel, and that's enough just to drop and to take away this so you will basically make it like in this example, you will put this N apostrophe. Elle n'habite pas dans cette maison. So elle habite, she lives or she is living, in this house. elle habite dans cette maison, and then negative form, elle n'habite pas dans cette maison. I hope it was clear. It was short, but really important. So it was unité 2, leçon H. You can find leçon I at the following address here, okay? And then the website is here. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is unité 2, leçon I. Okay, and in this lesson we'll work on les adjectifs démonstratifs. So les adjectifs démonstratifs, in English it would be this or these, okay? But then as usual in French we've got the difference between the masculine, the feminine and the plural, okay? So we'll see that. So for the masculine form it will be ce, and then it will be cette. Set, okay? So as usual in French, remember, it can be tricky if a letter, an adjective like that, for instance, is ending, or it could be an article, is ending with a, okay? Just because for some words starting with a vowel or with h plus a vowel, then we will have to modify it, okay? And that's the reason why here we've got set, okay? But then it's still the masculine form, ce, set. For the feminine it will be set, so only one, set. And then for the plural form it will be c'est. Okay, so let's see that again, ce, or then set. Féminin set, so you can notice that phonetically these two are pronounced the same way, okay? Set here and then set here. And for the plural, c'est, really open this, c'est, okay? So let's see a few examples now. The first one, so I did take this train is train, okay? So it's masculine, so it starts with T, so no problem. You will put this ce train, okay? It would be translated like this train, ce train, okay? Here you've got ordinateur. So ordinateur, a computer, okay? And it's masculine, un ordinateur, okay? But if you look carefully, it starts with O, okay? So vowel, and then you will have to take this set form, so the masculine form, but the one that we'll use with the words that start with vowels, or then H plus voyelle, okay? So, cet ordinateur, this computer, cet ordinateur, okay? And then here, we've got the word homme, man, okay? But then it starts with H, as in French, H is not pronounced, so the first sound that we hear is O, okay? And then it will follow the same rule. You'll have to use the masculine adjective démonstratif, but this form, cet homme, all right? Femme, woman, cette femme, this woman, cette femme, okay? And then the last one, personne, persons, pluriel, ces personnes, okay? So let's repeat them one more time. Ce train, cet ordinateur, cet homme, cette femme, ces personnes. All right, I hope it was clear. So it was unité de leçon I. You can find leçon J, of course, and all the previous lessons at the following address here, okay? And then everything and more can be found there at this IMAGIERS.net address. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is unité 2, leçon J. So let's see what we'll discover in this lesson, and we'll work on the way to conjugate les verbes réguliers, so the regular verbs of the first group, okay, and they end with er, so let's start now. So let's take an example. The example is parler. Parler is to speak or to talk, okay? And then if you have a look at it like that, you can basically divide this verb in two parts. The first part, parle, and then second part, er. So it does mean that this verb, ending with er, is belonging to the first group of verbs. In French, we've got 3 groups, okay? The 2 first are regular, and the last one, the third one, is irregular. So this is one verb ending with er. It does mean that it belongs to the first group, and it won't be tricky or so difficult to conjugate. So we'll see together how to conjugate this verb. The first person, like je here, so you will put this parle again, so remember, and after that you just put the ending e, and then the way to pronounce it is je parle, parle. So remember, we put it, okay, but then we don't really pronounce it. Je parle, okay. Then for tu, you will have to put es, okay. Phonetically, tu parles. So you've got the 2 first forms, you pronounce them the same way. You write them differently, of course, because you've got here, and then you've got and s, okay, but then phonetically, they are the same. Je parle, tu parles, okay. So let's see what you'll get for il and elle, and well, as you see, you've got il parle, elle parle. So it's the same form here. So if you really want to only speak and only use orally the language, well, it's quite easy to conjugate these verbs. Je parle, tu parles, il parle, elle parle. Okay? For nous, okay, we'll have, well, let's say the classical ending for nous, and it will be ons. Classical because you will see that with the other groups as well, it's quite common to have this ons for nous, okay? Nous parlons, okay? Remember, final S is not pronounced, okay? And then this on together, they will give you the sound on, okay? Nous parlons, all right? Let's see now for vous, vous parlez, okay? Remember, a Z, when you combine them together, you get the sound E. Vous parlez, all right? And the last one, so even if you've got this E-N-T, well, don't hate me, but you won't pronounce these letters, okay? You have to write them for the plural form, but you don't pronounce them, so you get il parle, elle parle. So the good news is that you've got here, je parle, tu parles, il, elle parle, and then if you check it here, il, elle parle. So it's the same phonetical pronunciation, or phonetical form, sorry, okay? And then you've got nous parlons, and then vous parlez, all right? So here, remember the endings, you will have to write them, okay? All right, so we'll take another example. Regarder is to watch, okay? So you can see that the verb is ending with er, okay? So you just take this er away, and then you keep this radical form, like we say in French, only this form, okay? So you will get je regarde, tu regardes, il regarde, elle regarde, nous regardons, vous regardez, il regarde, elle regarde. Okay, so one more time here. Regarde, 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 and then regarde. So phonetically, only one form here. And then regardons, regardez. All right? Remember that even if this beautiful verb aller, that we tend to use quite often because it means to go, okay, even if it ends with er, it is not regular at all, okay? So it is the exception ending with er, but it is not regular. We'll have the chance to see the way to conjugate it, but then for now, that's it. I hope it was clear, okay? Remember that it was a leçon J, so the next lesson can be found there, and then the previous lessons as well, and then more material on the website. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 2, leçon K. And in this lesson, we will count together, yeah! So from 20 to 50, de 20 à 50. I hope you're ready because it's starting right now. 20, 21. Okay, so remember to make this little link. 21, 21. 22, 22, 23, 23, 24, 24, 25, 25, 26, 26, so remember it's ending with X, but then we pronounce it S. 26, 27, remember set, it was this P disappear, you don't pronounce it. 27, 28, so here you make the liaison. 28, 28, 29, 29, 29. Then here, remember this en, 30, 30, 30. Okay, don't insist on the it doesn't exist here. 30. 31, 31, 31. 32, 32. 33, 33, remember final S doesn't exist. 33, 34, 34, 34. Remember in French the rule is that if you start with, well, if you get this combination Q, U, A, well, you will pronounce it K, K. Same thing for the other vowels, okay? So because that's the rule, after Q, normally we put U and then another vowel, but then this U, well, basically it's not pronounced, okay? So K, 4, 34, 35, 35, 36, 36, 37, 37, 38, 38, 39, 39, 40. Okay, so same rule as previously, as for 4, okay? 40, 40, okay? 41, 41, 42, 42, 43, 43, 44, 44, 45, 45, 46, 46, 47, 47, 48, 48, 49, 49, 50, 50. Same thing here, okay? Remember that you get this QU, but then you don't pronounce the U. And then you get the nasal, un, and then en. 50, 50. Okay? So that's it. It was leçon K. So don't be afraid and be brave and continue your French learning. So the next lesson is available there, and then the website is here if you want more material. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 2, leçon L. And in this lesson, we will discover together le verbe venir. Venir means to come. Okay, to come, so it's quite useful, and then you will have to use it quite often in French. So let's see how you conjugate this verb at the present form, okay, because this verb is not regular. Just wanted to tell you first, okay? So the first form is je viens. Je viens. Okay? Remember this I, viens, viens, and then this nasal. Final S not pronounced. Je viens. Tu viens. So it's the same form, okay? Tu viens. Il, elle, vient. Final T not pronounced. Il vient, elle vient. So if we take 1 second just to have a look at the je, tu, il, elle forms, they are phonetically the same. Vient, vient, vient. Okay? You write the S, S, T, but then you pronounce these forms the same way. Okay? For nous, it will be different because nous is here. Nous venons. Okay? O-N-S, classical ending for nous. Okay? Final S not pronounced. So O-N, on, venons, venons. Nous venons. Nous venons. Okay? And then vous venez. Remember a Z combined like that? Et venez. Venez. Vous venez. Okay? And then the last form. So remember here, it's quite interesting because we've got this E vowel here, and then we've got a double N after. Okay? And the rule in French is that when you get this E and a double vowel after, you will have to pronounce this E like E. Alright? So, vienne, 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 vienne. Okay? Ils viennent, elles viennent. Ils viennent, elles viennent. Alright? E-N-T, you don't pronounce them. Ils viennent, elles viennent. Alright? So, je viens, tu viens, il vient, elle vient, nous venons, vous venez, ils viennent, elles viennent. Alright? So it's quite important, so don't be afraid to watch this video one more time if it's not clear. And then it was leçon L. The next lesson can be found at this address, and then the website is here, IMAGIERS.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 2, leçon M, and in this lesson we'll work on vocabulary, and then the vocabulary connected to la famille, so the family, la famille, and then we'll start with the grandparents, les grands-parents, les grands-parents. Remember, you don't pronounce this final S here, grands-parents, okay? So, le grand-père, grandfather, le grand-père, remember, accent grave like that, it's this open père, le grand-père, le grand-père. And then the feminine form, grandmother, la grand-mère, la grand-mère. Okay, so, les grands-parents, le grand-père, la grand-mère. Okay, so let's see now the parents. Les parents, le père, the father, le père, la mère, the mother, la mère. Okay, so les parents, the parents, le père, la mère. All right, so till now, I think that it's not really difficult to remember. Okay, let's see now. Les enfants. Okay, so first I don't make the liaison. Les enfants, just for you to see that we've got this en, and then we've got this en as well. Same pronunciation here. Enfant. Don't pronounce the T. You don't pronounce the S. Enfant. Okay, and now we can focus on the liaison here. So you should make the little link. Les enfants. Les enfants. Okay, enfants, children. Les enfants, the children. So let's see. It will be the masculine form, so the son. Okay, so it's le, and then even if you've got this L, well, basically you don't pronounce it, and then strangely you pronounce the final S. le fils, le fils, le fils, le fils. And then the feminine form, the daughter, la fille. Yeah. Okay, so this L here and E will give you the sound Y. La fille, la fille. Okay, so make the difference between the masculine form, le fils, and then the feminine form, la fille. Okay, so les enfants, le fils, la fille. Okay, and then the grandchildren, but then in French we use the petit. Petit is like small. Okay, so les petits enfants. Make this liaison here. Petits enfants, okay? Les petits enfants. So grandson would be in French petit-fils, okay? So le petit-fils, and then the feminine form, la petite. So I insist because here it's okay, so really you need to make the difference between the masculine form petit and then the feminine form petite. Okay, so la petite fille, la petite fille. So let's repeat them. Les petits enfants, le petit-fils, la petite fille. Okay, and then when you're talking about your in-law family, well, in French we use this beau and belle, so it's beautiful. Okay, so the beautiful family, you're talking about your in-laws. Okay, so la belle famille, la belle famille. Remember, I-L-L-E-I, la belle famille. Okay, so père, okay, father, so father-in-law, okay, in French it's le beau-père, the beautiful father. Le beau-père. So remember this E-A-U combination of vowels only give you the sound O, beau, okay, le beau-père. Mother-in-law, la belle-mère, la belle-mère, okay, so let's see them one more time. La belle famille, le beau-père, la belle-mère, all right? And then brother-in-law, le beau-frère, le beau-frère, so frère is brother, okay? And then feminine form, here you get sœur, okay? So sister-in-law, la belle, so we put the belle form here because it's the feminine form, sœur, la belle-sœur, la belle-sœur. That's it for the family. It was leçon M, okay? So be careful, and then you can find the next lesson there. Hopla, that's the website, or that's the channel on YouTube where you can find the lessons, okay? And then this is the website where you can find more material. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 2, Leçon N. And in this lesson, we'll discover the questions in which you will find qui, que, or then quoi, okay? So let's discover now qui, okay? Qui means who, okay? So if you want to ask a question regarding someone, like in these two examples, so the first one, who is he? Qui est-il, okay? So remember the normal way when we start a question with qui, or then as we saw in the previous lessons, okay, you will have to change the order and to put your subject, il, he, here, after the verb. Qui est-il? And then you make the liaison. Qui est-il? Who is he? Qui est-il? Qui est-il? Or then, let's see a little example here. Qui vient? Vient is venir. Vient is venir, yeah, is to come, sorry. So, qui vient, who is coming, avec toi, with you, ce soir, this evening. Qui vient avec toi ce soir? So he's coming with you this evening. Qui vient avec toi ce soir? Okay? If you pronounce them normally, remember that you will have to raise your voice a little bit at the end of the question. So let's pronounce them the normal way. Qui est-il? Qui vient avec toi ce soir? Qui vient avec toi ce soir? Okay? Second one is que. So qui, who, que, what. What, okay? And then we'll see two examples here. Que fais-tu? Okay? Fais is coming from faire. Faire means to do. Okay? Que fais-tu? So what are you doing? What do you do? Okay? Que fais-tu? Same thing here, remember, que. So you start a question with que, then you get to change the order. You get to put the subject after the verb, okay? Que fais-tu? And it's a question. Que fais-tu? Que fais-tu? Okay? And here, que veux-tu? So veux is coming from vouloir, vouloir to want. Que veux-tu? What do you want? Okay? Que veux-tu? Regarder, regarder is to watch. À la télévision, well, at the television. Que veux-tu regarder à la télévision? So let's read it normally now. Que veux-tu regarder à la télévision? Que veux-tu regarder à la télévision? Okay, so you can hear that I've been raising a little bit my voice at the end. And then the other option is quoi. So quoi means what as well. So you will tell me, oh, you get two what here, you get que and quoi. Yeah, for a good reason. Look at that. Well, tu fais quoi? So I've been just taking the same question as we had here. This que fais-tu? What do you do? What are you doing? Okay, but then if you're using this quoi, then it does mean that you don't start the question with it. You just put it here, for example, at the end. Okay? Tu fais quoi? It is exactly the same meaning as this question. Okay? But then you can see that you just keep the normal order of the sentence, subject, verb. Okay? In that case, you definitely need to raise your voice at the end. Okay? Tu fais quoi? Tu fais quoi? And then I took the same example as we had here. Okay? Tu veux regarder quoi à la télévision? Okay? So let's raise the voice at the end to make it clear that it's a question. Tu veux regarder quoi à la télévision? Tu veux regarder quoi à la télévision? Okay, so let's repeat. Qui, who, qui est-il? Qui vient avec toi ce soir? Que, what? But you start the question with it. Que fais-tu? Que veux-tu regarder à la télévision? And then quoi? You don't start the question and it means what? Tu fais quoi? Tu veux regarder quoi à la télévision? That's it. Okay, it was leçon N. Remember that the next lesson can be found on YouTube at the following address. Okay, and then more material on the website. Have a great day. Au revoir. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 2, Leçon O. And in this lesson, we'll just focus on a short thing but quite useful, les présentations. Okay, so the first thing, when you meet someone and you want to know the name of this person, well, that's the common question or the normal question that you will have to use. Comment, so how, vous appelez-vous? Okay, we've been seeing in Unit 1, if my memory is correct, the verb s'appeler, so to call oneself. Okay, when you introduce yourself, you use this s'appeler verb. Okay, so that's the reason why it will look this way. Comment vous appelez-vous? Okay, so comment vous appelez-vous? So what's your name? How are you calling yourself? If you want a direct translation, but it sounds a bit strange in English, but then that's the question. Comment vous appelez-vous? All right. The other possibility that we've got is to keep the normal order. So vous vous appelez, and then we put this comment thing at the end of the question. Okay, so in that case, remember to raise your voice at the end. Vous vous appelez comment? Vous vous appelez comment? Okay, so it is exactly the same question. Okay, it is a bit less formal, this second option. Okay, because the first one is the classic option that we've got. We start with how, and then we change the order. We put the subject after the verb. Okay, but then it is more, I mean, completely correct to ask a question like that. Vous vous appelez comment? Okay, and then the other possibility would be quel est votre nom? What is your, votre nom, name? What is your name? Quel est votre nom? Quel est votre nom? Raise a little bit. Quel est votre nom? Okay, so let's see them one more time. Comment vous appelez-vous? Vous vous appelez comment? Quel est votre nom? All right. In the first example, we've been using this vous form, so the polite form that normally we should use when we meet a person for the first time. Okay, but then let's be frank that if you're young and if you're meeting other young persons, then you can use this tu form, so the less formal way. Okay, so the question will look like that. Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Okay, or then same option that we've got. Tu t'appelles comment? So you put this comment at the end. Okay, don't forget to raise your voice because it's a beautiful question here. Tu t'appelles comment? Tu t'appelles comment? And then, quel est ton nom? What is your name? Quel est ton nom? Or other options. So I've been putting this option for this tu, okay, you, the less formal one, and not for the vous, because it is quite spoken this way. C'est quoi ton nom? Well, if you want to translate it directly, it's what your name. Okay, it looks really, or it sounds really strange in English, but still it's possible in French. It is not formal at all, of course. Okay, so don't use that if it's quite important or if the situation is quite formal. Okay, c'est quoi ton nom? C'est quoi ton nom? Okay, and then if you want to, well, present yourself, then remember we're using this appeler, s'appeler, okay, to call oneself, okay. Je m'appelle Vincent Lefrançois. Je m'appelle Vincent Lefrançois. Okay, I call myself Vincent Lefrançois, all right? But then that's the way we use to present ourselves. Okay. Other option would be to use, not to use this s'appeler to call oneself, but to use to be, which is totally possible. Je suis Vincent Lefrançois. Je suis Vincent Lefrançois. I am. Okay. Je suis Vincent Lefrançois. And then, third option, mon nom, my name. Okay. Mon nom est, mon nom est Vincent Lefrançois. Mon nom est Vincent Lefrançois. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Je m'appelle Vincent Lefrançois. Je suis Vincent Lefrançois. Mon nom est Vincent Lefrançois. Okay, so now you can present yourself or ask the name of someone. It was leçon O. You can find the next lesson at the following address, youtube.com/imagier, or then the website is here. You can find more material. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous. Hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 2, leçon P. And in this lesson, we'll discover la situation de famille. So if you want to say what is your situation, your personal situation, then that's the correct lesson to watch now. Let's start. Je suis célibataire. So I know that many of you will laugh when they will see this beautiful célibataire word. It doesn't have any other indication but the fact that you are single. Okay, so if you want to say that you are single, whether it's the masculine form or the feminine form, it will be like that. Je suis célibataire. I am single. Okay. Second option. J'ai un copain. Okay. Boyfriend. Boyfriend would be copain. Okay. And then it's the feminine form here. Girlfriend, copine. J'ai. So j'ai. I have. Okay. J'ai un copain. I have a boyfriend. J'ai un copain. Féminin. J'ai une copine. I have a girlfriend. J'ai une copine. Okay? So if you're in couple, en couple, je suis, I am, je suis en couple. Je suis en couple. So here you want to indicate that you are living with someone, but then you are not married. Okay? Je suis en couple. You can make the liaison here. Je suis en couple. Okay? And then fiancé, engaged. Alright? And then here you've got the masculine form. I've been putting here the feminine form. Alright? So you will have to add this at the end of fiancé. But then you don't pronounce it phonetically. Whether it's masculine or feminine, it will still be fiancé. Okay, so if a man is talking, he will say je suis fiancé. If a woman is speaking, she will say je suis fiancé. Okay, so phonetically it will sound exactly the same, but if they write that, they will have to write e, only one e here with the accent. Okay, and then for the masculine form, sorry, and then for the lady, she will have to put this e at the end. All right. So, marié is married. Je suis marié. Okay, so the same rule as for fiancé. Marié, so just like that if it's the masculine form. Okay, with e at the end if it's the feminine form, but still it will be pronounced the same way. Je suis marié. Divorcé, well, it looks the same and it's divorced, okay? Je suis divorcé, same rule. Final e if it's feminine, but you don't pronounce it. Je suis divorcé. And the last one, widow, so masculine form and feminine form. Je suis veuf, veuf, so remember to pronounce the final F, veuf. And then the feminine form, je suis veuve, veuve, veuve. Okay, so let's repeat them one more time. Je suis célibataire, j'ai un copain, j'ai une copine, je suis en couple, je suis fiancé, je suis marié, je suis divorcé, je suis veuf, je suis veuve. Okay, so now you can present your family situation. Okay, it was leçon P, so you can find the next lesson and the previous lessons at the following address here. And then we've got the website here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 2, leçon Q. And in this lesson, we'll see how to conjugate the verbs ending with IR. So not all the IR verbs are belonging to the second group, but some of them, and then we'll see how to conjugate them at the present form. Okay, so we'll take an example. The example is finir. So finir means to finish. Okay, and then you can see that it's ending with IR. All right, so we'll do it like that. We'll divide it in two, so FEN, and then we take away this IR ending, all right, and we'll just keep this form here, FEN, to construct the present. So you take it and you put it here, and after that you will add this ending. So for je, it will be IS. Je finis. Remember, final S is not pronounced. Je finis. Okay? Tu finis. So ES as well, like we had for je. So same way to pronounce it as well. You don't pronounce the final S. Tu finis. Il, elle finit. So I-T, final T, not pronounced. Il, elle, finit. So, je finis, tu finis, il finit. Phonetically, it's exactly the same form for these persons. Okay, so it's quite good if you want only to talk and not to write. So just focus on this fini form. You know that it's for je, tu, and il, elle. Okay, but then for nous, so have a look. Nous finissons. Okay, I-S-S-O-N-S. Issons. Nous finissons. Finissons. Okay, final S, not pronounced. Nous finissons. Vous finissez. Vous finissez. Okay, EZ at the end gives you the sound E. Okay, finissez, finissez. Vous finissez. Ils finissent. So remember, as usual, when we get the verbs E-N-T, not pronounced. Ils finissent. Elles finissent. Alright, so let's see them one more time. Je finis. Tu finis, il finit, elle finit, nous finissons, vous finissez, ils finissent, elles finissent. Alright, let's take another example. Unir, to unite. Okay, same rule. We just keep this UN and then you spot the ending, you take it away, and you will keep the UN to construct. So, j'unis, same way. Tu unis, il unit, elle unit, nous unissons, vous unissez, ils unissent, elles unissent. Okay, so it's the same, exactly the same. So, same group, same way to conjugate it. Okay, let's take choisir, third example. You spot it, ending with IR here. Choisir means to choose. Okay. Then, same way. Je choisis, tu choisis, il choisit, elle choisit, nous choisissons, vous choisissez, ils choisissent, elles choisissent. Okay, that's it. So these verbs from the second group at the present form are not really difficult to conjugate. You just need to remember the endings. Okay, so it was le son Q, and I'm not sure, but I think it is the last lesson of Unité 2. Okay, so if everything is clear for you, then you can go to Unité 3. Okay, they can be found here. Okay, IMAGIERS channel on YouTube, and then the website is here. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 3, leçon 1. And in this lesson, we'll discover together, well, the plural form, how to construct or how to make a plural form. So it's le pluriel en français. So let's start now. So we'll take this example, okay, basic example. A friend, un ami, okay, un ami. Okay, so here you can see that we've got this article indéfini, un, the masculine form, singular form, and then we've got ami, friend, like that, at the singular form as well. So if we want to construct the plural form, well, obviously the article will change. Okay, we saw previously that the plural article was des in that case, and then we keep the same word, so ami, and the rule goes like that. You get to add at the end of the word s. Okay, in that case, and as in most of the cases, you won't pronounce it, but you will have to put it. Okay, and so you've got des amis. Okay, and if you make the liaison, so the link between the two, you will get des amis. Okay, des amis. So ami, remember, doesn't change. Even if you get to write the S, then you don't pronounce it. Okay, and now let's see a few examples. So this one, une femme, Okay, so if we think about the rule that we saw previously, then une is changing and then the article become des. Okay, femme, you write it like it was at the singular form, and then you just add this s at the end, and as we said, you don't pronounce it, so you get des femmes. Okay, des femmes. So une femme, singular, and then des femmes, right? And then un homme, if we make this little link between the two, un homme, un homme, un homme, and then we'll put this word at the plural form. So same thing here. So this article indéfini un is becoming des in that case, and then you rewrite the word homme, and after that you just put the s at the end. You don't pronounce it, so you get des hommes, des hommes, des hommes. Okay, un homme, singular form, des hommes, plural form. Okay, and then I took this example with this article défini le. Okay, so le livre, le livre. Okay, if you want to put the plural form, then the article here becomes les, so that's the plural form. Okay, les, and then same rule, you just write livre, and then you put s at the end, but then you don't pronounce it. Les livres, le livre, les livres. So it's quite interesting in this example here, because if you listen carefully, le livre, les livres, so the only way to know whether it's singular or plural is to pronounce correctly the article, in that case le, and here les. So it's really this le, and then les, that will make the difference between the singular form and the plural form. Okay, as usual in French we've got exceptions. So you get words that will end with this a, u, combination of vowels, like for instance une, o. So remember, when you get these vowels like that, then you get only the sound o. Okay, une, o. So in that case, well, you won't add the s as like we saw previously, but then it will be, the rule is that you get to put x here at the end, but then same rule, you don't pronounce it. Des eaux. Okay, une eau, des eaux. All right. Second group, words ending with a, u. Here is an example. Un tuyau. Okay, same rule here, you won't add s at the end, but instead of s you will put x. Okay, des tuyaux. Same rule, you don't pronounce it. Des tuyaux. Okay, un tuyau, des tuyaux. So the only difference will be with the article, because the word will be pronounced the same way. And then the last group is the words ending with e. So let's take one example. Un feu, and basically the same rule. You don't put s, but you will put x instead, and then you don't pronounce it. Des feux, un feu, des feux. Okay, there is another group of words. So because normally the words ending with the ou, like that here, ou, and then the sound is ou. Okay, normally these words just behave like the others, so you just need to put s at the end. But of course, as usual in French, we've got few exceptions. So I've been listing all the exceptions of the ou ending, words that will, well, like we saw previously, not take s, but then take x at the end, okay? But still as usual, it's not pronounced, so it doesn't really affect the pronunciation, but it's just for you if you want to write them correctly at the plural form. Remember, it's not S, but it's X. Okay, so the first one, un bijou. Okay, so I did put the translation here. Pluriel, des bijoux. Okay, then un caillou, plural, des cailloux. Okay, remember, you don't pronounce it, the final X. Then, un chou. Okay, remember, when you combine this C and H, you get the sound sh. Chou, un chou. Pluriel, des choux. Okay. Un genou, des genoux. Un hibou, des hiboux. Des hiboux. Un joujou, des joujous. Des joujous. Un pou, des poux. Des poux. Okay, so the good thing, if you remember carefully what I've been introducing so far, is that the main group of words are actually you only need to add S at the end, and then you basically you don't pronounce the S. Or then the exceptions, you will, like these ones here, you will have to add this X at the end, but still you won't pronounce the X. Okay, but still, as usual, we've got exceptions. So a few exceptions, not that much, but then these exceptions are really strange, because it does mean that the pronunciation will change. Okay, so we'll take this one, un bœuf, and then at the plural, well, you just write it like we saw previously, so you just add this S, but then pronunciation changes quite much, because you get des bœufs, all right, un bœuf, des bœufs, all right. Then un œuf, des œufs. Okay, and we'll make the liaison here to make it sound more beautiful. Des œufs, all right, un œuf, des œufs. And then the last one, this is probably the most strange one, un œil, des yeux, okay, don't pronounce the final X as usual, des yeux, all right. And that's it for this lesson. So it was the first lesson of Unité 3, Unit 3. If you want to discover the other lessons, well, it's here on YouTube, okay? And then the website is here if you want more material. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 3, Leçon B. And in this lesson, we'll discover together le verbe pouvoir. Pouvoir means to can, okay, so it's quite useful. And then we'll discover it because, well, it's not a regular verb, so it's always quite interesting to take a few minutes to really work on it and try to remember the way it is conjugated at the present form, okay? So the first form that we'll have is je, as usual, so je peux, okay? Final X not pronounced here, okay, so you get X but you don't pronounce it, so basically you get the sound peut, je peux, okay, so I can, je peux, okay. Then tu peux, same pronunciation and same spelling or writing. Okay, P-E-U-X. Okay, don't pronounce the final X. Tu peux. Okay, je peux, tu peux. Then il, elle peut. So you will put T at the end, you don't pronounce it. Il peut, elle peut. Okay, so if you look carefully, you've got peut here, you've got peut here, and you've got peu here. Okay, so for the three first, or four, because there is the feminine form as well, for the four first persons here, well, it's the same phonetical form. It's peu. Okay, and then nous. So classic ending for nous, this ONS ending for nous. Okay, nous pouvons. Nous pouvons. Okay, you don't pronounce the final S. Nous pouvons. Then vous pouvez. Okay, classic ending as well for the vous form. A Z like that. Okay, remember you pronounce it E. Okay, vous pouvez. Vous pouvez. And then plural form, ils, elles peuvent. Ils, elles peuvent. Okay, so be careful because as you can see, you've got this EU here, EU here, EU here, and then it's coming back here as well. Okay, so the only OU that does connect to the infinitive here, pouvoir, it's only for nous and vous. Okay, so let's read them one more time. Je peux, tu peux, il peut, elle peut, nous pouvons, vous pouvez, ils peuvent, elles peuvent. Okay, as usual, this ending, this ENT ending, you write it, you don't pronounce it. Okay, peuvent, peuvent, peuvent. Okay, so it's really useful. You should really, definitely know it by heart. Okay, so try your best. Well, watch again this video if you need it, and then I hope it will enter in your head quite easily. Okay, let's see some example now. Je peux chanter. Okay, je peux chanter. So you can see that in that case, when you construct a verb, you construct a sentence with the verb pouvoir, here you've got a second verb, chanter, and it means to sing. Okay, so I can sing. Well, you should all the time put the second verb at the infinitive form. Okay, so when we talk about the infinitive form, normally it's the basic form of the verb. Okay, je peux chanter. Another example, tu peux partir. Partir is to leave. You can leave. Tu peux partir. All right, same thing here. Okay, second verb, well, basically coming right after, of course, and then at the infinitive form. All right, elle peut dessiner. Dessiner is to draw. Elle peut dessiner. She can draw. Okay, elle peut dessiner. All right, that's it. I hope it was clear. All right, if you want to check out the next lesson or the previous lessons, they are here on this channel, and then of course the website here, IMAGIERS.net. You can find more material. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous. Hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 3, leçon C. So let's discover what we will see in this lesson. And in this lesson we will try to focus on le verbe devoir. Devoir means to must. Okay, so it's quite useful. And especially it's not a regular verb, so it's always good to spend a few minutes on the conjugation at the present of this verb. Okay, so let's start now. Let's see. So le verbe devoir, to must, at the present form. Je dois. Okay, remember final S is not pronounced. Je dois. OE, when you combine the two, you get the sound wa wa wa. Je dois. Okay. Tu dois. Final S not pronounced. Tu dois. Il, elle doit. Final T not pronounced. Il doit. elle doit. Okay, so if you have a look at these forms, phonetically they are the same forms. Okay, so doit, doit, and then doit. Okay, and then nous is coming. Nous devons. Okay, classic ending ONS for nous. Okay, you just pronounce this on, this nasal. Okay, and then the S, final S is not pronounced. Nous devons. Nous devons. Okay, nous devons, well, basically we must. Okay, and then vous devez. Remember, classic ending for vous here, EZ, but then you pronounce this combination of two letters, et, devez, devez, vous devez. All right, and then the last one, ils doivent. So same thing, classic ending for the plural form, ENT here, okay, but then you don't pronounce it. Doivent, doivent, elles doivent, ils doivent, elles doivent. Okay, so let's repeat them one more time. Je dois, tu dois, il doit, elle doit, nous devons, vous devez, ils doivent, elles doivent. All right, so let's see a few examples now. The first one, je dois étudier. Étudier is to study, okay? So it's a verb, and then the rule in French goes like that. If you get to put two verbs in a sentence, like here, the second one must be at the infinitive form. So when we talk about the infinitive, it's the basic form of the verb, okay? So étudier, study. Je dois étudier. I must study. Je dois étudier. Okay? Then, il doit choisir. Okay? Same thing here. Choisir means to choose. Okay? And so, I did put here the infinitive form, so the basic form, IR form. Il doit choisir. Okay? He must choose. And the last example, nous devons répondre. Répondre is to answer. Répondre here, okay? Nous devons répondre. We must answer. Nous devons répondre. Okay? Well, that's it. It was leçon C. So you can check for the next lesson at the following address here, and then all the previous lessons are there as well. Okay, and then the website IMAGIERS.net if you want more material. Okay, have a great day. Bye bye. Hi everyone, bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is unité 3, leçon D. Okay, so I hope you're ready because we are going to discover together European countries, so les pays européens. Okay, so let's start now with les pays européens. And the first one, la Grèce. La Grèce. Okay, so remember gr, gr. And then this accent grave like that, open. Grèce. Okay, la Grèce. Le Portugal. Le Portugal. L'Espagne. L'Espagne. Okay, don't insist on the final E because basically it's not pronounced. L'Espagne. Nya, nya, nya. L'Espagne. L'Espagne. L'Italie. 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 Okay, so you can see that for these two countries here, as they are starting with a vowel, like here, okay, as we saw in a previous lesson, the article is modified and then it's L apostrophe, like that, okay? Le Luxembourg, okay, final G not pronounced, and then when you combine this M here, you get the sound en. You don't pronounce the M at all, it's this nasal en, okay? Le Luxembourg. Le Luxembourg, okay? La France. La France, okay? AN here, nasal en, la France. Okay, we continue. Les Pays-Bas. Final S here, not pronounced. Same thing here. Pays, pays, and then bas. Les Pays-Bas. Okay. Then l'Irlande. Remember, this is E, and it should be pronounced like E. Irlande. Irlande. Okay. A-N, en, D, and final E, not pronounced. Irlande. Le Royaume-Uni. Le Royaume-Uni. Le Royaume-Uni. Okay. L'Allemagne. L'Allemagne. Gna, 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 gna. Remember this G and E, it can be quite tricky at the beginning to produce, I mean the sound ñ, okay? But really you should work on that because it's quite, well, it's not coming all the time, but it's not rare. I mean the sound is not rare in French, okay? Ñ. L'Allemagne. L'Allemagne. Okay? La Belgique. Okay, remember Q-U-E here, you will get only the sound K. Okay? Belgique. Belgique. So it's not Belgique, not at all, okay? Because it's only the K. Belgique. Okay? Le Danemark. So same sound here, this K and then this Q-U-E, well, they will produce the same sound here. Belgique, le Danemark. Okay? L'Autriche. Okay, remember, sh here. L'Autriche. L'Autriche. Okay? La Suède. La Suède. Suède. Remember, accent grave, it's really open. Suède. Suède. La Suède. La Finlande. I-N here, nasal, un. A-N, nasal, en. And then D, final E, not pronounced. La Finlande. Okay? L'Estonie. Final E, not pronounced. L'Estonie. L'Estonie. La Lettonie. So remember when you get this E and then a double letter like that, T, okay, then you will have to open your E and it will become E, Le, Lettonie. La Lettonie. La Lituanie. Remember in French, sorry, H doesn't exist, okay, so you don't pronounce it, and it's li, tu, a, ni, Lituanie. La Lituanie. Okay, continues. La Pologne. Ñ, again. La Pologne. La République tchèque. So remember, Q-U-E, K, Tchèque. La, and then here as well, République. La République tchèque. Okay, la République tchèque. Chypre. Chypre. So remember, we've got this Y letter here, but then phonetically when you pronounce it, it's like I, okay? Chypre. Okay? Malte. Same thing here, you don't insist on the final E. Malte. Malte. La Slovénie. Remember, you get this E accent aigu here, it's E. Slovénie. Final E, as usual, not pronounced. La Slovénie. Okay? La Hongrie. So remember, H doesn't exist, so you don't pronounce it. So it starts with O-N, on, and then gris. Final E, not pronounced. La Hongrie. La Hongrie. Okay? That's it for the European countries. This was leçon D. I'm definitely losing my voice, sorry about that. But anyway, you can check the other lessons on the channel. So IMAGIERS channel on youtube.com, and then more material can be found at the following address, imagier.net. Okay, have a great day, bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 3, leçon E. And in this lesson, we'll see together les nationalités. So basically I've been making this nationalities lesson based on the previous lesson, so leçon D. Okay, so I definitely invite you to check the leçon D if you want that everything is clear for you. Okay, but then les nationalités, and it's starting right now. La Grèce, Grec, so I will put each time the masculine form for the nationality, Grec, and the feminine form here for the nationality. Okay, so you get the country, la Grèce, and then you get Grec, masculine form, Grec, feminine form. You write them differently, but then if you listen carefully, Grec, Grec, you pronounce them the same way. Okay, le Portugal, Portugais, Portugaise. Okay, so listen carefully. Portugais, Portugaise. The only difference between the two, as usually when we'll have some, nationalities ending with AES, like that, and then the feminine form, es, okay, it will be only in this z sound, the difference between the masculine form and the feminine form, okay? Masculine, Portugais, you don't pronounce the S. Feminine form, Portugaise, you pronounce this Z sound, okay? And then l'Espagne, Espagnol, remember, Espagnol, Espagnol. So you get this final E for the feminine form, but then phonetically it's the same. L'Italie, Italien, Italienne. Remember, when you get this E followed by a double consonant like here, then you will have to open it. Italienne, Italienne. Okay? Le Luxembourg, Luxembourgeois, Luxembourgeois, and then feminine form, Luxembourgeoise. Okay? Same thing here, only difference, joie, joie, joise, z. Okay, you insist on it. Luxembourgeois, masculine form, and then luxembourgeoise, feminine form. Then la France, français, française. Okay, c'est and then seize. Okay, français, française. All right, it continues. Les Pays-Bas, néerlandais, néerlandaise. Néerlandais, néerlandaise. Okay. L'Irlande, irlandais, irlandaise. Le Royaume-Uni, britannique. Okay, only one form, whether it's masculine or feminine, britannique. L'Allemagne, allemand, allemande. Okay, same thing here. Okay, you don't pronounce the final D, but then you pronounce it here for the feminine form. Allemande, d. Okay, allemand, allemande. La Belgique, belge. So only one form here for the masculine and the feminine form. Le Danemark, danois, danoise. Z, okay, insist on that. Danois, don't pronounce the final S. Danoise, here you pronounce it. L'Autriche, autrichien, autrichienne. So same thing here. You get and then double N, you open the E. Autrichienne. Okay? Autrichien, autrichienne. La Suède, suédois, suédoise. Okay? Suédois, suédoise. La Finlande, finlandais, finlandaise. Finlandais, finlandaise. L'Estonie, estonien, estonienne. Same thing here, double N, E, and then you open it. E. Estonienne, estonienne. La Lettonie, letton, lettonne. Letton, lettonne. La Lituanie, lituanien, lituanienne. Same thing here. You open the E. Lituanienne. Okay? Lituanien, lituanienne. La Pologne, polonais, polonaise. Polonais, polonaise. La République tchèque, tchèque. Okay, so here as well, you get only one nationality. So whether for masculine or feminine form, it will be the same. Czech. Okay. Chypre, same thing here. Chypriote. Remember this Y is pronounced like I. Okay. Chypriote. Chypriote. Okay. Malte, maltais, maltaise. So remember, as I said previously, the only difference, es. Maltais, maltaise. La Slovénie, so only one form here, Slovène. Slovène. Remember, E accent grave, you open it, E. Slovène. La Hongrie, hongrois, hongroise. Okay, hongrois, grois, hongroise. Okay, so here final S not pronounced for the masculine form, and then you pronounce it here for the feminine form. Hongrois, hongroise. Okay, well that's it. It was leçon E. Remember that you can follow the other lessons, so whether the previous lessons or the lessons that are coming after here on this channel, IMAGIERS. So it's on youtube.com, and then the website is here. You can find more material there. Okay, have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 3, leçon F. And in this lesson we'll discover les Amériques. Les Amériques. So let's see now. Les États-Unis. Okay, so if we make every links, we'll have it here and then here. Okay, les États-Unis. Les États-Unis. Le Canada. Le Canada. Le Mexique. Le Mexique. Mexique. It's really the X. Huh? Le Mexique. And then remember this Q-U-E, it's only K. Mexique. Okay? Le Brésil. Le Brésil. Okay, you will pronounce the final L here, and then remember accent aigu goes like E. Brésil. Le Brésil. L'Argentine. Okay, so you've got this nasal here. En, l'argent, and then tin, tin. Don't pronounce the final it just gives you the pronunciation of the N, in. L'Argentine, l'Argentine. Le Chili, le Chili. Okay, remember, CH, sh, okay, Chili, le Chili. La Bolivie, okay, final not pronounced, la Bolivie, la Bolivie. Alright, so I assume everything is clear. We can repeat them one more time. Les États-Unis, le Canada, le Mexique, le Brésil, l'Argentine, le Chili, la Bolivie. Okay, and then we'll see now the nationality. So you will see here each time first the masculine form and then the feminine form. Okay, so les États-Unis, américain. So when you talk about the nationality, américain, masculine form, un, américain, and then feminine form, américaine, américaine. Okay, it's really open, this A-I, américaine. Okay. Le Canada, canadien, yin, here, canadien, canadienne, yen. Remember, here you've got double N, so you've got to open the so it will become A, canadienne. Okay. Le Mexique, mexicain, un here, like we had in américain, A-I-N, mexicain, and then mexicaine, mexicaine. Le Brésil, brésilien, yin, brésilien, like we had for canadien, brésilien, feminine form, brésilienne, yen, brésilienne. Okay. And then l'Argentine, argentin, in, gives you this un sound, argentin, okay, and then Argentine, Argentine. Okay, if you look carefully, well, basically the feminine form is the same as the name of the country. Okay. Le Chili, chilien, chilien, yin, chilien, chilienne, chilienne. Okay, and then la Bolivie, bolivien, yin, same, bolivien, and then feminine form, bolivienne, bolivienne. Okay, well, that's it for this lesson. I hope everything was clear for you. You can check on for the next lesson or the previous lessons on YouTube. Here is the name of the channel, IMAGIERS. Okay, and then more material can be found. On at this address, imagier.net. Okay, have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. So this is Unité 3, Leçon G. So let's start now. And in this lesson, we'll discover together le verbe attendre. So attendre means to wait, okay? So it belongs to the third group of verbs, so not the regular one, the irregular. So that's the reason why it's quite important to take a few minutes to discover together the way to conjugate this verb at the present form, okay? So let's see now how it will go. So the first form will be j'attends, j'attends, okay? You get D and S, well, basically you don't pronounce them, okay? And then you get only the sound attends, nasal here, en, j'attends, okay? Second form, tu attends, okay? You can see that, well, it is exactly the same one, so same way to pronounce it. Attend, okay? Il attend, elle attend. So the only difference between this one, so this il form and the tu or je form, Okay, if you want to write, it's just that if you look carefully, you don't have the final S here, okay? But then basically, if you want to only pronounce or only speak, then, well, it's exactly the same way to pronounce these forms, okay? J'attends, tu attends, il attend, elle attend, okay? But then, nous is coming here, all right? And then we've got the classic ending for nous, so O-N-S, okay? You don't pronounce the S, so you get only this on sound, okay? Attendons, nous attendons, so we'll make the link between the two, la liaison. Nous attendons, nous attendons. Vous form, same thing, classic ending for vous, EZ, okay? When you combine the two, you get the sound et, okay? Vous attendez, attendez, okay? Let's put here the liaison, the link. Vous attendez, vous attendez, okay? And the last one, same thing, classic ending for il, elle at the plural form, ENT, but then you don't pronounce them. Ils attendent, okay? So remember, you get to pronounce this, d at the end, okay? Elles attendent, all right? If you make the link, ils attendent, elles attendent, okay? So let's read them. J'attends, tu attends, il attend, elle attend, nous attendons, vous attendez, ils attendent, elles attendent. Okay? So I've been making few sentences just to show you how it works, or the meaning. J'attends le train. So le train, the train, I wait, okay? I wait for the train, but then j'attends le train, okay? Tu attends avec moi. So you wait, and then avec means with, moi, me. You wait with me. Tu attends avec moi. Il attend sa femme. Okay, remember, sa, it's the possessive, his in that case, and then femme, wife. Il attend sa femme. Nous attendons tranquillement. Nous attendons tranquillement. So here, I wanted to show you how it could work if you put this tranquillement. So tranquillement is quietly, and it's an adverb. Okay, it's ending with ment like that, which is one of the classic ending for the adverbs. We'll have the time to see that a bit later. But then, yeah, quietly is tranquillement. Nous attendons tranquillement. So basically you put this adverb after your verb, okay? Nous attendons tranquillement. Vous attendez les enfants. Okay, children, les enfants. Vous attendez les enfants. Elles attendent votre réponse. Réponse, answer, and then remember, votre, it's the possessive, your. Elles attendent votre réponse. Okay, so I will read them one more time, and I will read them at my normal speed. Okay, just for you to get used. Because I've been reading them quite slowly when we were just we were covering them previously. Okay, so j'attends le train, tu attends avec moi, il attend sa femme, nous attendons tranquillement, vous attendez les enfants, elles attendent votre réponse. Well, that's it. Next lessons and previous lessons are there, youtube.com/IMAGIERS, so that's the name of the channel, and then the website is here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 3, leçon H, and in this lesson we'll discover together le verbe répondre. Répondre means to answer, so it's quite useful. And then, well, it belongs to the third group of verbs, so we'll see how to conjugate this verb répondre at the present form. So let's see now the first form. Je réponds. Je réponds. Okay, so you can see that D and S here are not pronounced. Je réponds. Okay. Tu réponds. Well, the same form. Okay, exactly the same form, so the same pronunciation. Tu réponds. Il répond. So, final D is not pronounced. You will only have this on nasal sound at the end. Répond. Elle répond. Okay? So, je réponds, tu réponds, il répond, elle répond. Okay? So far, only one way to pronounce it. Alright? Then, of course, for nous, we've got the normal and classic ending ONS. Okay? Don't pronounce the final S. You only pronounce this on sound. So you get répondons. Nous répondons. Nous répondons. Okay? And then classic ending for vous as well. EZ. Okay? Remember, you combine these two letters, you get the sound E. So, répondez. Vous répondez. Vous répondez. Okay? And then the last persons here. Ils répondent. So same thing here, classic ending, ENT, but then you don't pronounce it. Okay? Répondent. Répondent. Ils répondent. Elles répondent. Okay, so let's see all the form one more time. Je réponds, tu réponds, il répond, elle répond, nous répondons, vous répondez, ils répondent, elles répondent. All right? So, it was a short one. It's leçon H. Don't be shy and don't be afraid to check and to continue your French learning. Okay, leçon I will be online and it's right here. Okay, and if you want more material, then there is the website IMAGIERS.net. Okay, have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous. Hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 3, leçon I, and in this lesson we'll discover together les pronoms te et vous. So the pronouns te, well, you, et vous. Vous is you as well, okay? Difference between the two. This is the singular form and this is the plural form, okay? So let's see how it goes. So les pronoms te et vous. Okay, so let's see a few examples with the te. Okay, so the rule in French goes like that. When you put some pronouns, you will have to put them always before the verb. Okay, so if you look at this sentence, the first one, for instance, so you get this je, so subject, I, okay, then you get this regarde, so that's the verb, okay, to look, to watch, okay, and then te, and te is you. Okay, so in English you will put this te after the verb, okay, so like I look at you, I watch you, okay, but anyway it's coming after. In French it will always come before the verb, okay, je te regarde, okay, je te regarde. All right, second example here. Nous te parlons. Remember, parler is to talk. So parlons is the form for nous. Okay. Nous te parlons. Okay. So if you want to translate these sentences, it would be we talk to you. Okay. Nous te parlons. Okay. And then last example for te, okay, and I did choose on purpose a verb inviter, to invite, okay, and if you look carefully, it starts with a vowel, I in that case, okay, and as usual in French, you know, when you get this and then another vowel, well, basically the will have to disappear, and then you will put it like that. Elle t'invite. Elle t'invite. So, she invites you, okay? Elle t'invite. All right? So, remember the pronouns here, okay, must be placed before the verb, okay? And it will be exactly the same thing for the vous pronoun, okay? So let's have a few examples here. Nous vous admirons. So we admire you, okay? But then remember, it must be before the verb. Nous vous admirons. So now I will read it normally and make this little link here, this little liaison. Nous vous admirons. Nous vous admirons. Okay? And then you should really be careful, because a common mistake is usually to have a look at the order of the sentence. Nous vous admirons. Okay? And then think that just because vous is before the verb, okay, it must be the subject. Okay, it's not. Okay, in that case, we do agree that nous is the subject. Nous admirons. Okay, we admire you. Nous vous admirons. Okay, elle vous téléphone. Téléphoner is to call. Okay, or to phone. Téléphoner. Elle vous téléphone. Elle vous téléphone. Je vous écris. Okay? Écrire means to write. Okay? So I write to you. Je vous écris. I will make this little liaison between the two. Je vous écris. Okay? So I will read them one more time. Je te regarde. Nous te parlons. Elle t'invite. Nous vous admirons. Elle vous téléphone. Je vous écris. Okay, so remember these pronouns, and then we'll make other lessons for the pronouns, because they are used quite much in French. But then that's a rule. That's a rule that the pronouns will always come before the verb. Okay, so remember that, because it will be quite useful for you. That's it for this lesson. It was lesson leçon I, and then you can check for the next lesson on YouTube. The name of the channel is IMAGIERS, and the website is here. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous. Hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 3, leçon J. And in this lesson we'll see, let me click on it. Hier, yesterday, aujourd'hui, today, demain, tomorrow. Okay? Hier, yesterday, aujourd'hui, today, demain, tomorrow. So let's see now. Hier, so yesterday. Hier matin. Matin is morning. Okay? So yesterday morning will go in French like hier matin. Hier matin. Okay? Après-midi means afternoon. Hier après-midi. Yesterday afternoon. Hier après-midi. Hier après-midi. All right? And then soir, evening. Hier soir. Hier soir. Okay, so let's repeat that. Hier. Hier matin. Hier après-midi. Hier soir. Okay? So now, aujourd'hui. Today. Aujourd'hui. ce matin. So we put here this this matin, morning, this morning, ce matin. Cet après-midi, this afternoon, cet après-midi, cet après-midi. Ce soir, so soir, evening, this evening, ce soir, ce soir. All right? And then, demain, so tomorrow. Demain matin, tomorrow morning. Demain matin. Demain après-midi, tomorrow afternoon. Demain après-midi. Demain soir. Demain soir. Tomorrow evening. Demain soir. So one more time. Hier. Hier matin. Hier après-midi. Hier soir. Aujourd'hui. Ce matin. Cet après-midi. Ce soir. Demain. Demain matin. Demain après-midi. Demain soir. It doesn't look like much, okay, but it's really, really useful, okay? So take the time and make sure that everything is clear in this lesson, okay? It was leçon J, okay? Check out for the next lesson, and it's on YouTube, and it's here, the name of the channel, and the website is here if you want more material, okay? Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. So this is Unité 3, leçon K. And in this lesson, so we'll continue with the numbers a little bit because we've been making a break. We stopped in Unité 2, okay? And now we'll continue from 50, de 50 à 75 till 75, de 50 à 75. So let's see how they go. 50, 50. 51, 51, 52, 52, 53, 53, 54, 54, 55, 55, 56, 56, 57, 57, 58, 58, 59, 59, 60, 60, 61, 61, 62, 62, 63, 63, 64, 64, 65, 65, 66, 66, 67, 67, 68, 68, 69, 69. And that's normally when my students, when I'm in class with them, start to look at me like they would like to kill me, because now we're getting to the tricky point in French, okay? So have a look here. Now we've got this 70, of course. But then in French, it's a bit more tricky because you take back the 60, and then you will add the 10. Okay, so for this 70 session here, you will have to use this 60 and then 10. And so all the numbers from 10 to 19, you will have to put them right here after. Okay, so let's see how it goes. 70, 70, 71, 71. Okay, so you can see here now. 60, 60, and then 11, 11. 71. 72, 72. Same thing here. 60 and then 12. Okay. 73, 73. 74, 74. 75, 75. Okay, so we won't go further, not to be more traumatized, because I've got some nice surprises after that as well. Okay, so remember that well, till 70, well, it's quite not easy, because it's always difficult to remember the numbers, but still it's not that tricky. Okay, so remember that for 70 here, so from 70 to 79, you will have to use this 60, so 60, and then the numbers from 10 to 19. Okay, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, etc. So we'll see the rest in a coming lesson. So that's the reason why it's really important to master and to know by heart all the numbers, well, at least from 1 to 10, and then after that from 10 to 20, because these from 10 to 19, we will use them for these 70, and then, as I said, it will come a bit later. We'll have to use them as well for the 90. Okay, so that's it for now. Have a nice day. Well, check for the next lesson. It's on YouTube. The channel is IMAGIERS, and that the website is here as well. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. So this is Unité 3, leçon L, okay? And in this lesson, well, we'll continue and we'll finish with the numbers. So in the previous lessons, we saw the numbers from 50 to 75. And if you remember carefully, it was a bit tricky from 70 to 75, okay? So now what we'll do, we'll go to till 100, and then we'll see all the well, tricky and irregular forms, okay? So if you remember, when we stopped, it was here, okay? So 75. In French, we'll have to use this 60, so 60, okay? And then after that, you will have to put this 15. Okay, so remember, from 70 to 79, it will work the same way. So you will have to put this 60 and then the numbers from 10 to 19 after. Sorry, yeah, 19, yes. Okay, so in that case it's 75, 75, okay, 60, and then 15, okay. Next one, 76, okay, so 60 and 16, okay, 76, all right. 77, 77, 78, 78, 79, 79, and then 80. Okay, so for 80 it's 80, 80, all right. 81, 81, 82, 82, 83, 83, 84, 84, 85, 85, 86, 86, 87, 87, 88, 88, 89, 89. And now for 90, well, basically it would be the same thing as we had for 70. So you will take this 80, 80, and then you will add the numbers from 10 to 19 after. So 90, and then 91, so 91, so remember 80, 80, and then 11, 11, 91, 92, 92, 93, 93, 94, 94, 95, 95, 96, 96, 97, 97, 98, 98, 99, 99, and the last one, 100. Remember, final T not pronounced. 100. Okay? That's it for this lesson. Well, I hope you're not traumatized by the numbers. Check for the next lesson, and it's on youtube.com/IMAGIERS, or then the website is here if you want more material. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous. Hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. So this is Unité 3, leçon M. And in this lesson, we'll discover this parce que form. So parce que means because, okay, and it's really useful. So we'll see how to use it, okay. So parce que here. So the first use of parce que is when you want to introduce the reason, okay. So we've got two examples here. Il ne mange pas tout de suite, okay. So here you've got the negative form, remember, ne, and then pas. Manger means to eat. Il ne mange pas, so he doesn't eat. Tout de suite, well, basically it means right now. Parce qu'il, okay, préfère attendre. So in that case, because he prefers to wait. Il préfère attendre. Okay? Préférer, to prefer. And then here you can see that attendre is to wait. Second verb, okay? And then you should put it like here at the infinitive form, so the basic form of the verb, okay? Il ne mange pas tout de suite parce qu'il préfère attendre. Okay? Second example, nous allons dehors. Aller is to go, dehors, outside. Nous allons dehors, so we go outside. Parce que, so because. Nous voulons marcher. Vouloir, to want. Marcher, to walk. Nous voulons marcher. We want to walk. Okay? Nous allons dehors parce que nous voulons marcher. Okay? And then the second option to use this parce que is when you want to introduce the cause, la cause. Okay? Example here. Il prend son parapluie. Parapluie, umbrella. Prendre is to take. Il prend son, his. So he's taking his umbrella. Il prend son parapluie parce qu'il pleut. Pleuvoir, to rain. It rains. Il pleut. Il prend son parapluie parce qu'il pleut. Okay? And then, second example. Il appelle le garagiste parce que sa voiture ne démarre pas. Okay? Appeler is to call. Garagiste is this nice person that will fix your car if it's broken or if it doesn't start, like in this example. Okay? Parce que sa voiture, voiture is car, sa voiture, possessive, his car, and then ne pas, so you get the negative form here, and démarrer is to start. Il appelle le garagiste parce que sa voiture ne démarre pas. So because his car doesn't start. Okay? Il appelle le garagiste parce que sa voiture ne démarre pas. All right? So you can see the two main way of using this parce que. So the first one, the reason. In that case, well, it's something that refers to the person. Okay? Actually, in that case, he doesn't eat because he prefers to wait, and then we go outside because we want. Okay? And then the second possibility, when you talking about la cause, in that case, something that doesn't really, it's not the results of what someone is doing, but it's raining in that case, and then the car doesn't start. It doesn't really, it's not the result of the action of someone. Okay? So that's the two main use of parce que. Okay? I hope it was clear, and it was leçon M, so check out for the next lesson on YouTube, and it's IMAGIERS, the name of the channel, and then the website is here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 3, leçon N. So let's discover now what we'll see in this lesson, and we'll work on le Moyen-Orient, the Middle East. Okay, let's start. Le Moyen-Orient. So it's interesting here because normally if you would have only this word here, you would pronounce it moyen, moyen. Okay, but then as you've got this vowel after, okay, you get to make the liaison between the two. Le Moyen-Orient, Moyen-Orient. Okay, let's start now. Israël, Israël. La Palestine, la Palestine. Le Liban, le Liban. La Jordanie, la Jordanie. Okay, so let's repeat them one more time. Le Moyen-Orient, Israël, la Palestine, le Liban, la Jordanie. Okay, and now we'll see the nationalities. Okay, so Israel, and then I will put the masculine form here and the feminine form here. Israélien, Israélien, so masculine form, and then feminine form. Israélienne, Israélienne, okay? Yen, yen, okay? And then Palestinien, Palestinien, feminine form. Palestinienne, Palestinienne. Le Liban, Libanais, Libanais, Libanaise, okay? Z, Libanais, libanaise. And then Jordanie, jordanien, jordanienne. Okay, yen, yen. Jordanien, jordanienne. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Israël, israélien, israélienne. La Palestine, palestinien, palestinienne. Le Liban, libanais, libanaise. La Jordanie, jordanien, jordanienne. Okay, and that's it for this lesson. So remember that I've been making quite many lessons on YouTube, and then you can check them on this channel here, IMAGIERS, and then more material on the website. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 3, leçon O. I hope you're ready, because we'll see l'Extrême-Orient, so Far East, l'Extrême-Orient. So let's discover that together. So Far East in French, we will say l'Extrême-Orient, l'Extrême-Orient. Le Japon, le Japon. La Chine, la Chine, la Chine. L'Inde. So remember, you get this nasal here form, IN1. L'Inde, l'Inde. Le Pakistan, le Pakistan. Hong Kong, Hong Kong. Okay, so let's see everything one more time here. L'Extrême-Orient, le Japon, la Chine, l'Inde, le Pakistan, Hong Kong. Okay, and now for the nationalities. So each time I will put the masculine form and the feminine form. Okay, le Japon, japonais, japonaise. Okay, so the only difference is there, est, aise. Japonais, japonaise. La Chine, chinois. So it's really this wa 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 sound, remember? Chinois, chinoise, z z, was, chinoise. So chinois, chinoise. L'Inde, indien, yen, indien, indienne. So remember this double N, you open it, indienne. Le Pakistan, pakistanais, pakistanaise. Hong Kong, chinois de Hong Kong, chinoise de Hong Kong. So let's see them one more time. Le Japon, japonais, japonaise. La Chine, chinois, chinoise. L'Inde, indien, indienne. Le Pakistan, pakistanais, pakistanaise. Hong Kong, chinois de Hong Kong, chinoise de Hong Kong. That's it for now. The channel is here and the website is here. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, Unité 3, leçon P. And it's an important lesson because we'll discover together, let's see now, le verbe pronominal. So, what is le verbe pronominal? So first we'll take an example. Regarder, to look, to watch, okay? And then, se regarder. In that case, it would be to look at oneself. Okay, so that's the important thing about this verb pronominal. Le verb pronominal will be constructed all the time with this se before the verb. Se regarder, okay? And this se will basically change the meaning of the verb, because regarder, to look, to watch, se regarder, to look at oneself, okay? So we'll take an example. So if we take the regarder verb, okay? So normally you will construct this sentence: Je regarde la télévision, okay? I watch the television. Je regarde la télévision, okay? But then if you use this se regarder, so as I said, to look at oneself, in that case, je me regarde. Alright, so you will have to add this me thing here before the verb. Je me regarde. Okay, so let's see how we will conjugate this verb at the present form. Je me regarde. Tu te regardes. Il se regarde. Elle se regarde. Nous nous regardons. Vous, vous regardez. Il se regarde. Elle se regarde. So now you can see that you've got to add these me, te, se, nous, vous, se before the verb when you conjugate it. Okay? Let's take another example. Appeler, to call. Okay? And then the important thing in that case is that, as usual, you know, appeler is starting with a vowel. A here. And it does mean that, as usual in French, normally we should have this se, but then e will disappear and it will look like that. S'appeler. So appeler, to call, and then s'appeler, to call oneself. Okay, so let's see how we will conjugate this verb. Je m'appelle. So same thing here, the e that we had previously disappeared. Je m'appelle. So remember, that's normally the verb that you use when you introduce yourself. Like I call myself, so my name is, of course, but then in French it's like I call myself. Okay, je m'appelle. Tu t'appelles. Tu t'appelles. Il s'appelle. Elle s'appelle. Nous nous appelons. Okay, so I will make the liaison. Nous nous appelons. Vous vous appelez. Il s'appelle. Elle s'appelle. Sorry. So if you look carefully here as well, so you will have to add this m, t, s, okay, and then nous, vous, s, okay. So remember, it's just because the verb is starting with a vowel. It would be the same if the verb would start with the letter h plus a vowel, because we don't pronounce h, so that's the reason why. My God, I'm losing my voice. Let's hope I will finish. Be careful, because in some cases when you will add this se in front of the verb, then le sens, so the meaning of the verb, will change. So I will put a few examples here. Trouver is to find, okay, and then se trouver means to be, être. Okay, trouver, to find, but then se trouver is to be, être. Passer, to pass, se passer, avoir lieu, so to take place. Se passer, to take place. Passer, to pass. Okay? And then mettre, to put. Se mettre, well, it's to start. Commencer, to start something. Okay? So remember, trouver, to find. Se trouver, être, so to be. Passer, to pass. Se passer, avoir lieu, to take place. Mettre, to put. Se mettre, commencer, to start something. Okay? That's it. I did survive it. So it was the last lesson of Unité 3. Okay? Unité 4 will come, and when it will come, it will be there on this channel, IMAGIERS, on youtube.com. And then the website is here, okay? Feel free to send me some comments if you want some special things, or then tell me that you've been appreciating or not the lessons. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 4, Leçon A. So let's see what we'll discover in this lesson. And we'll work on something really important that we call le futur proche. So basically, if you want to translate it directly, it would be the near future. So what is le futur proche exactly? It's the possibility that we have in French and in other languages to construct basically a future with aller at the present form followed by the infinitive, so the basic form of the verb. Okay, so like in English you would say I am going to travel, for instance. In French we would say je vais voyager. Okay, so remember, first aller, that you conjugate at the present form, and then you will put your verb at the infinitive form. Okay, so first, of course, we did introduce the verb aller and the way to conjugate it, but still I think that it is really important to see how it goes. So we will see one more time the conjugation of aller at the present form. Okay, first person here, je vais. Remember, final S not pronounced. Je vais. Okay, tu vas. Same thing here, final S not pronounced. Tu vas. Il, elle va. Nous allons. Final S not pronounced, and then when you get this ON combination, you get this nasal on, really in your nose, okay? On. And then let's make this little liaison here to make it sound more beautiful. Nous allons. Nous allons. Okay? Same thing here. Vous allez. Vous allez. Alright? Remember, classic ending for vous, Z, okay? But then when you combine these two letters, you get the sound E. Okay? Aller. And then vous allez. Alright? And the last persons. Ils, elles vont. Ils vont. Elles vont. Okay, remember, final T not pronounced, so you get this ON nasal here. On vont. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Je vais. Tu vas. Il va. Elle va. Nous allons. Vous allez. Ils vont. Elles vont. Okay, so that's the first part that we will use to construct this futur proche, okay? And then the second part will be, well, the verb that you want to express, but at the infinitive form. So I've been writing few examples here. So the first sentence, je vais voyager. Voyager means to travel. Avec, with, ma famille, my family. Je vais voyager avec ma famille. Okay? So, quite simple way to construct a future form. Tu vas chercher, chercher means to search, une nouvelle maison. Okay, une nouvelle, nouvelle, it's the feminine form of the adjective nouveau, new, okay, because maison, house, as you can see here, is feminine, so une nouvelle maison, a new house. Tu vas chercher une nouvelle maison. Okay? And then, il, elle, va partir. Partir is to leave. Okay? Pour means for. Pour un an. 1 year. Un an. Okay? So I will make the liaison just to make it more normal after. Okay, but I just want to divide here. Un an. Okay? So let's read it normally now. Il va partir pour un an. Okay, so you can hear that now I make this link between the two. Un an. Un an. So no break between the two. Un an. Okay? Il va partir pour un an. Elle va partir pour un an. Okay? Then for nous. Nous allons chanter. Chanter means to sing. Okay? Cette chanson. So remember, cette feminine form of ce, this. Okay? Chanson, song. And as chanson is feminine, so you should put this form here at the feminine. This. Okay? Nous allons chanter cette chanson. Nous allons chanter cette chanson. And then for vous, vous allez adorer. So adorer, to adore, to love a lot. Ce film. Okay? So you see now this. Okay? But then it's the masculine form because film here is masculine. Ce film, this movie. Okay? Vous allez adorer ce film. Vous allez adorer ce film. And the last one. Ils vont boire. Boire is to drink. Un café. A coffee. Ils vont boire un café. Elles vont boire un café. Okay, so let's repeat everything again. Je vais voyager avec ma famille. Tu vas chercher une nouvelle maison. Il va partir pour un an. Elle va partir pour un an. Nous allons chanter cette chanson. Vous allez adorer ce film. Ils vont boire un café. Elles vont boire un café. Alright? So now you know how to construct this futur proche form. Remember that really the verb aller is quite important, so you should definitely know it by heart. Okay, but then it was leçon A. Remember that you can check for the next lesson right here, okay, on YouTube, and the channel is IMAGIERS, and then the website here, imagier.net. You can find more material. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon B. And in this lesson, we'll try to work on le genre des mots, so the gender of the words, because normally that's something a bit difficult for students to know or to remember the gender of the words. So normally what I tell them is to try to memorize, try to remember the gender when they discover or when they see a new word, but I know it's not easy. Okay, so in this lesson we'll try to see actually a few endings that give you some useful tips, and we'll focus only on the feminine words, and we'll start right now. Sorry. So when you see words that are ending with this ION, so you can be almost. This is quite important. Never say always when you talk about French language, because you always find some exceptions. Okay, so I won't say always. I will say in most of the cases. Okay, when they end with ion. Okay, in most of the cases they will be feminine. Okay, so for instance here, la libération, or then la nation. Okay. Other ending is t. So when a word is finishing or ending with t, like that, la rapidité. Rapidité means speed, and then la santé, health. Okay. In this case, you can be almost sure that these words will be feminine. Okay. When they're ending with ure, ur. Okay. La peinture, paint. La voiture, car. Okay, so they are feminine. And then when they're ending with s, like that, s, s, e. So for instance, la politesse, la vitesse. Vitesse means speed. Okay, so these words are feminine, and these endings are classical ending for feminine form. Okay, so let's see them one more time. La libération, la nation, la rapidité, la santé, la peinture, la voiture, la politesse, la vitesse. Okay, so let's see a few more. So still for the feminine form. So when you will have a word ending with this double T, et, okay, for instance, la chaussette, la roulette, so they will be feminine. Okay, chaussette means sock, and then roulette, well, it's the same, the thing you will find in casinos. And then when they're ending with ie, like here, okay, so basically you don't pronounce the okay, so it will be only the sound i. Okay, for instance, la vie, life. Okay, la partie, the part. Okay, so they will be feminine as well. Okay, and then words ending with accent aigu, and then here. Okay, remember this final is not pronounced, so you will have this e. Remember, accent aigu, it's e sound. Okay, la poupée, the doll. L'arrivée, the arrival. Okay, la poupée, l'arrivée. So feminine as well. In that case, remember that normally it should be la arrivée, but as arrivée, as usual, you know, start with a vowel, then a is disappearing, and then you just put this apostrophe. Okay, and then words ending with ud, like that, ude, ud, okay, are normally, in most of the cases, feminine. La gratitude, well, if my understanding is correct, it is exactly the same in English. La gratitude, and then same thing here, latitude. Latitude. Okay, so let's repeat them one more time. La chaussette, la roulette, la vie, la partie, la poupée, l'arrivée, la gratitude, latitude. Okay, I know it's not the key, it's not the magic key that will help you forever and that will give you all the time the correct gender of the words, but still you've got some tips now. Okay, it was leçon B. Okay, remember that I've been doing many lessons, so they can be found there on youtube.com/imagier. Okay, and then the website is here, imagier.net. You can find more material there. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, Leçon C, and the good news is that I'm recovering my voice little by little. In this lesson, we'll discover together l'article partitif. So what's l'article partitif? Well, basically it's when you want to say that you want some sugar, for instance. So you don't want to specify the quantity. Okay, just want to say that you want some, but you don't want to say 1, 2, 3. Okay, then as usual, we will have the difference between the masculine form and the feminine form. Okay, so for the masculine form, it will be du. Okay, du. Simple thing, D, U. This is U, this is D. Du. Alright? And then for the feminine form, it will be de la. Okay? De la. Alright? Masculine form, du. Feminine form, de la. Alright? Let's see a few examples now. Je bois. Boire is to drink. Okay, so je bois du café. Alright? So you can see the difference here. It would be possible to say je bois un café. Okay? In that case, you would translate it je bois un café by I drink one coffee or I drink a coffee. Okay? In that case, when you put this du café, so first you put the masculine form because café is masculine, okay? And then you want to say, you don't want to specify the quantity. You want to say, I drink some coffee, okay? Je bois du café, okay? The other option as well would be to say, je bois le café. So if you want to put this article défini, but then you would have to put more information after. Le café de ma mère, the coffee of my mother, if you want. Okay, so in that case, in this lesson, we'll only focus on l'article partitif, so it's some. Okay, je bois du café. All right, let's see another option. Tu voudrais. So I wanted to introduce this voudrais form. Okay, so it's coming from vouloir. Vouloir is to want. Okay, but then it's not the present form here. The classic present form, it's the conditionnel form, okay? So it's the polite form that normally we should use. So I would like to have, you know, you don't say tu veux, you don't say you want, because it is too strong and too direct. So normally we tend to use this conditionnel form. So tu voudrais, you would like to have. And then salade, okay, and it's feminine, so you should put the feminine form of this partitif, so de la salade, so some salad, okay. Tu voudrais de la salade. All right. Let's see another example here. Nous mangeons, so manger is to eat, okay, and that's the form for nous, okay. Nous mangeons du gâteau. Gâteau is cake, okay, and it's masculine, so du gâteau. We eat some cake. Vous voulez, okay, so vouloir again, all right, to want, okay, but here it's the present form, okay. Do you want? Vous voulez du fromage, cheese, du fromage, so some cheese. And it's a question. Vous voulez du fromage? Okay. And the last example here. So I've been putting this il y a. We'll see that a bit later in this unit, but it will come. Il y a means there is. Okay. Il y a, there is. Okay. Il y a de la neige. Neige is snow. Okay. Par terre, on the ground. Par terre. So there is snow on the ground. Il y a de la neige par terre. Okay, so let's repeat all these sentences. The first one, je bois du café. Second one, tu voudrais de la salade. Nous mangeons du gâteau. Vous voulez du fromage? It's a question, so I've been insisting a little bit too much maybe. Let's do it one more time. Vous voulez du fromage? And the last one, il y a de la neige par terre. All right? So I hope it was clear. Remember, it's quite important, this article partitif, and well, it's not that difficult. I can tell you that because normally my students tend to understand and use it quite easily, so no problem for you, don't worry. Check out for the next lesson and the previous lessons as well. They're on youtube.com/imagier here, and then the website is here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon D. And in this lesson we'll discover together pourquoi, why. Pourquoi, why. Okay? So, if you ask a question with pourquoi, why, normally the answer that you will have will start with whether parce que, because, okay, or then pour plus one verb at the infinitive form, so the basic form, okay? So whether parce que, and then you just start a sentence, or then pour plus a verb at the infinitive form, okay? Let's see now some examples. First question, pourquoi es-tu ici? Pourquoi es-tu ici? Okay, ici means here. Es-tu, are you? Why are you here? Pourquoi es-tu ici? So the first answer, parce que, so because, je suis invité, I am invited, by Nicolas. Because I am invited by Nicolas. Parce que je suis invité par Nicolas. Okay, so normally when you start with the parce que, so you want to express the reason why, okay? Parce que je suis invité par Nicolas. Alright? And then, other option would be pour passer la soirée. So in that case, passer should be translated like spend, okay? Pour, to spend, pour passer la soirée, the evening, avec, with, vous, you. Pour passer la soirée avec vous, to spend the evening with you. And in that case, when you will start your answer with pour, okay? So you will express what will you will do after that, okay? Pour passer la soirée avec vous, okay? And in that case, parce que, you want to introduce the reason why, okay? So that's the way we will construct answers when you will ask a question with pourquoi, okay? I hope it was clear. It was a short one, but still quite useful, okay? And it was leçon D, so you can find the next lesson there at IMAGIERS, so that's the name of the channel on YouTube, and then the website is here, okay? Have a great day, bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon E, and in this lesson we'll try to answer this question, où est le cube? Where is the cube? Où est le cube? Okay, so let's see that together. So here, first situation, here, okay, so this is le cube and this is le cylindre, okay, so just to make it clear, because that's the things we'll use to introduce, well, the prepositions. Le cube est sur le cylindre. So you can see it's on, okay, so sur le cylindre, okay, and there is contact here, okay, it's quite important. Second option, same thing, but it's basically under here. Le cube est sous le cylindre, okay, le cube est sous le cylindre. Don't pronounce the final S, and then this OU combination of vowels is pronounced OU, okay? Sous, sous. Le cube est sous le cylindre. Alright? Then, Here, no contact, and that's really important, okay? Le cube est au-dessus du cylindre. So let's repeat it. Le cube est au-dessus, final S not pronounced here, au-dessus du cylindre. Okay? Then, same situation, sorry, but then the opposite, so it's here and no contact here. You can see no contact. Le cube est au-dessous du cylindre. Okay? Au-dessous, final S not pronounced, du cylindre. Le cube est au-dessous du cylindre. Alright? So here, I've been putting the plural form because we've got two here. Les cubes sont à côté du cylindre. So next to, okay? Les cubes sont à côté du cylindre. Le cube est à gauche du cylindre. Okay, gauche, left. On the left of le cylindre. Le cube est à gauche du cylindre. Okay, then the next one. Droite, obviously it's right, on the right. Le cube est à droite du cylindre. Le cube est à droite du cylindre. Okay? In front of. Le cube est devant le cylindre. Le cube est devant le cylindre. And now, behind, it's not possible to see it, that's the reason why. Le cube est derrière, so behind, le cylindre. Le cube est derrière le cylindre. So I've been taking away the color just to show you that it's inside, okay? So in, le cube est dans, so in, le cylindre. Le cube est dans le cylindre. That's it. Take the time to watch it one more time if it's not clear for you. It was leçon E. Remember that the next lesson can be found on YouTube, and it's the name of the channel here, IMAGIERS, or then the website imagier.net if you want more material. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon F. And in this lesson, we'll discover les adverbes de lieu. So really useful, and we're starting right now. So the first one that we'll see, so I've been putting each time the English first and then the French version here. Okay, so here. So I won't read the English one. I will focus on the French one if that's okay with you. Ici. Ici. Okay. Then là. So remember you've got this accent, but well, you don't pronounce it. Okay, so it's là. Là. Oops. Là-bas. Là-bas. Remember final S not pronounced. Là-bas. Loin. Loin. So remember when you get this combination O-I-N, it's ouin, 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 okay? Loin. Alright? So let's see them one more time. Ici, là, là-bas, loin. Okay? Devant. Final T not pronounced. Devant. Devant. Derrière. So if you look carefully, you've got E here and then double R, so it will open the sound of this E, and you should pronounce it E, okay? Derrière. Same thing here. You've got this E accent grave, E. derrière. Okay, don't pronounce the final E. Derrière. Okay. Final S not pronounced. Dessus. 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 Dessous. Dessous. Final S not pronounced here. Dessous. Okay, so let's repeat them. Devant, derrière, dessus, dessous. Okay? Dedans. Final S not pronounced. Dedans. Dedans. Dehors. Okay, so remember, final S not pronounced, and then this H in French doesn't exist phonetically, so you don't pronounce it. Dehors. 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 En haut. En haut. Okay, final T not pronounced, and then this H as previously, you don't pronounce it, so this is O. En haut. En haut. En haut. En bas. Final S not pronounced. En bas. En bas. Okay? Quelque part. Don't pronounce the final T. Quelque part. Quelque part. Autre part. Autre part. Autre part. Ailleurs. Look, final S not pronounced, and then you've got this y sound. Ailleurs. Okay, so I insist a little bit too much maybe, but still, let's read it normally now. Ailleurs. Ailleurs. Okay? Autour. 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 Okay, so repeat them one more time. Quelque part. Autre part, ailleurs, autour. So now you are well equipped with l'adverbe de lieu. Okay, it was leçon F. If you want to check for the next lesson, it's here, youtube.com/imagier, or then the website is here as well, imagier.net, if you want more material. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon G. And in this lesson, we'll try to see together how to express, comment exprimer l'obligation. So when you must do something, well, there is a verb for that, to express must, and this is falloir. Falloir. Okay, falloir. And then you will have two options. The first one will be il faut. So you get to remember that falloir is what we call verb impersonnel. Okay, because there is only one form, and it's il, third person of the singular. Il faut. Okay, so je, tu, nous, vous, etc. They don't exist for falloir. It's only il. Okay, il faut, and then the verb coming after will be at the infinitive. Okay, so that's the way to express to must. Okay, and then, or to have to if you want, il faut. Okay, same form, but then you will add after that un nom, a noun. Okay, so whether a verb at the infinitive form or then a noun. So we'll see a few examples now. So the first scénario, as we would say in French, is falloir plus infinitif. Okay, so here, il faut respecter les règles. All right, il faut respecter, so to respect, les règles, the rules. Il faut respecter les règles. All right, and then another option. So I've been putting here and here the two parts of the negative form. Il ne faut pas fumer, fumer is to smoke, ici, here. Il ne faut pas fumer ici. Okay, so now we'll see the way it works with noun, a noun. And here, for instance, il faut. So still il faut, remember, as I said, it's only il faut, so it's a verbe impersonnel, okay? Une carte d'identité. Il faut une carte d'identité. Second example here. Il faut un parapluie, umbrella, un parapluie, car, because, il pleut. It's raining. It rains. Il faut un parapluie, car il pleut. Alright? So, it was short and I hope clear. It was Unité 4, leçon G. Remember that here, that's the name of the channel, IMAGIERS on YouTube. You can find the next lessons, of course, and then the previous lessons. And if you go on the website, you can find more material. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous. Hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon H. And in this lesson, we'll discover les adjectifs ordinaux. Les adjectifs ordinaux, so in English it would be first, second, third, fourth, etc., etc. So we'll see how they go in French. And so we'll start with the first, okay? And as usual in French, remember, we've got the difference between the masculine form and the feminine form, okay? So each time we'll have here and here the masculine form and the feminine form. Here, that's the way you can see them written when you get to make them short, okay? So they can be written like that, okay? So we'll pronounce them. Le premier, so the first, le premier, la première. Le premier, la première. Okay? Then, le deuxième, la deuxième. So in that case, it's only the le and la that will be different because deuxième will be the same if you look at them. Okay? Then, same thing here. Le troisième, la troisième. Le troisième, la troisième. Okay? Le quatrième, la quatrième. Le quatrième, la quatrième. Le cinquième, la cinquième. Le cinquième, la cinquième. Le sixième, la sixième. Le sixième, la sixième. Le septième, so remember we don't pronounce this P here. Le septième, la septième. Okay? Le huitième, remember H doesn't exist. Huitième, huitième, la huitième. Le neuvième, neuvième, so it's V here, remember, vième, la neuvième. Le neuvième, la neuvième. Le dixième, so remember, even if you've got this X here, you pronounce it Z. Dixième, dixième. Same thing as we had here. Sixième. Okay? Le dixième, la dixième. All right, that's it. I hope it was clear. It was leçon H, and then you can find the other lessons right here. Okay, and then the website is here, imagiers.net. You can find more material. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous. Hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon I. And in this lesson we'll discover together how to conjugate le verbe partir. Partir means to leave. Okay, at the present form. So we see this verb because this verb is normally quite useful, and then it is not regular, so it belongs to the third group of verbs, so it's always good to see the conjugation together. Okay, so the first form is je pars. So final S not pronounced. Je pars. Tu pars. Same form, you can see here and here. So final S not pronounced. Tu pars. Il, elle, part. Final T not pronounced. Il, elle, part. Okay, so you can see that it's part, sorry, part, part, and then part. Okay, so the same phonetical form for these persons, but then obviously and of course for nous it will be different. So classic ending ONS, you don't pronounce the S, you just have this on sound nasal. Nous partons. Nous partons. Okay, then for vous, classic ending for vous as well, EZ, but then you pronounce it et. Vous partez. Vous partez. Okay, and the last persons, il, elle, partent. Remember, classic ending, ENT, but then you don't pronounce them, partent. Partent. Okay, so let's repeat them again. Je pars, tu pars, il part, elle part, nous partons, vous partez, ils partent, elles partent. Okay, so that's it for the verb partir. If you want more lessons, then you can find them at the following address, and then the website is here, imagier.net, if you want more material. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon J, and in this lesson we'll discover together how to conjugate at the present form le verbe venir. So venir means to come, okay, so it's quite useful, and especially it does belong to the third group of verbs, so it's not regular. So for the present form, it's quite useful to spend a few minutes just to see the conjugation together. Okay, so we'll start right now. First form, je viens. Final S not pronounced. Je viens. Remember, I-E-N, ien, ien. Je viens. Okay. Tu viens. Final S not pronounced. Tu viens. Okay. Then il, elle, vient. Final T not pronounced. Il, elle, vient. Okay. So, je viens, tu viens, il, elle, vient. Phonetically, it's the same form. Okay. But then for nous, it will be a bit different. ONS, remember, classic ending for nous at the present form. Final S not pronounced. So you will get the sound venons. Nous venons. Nous venons. Okay. Then classic ending for vous, EZ here, and then you pronounce it et, vous venez. Vous venez. Okay. And the last one here. So you've got this double N just after the E, so it will change a little bit your pronunciation. You will have to pronounce this E like eh. Okay. Ils viennent. So remember this classic ending ENT for the third person of the plural is here, but phonetically it doesn't exist, so you don't pronounce it. Viennent, viennent. Okay. Ils viennent, elles viennent. All right, so let's see the form one more time. Je viens, tu viens, il vient, elle vient, nous venons, vous venez, ils viennent, elles viennent. All right? So, venir is quite important. Be sure to remember it by heart. Please, 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 s'il vous plaît. And then, when you're ready, you can go at the following address, to find the next lesson, okay? And then more material here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Au revoir. Bonjour à tous. Hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, Leçon K. And in this lesson, we'll discover a big thing. So it's les pronoms COD. Okay, so no stress, but still it will be quite important. Okay, les pronoms COD. So we'll take first a sentence. Okay, so it's a question and it's tu regardes la télévision. Okay, so tu regardes, regarder is to watch, la télévision. So if we look at this question, okay, and then we want to define all the elements, the first thing that we've got in this sentence is tu. Okay, so it's here, and it's sujet, so the subject of the sentence here. Okay, second part that we've got here is regarde. Okay, regarde here, and it's the verb, okay, that you've been conjugating. It's es, just because it's tu, all right? And the second part, or the third part here, so the last part, la télévision. So la télévision, that's what we will call complément, okay, because it's a complement, it will complete the sentence here by giving some information. It's objet. It doesn't have anything to do because it's la télévision, okay? So it's not an object like that, but it's what we call grammatical object, okay? And we say that it's direct because you don't have any preposition between the verb and this complément, okay? So no preposition, so it's direct, okay? So why do we say that it's quite important to use les pronoms COD? Just because when you've got a question, so if someone is asking you, tu regardes la télévision, okay, the first option would be oui, je regarde la télévision. So of course it's possible to repeat, this part, la télévision, okay? But then if we're honest, then in most of the cases, we won't repeat la télévision. In that case, we will use what we call pronounce, okay, just to avoid repeating this word, okay? So let's see these pronouns together. So as usual, we will have the difference between the masculine, the feminine, and the plural, okay? In that case here, we'll start with the masculin singulier. Masculin singulier will be first le, or then, as usual, if we've got a vowel coming after, the e will disappear, so it will be l apostrophe, okay? Le, or then l, like that, okay? If it's feminine, and at the singular form, so we're talking here about the third person of the singular, it will be la. Or, for the same reasons as previously, L apostrophe if you get a vowel after. Okay? And then for the plural form, so here we're talking about the third person of the plural, then it will be les. Okay, so let's repeat them one more time. So for the masculine singular form, it's le. For the feminine singular form, it's la. Okay, and then if they are followed by vowels, then you take a and a away, and then you get this l. Okay, and for the plural form here, it's les. All right, so let's see that in action now. So if you get the same question, tu regardes la télévision. All right, so now we've got all the elements. So we know that tu was the subject, regarde the verb, la télévision, complément d'objet direct, and that's the thing we want to replace. We don't want to repeat la télévision, okay? So first, what do we need to do is first to spot the gender of the word. We know that la télévision is feminine. Okay, so we've got all the keys necessary. Oui, je la regarde. So, as I said a long time ago in a lesson, remember that in French, the pronouns, like this one for instance, are coming before the verb. So that's the reason why you will have this la here before the verb. Oui, je la regarde. Okay? Let's take another question. And here you've got tu vas regarder la télévision. So what's the difference between the previous question and this question? Well, this is, and we saw that in a previous lesson, I guess it was on this unit, so you can check it if you're not sure about that. That's what we call the futur proche, so the near future. Tu vas regarder la télévision, you are going to watch. Okay, so that's the near future. Tu vas regarder la télévision. Okay, and then here, if you look carefully, well, you've got two verbs. And that's the important thing here. So if you will have a structure with two verbs, and then you want to use a pronoun, this pronoun will come always before the second verb. Like here, oui, je vais la regarder. Okay? So I'm not telling you that it will come between the two verbs, because you can have many things between these verbs. Okay? So focus on this idea that it will come before the second verb. Oui, je vais la regarder. Okay? So we'll see that les pronoms complément d'objet direct can replace all the persons. So for the first person it will be me, second person it will be te, third person of the singular, so the one we saw, le for the masculine form, and then la for the feminine form. First person of the plural, nous. So basically it's quite easy to memorize this one, to remember it. Same thing here. Second person of the plural, vous. And then third person of the plural, les. Alright, so me, te, le, la, nous, vous, les. Alright? So we'll see now a few examples. So the first one, il me regarde. So if you want to say that he is looking at me, il me regarde. Okay? So remember, as I said previously, these pronouns are coming before the verb. Okay? Il me regarde. Present form, only one verb, you just put it before. Il me regarde. Il te regarde. So he's looking at you. Il te regarde. Il le regarde. Il la regarde. He's looking at him, he's looking at her. Il nous regarde. Il vous regarde. Il les regarde. Okay, it's not that difficult when you try to remember. Well, first, of course, the pronouns, and then this idea that it will come before the verb. Well, honestly, it's not that tricky. Okay, I've been putting the same sentence, but then at this near future form. Okay, so just to show you, if you forgot it, that it should come before the second verb. Okay, so il va me regarder. So he's going to watch me, or to look at me. Okay, il va me regarder. il va te regarder, il va le regarder, il va la regarder. Il va nous regarder, il va vous regarder, il va les regarder. Okay, that's the end of les pronoms compléments d'objet direct. You can check for the other lessons that are on YouTube, and it's IMAGIERS, the name of the channel, and then the website imagiers.net is here. Okay, you can find more material. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon L, and in this lesson we'll have the pleasure to see together what we call les pronoms COI. Okay, les pronoms COI. So, well, let's say that it's the second part of les pronoms CO, complément d'objet. Okay, so if you didn't watch the previous lesson, well, maybe it would be better to do so that you could understand maybe more clearly the whole thing. Okay, but then still we're starting right now. So, les pronoms complément d'objet direct. So we'll start with une question, a question. Okay, so we'll see. It's a basic question. Okay, you get tu parles à ton frère. Okay, parler is to talk. Tu parles, you talk to your brother, à ton frère. Okay, so if we have a look at the elements in this sentence, the first part or the first element is tu, okay, and that's the subject of the sentence, tu, all right. Then the second element is parle, okay, and that's the verb. So it's ending like that because you've been conjugating this verb according to tu, okay, but it's a verb here. And then we've got this last part here, à ton frère. So that's what we call complément, so it will come to complete the sentence, okay, and it's objet, okay, so be careful, it's really what we call a grammatical object. So it's not an object because in that case it's a good example because it's a person, okay, but then it's a grammatical object and it's indirect because you've got this preposition à here, okay. So in the previous lesson we saw the direct ones, okay, they were without any preposition, okay, but then in this lesson it's indirect because you've got the preposition à here, okay, and it will change the things. So let's see the question. You can ask the question, so it's the same. Tu parles à ton frère, okay, and then the answer that you could give, of course, would be oui, je parle à mon frère. But let's say that in most of the cases in French, we won't repeat this à mon frère part, okay? We'd rather use pronounce just to avoid repeating this complément d'objet indirect, okay? So we'll see how they go. As usual in French, we will have the difference between the masculine form, the feminine form, and the plural form, okay? And here, just to start, we'll start with masculine singular, okay? Masculine singular form will be lui, okay? UI, lui, lui, all right? Féminin singulier, so feminine form and the singular form here, it will be lui. So it's quite easy to memorize, to remember, okay, because it is the same form for the masculine and the feminine form, okay? And then for the plural form, so third person of the plural, to be more precise, it will be leur, okay? So masculine singular, third person of the singular, lui, féminin singulier, feminine singular form, third person of the singular, lui, and then the plural form, third person of the plural, leur. Okay? Let's see now the same question. Okay? Tu parles à ton frère. Okay? And the idea in that case, of course, is to avoid repeating this part here, so complément d'objet indirect, and to replace it with the pronoun. Okay, so first we know that it's indirect because we've got the preposition here. We know here that it's masculine because it's brother. Okay, and then we've got the information here because it's ton. All right, so we've got all the elements just to reply using the pronoun. Oui, je lui parle. Okay, so the only thing you should really think about here is the position. So you should remember, as I said previously, that the pronouns in French will be placed before the verb. So, je lui parle. Oui, je lui parle. All right? And then we could have, well, basically the same question, but then this question would be like it is here at the near future. So if you didn't see the lesson regarding the near future, maybe it would be more useful for you to watch it, but still the near future, it's a way to construct the future, but at the present tense with the verb aller, to go. You are going to speak or talk, okay, to your brother. Okay, so you are going to, but then the important thing in that case is that you've got two verbs. Okay, you've got aller here, to go, and then you've got parler, to speak or to talk. Okay, and when you've got two verbs, then for the pronoun that you would like to use, you will have to put it just before the second verb. Oui, je vais lui parler. Okay, so I'm not telling you that it should be between, because that's the case here, but then between these two verbs you could put many things, okay, like adverbs or other things. Okay, so remember that this pronoun lui should be before the second verb. All right, so now we'll see these pronouns, but then for all the persons. Okay, for the first person of the singular, it will be me. Second person of the singular, te. Then third person, like we saw, so masculine and feminine, I only put one, so lui, because it's the same. First person of the plural, nous. Second person of the plural, vous. Third person of the plural, leur. Okay, me, te, lui, nous, vous, leur. All right, so let's see examples now. So he's talking to me. Il me parle. Okay, remember, me, and then before the verb, il me parle. He's talking to you. Il te parle. Il lui parle. I don't know why lui is still white. Well, maybe it was a mistake from my... Yeah, it is a mistake. It should be orange, but then still. Il lui parle. Okay. Il nous parle. Il vous parle. Il leur parle. All right? Il me parle. Il te parle. Il lui parle. Il nous parle. Il vous parle, il leur parle. Okay, so these examples are with one verb, okay, and then I've been rewriting the same sentence, but then at the near future, okay, with the two verbs, and then we can see how they go now. Il va me parler, he's going to talk to me. Il va me parler, so remember, you know, me before the second verb. Il va te parler, he's going to talk to you. Il va lui parler, he's going to talk to her, or he's going to talk to him, okay? Il va nous parler, he's going to talk to us. Il va vous parler, he's going to talk to you. Il va leur parler, he's going to talk to them, okay? Il va me parler, il va te parler, il va lui parler, il va nous parler, Il va vous parler. Il va leur parler. That's it. Congratulations if everything is clear. It was leçon L. Be sure to find more lessons there on youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is here and it's waiting for you. Okay, bye bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon M. And in this lesson we'll see how to conjugate together le verbe vouloir. Vouloir means to want, and it belongs to the third group of verbs in French, so irregular. So that's the reason why I think it's quite good to see the conjugation at the present form together. So here it goes. Vouloir, first person, je veux. Final X not pronounced. Je veux. Tu veux. Final X not pronounced, the same form. Il veut. Final T not pronounced. Elle veut. Okay, so here, so far we've got one phonetical form, it's veut. Then for nous, classic ending, ONS, don't pronounce the S, just pronounce the on. Nous voulons. Nous voulons. Same thing here, classic ending EZ for vous, but then you pronounce it et. Vous voulez. Vous voulez. Vous voulez. And the last one, here, EU, and then ENT, classic ending, but then you don't pronounce it, so you get veulent, veulent. Ils veulent, elles veulent. Ils veulent, elles veulent. Okay, so let's repeat it one more time. Je veux, tu veux, il veut, elle veut, nous voulons, vous voulez, ils veulent, elles veulent. So that's it for this lesson. It was leçon M. Well, you can find more lessons right here. Imagier is the name of the channel on YouTube, and then more material can be found there at imagier.net. Have a great day. Au revoir. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon N. And in this lesson we'll discover together le verbe savoir. Savoir means to know, and it's quite useful, and but then it is irregular, so it belongs to the third group of verbs, so it's quite good to see the way to conjugate it together, okay, at the present form, and we'll see it right now. Okay, so let's start now. Je sais. Okay, final S not pronounced, and then you get this A-I, E. Okay, je sais, sais. Okay. Tu sais. Same form, final S not pronounced. Tu sais. Il sait, final T not pronounced. Elle sait. So one phonetical form so far. Nous savons. So classic ending for nous, O-N-S. You don't pronounce the final S. Nous savons. Nous savons. Okay? Then vous savez. Classic ending for vous, E-Z, but then phonetically it's E. Vous savez. Savez. And then il. Here, classic ending for il and elle at the plural form. E-N-T, you don't pronounce it, so you get the sound savent, v-v-v-v, savent, okay? Ils savent, elles savent. So let's see that one more time. Je sais, tu sais, il sait, elle sait, nous savons, vous savez, ils savent, elles savent. Well, that's it. You know the verb savoir at the present form, and I'm really happy for you. If you want to check more lessons, then it's www.youtube.com/imagier, as French people would say. Okay, and then the website is here, imagier.net. You can find more material. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon O. And in this lesson we'll see il y a. So we saw it in a previous lesson quite shortly. So il y a means there is or there are. But then in French we will have only one form, il y a. Okay? So let's see, for instance, here a question. Est-ce qu'il y a un magasin dans le quartier? Okay? Est-ce qu'il y a? So, is there un magasin, a shop, dans le quartier, in the neighborhood? Okay? Est-ce qu'il y a un magasin dans le quartier? All right? So the answer would be oui, il est juste ici. Yes, it is right here. Oui, il est juste ici. Okay? So in that case, we've been using this il y a, there is, okay? Just because un magasin, well, it's singular. Okay, so it's basically there is a shop, there is something. Okay? Let's see now. Here, same thing. Il y a une piscine, a swimming pool, dans cette ville. Il y a une piscine dans cette ville. All right. So you can see that in the first example, I've been using this est-ce que. You remember we saw that previously, that you can add if you want to ask a question, okay? Or then it's possible here just to keep the same order. There is, il y a, okay? Une piscine, a swimming pool, dans cette ville, in this town, okay? But then don't forget to raise your voice at the end because it's a question. Il y a une piscine dans cette ville? Il y a une piscine dans cette ville? Okay, just a little bit to make it clear that it's a question, okay? So answer, oui, elle est à côté de la mairie. À côté, remember it was next or near, okay? And then la mairie, city hall. Oui, elle est à côté de la mairie. All right? So in both cases here, il y a, just because it was masculin singulier, okay? And then here, il y a une piscine, féminin singulier, all right? And we'll see now the other option that we would have to ask correctly the question. So first, look at it. Il y a, actually, you should change the order and put it like that. And the way you will pronounce it is y a-t-il, y a-t-il. Okay, so that's the correct form to ask a question with il y a, so the formal form if you want. And then des toilettes, here it's the plural form, okay, toilets, okay. So it doesn't really change because it will stay il y a, okay, but then here, of course, the order is changing, so that's the reason why it can be a bit tricky to notify the fact that basically it doesn't change even if it's plural here, okay. Dans ce restaurant, in this restaurant. Y a-t-il des toilettes dans ce restaurant? Y a-t-il des toilettes dans ce restaurant? Okay, and then the answer, oui, elles sont juste à droite. Okay, droite, remember, it was on the right. À droite, on the right. Just on the right. Oui, elles sont juste à droite. Okay, so to resume the whole thing, remember this il y a will be used so for there is, so like here, un magasin, a shop, so it's the singular form, okay? Or then here as well, il y a, there is, une piscine, a swimming pool, but still it will be also used as like that, il y a, okay, or then in the other order here, for the plural form, okay? It doesn't change. So that's one interesting thing in French. For once, it's easy. It doesn't change. Il y a plus singulier or then il y a plus pluriel. Okay? I hope it was clear. Okay? Because it's quite useful, this il y a form. So then, if you're not sure about that, well, you can watch the video again or then leave a comment on YouTube, and that's the name of the channel, IMAGIERS, okay, and then the website is here, imagiers.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon A. And in this unit, we'll discover together le passé composé. So le passé composé is a past tense, and it's probably the one that you will use in most of the cases, because that's the past tense that we tend to use to express what we've been doing for the weekend, or normally the past that is not that far. If you're talking about your childhood or something really far, we will normally use another tense that's called l'imparfait, that we'll see a bit later. So now in this lesson, we'll focus on le passé composé. So we'll have now few examples here just to show you first how it goes. Okay, so in this first sentence, so I took this manger, to eat verb. Okay, je mange au restaurant. And so if you look carefully, you can see that this sentence is at the present tense. Okay, je mange au restaurant. So I eat at the restaurant. Okay, and then here I wanted to show you what this passé composé form looks like. Okay, so you can see that you've got first here the verb avoir at the present form. Okay, so it goes like j'ai, and then the second part, so because that's the main concept of this passé composé. Composé means composed, so you will have two parts, okay? And this is the second part here, and that's what we call participe passé, so past participle. And it goes like manger with an accent here at the end, okay? So we'll see why in a few minutes, okay? So the rest doesn't change, okay? And then you've got this j'ai mangé au restaurant. Well, it's the sentence, same sentence, but it's at the past tense. So it could be like yesterday, maybe last weekend. Okay? Another example here. Tu regardes la télévision. Okay? Remember, regarder is to watch. Okay? So you are watching the television. Tu regardes la télévision. So that's here the present tense. Okay? And so if we want to put the same verb at the past tense, well, basically we've got to respect the same rule that we had previously. Here you see we had avoir, so at the first person for je, and then here we've got avoir at the second person for tu, you, okay? And it's at the present form here, tu as, and then same thing here, you will have to put this participe passé form, okay, past participle, with an accent here because it belongs to the first group. Tu as regardé la télévision. Okay? So of course, I know that many of you will say, it looks so simple, it's not possible to be so simple in French. And that's true. We will have exceptions. And here we've got a good example. So, il va au travail. Okay, remember, va, it's the form at the present tense for the verb aller. Aller is to go, okay? And so we will see that few verbs, we will have to change a little bit the way to construct the passé composé, because here you can see that in the past tense sentence here, we don't use avoir as we did previously, like with manger, j'ai, tu as, with regarder, okay? But we will use être. Okay, il est, and then you can see here, aller, so participe passé, au travail, at work. Il est allé au travail. Okay, and this will be, well, the first difficulty of the passé composé form. So you should really think about the fact that, well, most of the verbs will be constructed with avoir, okay, and the one that you will construct with the être will be the exceptions, so you will have to remember them by heart, of course, okay? So we'll make a list after. But then, so if we want to make it simple, so just to resume the whole thing first, okay? So normally if you want to construct this passé composé form, then the first part that you will have to put is avoir at the present tense, and then the second part will be this participe passé form, okay, that we will see. And then you will get this passé composé, okay? For the exceptions, as I said, we will have to use être at the present form, then the participe passé form, so you will get this passé composé, okay? Now, let's see the verbs that will require être at the passé composé. The first one that we saw in the example that I gave you previously was aller. Aller is to go, okay? Second one, arriver. Arriver means to arrive. Third one, descendre. Descendre means to go down. Then devenir. Devenir means to become. Then entrer. Entrer, to enter. Monter. Monter, to go up. Mourir. Mourir, to die. Naître. Naître, to born. Partir. Partir, to leave. Rester. Rester, to stay. Retourner. Retourner, to return. Sortir. Sortir, to go out. Tomber. Tomber, to fall. Venir. Venir, to come. Okay, so remember that all these verbs here that we saw will require the verb être at the passé composé form. Okay, so the others will require avoir. Okay, so you can see now that, I mean, most of the verbs will require avoir. Okay, and then these verbs will require être. Okay, so let's repeat them one more time. Aller, arriver, descendre, devenir, entrer, monter, mourir, naître, partir, rester, retourner, sortir, tomber, venir. Okay? So, let's see the other group of verbs that will all the time require être. And these verbs are, well, what we call this réfléchi, sorry, verb réfléchi, so I was thinking about the reflexive in English, okay? So, se regarder, for instance, okay? So remember that we've got these verbs like, so regarder is to watch or to look, and then when you put this se regarder, well, basically you will have the meaning like to look or to watch at oneself, okay? And all these verbs will require être, okay? S'appeler as well, to call oneself. Se présenter, to present oneself. So all these verbs, but then more generally, all the verbs constructed with this se form, okay, so to have this reflexive form, will require être. Okay? So now, let's see again one more time, if that's okay with you, the conjugation at the present form of avoir and être, because that's the verbs you will have to use, okay? So avoir, remember, it goes like j'ai, tu as, il a, elle a, so remember, masculine, feminine. Nous avons, so you can put this little liaison, link between the two. Nous avons. Vous avez, same thing here, little link between the two. And then ils ont, so the link as well, the liaison. Elles ont. Alright, so j'ai, tu as, il a, elle a, nous avons, vous avez, ils ont, elles ont. Okay, so it's avoir at the present form, so the form you will have to use for the first part of the passé composé, and then être, je suis, tu es, il est, elle est, nous sommes, vous êtes, okay, little liaison here, little link, vous êtes, ils sont, elles sont. Okay, so one more time. Je suis, tu es, il est, elle est, nous sommes, vous êtes, ils sont, elles sont. All right? And so for the second part, so what we call this participe passé, so the past participle, you get to remember that the first group of verbs, so if you remember, they end with this er, okay, so we had parler, regarder, etc. So the infinitive form, like er, will give you accent aigu at the participe passé. So for example here, we've got parler. Parler is to talk or to speak. So it ends like here with er. You can see that. First group of verbs, so it will go like parler, like that. The funny thing is that phonetically, they are the same. So infinitive parler. So if you remember, we saw that previously. So, I mean, this combination of two letters at the end of the words normally gives the sound e. Okay, parler, and then past participle, participe passé, parler. Same thing here. Regarder, regarder. Okay, and then even the high irregular verb aller, because aller doesn't belong to the first group, even if it ends with er, we saw that previously. But then even this verb will give, well, normal or easy participe passé. Okay, it goes like aller, like that. Okay, so parler, regarder, regarder is to watch, and then aller, aller is to go. Okay, the verbs from the second group, so second group, not all the er verbs, unfortunately, but most of them. Well, it would be quite simple because this er will become i. All right, so you will have verb like choisir, choisir is to choose, will become choisi for the participe passé form. Okay, finir, to finish, to end, fini, like that. Unir, to unite, uni. All right, so it's not that difficult. Okay, so choisi, fini, uni. After that, the difficulties are for the third group of verbs, so the irregular ones. So it's usually quite difficult to make some groups and subgroups, but then we can have few examples here, like connaître. Connaître is to know, okay, and it will give you connu. Okay, voir, like OIR, will become vu. All right, then verbs like partir, okay, even if it doesn't belong to the second group, it will give you parti, okay. Rire, IRE, it will give you ri, okay. Partir, to leave, and then rire, to laugh, okay. Écrire, to write, so IRE will give IT, écrit, okay. Remember that even if you've got this final T, you don't pronounce it, so it goes like écrit, okay. Dire, IRE as well, will give you dit, same thing here, IT, but then you pronounce it I, okay. Écrire, to write, dire, to say. And then mettre, to put, so ETTRE will give you this IS, mi. Same thing here, final S is not pronounced. Mi, okay. And then prendre, so ENDRE will give IS, pris, okay. Same thing here, you don't pronounce the final S, okay. So let's see that again. So when you get this être, it will go like U, connaître, connu. Then when you will have this OIR, it will give you U, voir, vu, okay. IR, I, partir, parti. IRE will give you I, rire, ri, okay. IRE here, IT, but then phonetically it's I as well because you don't pronounce the final T, okay. Écrire, écrit. IRE-IT, same group. Dire, dit, okay. Then ETTRE will give you this IS, but then you don't pronounce the S, so you get I. Mettre, mi, and then ENDRE, IS, but then same thing here, the sound I. Prendre, pris. Okay? So this is normally the difficulty of the passé composé, to remember the participe passé form. Okay, in most of the cases, I tend to tell my students that, well, they should learn them by heart, especially the irregular ones, because after that, I mean, the regular ones are quite easy to handle. But anyway, it's your shot. So let's see a few examples now. So if we take the verb parler, so parler, to speak or to talk, so it goes like j'ai parlé. Okay. Tu as parlé. Il a parlé. Elle a parlé. Nous avons parlé. Vous avez parlé. Ils ont parlé. Elles ont parlé. So if you look at it, it's not that difficult, you know. As I said, the only thing first that you should really remember, it's the verb avoir, but then I assume that at this level now, it should be okay for you. And then you get to, after that, construct it and put this participe passé form. And for the regular verbs like parler, it's quite easy, and phonetically it's the same. So, j'ai parlé. Okay? Let's see now a few things that you get to remember. So, if you construct the passé composé form with the verb être. Okay? So, we saw the exceptions, I mean the verbs that are constructed with être, okay, you will have to remember one important thing. If you've got here the example of il est allé, okay, so you can see that aller goes like that without anything after, but if you look at the feminine form, elle est allée, so you can see that the difference between the two is that I've been adding this little at the end. So this is the thing that you will have to remember if you construct this passé composé form with être. You will have to put at the end of this participe passé form something according to the gender. So in that case, it's the feminine form. You will have to put at the end, okay? Or, let's continue. If you've got the plural form like here, il, okay, masculine plural, and that's important, you will have to add this s at the end. And logically, for once in French, if you've got the feminine plural form, so elles here, elles sont allées, you will have to add first this so for the feminine, and then s for the plural. Okay, so that's the one, I mean, important thing that you will have to remember if you want to construct this passé composé form. Okay, keep in mind one thing. If you want to use French orally, so if you want only to talk, the good thing here, listen to me, il est allé, elle est allée, ils sont allés, elles sont allées. So the good news for you is that even if you write them differently, you will pronounce it the same way. So phonetically, it doesn't change at all. Okay? Here you've got aller, aller, even if you've got the final you don't pronounce it. Aller, even if you've got the s. Aller, even if you've got this es. Okay? So doesn't change. But if you want to write correctly, you will have to remember that you put this final when you get a feminine form, so feminine singular form. You will have to put this s if you get the plural form, so masculine plural, and you will have to add this s if you've got the feminine plural form. Okay? Continuons. So, if we have the full thing for aller, it goes like je suis allé, tu es allé, il est allé, elle est allée, nous sommes allés, vous êtes allés, ils sont allés, elles sont allées. Okay? Let's see as well an example for all these reflexive verbs. Je me suis présenté. Tu t'es présenté. Il s'est présenté. Elle s'est présentée. Nous nous sommes présentés. Vous vous êtes présentés. Ils se sont présentés. Elles se sont présentées. Okay? So, the thing that we've got to keep in mind is, in most of the cases, you will have to use this avoir at the present form, then this participe passé form, and you will get this passé composé. Okay? In some cases, for the verbs, so the list of verbs we saw, and it's not a long list, so try to remember it. And all the reflexive verbs, you will have to use this être at the present form, then the participe passé. Then you will get this passé composé form. That's it for this lesson. You can go on YouTube/IMAGIERS, and then you can find the next lessons and the previous lessons as well. And if you want more material, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 5, leçon B. In this lesson, we'll work on le participe passé. So in the previous lesson, I introduced the passé composé form, okay? And if you remember, it was quite important to know how to construct this participe passé. So participe passé is a past participle in English. Just because, well, in most of the cases, it is easy for the regular group, so the two first group of verbs that we have in the French language, but for the rest of the verbs, it's a bit tricky, to be honest. Okay, so we'll see that together. But then, so as I said, for the first group, so the group of verbs ending with er, like that, it is quite easy because you only need to take this er away and replace it with accent aigu. Okay, so parler, to talk, to speak, will give you parler. Okay, the good thing for the phonetical part is that it is the same. Parler, parler, you pronounce it the same. Okay, regarder, so to watch, will give you regarder. Okay, and then even this aller verb, so irregular verb, but then it will behave like the regular verbs. So aller will give you aller, accent aigu, like that. Okay. Second group of verbs, not all the er verbs, we'll see that a bit later, but most of them. And it's quite easy as well because you will have to take this er away and just replace it with I. Okay, so choisir, to choose, will give you choisi. Finir will become fini. Unir, uni. Okay, choisir, to choose, finir, to finish or to end, unir, to unite. Okay, so the two first group of verbs are quite easy to modify just to make this participe passé form. Okay, but then the third group is a bit more tricky, so we saw a few examples. So like this one, A-I-T-R-E will become U, connaître, to know, connu. O-I-R, voir, to see, will become U, vu. Okay, I-R, so even if partir doesn't belong to the second group, then it will behave the same way, it will become I, partir, to leave, parti. Rire, I-R-E, same thing here, will become I. Rire, ri. Okay? I-R-E will become I-T. Okay? Écrire, to write, will become écrit. Okay? Remember that phonetically this final T doesn't exist. Okay? So the sound will be only this I. Écrit. Alright? Dire, I-R-E, will become I-T. Dit. Okay, phonetically, same thing here. You don't pronounce the final T. Mettre, E-T-T-R-E, will become I-S. Final S not pronounced, so mettre, to put, mis. Prendre, so E-N-D-R-E, will become I-S. Same thing here. Final S not pronounced, so prendre, pris. Okay? So we will work now on the two main verbs of the French language. So avoir, to have, and obviously it will be a bit strange. It will become EU, so you will have to write this participe passé form like that, okay? But you will have to pronounce it U. So remember, main difference or big difference between what you write and what you pronounce. So you write it like that, U, but then you pronounce it U, okay? And then être is, well, it's a bit more simple in a way. So it's été, okay? Accent aigu, T, accent aigu, été. All right, so U and then été. All right, so let's see, or let's discover few groups of verbs. So verbs ending with RIR, okay, will become RU for the participe passé form. So we'll see few verbs. Courir, couru. Accourir, accouru. Concourir, concouru. Parcourir, parcouru. Now a new group, so NER, so verbs ending with NER, and it will become NU, okay? Tenir, tenu. Appartenir à, appartenu à. Contenir, contenu. Entretenir, entretenu. And then it continues. Maintenir, maintenu. Obtenir, obtenu. Retenir, retenu. Okay? So now another group, so verbs ending with UIRE, and they will become UIT, okay, for the participe passé. Let's see. Conduire, conduit. Construire, construit. Cuire, cuit. Détruire, détruit. Instruire, instruit. Okay, so you can notice that even if I put this final T, so as usual, I don't pronounce it. Okay, conduit, construit, cuit, détruit, instruit. Okay, so a few more verbs. Introduire, introduit. Produire, produit. Réduire, réduit. Séduire, séduit. Traduire, traduit. Okay, so the same rule, because, well, basically it's the same group, and then same rule, final T not pronounced, so introduit, produit, réduit, séduit, traduit. Okay? Another group of verbs, so verbs ending with A, I, accent circonflexe, T-R-E, and it will become U. So let's see a few examples. Connaître, connu. Reconnaître, reconnu. Apparaître, apparu. Disparaître, disparu. Paraître, paru. And now let's discover the oudre verbs like coudre, cousu. Moudre, moulu. Résoudre, résolu. So it's just to show you that, you know, some verbs can be really, really irregular, and it's quite easy in some cases to make some groups and subgroups. So you should learn these verbs and the others, I mean the irregular ones, by heart if you really want to master this participe passé form and all the composed tenses that will use the participe passé. Okay, so but then let's continue the groups. So group of verbs ending with A, I, N, D, R, E, and they will become A, I, N, T. Okay, so a few examples. Craindre, craint. Contraindre, contraint. plaindre, plaint. Okay, and as usual, final T here is not pronounced, so you get craint, contraint, plaint. Okay, another group, so E-I-N-D-R-E, and it will become E-I-N-T. Okay, so let's see. Atteindre, atteint. Éteindre, éteint. Feindre, feint. Peindre, peint. Teindre, teint. Okay, as usual, final T not pronounced. Atteint, éteint, feint, peint, teint. Okay. Now the verbs ending with O-I-N-D-R-E, and they will become O-I-N-T. Okay, so let's see. Joindre, joint. Rejoindre, rejoint. Okay, same thing. Final T not pronounced. Joint. So when you get this O-I-N combination of letters, you get the sound ouin. Okay, joint, and then rejoint. Another group, so verbs ending with O-I-R, so it will become U, or then U accent circonflexe. So even if you put this accent circonflexe, you don't pronounce it, okay? It doesn't change the sound of the letter U, so it's the same phonetically, it's U and then U, okay? A few examples. Décevoir, déçu. Apercevoir, aperçu. Concevoir, conçu. Recevoir, reçu. Devoir, dû. Mouvoir, mu. All right? And now another group, so I-R-E, and they will become I for the participe passé form, okay? Rire, rit. Sourire, sourit. Suffire, suffit. Okay? That's it for the irregular and regular participe passé form. So you can find other lessons on YouTube at the following address here. And then if you want more material, well, check my website here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, Leçon C. And in this lesson, we'll discover together how we can say what time it is in French. So, l'heure. Are you ready? Let's start now. So, let's take this simple and interesting example. So, you get this one. So, you will have the chance or the possibility to use two options or two forms. The first one, il est. Okay, so we will use this verb être to introduce the time, and we will use this il form. So don't think of it like he, okay? But then that's the form that we'll use, okay? Il est 6 heures. All right, so heure, you write it like that. Remember, H is not pronounced, okay? So it goes like heure. Il est 6 heures. If you want to be more precise, you can use this morning word, okay? So it would be like in the morning, but then morning, okay? Il est 6 heures du matin. Okay, so in that case, you just want to insist on the fact that it's not in the afternoon, okay, but it's in the morning. Il est 6 heures du matin. Okay, so now another example, quite important, because normally French people tend to start to eat at that time. So, first option would be il est 12, okay, because that's the number, 12 heures. Okay, and then the other option, il est midi. Okay, so midi will be the expression we will use instead of this 12 heures. Okay, midi. Quite easy to pronounce. Il est midi. Okay, same thing here. We've got two options. The first one would be Il est 15 heures, okay, because that's the number, 15, 15. Il est 15 heures, all right? And then the other option we would have is to use 3 instead of 15, okay? And then we can put après-midi, afternoon, okay? Il est 3 heures de l'après-midi. Il est 3 heures de l'après-midi. Okay, so first option, like the official one, il est 15 heures. Okay, and the less formal one, the one that maybe you will use if you're discussing with friends or colleagues, il est 3 heures de l'après-midi. Il est 18 heures. Okay, il est 18 heures. All right, so that's the number, 18, okay? Or then you can use this 6, okay? And in that case, when we use this 6 heures, we tend to think that, well, that's the limit. It's not really the afternoon, it's the beginning of the evening, so we use soir, d'accord? Il est 6 heures du soir. First option, il est 18 heures. Second possibility, il est 6 heures du soir. Okay, and now, il est 21 heures. So you don't say un, you say une, so 21, just because heure is feminine, so that's the reason why you've got to put this feminine form here. Il est 21 heures. All right, or then the other option, il est 9 heures du soir. Il est 9 heures du soir. Okay, here. Il est 24 heures, okay, 24, 24 heures, or then, il est minuit. Il est minuit. So minuit would be like midnight, okay? Il est minuit. So now, if we want to introduce the minutes, les minutes. First option would be il est 17h10. Okay, keep in mind that in French we don't write minute here. Okay, just write 10. 17h10. Okay, or then il est 5h10. Il est 19h15. Okay, 15. 15. Or then we've got the other option. It's to use this écart. Écart. Il est 7h15. First one, il est 19h15. Or then, il est 7h15. Il est 15h30. 30. Or then, il est 3h30. Il est 3h30. And now, if we're going after 30, so, for example, here, we've got il est 7h35. So that's the first possibility, 35, 35. Okay, but then as in many languages, it's possible to say minus something, okay? In that case, it would be 25. So you can say, il est 8 heures moins, moins means minus, 25, 25. Il est 8 heures moins 25, okay? And you can see that here as well, we don't use the minute word after. Just put the numbers, okay? Il est 8 heures moins 25. Il est 9h45. Il est 9h45. 45, 45. Or, other option, il est 10 heures moins le quart. Moins le quart. Il est 10 heures moins le quart. Il est 11h55. 55, 55. Or then, il est midi, remember, noon, il est midi moins 5. Il est midi moins 5. I hope it was clear for you. You can check on YouTube. I've got many lessons. So the next and the previous lessons are here. Okay, and then more material can be found at the following address. Have a great day. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon D. And in this lesson, we'll see vocabulary and then vocabulary connected to la maison, the house. So let's start now. La maison, l'appartement, l'appartement, l'étage, l'étage, l'escalier, l'escalier, la porte d'entrée, la porte d'entrée, le garage, le garage. Okay, so one more time. L'appartement, so it's the masculine form, by the way. L'étage, same thing here, masculine word. L'escalier, same thing here, masculine. La porte d'entrée, le garage. Okay, so let's continue now. La cave, les poubelles, la cheminée, l'ascenseur, le portail. Okay, so la cave, les poubelles. So here you've got the plural form, but then if you want to put the singular form, it would be la poubelle. Okay, so you know that, you know now, sorry, that it's a feminine word. La cheminée, l'ascenseur, okay, and it's masculine. Le portail. Let's continue. La sonnette, le balcon, le toit, la fenêtre, le grenier. Okay, so la sonnette, le balcon, le toit, remember final T not pronounced, la fenêtre, le grenier. Remember this R here at the end will give you the sound E, nier, grenier. Okay? Okay, that's it for this lesson. It was a short one, but quite useful. If you want to check for the next lessons and all the lessons, you can find them here, youtube.com/IMAGIERS. I'm going too fast. And then if you want more material, then you can find them here. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon E. And let's discover what we'll see today. Today we will work on les adjectifs qualificatifs. So adjectives that are really useful, and we'll see that in most of the cases, well, we will put this adjective after the name. Okay, so let's see a few examples now. The first one, travailleur, travailleuse. So when it comes to adjective, you've got to keep in mind that, of course, as usual in French, we will have the difference between the masculine form and the feminine form. And after this page, we'll see the same page, but then for the plural version, because, of course, we will have the difference between the singular and the plural form. Okay, so travailleur, masculine, so I will put always the first form here at the masculine form and then the feminine form here, travailleuse. Okay, so let's see another example. Heureux, heureuse. aventureux, aventureuse, merveilleux, merveilleuse, sérieux, sérieuse, joyeux, joyeuse, paresseux, paresseuse, naturel, naturel. So here you can see that we write them differently, but then phonetically they are the same. Listen, naturel, naturel. Okay, same way of saying them. Léger, légère, régulier, régulière, blanc, blanche. And so for these adjectives and others as well, you should put them after the name, après le nom. Okay? So let's see now the same, exact same adjective, but then at the plural form. Okay? So you can see that travailleur, you will only need to add this final S here. So phonetically it's the same. Travailleur, singular form without the S, and then travailleur, plural form with the S, it's the same. Feminine form, travailleuse, same rule and same phonetical thing. You don't pronounce the final S, so you get travailleuse. Okay? Travailleur, travailleuse. Then, heureux, doesn't change. Heureuse, final S, not pronounced. Aventureux, doesn't change. Aventureuse, final S, not pronounced. Merveilleux, doesn't change. Merveilleuse, so final S, and then, what a surprise, you don't pronounce it. Sérieux, sérieuse. Joyeux, joyeuse. Paresseux, paresseuse. Naturel, naturel. Léger, légère. Régulier, régulière. Blanc, blanche. Okay, so remember, they will come after the name, après le nom. Okay, but then, so, oh, sorry, we've got some examples now. C'est un homme travailleur. J'aime la viande froide. Voici une femme heureuse. Nous prenons un repas léger. All right? So if we take 1 minute to look at it, you've got here travailleur, froide, heureuse, léger. So they are adjectives, okay? And then you've got to keep in mind that you will have to put whether the masculine or the feminine, singular or plural form according to the word it is connected to. In that case here, you've got un homme, it's a man, okay, so masculine. You can see here that it's the singular form, it's un. So you've got to put this adjective at the masculine singular form, travailleur, like that, okay? In that case here, you've got la viande, the meat, sorry. So you can see here that it's singular and it's feminine because it's la, the article la, okay? So you will put froid, so it's cold, okay? You will put it at the feminine form with the final okay, but not the plural because it's only the, here, the singular form. And then here we've got une femme, a woman, okay? So feminine article, une, okay, and it's the singular form, so heureuse, here, feminine form, singular form. And then the last one, repas, it's a meal, okay? And here you can see that you've got the article, so it's the singular and it's the masculine, so léger, light, should be at the masculine singular form. All right? So let's see now adjectives that will come before the word, the name, or the word, if you want. Okay, so let's see them. And we've got beau, belle, bon, bonne, grand, grande, gros, grosse, jeune. So it's interesting here because you've got only one form. For the masculine and the feminine, it doesn't change. Joli, jolie. Mauvais, mauvaise. Nouveau, nouvelle. Petit, petite. Vieux, vieille. Autre, same thing here as for jeune, only one form. Okay, so these adjectives will come before the word or before the name. Okay, so we'll see now the plural version, and it's beau. Okay, so you put this X at the end, but then you don't pronounce it, so it's beau. All right, belle, bon, bonne. Final S not pronounced. Grand, grande. Gros, grosse. Jeune. Joli, jolie. Mauvais, mauvaise. Nouveau, nouvelle. Petit, petite. Vieux, vieille. Autre. All right, so let's see now. Important thing, so we've got some adjectives like beau, so the one we just saw previously, so beau, and then we will have this belle form as well for the masculine form. So let's see here the reason why. So in the first sentence, merci pour ce beau cadeau. So thank you for this beautiful gift. Okay, merci pour ce beau cadeau. So in this sentence, so as we saw previously, we've got to put it beau, so the adjective before the word, so cadeau here, gift. And then cadeau is masculine, so we should put the beau form that we saw previously. In the second example here, voici un bel homme. So you could ask me the question, why do you put this belle form instead of beau? Because homme, well, it's masculine, yes. The reason is that it starts with the sound O, because if you remember carefully, H is not pronounced, so H doesn't exist phonetically. And then, for aesthetical reasons, of course, we tend to think that if we would have this beau here and then homme, we would get this sentence. Voici un beau homme. Doesn't sound nice, so we've got to put this belle form here instead of beau. Okay, so it does mean that for all the situation when you will have a word starting whether with a vowel or H and the vowel, so the H is not pronounced, you will have to put this belle form instead of beau. Okay, remember you pronounce it belle, so like the feminine version, but then you write it B-E-L. Okay, voici un bel homme, here is a beautiful man, voici un bel homme. Okay, so now you can see the feminine form in that case, it's quite simple because it doesn't change at all. C'est une belle table. It's a beautiful table. C'est une belle table. Okay, and then, quelle belle femme. Quelle belle femme. What a beautiful lady. Plural form. Okay. In that case, you get to remember that you will have to put this de preposition here before. Okay. Ils ont de beaux enfants. Okay. And if you want to be purist, then you should put the little liaison here, the little link between the two. Ils ont de beaux enfants. Ils ont, here you've got this link as well. Ils ont de beaux enfants. Okay, so voici de belles promesses. Voici de belles promesses. Same thing if you want to use nouveau. Okay, you will have two versions for the masculine form. So you will have nouveau and then nouvelle. So remember, if you have words, like in that case, ordinateur, masculine words starting with a vowel or the sound of a vowel. Okay? Example here, voici le nouveau chef. Okay, in that case, chef, masculine, doesn't start with the sound of a vowel, so you just put the normal nouveau adjective. Voici le nouveau chef. In the second sentence here, you've got ordinateur. Okay, remember, it starts with O, so the sound of a vowel. J'aime mon nouvel ordinateur. Nouvelle, phonetically you pronounce it like the feminine version, but then you write it N-O-U-V-E-L. Okay, we'll see. This is the feminine version, so it goes like double L-E. Okay, phonetically it is the same, but you write it differently. For the feminine version, it's quite easy because it doesn't change. Elle a acheté une nouvelle voiture. Elle a acheté une nouvelle voiture. C'est la nouvelle copine de mon frère. C'est la nouvelle copine de mon frère. And then for the plural form, encore de nouveaux problèmes. Encore de nouveaux problèmes. Ils veulent de nouvelles explications. Same thing here, if you want to make the little liaison. Ils veulent de nouvelles explications. Alright, remember, it was exactly the same thing. You've got to put this de, and you don't put des. Okay, but you put de in both of the cases, if it's for the plural form, whether masculine or feminine, you don't put des, but you put de. Okay? So let's see now vieux. So vieux behaves like the two previous adjectives we saw. So you will have one version for the masculine form, or two versions, sorry, for the masculine form. So this one, the official way. And then the second one for the verbs, or for the words who are starting with the sound of a vowel, like here, arbre. Okay, so for normal word, so like chien here, dog, so you don't have the sound of a vowel at the beginning. So il a un vieux chien. Okay, and here, c'est un vieil arbre. C'est un vieil arbre. Feminine form, vieille. Okay. J'ai une très vieille voiture. J'ai une très vieille voiture. C'est une vieille table. C'est une vieille table. And then for the plural form, voici de vieux journaux. So same rule, remember, if you want to put this des, you shouldn't put des but de instead. Okay, voici de vieux journaux. Okay, when you put the article les, it doesn't change and it's not a problem. J'aime les vieilles maisons. J'aime les vieilles maisons. All right. So it was a first step, but quite important, into this adjective qualificative world. If you want to check for the next lesson, well, it's here in YouTube, and it's IMAGIERS, and the website is here, imagier.net, if you want more material. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon F. Okay, and in this lesson we'll try to see together, well, les questions, the questions, the way to ask things, and especially I would like to see or to show you the difference between, well, what we could call conversation courante, so the two options, and then the last one, it would be the langue officielle, or the written way you could, well, produce these questions. So, as in many languages, we've got well, difference between what you can produce orally and what you will have to write, okay? So, if we tend to think that the last option would be the formal or the official way to ask a question, and then the two first options would be less formal, so the way you could ask questions if you're talking to friends, colleagues, or persons you are connected to. Okay, so let's start with the first example. So the first one, if you want to know, well, the name of who is the teacher of someone, okay? So the first option would be ton prof c'est qui? Second option, so you can say that it's a bit longer, so we tend to use this qui est-ce qui, you know, this est-ce qui that we tend to add, especially at the oral form, okay? Qui est-ce qui est ton prof? All right. So the important thing here for the oral and the less formal questions is that you will have to raise your voice at the end. So clearly it should go like do, and then at the end, hop, you raise a little bit your voice. Okay. Ton prof c'est qui? All right. You can hear ton prof c'est qui? Qui est-ce qui est ton prof? Qui est-ce qui est ton prof? And the official or the formal way, and it's, well, basically it's not that difficult or that long, okay? But then normally, if you want to ask a question correctly, the official way, it should go like you start with the question. So, qui, okay? Who? And then verb est ton prof. Qui est ton prof? Qui est ton prof? Okay, first one. Ton prof, c'est qui? Qui est-ce qui est ton prof? Qui est ton prof? All right. Let's see another one. So if you want to ask where someone is living, il habite où? So technically you just put the words in the normal order. So il, he, habite, lives, où, where. So in that case, you will have to raise your voice as well. Il habite où? Il habite où? Second option, you will have to add, as we had previously, this esque, okay? Où est-ce qu'il habite? Où est-ce qu'il habite? Okay, first one. Il habite où? Où est-ce qu'il habite? And the last one, the official one. So we start with où, where, then we put the verb, okay? Here, habiter, to live, and then after that we put the subject, il, okay? And as we've got here a vowel and here a vowel, we will have to add this T letter and then trait d'union or tiret, ir, okay? So you've got this où habite-t-il? Où habite-t-il? Okay, this is the more formal one. First one, il habite où? Second one, où est-ce qu'il habite? Last one, où habite-t-il? All right, so let's see another one. So if you want to know what someone is doing in the evening, tu fais quoi? So you do, and then quoi? What? Ce soir, this evening. Tu fais quoi ce soir? Okay, remember, you've got to raise your voice. Tu fais quoi ce soir? Again, tu fais quoi ce soir? Second option, we will have to add this est-ce que as we did previously. Okay. Qu'est-ce que tu fais ce soir? Qu'est-ce que tu fais ce soir? Qu'est-ce que tu fais ce soir? All right. And the last one. As usual, you know, we start with the que, what. Then we've got the verb, fait, so to do. Then you've got the subject, tu, ce soir, this evening. Que fais-tu ce soir? Que fais-tu ce soir? Okay, so let's see them one more time. The two less formal. Tu fais quoi ce soir? Qu'est-ce que tu fais ce soir? Que fais-tu ce soir? And now if you want, well, to know the profession of two persons, in that case they are ladies or girls, okay? Elles font quoi comme métier? So métier is profession, as a profession. Elles font quoi? Remember, faire is to do, okay? Elles font quoi comme métier? Second option, sorry. Qu'est-ce qu'elles font comme métier? So we add this esque one more time here for the second informal way of asking a question. Qu'est-ce qu'elles font comme métier? And then the more formal one, we start with the question. So, quelle? In that case, we put the masculine form because métier, profession, is a masculine word. Okay, so, quelle est, what is, leur, their métier, profession. Quel est leur métier? What is their profession? Quel est leur métier? Okay, so the less formal, elles font quoi comme métier? Second one, qu'est-ce qu'elles font comme métier? And the last one, quel est leur métier? So if you want the name of someone, remember that we use this s'appeler verb. Okay, so it's a reflexive verb. So that's the reason why you've got this vous. Okay, so the first way of asking the name of a person, well, you use this vous, okay, because it's the polite form anyway, because you don't know the person. So definitely you should use this vous, but then of course you can use this informal way of asking the name of a person. In that case, you just keep the normal order of the vous appelez. So you call yourself, and then comment, how. All right. Vous vous appelez comment? Remember, as usual, raise a little bit your voice at the end. Okay. Vous vous appelez comment? Vous vous appelez comment? All right. Second option, and well, you can see now, because we've been seeing a few examples before, you can see that the second option with this est-ce que, okay, well, it's informal in a way, but then it can be quite heavy for beginners to produce, because you've got to use this est-ce que form. So normally it's quite important to recognize it and then know that it's possible. If you want to use it, well, it's an option. If you don't want to use it and then you want to use a less formal way of asking a question, I would advise you to use the first one. Okay, but then it's possible. So, comment est-ce que vous vous appelez? Comment est-ce que vous vous appelez? Comment est-ce que vous vous appelez? Okay, and then the last one. So the last one, the more formal one, as usually we start with the question, comment, how, okay? And then here you can see that you will have this vous, and then you will have the verb, appeler, and then you will have the vous here. So it's a bit tricky at the beginning, but then just try to remember that, because it will be always the same way to produce or to create a question when you will have these impersonal verbs. Okay? Comment vous appelez-vous? Comment vous appelez-vous? Okay, first one. Vous vous appelez comment? Second one. Comment est-ce que vous vous appelez? Last one. Comment vous appelez-vous? Okay? So it was a first step into the questions. We'll have the chance to work on that a bit later. If you want to check the channel, it's here. Okay, and then the website is here if you want more material. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon G. And in this lesson, we'll see together the passé composé form of the verb avoir. Avoir is to have, so it's quite important. So let's discover it together. First form is j'ai eu. Okay, remember the difficulty with avoir at the past form. So first, remember that we saw in the previous lesson how to construct this passé composé form. So you've got to use whether avoir or être here. In that case, it's avoir at the present form. And then the second part, it's what we call the participe passé. Okay. And then, of course, for avoir, it's a bit tricky. You write it like that, eu, but then phonetically, what you will have to pronounce is u. Okay? So you get j'ai eu. All right? J'ai eu. Tu as eu. Il a eu, masculine form. Il a eu, feminine form, elle a eu. So here, let's make the little liaison, the little link between everything. Nous avons eu. Nous avons eu. Vous avez eu. Vous avez eu. Ils ont eu. Elles ont eu. Okay, so let's see them one more time. J'ai eu. Tu as eu. Il a eu. Feminine form. Elle a eu. Nous avons eu. Vous avez eu. Ils ont eu. Elles ont eu. All right. It was a short lesson, I know, but it is really, really important. So definitely you should know this verb avoir by heart, okay? If you know it by heart, then the next lesson is there, okay? And then if you want more material, well, the website is here, okay? Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon H. And in this lesson, we'll work on le passé composé and especially the form for être, the verb être. Être is to be, remember. So we saw previously how to construct this passé composé form, okay? So I won't explain that again. If you don't know how to make it, then check the previous lessons because you can find the passé composé lesson, okay? So we'll only focus on this form of être. Être is to be, okay? And the first form is j'ai été. J'ai été. Tu as été. Tu as été. So masculine form here. Il a été. Feminine form. Elle a été. And then here we'll make some liaison. Nous avons été. Nous avons été. Vous avez été. Vous avez été. Ils ont été. Okay, so you make the little liaison here as well between the ont and été with the t. Ont été. Ils ont été. Elles ont été. All right. So one thing that really you should remember is that even if it's être to be, then you will have to construct it with avoir. Okay. So j'ai été. Tu as été, il a été, elle a été, nous avons été, vous avez été, ils ont été, elles ont été. Okay? It was a short lesson. I know, like the previous one, it was with avoir, but then conjugation is is really important, so you should know it by heart. If you do, then next lesson is here and more material can be found here. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon I. And in this lesson, so it will be a short one as well, we will discover together the passé composé form of the verb aller. Aller is to go, okay? And remember that aller is one of the tricky verbs in at the passé composé form because it will use être and not avoir as most of the verbs, okay? So that's the reason why here you will have the form je suis allé, okay? And then you can make the liaison here. Je suis allé. Je suis allé. Tu es allé. Tu es allé. Il est allé. Il est allé. You've got this little liaison between the two. Il est allé. Feminine form. Elle est allée. Okay? So have a look here. Remember, if you don't know that already, then I would advise you to check the lesson on the passé composé that we did previously. Okay, so you've got to add this feminine mark at the end of your participe passé here, just because elle is feminine, and then you're using this être verb to construct the passé composé. That's the reason why. Phonetically, it doesn't exist. You don't pronounce it, so you get elle est allée, and then for the masculine form, il est allé. So aller is pronounced the same way, but still you have to write it. Okay. Same thing that if you get to put the plural form, then you will have to add this s mark of the plural at the end of your participe passé form here. Okay. Nous sommes allés. You don't pronounce it. Okay, but you write it. Nous sommes allés. Vous êtes allés. Vous êtes allés. Same thing here. You put it, but you don't pronounce it. And then here, masculine form. Ils sont allés. So masculine plural. You put this S. Ils sont allés. Little liaison between the two. Ils sont allés. Elles sont allées. Feminine and plural here. Okay, S, you don't pronounce them, but still you've got to write them, and then this little liaison here. Elles sont allées. Okay, so let me repeat the whole thing for you. Je suis allé. Tu es allé. Il est allé. Elle est allée. Nous sommes allés. Vous êtes allés. Ils sont allés. Elles sont allées. Remember it by heart, s'il vous plaît. If you do, then next lesson is here, and then more material can be found at this address. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon J. And in this lesson, we'll refresh your memory and try to see together the passé composé form of the verb parler. Parler is to speak or to talk. Okay, so let's discover it right now. First person, j'ai parlé. Tu as parlé. Il a parlé. Elle a parlé. Nous avons parlé. Vous avez parlé. Ils ont parlé. Elles ont parlé. Alright? So remember, passé composé, you've got to use two parts. The first one, avoir in that case, and then what we call participe passé. This participe passé form, as you can see, doesn't change for all the persons. You will have to put avoir at the present tense here. Okay? J'ai parlé. Tu as parlé. Il a parlé. Feminine form, elle a parlé. Nous avons parlé. Little liaison here. Nous avons parlé. Vous avez parlé. Same thing here. Little liaison. Ils ont parlé. Same thing here. Ils ont. Elles ont parlé. Okay? Regular verb, quite easy to remember. Next lesson is here. and more material can be found at the following address. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous. Hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon K. And in this lesson, we'll finish the whole thing that we started with le passé composé. Okay, so we'll just see one more time the passé composé form of finir. Finir is to finish or to end. Okay, and let's see how it goes. J'ai fini. J'ai fini. Tu as fini. Tu as fini. Il a fini. Feminine form. Elle a fini. Nous avons fini. Nous avons fini. Vous avez fini. Vous avez fini. Ils ont fini. Elles ont fini. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Remember, as we saw previously, you've got avoir here, and then you've got fini. So this participe passé form, the second form that you get to add to construct the passé composé, and fini doesn't change. It's here all the time, and it's written the same way, okay? J'ai fini. Tu as fini. Il a fini. Elle a fini. Nous avons fini. Vous avez fini. Ils ont fini. Elles ont fini. Alright? So it's quite easy if you tend to think about the whole thing. But then if you're not sure about the way you should construct this passé composé form, remember that I've been doing this Unité 5 leçon A. So it's a big thing regarding the passé composé. So I would advise you to check it, and it can be found here. Okay, if you want more material, then it's imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 5, leçon L. And in this lesson, we'll discover together les unités de mesure. Okay, so let's start. 1 millimètre. Les millimètres. 1 centimètre. Les centimètres. 1 mètre. Les mètres. 1 kilomètre. Les kilomètres. 1 mètre carré. Les mètres carrés. 1 litre. Les litres. 1 gramme. Les grammes. 1 kilo. 1 kilogramme. Les kilos. Les kilogrammes. Okay, so that's it for this lesson. I just wanted to put, well, the singular form and the plural form just for you to know whether it's masculine or feminine at the singular, and then just to check and to remember that you notice that at the plural form you will have to put this final S, but then you don't pronounce it. Okay, so you can check for the next lesson or the previous lessons on YouTube, and it's right here. Okay, and then the website imagier.net waits for you. Bye bye, have a great day. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon M. And in this lesson, we'll discover, well, some false friends, as we say, les faux amis. So they look the same in English and in French, but then the meaning is different. Okay, so let's start now. And then the first one, it will be travailler. Travailler. Okay, remember when you get this I and then double L like that and a vowel. I. Travailler. Okay, travailler, and it means to work. Okay. Sympathique. Remember the H is not pronounced. Sympathique. okay, and it means friendly, nice. Then rester, rester, regular verb from the first group, easy to conjugate, rester, okay, and it means to stay, to remain. Then la monnaie, monnaie, okay, final not pronounced, la monnaie, okay, and it means small change. Le magasin, le magasin, okay, remember you've got only one S between two vowels, then you get the sound Z, alright, and then the ending here is IN, so it's nasal, goes in your nose, and it's un, magasin, okay, and it's shop, alright. Then la librairie, okay, remember I here, librairie, final not pronounced, la librairie, okay, and it's a bookshop. Then la journée, final not pronounced, and it's day. Grand, final day not pronounced, okay, gr, 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 and then the nasal en, grand, okay, and it means big or tall. Then gentil, so remember this final L is not pronounced, gentil, gentil, and it's nice or kind. Then attendre, attendre, remember final you don't insist on it, it just gives you the possibility to pronounce the dr, dr, okay, so attendre, attendre, alright, and it's to wait. That's it for the introduction for this false friends, okay, les faux amis. If you want more, it's here, youtube.com/imagier, okay, and more material can be found here. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon N. And in this lesson, we'll discover vocabulary regarding le corps humain. Le corps humain. So let's start now. La tête. La tête. L'épaule. L'épaule. Okay, so in that case I did put this F here just to indicate you that it's feminine, okay, because you cannot see it here with the article L, okay? L'épaule. La poitrine. La poitrine. Le tronc. Le tronc, okay, remember, final C is not pronounced here. Le tronc, okay? L'estomac. L'estomac, okay, same thing here, final C not pronounced, and then M means that this word, estomac, is masculine, okay? L'estomac. La hanche. La hanche. Remember, H here is not pronounced, so you get the sound en, hanche at the beginning. Le poignet. Le poignet. So this combination of ET at the end will basically open the sound, so you get poignet. Okay, remember, G-N, poignet, le poignet. La cuisse. La cuisse. Double S and then two vowels before and after. It will give you a really strong S sound, okay? Cuisse, cuisse, la cuisse. Le genou. Le genou. La jambe. La jambe. Okay, remember, A-M, when you combine these two, basically it's just like A-N, so it's nasal and it's en. Okay, so you get la jambe. La cheville. La cheville. Remember, double L like that after I, y, y. Cheville. Le pied. le pied. Le dos. Le dos. Final S not pronounced. Okay? Le dos. Le cou. Le cou. Le bras. Le bras. Same thing here. Final S not pronounced. Le bras. Le coude. Le coude. So it's actually quite funny because the only difference between these two is this d at the end. Okay, so here in this one you've got le cou, okay, and then the second one here is le coude. Okay, remember you don't insist on this final e, it only gives you the sound of d at the end. Le coude, okay. Le nombril. Le nombril. Le doigt de pied. Le doigt de pied. La main. La main. So this combination R-E-N is quite interesting because it will give you the sound un. So it's really a nasal, it goes in your nose, okay? And it's un. Main. La main. Le doigt. Le doigt. Okay, so don't be frightened by this G because basically you don't pronounce it and then the final T you don't pronounce it. So the only thing you get to pronounce is this combination of three letters, sorry, here. D, O, I, okay? O, I, it's wa and then D, doigt. That's the only thing. Doigt. Le doigt. Okay? Le pouce. Le pouce. L'ongle. L'ongle. Okay, I forgot to write it, but it's masculine. Okay, l'ongle. La peau. La peau. Okay, remember this combination of three vowels. Well, it's quite rare in France, but then, well, you can see it's. But then, so the sound that you will have to pronounce when you've got these three vowels combined together, it's the sound O. Okay, so really simple O. Okay, so you get la peau. Okay, la peau. That's it. If you want more, then the address is here, youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is here. If you want to see more material, or then write me a beautiful letter or a mail. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon O. Okay, and in this lesson we'll discover le visage, the face. So we just saw the human body previously, and so we'll continue with le visage, if that's okay with you. Let's hope so. So let's start now. Les sourcils. Les sourcils. Okay, so it's quite strange because you get this LS at the end, but then, well, you don't pronounce them. Les sourcils. L'œil. L'œil. Strange combination of vowels here, okay, and then you will get the sound and then y. Œil. Alright, and it's masculine, by the way. Un œil. L'œil. Okay. Plural form, les yeux. Okay, so that's the tricky thing when you compare the singular form and the plural form. Okay, so l'œil, singular, and then the plural, les yeux. Okay, you make this liaison between the two. Les yeux. Okay, final X not pronounced. Les yeux. Les cils. Les cils. Final S not pronounced. Les cils. La joue. La joue. Final E not pronounced here. La joue. La gorge. La gorge. Okay, remember when you've got this combination G and O, you get the sound go, go. Okay, so gorge, and then G and E gives J. La gorge. La gorge. Le front. Final T not pronounced. Le front. Okay, remember this nasal on, on. Le front. Le menton. Okay, same thing here. So you get two nasal. The first one here, en, and then the second one here, on. Le menton. L'oreille. Remember, when you get this I, L, L, and then a vowel, it's Y, Y. L'oreille. Alright? And it's feminine, by the way. Une oreille, l'oreille. Le nez. So remember, when you get this combination, a Z here at the end of a word, it's E. Le nez. Le nez. La bouche. So remember, CH combined together will give you this sh sound. La bouche. Okay? La lèvre. Remember, accent grave here. Really open. La lèvre. La lèvre. La bouche, again, I don't know why, don't ask me, I was tired when I made this one, so la bouche, one more time. La langue. Remember, when we've got this G and then U and then E, we get the sound G, G. Because when you combine this G and then E, remember it was the sound J, okay? So you get to put this U between the two to get the sound G, G. So you get la langue, langue. Okay? La dent, final T not pronounced. La dent. Les cordes vocales. Les cordes vocales. So you can notice that as usual in French, you've got this mark of the plural at the end, S, and then S here as well, but you don't pronounce them, okay? Les cordes vocales. All right, so now you've got few more words. If you want more, it's here, and then more material can be found on the website imagier.net. Have a great day. Au revoir. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, Leçon P. And in this lesson we'll discover quite important little words or expressions that belong to this group that we call indicateurs de temps. So if you want to introduce some sentences or concept at the past, present or future tenses, then you will have to use them. So let's start now with the past, le passé, okay? And then the first one is hier. Hier means yesterday, okay? Hier. So remember, this H here is not pronounced, okay? So hier. Then la semaine dernière, okay? So it's last week, okay? But then if you look carefully, we've got la semaine, so semaine means week, okay? And then dernière is coming after, okay? So la semaine dernière. And in that case, if you look carefully as well, you get dernière, so it's the feminine form, because la semaine, la is a feminine word, okay? So la semaine dernière, last week. And then we've got this autrefois, so it could be translated like in olden days or in olden times, okay? Autrefois, so A-U, autrefois, final S not pronounced, okay? Autrefois. Then for the present now, we've got aujourd'hui means today, okay? So don't be afraid by this word because it looks a bit scary if you look at it like that, but take the time to, well, divide it. So the first one, A-U-O, jour, and then dui, okay? H is not pronounced, so you only get this dui thing. Aujourd'hui. Aujourd'hui. And it means today, okay? Then, cette semaine, okay? So we've got here what we call adjective démonstratif, okay? This, cette, okay, and it's at the feminine form, cette, and then semaine, week, this week, cette semaine. All right, and then maintenant, okay, normally we tend not to pronounce this okay, so we get this maintenant, maintenant, okay, now. For the future now, we've got demain, and it means tomorrow. Demain, remember, when you combine this R-I-N, you get the sound un. Demain, demain, okay. Then, la semaine prochaine, so it's next week, okay. And as we had for the past tense here, we had la semaine dernière, okay, so last week, and dernière was coming after semaine, exactly the same concept, so you will have to put prochaine, so it's the feminine form here, after la semaine, okay? So next week, la semaine prochaine. And then bientôt, okay? Remember, you put this accent circonflexe, but you don't write it. You write it, but you don't pronounce it. And then the final T is not pronounced. Bientôt, okay? And then you could translate this bientôt as soon. Okay, so something that will happen in the future. All right, so let's see them one more time. First one, hier. Second one, la semaine dernière. Then, autrefois. Aujourd'hui. Cette semaine. Maintenant. Or then, maintenant. Okay. Demain. La semaine prochaine. And then, bientôt. Alright, so that's it for this lesson. The channel is here, youtube.com/imagier, and the website is here, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 5, Leçon Q. And in this lesson we'll discover together l'expression de la quantité. So it's quite important, so I would like you to take a few minutes to watch carefully this video, and we'll start right now. L'expression de la quantité. So the first thing that we'll discover together, it's plusieurs. So plusieurs means several, okay? And so the way you will have to construct it is that after that you will have to add a noun, okay, but then keep in mind that it should be at the plural form, okay, so several, and then followed by a noun at the plural form. So let's see a few examples now. J'ai invité plusieurs amis. J'ai invité plusieurs amis, okay, so remember, j'ai invité, so it's the past form of inviter, to invite, okay, plusieurs, and then amis, friends. Okay, j'ai invité plusieurs amis. Second example, il y a, there is, plusieurs enfants, kids, dans le jardin, in the garden. Il y a plusieurs enfants dans le jardin. Okay? And then, elle a fait plusieurs gâteaux. So, faire here at the passé composé form. Plusieurs, faire, sorry, it means to do, okay? Plusieurs gâteaux, cake, okay? So what you can see here is that ami here is with S, so it's the plural form, okay? Here, right after plusieurs, you've got enfant with S at the plural form, and then here you've got that gâteau with X, so it's the plural form, all right? So let's see now the second one. Quelques, you don't pronounce the final S here. Quelques means few, okay? And same thing as we had previously, you will have to add a noun at the plural form, okay? So let's see the first example. J'ai rencontré, rencontrer is to meet, so it's the past form. J'ai rencontré quelques collègues, colleague. J'ai rencontré quelques collègues. Okay, second example. Nous avons, so it's avoir, to have at the present form. Quelques petits problèmes, petit, small, problème, problem, avec lui, with him. Nous avons quelques petits problèmes avec lui. Okay, and then the last example. Elle a mangé quelques bonbons. Oh, we get 2 dots here. I don't know why, but only one is enough. Elle a mangé quelques bonbons. Okay, so manger here is to eat, past form, and then bonbon, candies. So same thing here. If you look carefully, you've got collègue with S, so plural form. Okay, here it's quite interesting because we've got this adjective petit, small, little, but then it's still at the plural form with S, and problème at the plural form as well. Okay, and then bonbon here at the plural form with S as well. Okay, so now other possibility would be ne, and then aucun masculine form, or aucune feminine form. So no or not any. Okay, and after that you will have to put a name or a noun, sorry, at the singular form. Okay, so ne aucun, ne aucune, plus a noun at the singular form. Alright, so let's see the first example. Elle ne veut aucun conseil. Okay, so you can see here that it's elle ne veut, so she doesn't want. Okay, vouloir is to want. Aucun, so not any, no, and then conseil, it's advice. Okay, so elle ne veut aucun conseil. Other example, je n'ai eu aucun problème. Okay, so here, ai eu, so it's the verb to have at the passé composé form. Okay, je n'ai eu aucun problème. Problème, problem. So I didn't have any problem. Il ne fait aucune erreur. Il ne fait, faire is to do, and it's the present form, aucune erreur. Erreur is mistake. Alright? So if you look carefully here, you've got ne and then aucun. Okay, so that's the masculine form because conseil is a masculine word. Here, it's quite interesting because as usual in French, when we've got this ne and then we've got a vowel after, so it can be quite tricky. So in most of the cases, this will disappear. Okay, so you take it away, but then still aucun is coming here. All right, and then it's at the masculine form because problème is a masculine word. All right, and then the last example, well, you've got the first part, ne, okay, not modified because faire starts with F, so no problem. But then here you've got this aucune, okay, aucune, so because erreur is a feminine word, so you will have to put this aucune. All right, so let's proceed now. Un peu, or peu, and it means a few or few, okay? So we'll be constructed with la préposition de, so you will have to put this de after, and then you will have to put the noun without the article. Okay, so if you want to construct this a sentence with a few or few, so remember, un peu or then peu, then don't forget to put this de, and the noun without the article. Okay? Then if you want to use this autant, it means as much. Same construction, you will have to put this de and the name, or the noun, sorry, without the article. Alright, so as much, we use this autant de and the noun without the article. Alright? If you want to use moins, moins means less. Same thing here, you will have to use de after and the noun without the article. Alright, so remember, less, in French it's moins, de, and the noun without the article. If you want to use plus, more, okay, in some cases you will have to pronounce it plus, okay, so you will see that a bit later. De, and then the noun without the article. Alright, remember, more, plus, or then plus, de, and the noun without the article. If you want to use beaucoup, beaucoup means a lot of. It looks a bit strange, huh? Beaucoup, like that. Remember, you don't pronounce the final P, okay? And then you get this combination of vowels, E, A, U, and you get the sound O. So technically it's beaucoup, okay? So it's not difficult to produce orally. Beaucoup, a lot of, okay? Same construction, you will have to put de after, and then the noun without the article, okay? A lot of, beaucoup, de, and the noun without the article. If you want to use trop, and trop means too many, okay? Then you will have to put de and the noun without the article, okay? Remember, too many, trop, don't pronounce the final P. Trop, de, and the noun without the article. All right? And then assez. Assez means enough, okay? Assez. Remember, two vowels here, a and then e, and then double s. So it's really strong, the s. Assez, assez, okay? Assez. So same construction, de, and the name, or the noun without the article. Okay, so enough, assez de, and the noun without the article. I hope it was clear. It is really important, okay, so don't be afraid to watch the video again and again. So if you want to check for the next lesson or previous lessons, it's here, youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is here. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous. Hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon R. And in this lesson, well, we'll see few colors, les couleurs, okay? So not all the colors because we're just starting, okay? So let's see what we've got. Blanc, blanche. Okay, so I wanted to put for each color the masculine form here and then the feminine form here. Okay, so here masculine, blanc, don't pronounce the final C, and then blanche. Okay, remember when you combine this CH, you get the sound sh, blanche. Okay, so blanc, blanche. Noir, noir. So it's quite funny because you will have to add this E at the end of noir for the feminine form, but then you don't pronounce it. Okay, so phonetically it is exactly the same. Noir, noir. Okay? Gris, don't pronounce the S, but then for the feminine form, grise. Remember? Grise. Alright? So when you add this E, basically it gives you the pronunciation or the possibility to pronounce the previous letter here. It's Z. Grise. Alright? So gris, masculine form, feminine form, grise. Bleu, bleu. So same thing that we had for noir, you just add this E at the end, but then you don't pronounce it. Bleu, bleu. Alright? So let's see them one more time. Blanc, blanche. Noir, noir. Gris, grise. Bleu, bleu. Okay? So let's continue. Bleu foncé. Bleu foncé. Okay, so foncé, this adjective, well, basically it will be like dark. Okay, bleu foncé. Bleu clair. So same thing here. This clair adjective is like light. Okay, bleu clair. Jaune. Okay, so it will be the same at the masculine and the feminine form. Jaune. Jaune. Rouge. So same thing here, same form for the masculine and the feminine. Rouge. Remember, G-E, je. Rouge. Vert. So masculine form, don't pronounce the final T. Vert. Feminine form, verte. So listen carefully. I don't say te, but it's t. Verte. Verte. Okay, so as usual, this final E only gives you the possibility to pronounce this t. T. Verte. Okay? Marron. Same thing for the masculine and the feminine form. Marron. Marron. Okay, it was a start, but it's quite important. If you want to check for the next lesson, it's here, and then the website is here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous. Hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 5, leçon S, and it's quite important, because it is the last lesson for this unit. Okay, so in this lesson we'll discover together les verbes impersonnels. So they are really useful and it's quite important to see them. And so we'll focus on 3 verbs. The first one, être, to be. Second one, faire, to do. And the last one, avoir, to have. Okay, and so the important thing with this concept or this idea, les verbes impersonnels, is that, well, you will see in the examples, they are not connected to a person, and that's the main concept. So even if in French we use this il, so the pronom personnel il, okay, technically if you want to translate that directly in English, it would be translated by it. Okay, but then in French we use this il instead of it. Okay, so let's see now for être, for instance. So if you use this il est, you will use this structure if you want to talk about the time. Okay, for instance, we've got the first example here. Il est tard. Tard is late. Okay, so il est tard, it is late. Il est tard. Okay, so even if we use this il, so it doesn't have the concept of he as normally we have. Okay, it's really this impersonal form. Okay, and then il est tôt, it is early. Okay, same thing. That's the reason why we use this il form when we put when we give the time. Okay, il est 12 heures, or then il est midi, 12 hours. Okay, and then this midi, it's noon. Okay, so il est 12 heures, il est midi. All right. Second example is faire, and then it's really useful to use this faire. So il fait, if you want to talk about the weather, pour parler du temps. Okay, pour parler du temps. So for instance, il fait chaud. Okay, chaud, warm, hot. Okay, so il fait chaud. So if you want to say it is hot, it is warm, then that's the structure you will have to use. Same thing if you want to say that it is cold. Okay, froid is cold. Il fait froid. Okay, il fait chaud. Il fait froid. All right, and then if you want to talk about the weather, okay, in that case it's beau. Okay, it's a nice weather. Il fait beau. Okay, the opposite, mauvais, bad. Il fait mauvais. All right, il fait chaud. Il fait froid. Il fait beau, so it's a beautiful weather. Il fait mauvais. It's a bad weather. Okay, and the last one, avoir. Avoir, so if you, well, we did introduce that a little bit earlier, but then this il y a structure is quite useful because you can, well, situer dans l'espace, parler du temps, parler de l'heure. So if you want to locate into space, say where things are, or then parler du temps, talk about the weather, or then parler de l'heure, talk about the time. So that's the structure you will have to use, this il y a, il y a. Okay, so let's see one example. Il y a un parc ici. Okay, so there is un parc, ici, here. Il y a des nuages, clouds. Il y a des nuages. So even if we've got this il y a, okay, remember that it can be for the singular, or then it can be for the plural as well, so this a won't change. Il y a des nuages. Il y a du soleil, sun. Il y a du soleil, so there is sun. Il y a de la neige, snow. Il y a de la neige, okay? And then, if you want to talk about the time or a period, il y a 15 ans. So in that case, it's quite interesting because when we use this il y a 15 ans, technically it's 15 years ago. So this il y a will mean ago. Il y a 15 ans, j'ai voyagé en Chine. Okay, voyager is to travel. You've got the passé composé form here. En Chine, in China. Il y a 15 ans, j'ai voyagé en Chine. So let's see them one more time. Il y a un parc ici. Il y a des nuages. Il y a du soleil. Il y a de la neige. Il y a 15 ans, j'ai voyagé en Chine. And this is the end of Unité 5. Okay, you can rest now. If you're sure that everything is clear, then you can go here and check for Unité 6. Okay, and then the website is here. Have a great day. Bye bye. Au revoir. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 6, leçon A. And in this lesson we'll discover together les démonstratifs. Les démonstratifs, so we'll see two types of démonstratifs. The first one will be adjectif démonstratif, okay? And then the second one will be pronom démonstratif. All right, so let's start. So we'll see for the adjective démonstratif, the masculine singular form, feminine singular form, masculine plural form, and then feminine plural form. Okay? Masculin singulier, féminin singulier, masculin pluriel, and then féminin pluriel. So let's see how they are. So when we talk about les démonstratifs, technically it would be translated in English like this. Okay, but then of course we've got in French the difference between the masculine and the feminine form, and then masculine plural and feminine plural. Okay, so we'll see them now. The first one, so for the masculine, so this okay adjective will be translated in French with ce, so it's the basic form, or cette. Okay, so you will have to use this second option here, this set, when you will have a name or a noun after that will start whether with a vowel or then with h plus a vowel. Okay, remember this h letter in French is not really pronounced. Okay, so it does indicate to you that when you get a word starting with the sound of a vowel, then you will have to use this set adjective. Okay, and then feminine form is set, like that. So it's quite interesting because if you listen carefully, the masculine form here set and the feminine form here set, you write them differently, but then you pronounce them the same way. All right, for the plural form, so masculine plural, it would be c'est. Okay, and then feminine plural, good news, it's the same. So we've got one form here, ce, and the option set when you've got a noun starting with a vowel after, and then set, feminine form, and for the plural you've got only one form, okay, and it's c'est. Okay, remember, open, c'est, okay. One example, ce livre. So this book, okay, livre is book. Here, livre is masculine, so you will have to use the ce, okay, and then it doesn't start with the sound of a vowel, so it's the basic ce. This book, ce livre. And now we've got ordinateur. Ordinateur is a masculine word, means computer, okay, but then if you look carefully, it starts with O, okay, a vowel. So this ce ordinateur wouldn't be possible, so we've got to use the second option, as we saw previously, so it's set. written like that. Okay, cet ordinateur, this computer. Third possibility here, we've got homme, man, okay, but then O is here, we've got this H letter. Remember, H is not pronounced, okay, so you've got the sound of O at the beginning of this word, okay, cet homme, so that's the reason why you will have to use the cet, so it's masculine, but still cet homme. So now, feminine word, femme, woman, no problem about that because we've got only one option for this at the feminine form, and it's cette, written like that, cette femme. Same thing here, if you've got a word like organisation, well, it's the same in English, so it starts with a vowel, but it doesn't change anything for the feminine demonstrative here. Okay, cette organisation, cette organisation. And then plural, so whether it's masculine, so we've got friends here at the masculine form, so masculine plural, and then friends here at the feminine plural form, okay, but then the adjective demonstrative here, as you can see, will be the same, ses amis, ses amis. All right, and it's quite funny in a way because if you only listen to these two things here, ses amis and then ses amis, you don't have really any phonetical information regarding the fact whether it's masculine or feminine. That's the way it is. Sorry about that. But, so let's continue now with le démonstratif. So we'll see now the pronouns, okay? So same thing, we'll see the masculin singulier, then féminin singulier, then masculin pluriel, and then féminin pluriel, okay? So pronouns, okay, so it does mean that you will have to use these pronouns instead of the name, okay? So for the masculine form, we will have celui-ci and then celui-là. Okay, so we'll see the difference of use, but then celui-ci, celui-là. In English, it would be directly translated as this one. Okay, so you don't want to repeat the name or the thing that was previously stated, so you use this one. Okay. In English, it's easier. In French, it's a bit more tricky because we will have this celui, okay, and then si and la. So you'll see that normally si is coming first and then la is coming next, okay. Celui-ci, celui-là, this one, all right. Same thing with the feminine form, celle-ci, celle-là, all right. And then for the masculine plural, ceux-ci, okay, remember final X is not pronounced, so you get the sound ce, ceux-ci, and then ceux-là. Alright, feminine plural, celle-ci, okay, don't pronounce the final S, celle-ci, celle-là. Alright, so let's see a few examples now. So if you ask a question, quel est mon livre? Okay, what is my book, or which one is my book? All right, and then the answer could be votre livre, your book, c'est celui-ci, this one. Okay, votre livre, c'est celui-ci. Okay, and then normally when you talk or when you say that, you tend to indicate that with your finger as well. So you point the book. Votre livre, c'est celui-ci. Où est ma place? Where is my seat? Où est ma place? C'est celle-là. Okay, same thing. You tend to point it at the same time. Okay, c'est celle-là. All right. So you've got to remember that we will have the difference between the masculine, the feminine, okay, so singular and plural, and then we'll have the difference between this si, okay, the first option, the nearest one, okay? And then this la, second option, so it's not the nearest one, okay? So let's see and practice. If it's okay with you, then you can go to the next lesson, and it's right here, okay? The website is here, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 6, leçon B. And in this lesson, we'll see together la description avec c'est. So let's start. So if you want to use this c'est option to make a description, so c'est technically would be directly translated as it is or this is, okay? But then in French, you will have to add after that the adjective, but the adjective should be all the time at the masculine form. Okay, so remember, if you want to describe something, okay, you can use this c'est, and that's really, you know, a common way to describe things. Okay, it is, this is, but then remember, the adjective that will come after should be at the masculine form. Okay, so we'll see a few examples now, and the first one would be the option to describe un lieu, a place. Okay, so let's see now. C'est chaud. Okay, it is hot. Warm, could be an option as well. C'est chaud, it's warm. Okay, c'est froid, cold. It is cold. C'est beau. Beau is beautiful. Okay, and then c'est tranquille, quiet. Okay, so what you can see here is that we've got adjectives like chaud, froid, beau, and then tranquille. They are all at the masculine form. Okay, even if, I mean, the place would be feminine and you want to describe it, remember that it should be all the time at the masculine form. Okay, let's see another example. So if you want to describe a situation, for instance, okay, it would be an option. So idéal, ideal, c'est idéal. Formidable, c'est formidable. C'est parfait. So it's perfect. And then c'est injuste. Injuste, the opposite is of juste, okay? And it's not fair, unfair, okay? So c'est idéal, c'est formidable, c'est parfait, c'est injuste. Same thing here, okay? Remember that all these adjectives are at the feminine form. Okay, let's continue now and see. So it could be for an object as well. You could describe an object, un objet. So let's see now. C'est cher. Cher is expensive. C'est cher. C'est utile. Utile, useful. C'est beau. Beautiful. C'est adapté. Adapted. Okay. C'est cher. C'est utile. C'est beau. C'est adapté. Remember, all these adjectives are at the feminine, the masculine form. I'm getting tired now. All right, so at the masculine form, like I did say previously. Okay, so let's see now another option. So if you want to describe a dish, okay, you're eating and you want to describe a dish, un plat, okay, so c'est très bon. Okay, très is very, and then bon is good. Okay, c'est très bon. C'est bon marché. Bon marché, it's actually quite interesting. I mean, this adjective here, so it's a composed adjective, and it means cheap. Okay, c'est bon marché. C'est salé. So remember, it's quite important because we've got the same adjective here without the accent. So if you don't put the accent, it means dirty, and then you pronounce it sale. But in that case here, okay, you put the accent, and it's quite important because in that case it means salted. Okay, salé. Okay, c'est salé. C'est délicieux. C'est délicieux. Okay, and then same thing here. If you look, all these adjectives, they are at the masculine form. Okay, so the second option would be to put this structure at the negative form, which is not that difficult because technically you just keep, well, your structure. You just add, as usual, the first ne and then pas before and after the verb. Okay, then same thing here, you will put this adjective at the masculine form. Okay, so we will basically just see one more time all the examples we had previously, but then at the negative form. So if you want to describe a place, ce n'est pas chaud, ce n'est pas froid, ce n'est pas beau, ce n'est pas tranquille. Situation, ce n'est pas idéal, ce n'est pas formidable, ce n'est pas parfait, ce n'est pas injuste. An object, ce n'est pas cher, ce n'est pas utile, ce n'est pas beau, ce n'est pas adapté. And then a dish, ce n'est pas très bon, ce n'est pas bon marché, ce n'est pas salé, ce n'est pas délicieux. Alright, that was it. Check for the next lesson. It's on youtube.com/imagier and then the website is here, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 6, leçon C. And in this lesson, we'll work on the vocabulary regarding la salle de séjour. So let's start now. Le rideau. Le fauteuil. So remember, it's a bit tricky, this word. Fauteuil. Teuil. Fauteuil. Le fauteuil. Le coussin. La cheminée. La télévision. Okay, one more time. Le rideau, le fauteuil, le coussin, la cheminée, la télévision. Le lecteur DVD. Le lecteur de CD. La table basse. Le lustre. Le cendrier. Okay, one more time. Le lecteur DVD. Le lecteur de CD. La table basse. Le lustre. Le cendrier. Le sol. La table. Le tapis. Le canapé. La bibliothèque. One more time. Le sol. La table. Le tapis. Remember, final S not pronounced. Le tapis. Le canapé. La bibliothèque. That's it for la salle de séjour. Okay, if you want more, then it's here and then the website is right here. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 6, leçon D, and in this lesson we'll go into la cuisine. So in the previous lesson we were in la salle de séjour and now we're still in the house, but it's la cuisine. So let's discover what we have. La cuisine. Le congélateur. le réfrigérateur, le frigo. L'évier. L'étagère. Okay, so let's repeat them. La cuisine. Le congélateur. Le réfrigérateur. Le frigo. L'évier. L'étagère. L'égouttoir. L'armoire murale. Le four. La cuisinière. Le lave-vaisselle. Okay, let's see them one more time. L'égouttoir. L'armoire murale. Le four. La cuisinière. Le lave-vaisselle. Le chauffe-eau. La théière. La cafetière. La louche. L'entonnoir. Okay, let's see them one more time. Le chauffe-eau. La théière. La cafetière. La louche. L'entonnoir. Le décapsuleur. L'ouvre-boîte. Le tire-bouchon. Le presse-citron. La passoire. All right, let's repeat them together. Le décapsuleur. L'ouvre-boîte. Le tire-bouchon. Le presse-citron. La passoire. La râpe. Le couteau. Le casse-noix. Le hachoir. Le rouleau à pâtisserie. Okay, let's see them. La râpe. Le couteau. Le casse-noix. Le hachoir. Le rouleau à pâtisserie. That's it. You've got many words. So I hope you remember them. If that's not the case, well, try to watch the video one more time. And then if you want more, then it's here. And the website, oops, is here. And that's IMAGIERS.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 6, leçon E. Okay, and it's a quite important lesson because we'll see vocabulary and we'll see les fruits et légumes, so fruits and vegetables. So I hope you're ready because we are starting right now. Les fruits. L'orange. So I did put this little F just to indicate you that it's feminine. Okay, l'orange. La pomme. La pêche. Le melon. Okay, so les fruits. L'orange. La pomme. La pêche. Le melon. L'ananas. Le pamplemousse. La pastèque. La banane. La figue. All right. L'ananas. Le pamplemousse. La pastèque. La banane. La figue. la prune, la mandarine, le citron, l'abricot, la cerise, la prune, la mandarine, le citron, l'abricot. So by the way, I didn't put it, but it's masculine, just for your information. La cerise, la poire, le raisin, le marron, la date, la poire, le raisin, le marron, la date. Les baies, la fraise, la framboise, la groseille à maquereau, la groseille rouge. I just noticed that I've been making a little mistake here. Sorry about that. Les baies, la fraise, la framboise, la groseille à maquereau, la groseille rouge. La myrtille, la mûre des marais, la canneberge, le cassis, l'érelle rouge, la myrtille, la mûre des marais, la canneberge, le cassis, l'érelle rouge. La courgette, le haricot vert, le concombre, la salade, la carotte, la courgette, le haricot vert, le concombre, la salade, la carotte, l'asperge, le navet, le petit pois, l'ail, la lentille, l'asperge, le navet, le petit pois, l'ail, la lentille, le haricot, la fève, l'artichaut, l'oignon, le chou, le haricot, la fève, l'artichaut. So for your information, artichaut is masculine. L'oignon, same thing for oignon, it's masculine. Le chou. La tomate, le chou-fleur, la pomme de terre, le poivron, l'aubergine, la tomate, le chou-fleur, la pomme de terre, le poivron, l'aubergine. For your information, aubergine is a feminine word. L'épinard, le fenouil, le champignon. L'épinard, so it's masculine, le fenouil, le champignon. That's it, and you do have many words to remember. Especially they are quite useful. I mean, you're talking quite often, I think, about vegetables or food in general, fruits. So if you're not sure, if you want to review this video or to watch it again, don't be afraid. And then if you want to continue, then the next lesson is here. And the website is here. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 6, leçon F. And in this lesson we'll discover together les comparatifs. So if you want to compare in French, well, this is the lesson you should definitely watch. So in this structure, in this lesson, we'll discover three types of structures. The first one, avec un nom, with the noun. Second one, avec un adjectif, with an adjective. And the last one, avec un verbe, with a verb. Okay, so if you want to compare with these structures, then we'll start with the first one, avec un nom. Okay, so if you want to compare with a noun, then remember that if you want to say more, then you will have to use this plus, de, and then here you will put your noun. After that, followed by que, than, and the rest of the structure. Okay, let's see one example. J'ai plus de chance que vous. J'ai plus de chance que vous. Okay, chance is luck. Okay, j'ai plus de chance que vous. Vous is you. All right. Il a plus d'amis que moi. Il a plus d'amis que moi. Amis, friends. Nous avons plus de livres que. Nous avons plus de livres que. Okay, so if I want to be really honest, and I will be, there is a strange thing in French language with this plus. Okay, because in some cases you will have to pronounce the final S, and in other cases you won't. So what I would advise you to do, because we are at a beginning stage, it would be to pronounce it each time, especially with this type of structure. So if you want to construct it followed by a noun, then in that case my advice would be pronounce it. Okay. After that, if you get the chance to go in French-speaking countries or meet French-speaking persons, then you can listen to them and you will learn how to use it or not. Okay, but the first advice would be, if you're using this kind of structure with nouns, then pronounce it. Okay, so let's see now if you want to say as. Okay, so if you want to compare, so it would be autant de followed by the noun, then with this que, than, and you continue your structure. Okay? J'ai autant de chance que vous. Okay, so I kept exactly the same sentences just to make it more clear. Okay? J'ai autant de chance que vous. Il a autant d'amis que moi. Il a autant d'amis que moi. Okay, so as usual in French, you know, you've got this de here, but then if the word, you know, coming right after is starting with a vowel or sh plus a vowel, then you should definitely take this away. Okay, il a autant d'amis que moi. Nous avons autant de livres que. Okay, and then same thing here, as you can see here, you've got this que. Okay, but then followed by a vowel. In that case, needs to go away, and then you get this que. All right. Then if you want to say less, it's moins in French. So no discussion about the S here. Don't pronounce it. Okay, moins de, and then you put your noun que, than, and the rest of the structure. So let's see. J'ai moins de chance que vous. J'ai moins de chance que vous. Il a moins d'amis que moi. Il a moins d'amis que moi. Nous avons moins de livres que. Nous avons moins de livres que. All right, so that's it. Now let's see if you want to compare and use a structure with an adjective. Donc avec un adjectif, okay. First structure, if you want to use this more, okay, so you will use this plus, and in that case you don't pronounce the S, okay, plus. Then you put your adjective, and after that you put this que, than, and the rest of the sentence. Okay, so let's see now. Elle est plus rapide que moi. Rapide is fast. Okay? Elle est plus rapide que moi. Il est plus fort que son frère. Fort is strong. Il est plus fort que son frère. Nous sommes plus intéressés que vous. Okay? And in that case, well, you make this little link, little liaison between the two, so you hear a little bit this S. Okay? Nous sommes plus intéressés que vous. Alright, so let's see them one more time. Elle est plus rapide que moi. Il est plus fort que son frère. Nous sommes plus intéressés que vous. Alright? And then aussi, then you put your adjective, que, then, and the rest of the sentence. Okay, so the same examples. Elle est aussi rapide que moi. Il est aussi fort que son frère. Nous sommes aussi intéressés que vous. Okay, so I'll repeat them. Elle est aussi rapide que moi. Il est aussi fort que son frère. Nous sommes aussi intéressés que vous. All right? And then, moins, same thing here. Remember, we don't pronounce the final S. Then you put the adjective que, than, and the rest of the sentence. Okay? Elle est moins rapide que moi. Il est moins fort que son frère. Nous sommes moins intéressés que vous. Okay, one more time. Elle est moins rapide que moi. Il est moins fort que son frère. Nous sommes moins intéressés que vous. All right? And so the last structure, if you want to compare with a verb, then in that case, remember, plus will be with the S. So pronounce it plus que. Okay, let's see now. Elle parle plus que toi. Elle parle plus que toi. Il mange plus que son frère. Il mange plus que son frère. Nous voyageons plus que vous. Nous voyageons plus que vous. Okay, so let's repeat them. Elle parle plus que toi. Il mange plus que son frère. Nous voyageons plus que vous. And then, autant que. All right? So it goes like, elle parle autant que toi. Il mange autant que son frère. Nous voyageons autant que vous. All right, so let's repeat them one more time. Elle parle autant que toi. Il mange autant que son frère. Nous voyageons autant que vous. And the last one. Moins que. Elle parle moins que toi. Il mange moins que son frère. Nous voyageons moins que vous. One more time. Elle parle moins que toi. Il mange moins que son frère. Nous voyageons moins que vous. And this is it. Okay, the next lesson is here on YouTube/Imagier, and then the website is here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 6, leçon G, and in this lesson we'll see together, let me click, le passé composé of the verb faire. Faire is to do, and then we'll see together the passé composé form. So we did introduce the passé composé in the unit 5, okay, but I just want to check and make it clear that everything is okay for you. So we'll start with faire. It will be quite fast, but still quite useful. Let's start. J'ai fait. Tu as fait. Il a fait. Elle a fait. Nous avons fait. Vous avez fait. Ils ont fait. Elles ont fait. Alright, so to make it clear, one more time, remember that in most of the cases for the passé composé, you will have to use avoir at the present form, followed by this participe passé form. So if you're not sure how to construct that, check Unité 5 and then you will see the lesson that explains everything, okay? But then we'll repeat it one more time. J'ai fait. So remember, final T is not pronounced. J'ai fait. Tu as fait. Il a fait. Elle a fait. Nous avons fait. Little link between the two. Nous avons fait. Same thing here. Vous avez fait. And same thing here. Ils ont. Ils ont fait. Elles ont fait. Alright? So that's it. It was the verb faire at the passé composé. Really important. If that's okay with you and if it's clear, then you can continue. And the website is youtube.com/imagier. Or then more material, imagier.net. Have a great day. Au revoir. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 6, leçon H. And in this lesson, we'll continue our little review of le passé composé. Well, basically, it's for important verbs, and this one, venir, to come, is quite important, especially because it's a bit tricky in a way, so we'll see why. Je suis venu. Tu es venu. Il est venu. Elle est venue. Nous sommes venus. Vous êtes venus. Ils sont venus. Elles sont venues. Okay, so if you remember carefully when we introduced the passé composé construction in the Unit 5, I told you that most of the verbs were constructed with avoir, but then we had the list of the verbs that requires this être verb. Venir is among them, okay? So that's the reason why you put être here at the present form, okay? And then remember that if you get to put être, then have a look at the feminine form here. You will have to add this final e, okay? Feminine singular. But then for the plural form, you will have to add this s here, here, okay? And then for the feminine plural, you will have to add this es. All right, but then the good news, there is a good news, yes. It's that you don't pronounce them. So basically you get the pronunciation venu, 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 and then the same thing, venu, you don't pronounce this final Venu, you don't pronounce the final S. Venu, you don't pronounce the final S either. Same thing here, venu. And same thing here, venu, you don't pronounce S. So phonetically, you only have one way to pronounce it. But remember, if you want to write correctly, you will have to put E for the feminine, S for the plural, ES for the feminine plural. Okay, let's repeat them one more time. Je suis venu. Tu es venu. Il est venu. Elle est venue. Nous sommes venus. Vous êtes venus. Ils sont venus. Elles sont venues. That's it. Okay. Well, the next lesson is here. And then the website imagier.net is waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 6, leçon I. And we are continuing our things regarding le passé composé. So we'll see together le passé composé form of pouvoir, pouvoir, can. And then we'll see how it goes at the past form, this passé composé form. Okay? So, j'ai pu, tu as pu, il a pu, elle a pu, nous avons pu, vous avez pu, Ils ont pu, elles ont pu. Okay, so if you remember carefully, as I said, in Unit 5, when I introduced this passé composé form, most of the verbs are using avoir at the present form, so that's the case here. And then after that, you've got to put the participe passé. Same thing, it was introduced in Unit 5, so check it if you want. And then for pouvoir, it's a bit tricky because pouvoir becomes pu, like that. Only 2 letters, okay? But then it doesn't change. If you look carefully, then it's always the same form. Okay, so let's see them together. J'ai pu. Tu as pu. Remember, you don't pronounce the S here. Il a pu. Elle a pu. Nous avons pu. Little link, little liaison between the two. Nous avons pu. Vous avez pu. Same thing here. Little liaison between the two. Ils ont pu. Same thing here. Elles ont pu. Alright, so that's it. It was quite short but quite important. Okay, so if you want to check for the next lesson, it's here, and then the website is waiting for you, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. It's Unité 6, leçon J. I was not sure about that, but still it's written on the screen. Unité 6, leçon J, and in this lesson we'll discover together le passé composé, and the verb is attendre. Attendre is to wait, okay? And so we'll see the past form. So it's just some reviews that we are doing, but they are really important. So let's see how it goes now. J'ai attendu. Tu as attendu. Il a attendu. Elle a attendu. Nous avons attendu. Vous avez attendu. Ils ont attendu. Elles ont attendu. Alright, so if you remember, when I introduced the passé composé form, I told you that most of the verbs are using this avoir verb at the present form and then the participe passé. Okay, in that case, attendre becomes attendu at the participe passé, and then that's the form you will have to add at the end, and it doesn't change here, as you can see. J'ai attendu, tu as attendu, il a attendu, elle a attendu, nous avons attendu, so 2 liaisons here, nous avons attendu, nous avons attendu, vous avez attendu, same thing here, vous avez attendu, okay, vous avez attendu, then same thing here, ils ont attendu, okay, liaison here as well, ils ont attendu, okay, but make it fast, ils ont attendu, elles ont attendu. That's it for attendre at the passé composé form. If you want to check for the next lesson, it's right here, and then the website is here, IMAGIERS.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and it's Unité 6, leçon K. And in this lesson, we'll see together le passé composé of répondre. Répondre is to answer, and it's quite useful. So let's see how it goes for the passé composé form. J'ai répondu. Tu as répondu. Il a répondu. Elle a répondu. Nous avons répondu. Vous avez répondu. Ils ont répondu. Elles ont répondu. Alright, so it's not that difficult. Keep in mind that répondre, so the infinitive form, becomes répondu at the participe passé form. Okay, so this form that you will have to add each time here doesn't change. You know, you don't put the the feminine form or the plural form. You just keep it like that. Okay, so let's see them one more time. J'ai répondu. Tu as répondu. Il a répondu. Elle a répondu. Nous avons répondu. Vous avez répondu. Ils ont répondu. Elles ont répondu. OK? Easy! C'est facile! N'est-ce pas? Okay, so if that's clear for you, then check the website youtube.com/imagier, and then you can find the next lesson. And then the website is here, imagier.net, and it's waiting for you. Okay, bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 6, leçon L. And in this lesson, we'll see together again le passé composé, but this time it will be for the verb partir. Partir is to leave. Okay? And then you'll see that it goes like that. Je suis parti. Tu es parti. Il est parti. Elle est partie. Nous sommes partis. Vous êtes partis. Ils sont partis. Elles sont parties. Okay? Remember, partir belongs to this group of verbs that requires to use être instead of avoir for the passé composé form. And for that reason, you will have here, for example, when you've got the feminine form, you will have to put this final e at the end of your participe passé form. Okay? If that's plural, like it is here, you will have to add s. Okay? And if it's feminine plural, you will have to add this es at the end of your participe passé form. But when it comes to phonetics, so what you will pronounce, the good news is that you won't pronounce these es or es. Okay, so it will go like parti, parti, and then here same thing, parti, parti, and parti. Okay, so phonetically it's not that difficult, but then if you want to write correctly, remember to put e for the feminine form, s for the plural form, es for the feminine plural form. Okay, so let's see that together. Je suis parti. Tu es parti. Il est parti. Elle est partie. Nous sommes partis. Vous êtes partis. Ils sont partis. Elles sont parties. Okay, that's it. youtube.com/imagier. Next lesson is waiting for you, and then the website is here, www.imagier.net. Au revoir. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 6, leçon M, and in this lesson we'll discover together le passé composé of the verb savoir. Savoir is to know. It's quite used and quite useful, okay? But then keep in mind that this lesson regarding passé composé is the last one, okay? So if you're not sure how to make it, remember that in Unit 5, I did a big lesson regarding le passé composé. And then in Unit 6, few verbs were, well, it was possible to see them, okay? But then after that, we won't see le passé composé again. All right, so let's start now. Le passé composé, savoir, goes like j'ai su. Tu as su. Il a su. Elle a su. Nous avons su. Vous avez su. Ils ont su. Elles ont su. All right? So, for the last time, in most of the cases for the verbs, we will use avoir and then we'll use the participe passé form. In that case, savoir becomes su. Okay? So that's the reason why that's the form that you will see at the end of each forms here, okay, and then avoir should be at the present form, all right? J'ai su, tu as su, il a su, elle a su, nous avons su, vous avez su, ils ont su, elles ont su. That's it for le passé composé. So now, if you want to see something new, then youtube.com/imagier is waiting for you, and then the website is here. Au revoir. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 6, leçon N. And in this lesson we'll discover together something really important, and that's what we call le futur simple. So basically it's the future tense, okay? When you want to express something that you will do. Let's see how we will make it in French. So, we'll see the difference between the three groups of verbs that we've got in French. The first group is ending with er. Remember, parler, to talk, to speak. So, the idea is that in that case, for this group, you don't change anything. So you just keep the basic form, the infinitive form, all right? And after that, you will put at the end AI for je. Okay, so this will be your ending. So you just don't touch the verb, I mean don't touch the infinitive form, you just put at the end this ending. Okay? Second group of verbs, finir, to finish, to end. Well, the good news is that it will behave the same way as for the first group of verb. You don't modify anything, you just keep your infinitive form and you will put the ending AI here as well. So you get je parlerai and then you will get je finirai. So it's not that difficult for these two first group, okay? The third group, it's a bit more tricky, of course, as usual, because we're talking about irregular verbs, okay? But still, I took this lire. Lire is to read, okay? And then you can see that it's ending with this so the vowel okay? As usual, what we'll do, we'll take this away. So we get now L-I-R, and after that, we just put the ending. Je lirai. Alright? So it will apply for most of the verbs. Of course, because it's French language, it's not all the verbs. We've got exceptions, but we'll see the exceptions a bit later in this lesson. But still, that's the idea of constructing it. If it's ending with this vowel, take it away. Alright? You get that. And after that, you just put the ending. Alright? So, let's see. The ending for je will be AI. Alright? And you pronounce it e. Remember, open e. Okay? The ending for tu will be as. You don't pronounce the s, so you pronounce a. Alright? The ending for il, elle will be a. Okay? Phonetically, exactly the same thing as for tu. Okay? A. The ending for nous will be ons, as usual. Okay? Remember, you don't pronounce the final s, you get the on sound. Okay? Nasal in your nose, on. Alright? The ending for vous will be, as usual, a z, but then you pronounce it e. Okay? And then the ending for il, elle will be ont. You don't pronounce the final t, so you get the nasal on. Alright? So, e, a, on, et, on. Okay? So let's see how it will go with parler, parler, to speak, to talk. Okay? Je parlerai. Tu parleras. Il parlera. Elle parlera. Nous parlerons. Vous parlerez. Ils parleront. Elles parleront. Alright? So as I said, just keep your basic form and just put your endings. Okay? E, a, on, et, on. That's it. Let's see now. Choisir, to choose. Second group of verbs. Je choisirai. Tu choisiras. Il choisira. Elle choisira. Nous choisirons. Vous choisirez. Ils choisiront. Elles choisiront. Same thing. Remember, just keep the infinitive form, the basic form, and just put your endings at the end. E, a, on, et, on. Okay? Let's see now. Écrire. Écrire is to write. Okay, so third group, but then remember, as we saw with lire, lire, we took away this final okay? And only with the first part, we just add after that the endings. So, j'écrirai, tu écriras, il écrira, elle écrira, nous écrirons, vous écrirez, ils écriront, elles écriront. Alright? So it's not that difficult, okay? As I said, you take away the and after that, e, a, on, et, on. Alright? So, of course, we've got some exceptions, as I said. The first one is être. Être will become sœur. So the important thing with the futur simple is that the verb will change, but the endings will be the same. Okay, so the endings we saw previously will be exactly the same. Okay, so the only thing that you've got to remember is that être will become sœur. So that's the part that you will have to put, and then you will combine it with the ending, and it will become je serai. Okay, remember, ending for je was ai, je serai. Okay, avoir is becoming or. Okay, so tu auras. Aller will become ir. Il ira, elle ira. Faire will become faire, F-E-R. So you will get nous ferons. Savoir will become saur, S-A-U-R. Vous saurez. Voir will become ver. Ils verront, elles verront. Alright, so remember, être is becoming sœur, avoir becomes or, aller, ir, faire, faire, savoir, sort, voir, ver. Okay, but then after all these forms, you will just put the normal endings that we saw previously. So AI for je, AS for a, ONS, EZ, ONT. Other exceptions, pouvoir will become pour. Je pourrais. Vouloir, voudre. Tu voudras. Pleuvoir, pleuvre. Il pleuvra. Devoir, d'œuvre. Nous devrons. Venir, viendre. Vous viendrez. Courir, court. Il, elle, courront. Okay? So pouvoir is becoming pour, and it means can. Vouloir, voudre, to want. Pleuvoir, to rain, pleuvre. Devoir, to have to, d'œuvre. Venir, to come, viendre. Courir, to run, court. Okay? And then, as we saw previously, you only add after the endings. Alright? So, remember one more time. Je, ending for je is AI. Tu, ending for tu is AS. Il, elle, A. Nous, ONS. Vous, EZ. Il, elle, ONT. Okay? So, est, a, on, et, on. That's it. Now you can construct un futur simple. Congratulations. The next lesson is here, youtube.com/imagier, and that the website is waiting for you, imagier.net. Au revoir. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 6, leçon O. And in this lesson we'll discover together le pronom complément en. So let's see now. We can use this pronom complément en whether with an article partitif, so this some concept, or then it can be an article indéfini, a. In English it would be a, un, une, or then it can be at the negative form, so that's what we'll see, and then we'll start first with l'article partitif. Okay, so let's see now how we can make it. So if you have a question like Nicolas mange du pain, so of course, first possibility that you could have would be to answer oui, Nicolas mange du pain. So manger is to eat, du pain, some bread. Okay, in that case, that's really the partitive form. Okay, so you don't want to specify the quantity, but it's some. Okay. So, of course, the first option that you would have would be to answer like that. Oui, Nicolas mange du pain. So you repeat everything. Normally, that's not the way we will do, because we tend to replace things with pronouns when it's possible. Okay, so the first option would be to replace Nicolas in that case. You don't want to repeat Nicolas, so you can say oui, il, he, instead of Nicolas because it's masculine, mange du pain. So that's the first step. Okay, the second step, you want to replace this du pain. Okay, so this partitive thing, and that's when this pronoun en is used. All right, so oui, il en mange. Okay, so in that case, you use this il just to avoid repeating Nicolas because it was previously stated, and then you want to use this en, the pronoun, just to avoid repeating du pain because it was in the question. Okay, oui, il en mange. So remember that this en pronoun should be before the verb. Okay, so let's see now another example. In the first example, we had the masculine form, and now I wrote same sentence, but then here we've got de la salade. Okay, salade is feminine word, so in that case it's not du, but then it's de la. Okay, but still it's the partitive form, some. Okay, Nicolas mange de la salade. Okay, so as we saw, first option would be oui, Nicolas mange de la salade, so you repeat the whole sentence. Second option, you don't want to repeat Nicolas. Oui, il mange de la salade. Okay, and the last option, you don't want to repeat either Nicolas nor de la salade. So you've got oui, il en mange. Okay. Let's see now if you've got de l'eau. Nicolas boit de l'eau. Oui, Nicolas boit de l'eau. Second option, you don't want to repeat Nicolas. Oui, il boit de l'eau. Third option, oui, il en boit. Okay? Same rule, en goes before the verb. Boire, here, it's the infinitive form is boire and it's to drink. Okay? De l'eau, some water. D'accord? Okay, let's continue now. Second structure, if you want to use le pronom en instead of an article indéfini. So let's see how it goes. In that case, you know, you've got a question. Nicolas mange un biscuit. So it's quite interesting because the difference between what we had previously with this partitive, some, when you use this partitive form, you don't really give any information regarding the quantity. In that case, you use un, so that's clear, it's only one. Okay? Nicolas mange un biscuit. First answer, oui, Nicolas mange un biscuit. Same thing as previously, you just put everything again. Second possibility, you don't want to repeat Nicolas. Oui, il mange un biscuit. Alright? Last option, you don't want to repeat Nicolas and you don't want to repeat biscuit. Okay? The difference here between what we saw with the partitif and now is that you've got the quantity, so you know exactly how many or how much. Okay, so you get to put that at the end of your sentence. Oui, il en, so you put your pronoun here before the verb, and after that you put un. Il en mange un. All right? So let's see now if it's feminine. Une banane. Nicolas mange une banane? Answer, oui, Nicolas mange une banane. Oui, il mange une banane. Oui, il en mange une. Okay, so the information that you've got now is that you will have to put the masculine or the feminine form after. Okay, here you put une because banane is a feminine word. Alright? So let's see now. Nicolas mange des céréales. So here we've got the plural form. Oui, Nicolas mange des céréales. Oui, il mange des céréales. Oui, il en mange. Alright? So basically when you've got the plural form for des céréales here, you don't put anything after your verb. Alright? So when you use this article indéfini, you will only need to put something after your verb if it's un or une, or then in other cases, but we will come to that a bit later. Okay? So let's see now la forme négative. Nicolas ne mange pas de céréales. Okay, so you've got the question, but here you've got the ne and then the pas, so you know that it's negative. Nicolas ne boit pas d'eau. So let's see the answers. Non, il n'en mange pas. Non, il n'en boit pas. Okay, so the concept is still the same. You put your pronoun here and here before your verb, and then as usual in French, normally you should have your ne coming here, but then look, the pronoun is starting with a vowel, it's starting with a. Okay, so you should take this a away. All right, il n'en mange pas, il n'en boit pas. All right. And then le pronom en, well, it can replace the preposition de plus a noun, and especially a noun for a thing. Okay, so let's see now. Est-ce que Frédéric est content de son nouvel ordinateur? Okay, est-ce que Frédéric est content? Content is to be happy, satisfied. Okay, de son new ordinateur, computer. D'accord? Est-ce que Frédéric est content de son nouvel ordinateur? All right, so it's exactly the same concept. You could answer, I mean, you could make a long answer reusing every object or everything in the question, but then in that case we'll try to go a bit faster, and so we don't want, of course, to repeat de son nouvel ordinateur here. Okay, so the concept is that we will use this pronoun en instead. Oui, il, en est content. All right, so en, same thing here, before the verb. And then after that, of course, you continue your sentence because satisfied should be in the answer. Okay, so oui, il en est content. Negative form, non, il n'en est pas content. So same thing, en stays before the verb, and then you've got the first part of the negation ne, but then is going away. All right? Oui, il en est content. Non, il n'en est pas content. Est-ce que Frédéric parle de son chef? Oui, il en parle. Non, il n'en parle pas. Okay, so same thing, same concept, just put it before the verb. Okay, when you've got the negative form, then you should take this away from the first part of your negative form. Il n'en parle pas. Est-ce que Frédéric a besoin de notre aide? Okay, avoir besoin, it's to need. Okay, notre aide, our help. Est-ce que Frédéric a besoin de notre aide? Same thing here. We don't want to repeat de notre aide. So, oui, il en a besoin. Non, il n'en a pas besoin. All right? And now, let's see how it goes when you construct it with one verb, avec un verbe, with two verbs, avec deux verbes. And then if you construct it with one verb composed, like for the passé composé, for instance. So let's see now, avec un verbe, with one verb. So you've got a question. Laurent prend un biscuit. Oui, il en prend un. Non, il n'en prend pas. So remember, we saw that previously. Huh? If you've got un biscuit, in that case you've got to state the amount here, un. Okay, so in that case it's masculine, un biscuit, so it's un. Oui, il en prend un. Okay, so you put en before the first verb. Non, il n'en prend pas. Laurent prend 2 biscuits. Oui, il en prend 2. Okay, so in that case, you've got to put the amount. Il en prend 2. So it would be the same if you would have 3 biscuits, 3. In that case, you would put oui, il en prend 3. But then keep in mind that if you put the negative answer, non, il n'en prend pas. So you don't need to state the amount. Okay, il n'en prend pas. Now we'll see the same structures but with 2 verbs, and so the best way to construct with 2 verbs, if you want to make examples like that, is to construct that with the near future. Laurent va prendre un biscuit. Is going to take a biscuit. Laurent va prendre un biscuit. Oui, il va en prendre un. So the interesting thing here is that if you look carefully, you've got first aller here, so the first verb is here, and then you've got the second verb here. So it's at the infinitive form because that's the rule in French. When you construct with 2 verbs, the second one will be at the infinitive. And keep in mind that your pronoun, en here, should be before the second verb. Okay? So I'm not going to tell you that it should be between the 2 because you could have other things between the 2. Okay? It should be before the second verb. Oui, il va en prendre un. Okay, and you get a good example here for the reason why I told you it should be before. Non, il ne va pas en prendre. All right, because here you've got your aller verb, va, but then you've got the negative form, ne va pas. But then your pronoun should be before the second one. Okay, il ne va pas en prendre. Let's see now. Laurent va prendre 2 biscuits. Answer. Oui, il va en prendre 2. Non, il ne va pas en prendre. Okay? So let's see now when you've got a composed verb. So we just need to put the same sentence at the passé composé form. Laurent a pris un biscuit. Oui, il en a pris un. Okay, so the important thing now is to try to remember that when you've got this form, a pris, even if you've got 2 parts, well, technically you don't have 2 verbs, you've got 1 verb. Okay, so your pronoun en should be before the verb, so it means before a here. Okay, one common mistake is to put this en between the 2. Okay, because you tend to think that maybe you've got 2 verbs, but no. It's here, okay, il en a pris un. Negative form, il n'en a pas pris. Alright, non, il n'en a pas pris. Laurent a pris 2 biscuits. Oui, il en a pris 2. Non, il n'en a pas pris. And that's it for le pronom en. I know it's a bit difficult, but then it's quite important because French people or French-speaking people tend to use quite often these pronouns, especially when they talk. So it's important to know them. It's normal that maybe at the beginning you won't be able to produce it. I mean, to make sentences with all these pronouns, but still it's really important to know them and to understand them. Okay, so that's it. The next lesson is here, youtube.com/imagier, and the website is waiting for you, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 6, leçon P, and it's the last lesson for Unité 6. And in this lesson, we'll see together le pronom complément Y. So in the previous lesson, we saw another pronoun, so it's the pronoun en, okay? And in that case, in this lesson, we'll see le pronom Y. Well, you pronounce it I, of course. So, le pronom Y, we'll say that it can replace un lieu, a place, okay? Or then it can replace la préposition a and then a noun of thing. And then we'll see how to construct it when you get a negative form, okay? So let's see now for a place, un lieu. So let's see a question. Isabelle va en Finlande. So va, remember, it's aller, okay? And then en Finlande, in Finland. Isabelle va en Finlande. So of course, you will have many options to answer to this question. The first one would be maybe the more logical. Oui, Isabelle va en Finlande. So you just take all the elements that you had in the question and then you answer with that. Of course, in many situations we won't, because French people like to use pronouns when it's possible. So the first option that we would have is to avoid repeating Isabelle, okay? So, elle va en Finlande, all right? And the other option we would have would be to avoid repeating this en Finlande, okay? So it's a place, it's a country, okay? And in that case, it does mean that it would be possible to use this Y, so I, you pronounce it I, okay? So, oui, elle y va. So keep in mind that it's a pronoun and then it should be here just before your verb, okay? Elle y va. Alright, so oui, Isabelle va en Finlande. Oui, elle va en Finlande. Oui, elle y va. Okay, so let's see another example now. So if you're using a name of a town, because previously we had a country and now it's a town, and so it's Paris, okay? Isabelle va à Paris, so it's a question. Of course, you can answer like we saw previously. Oui, Isabelle va à Paris. First option, repeat everything, no problem. Second option, you just want to avoid repeating Isabelle. Oui, elle va à Paris. And then, last option, you just want to avoid repeating Isabelle and then Paris. Oui, elle y va. All right? And now it's a place. Cinéma. Okay? Isabelle est au cinéma. Oui, Isabelle est au cinéma. Repeat everything. Second one, you just don't want to repeat Isabelle. Oui, elle est au cinéma. All right? Third one, just want to avoid repeating Isabelle and au cinéma. Oui, elle y est. All right? Oui, Isabelle est au cinéma. Oui, elle est au cinéma. Oui, elle y est. Second situation when we can use this pronoun I or Y, it's when you replace it. When you replace this preposition a and then a noun of thing. Let's see now. Est-ce qu'Isabelle pense is to think, à son examen, exam, okay, to think about. Est-ce qu'Isabelle pense à son examen? First option, repeat everything. Oui, Isabelle pense à son examen. Second option, you just don't repeat Isabelle. Oui, elle pense à son examen. Third option, you don't repeat Isabelle, and same thing for à son examen, so oui, elle y pense. Alright, same concept, remember, y should come before the verb. Est-ce qu'Isabelle joue au tennis? So in that case, remember, it's au, but then au is clearly the combination of the preposition à and then the article le tennis, the okay? So when you combine these two, you get this au tennis. So still, it does give you the information that it is the preposition which is modified. So still, it's possible to use this pronoun. Oui, Isabelle joue au tennis. Repeat everything. Second one, oui, elle joue au tennis. And the last one, oui, elle y joue. All right, so you can see that it's quite short. It's quite short, but it's quite useful because you don't need to repeat all the things that were stated in the question. Okay, so remember, as usual, the pronoun should come before the verb. All right. So now we'll see how to construct these sentences with the pronoun y. But then when you're using this negative form. Okay, est-ce qu'Isabelle joue au tennis? First option, oui, elle y joue. Second, non, elle n'y joue pas. All right, so negative form should be before the pronoun here. Okay, and then as usual, remember the ne followed by a vowel, they don't really get along, so should go away. So you take it away and you get ni, joue, and after the verb, you put your pas form. Okay? Isabelle est au cinéma? Oui. Elle y est? Non. Elle n'y est pas. Same thing, okay? Negation here before your pronoun, but then is going away, and then pas after your verb. Okay? So let's see now how you construct it with one verb. Alexandre va au concert? Oui, il y va. Non, il n'y va pas. Okay, so no changes from what we saw previously. Okay, so before your verb, and then here, when you get the negative form, your ne is coming before the pronoun, and then your pas is coming after your verb. Okay? When you get two verbs now. Alexandre va aller au concert? So it looks a bit strange, sorry about that. He's going to go at the concert. I know, I know, but it's just to show you how it works, and I don't want to change the sentence, okay? So, oui, il va y aller. Okay, so you can see here now that this pronoun y should be before the second verb, okay? Il va y aller. Negative form, non. Il ne va pas. Okay, so your negative form is before and after the first verb. And that's the key thing, okay? And then your pronoun is coming before, sorry, your second verb. Okay, so your pronoun y should be always before your second verb. Okay? And now, let's see how it will work if we've got composed tense like aller here, and it's at the passé composé form. So Alexandre est allé au concert. Okay, it's the past tense. Oui, il y est allé. Okay, so keep in mind that even if you've got two parts here, okay, it's only one verb. It's the verb aller at the passé composé. Okay, so it's composed. So we've got two elements, but still it's one verb. So it means that your pronoun y should be before. Il y est allé. All right, and then the tricky thing, normally it's the negative form at the passé composé. Look, non, il. So you put first the negative part. So ne. Obviously, this is going away because you've got a vowel, okay, as usual. Il n'y est, and then you put, as we saw previously in Unit 5, or I don't remember, I guess it was Unit 5 when I introduced the passé composé, you put this pas here between être and your participe passé form, okay? So, non, il n'y est pas allé. All right. I hope it was clear. Well, we'll do a break right now, but then I'm coming I'm coming back quite soon for Unité 7, okay? But then if you want to check the previous lessons, they are here, and then the next lessons will come, but not today, okay? But it's youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is here, imagier.net, and it's waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 7, leçon A. And in this lesson, we'll work together on the adverbs, les adverbes. And to be more precise, we'll see 3 cases. The first one will be with an adjective, an adverb. Second situation will be with un verbe. And then the last one will be with une phrase. Okay, so let's see that right now. The first case we'll discover or we'll work on will be with an adjective or an adverb. Okay, so let's see. The idea is normally that the adverb should be placed, adverbe placé, devant, before the adjective or the other adverb. Okay, so if you've got a structure with one adverb and one adjective, your adverb should be placed before the adjective. If you've got 2 adverbs, then this one should be before the second one. Okay, so let's see how it goes. First example, ce thé est trop chaud. Okay, ce thé is tea, of course, and then here we've got the demonstrative. This tea is too hot. Okay, so we've got the adjective chaud here, and then this trop should be before the adjective. Okay, so it's quite easy. Another possibility here, you've got 2 adverbs, so this one, trop, too, and then rapidement, well, fast, okay, and then parler is to talk. Il parle trop rapidement. Okay, so obviously this trop, too fast, should be before rapidement. Okay, and then last example, ce film est assez intéressant. Ce film est assez enough, intéressant, interesting. Okay, so assez comes before intéressant. All right, so remember, if you've got one adverb, then you should put it before the adjective or the second adverb. All right, so let's see now how you will construct it if you have a verb. So the rule goes like that. L'adverbe est placé, is placed, so the adverb is placed en général, in general, so that's quite important in French because, of course, we've got exceptions all the time. We will have exceptions in French, but en général, okay? Après, so after the verb, okay? Adverbe placé en général après le verbe. So let's see how it goes now. Je lis, lire is to read, okay? So it's the present form. Je lis, I read. Rapidement, okay? So fast. Je lis rapidement. So you can see that this rapidement, fast, comes after your verb here, lire. Okay? Second example now. Elle parle, parler is to talk, doucement. Okay, quietly. Elle parle doucement. Same thing here. Your adverb is coming after your verb. All right? And then the last one. Il conduit. Conduire is to drive. Il conduit très bien, very well, sa nouvelle voiture, his new car. Il conduit très bien sa nouvelle voiture. So as you can see here as well, this très bien, very well, is coming after the verb conduire, to drive. All right? So remember, the adverb is placed in general after the verb. Okay? And then be careful, of course, if you construct it at the passé composé tense. So remember, we saw that previously. You should check the unit 5 if you want to know how to construct this passé composé. But then for the passé composé, we will have, of course, some exceptions. The exceptions are assez, enough, beaucoup, a lot, bien, well, déjà, already, mal, bad, mieux, better, trop, too, too much, too, okay? Toujours, always, and then presque, almost. Okay, so assez, beaucoup, bien, déjà, mal, mieux, trop, toujours, presque. So try to remember them, and then in the next page I will show you how they change. So if you take this trop, remember it was too much. So je parle trop, I talk too much. So if we've got the present form as we do here, basically it does respect the rule as we saw previously, so it comes after the verb. Okay, je parle trop. But then, if you put the same sentence at the passé composé form, okay, so remember, passé composé, you've got avoir or être, and then after that you get this participe passé form, all right? So you will have to put this adverb, trop, between the two here. J'ai trop parlé. All right? Let's see now another example. Il se repose. Se reposer is to rest. Okay? Il se repose beaucoup, a lot. And then, if you put the same sentence at the passé composé form, il s'est beaucoup reposé. All right? Il s'est beaucoup reposé. So remember, present here, present form, you've got this adverb, it's coming after the verb, but then here, it must be here, so between the two. Okay? Another example. Je dors mal. So dormir, it's to sleep. Okay? Mal, bad. Passé composé form. J'ai mal dormi. So same thing. Doesn't come after, but it's right here. Okay? Elle sourit toujours. Sourire, to smile. Toujours, always. Present form, elle sourit toujours. And then, passé composé form, elle a toujours souri. All right? And now, let's see if you want to make a sentence. Because you will have to remember that in some cases, well, the place of the adverb can change. Est variable. Okay? So let's see. You've got an example here. Malheureusement, so malheureusement means unfortunately, malheureusement, elle a perdu ses clés. Perdre, it's to lose, okay? Ses clés, her keys, okay? And it's the passé composé form. Malheureusement, elle a perdu ses clés. Okay, so that's one option. So you can start here, as you can see. You start with the adverb, and then you continue your sentence. All right, but then it would be possible as well to change the order and to start like elle a perdu ses clés malheureusement. Okay, so you can see that it's possible to start with the adverb, or then you can end with it as well. So it's possible to move the adverb. In this case, it doesn't need to be at the right beginning of the sentence. Okay, we'll see another example. Récemment. Récemment means recently. Il a décidé, okay, décidé to decide, de changer, to change, de travail. Travail is work. Okay. Récemment, il a décidé de changer de travail. Okay. And it will be the same here. If you look carefully, you can start with il a décidé de changer de travail. So the same portion that we had here. You can start with it. And then you put récemment at the end. Okay, so in some structures, well, keep in mind that it's possible whether to start with the adverb or that to end with the adverb if you want. Okay, well, it's for once, it's quite easy in French. All right, okay, so I hope it was clear. So it was the first lesson of Unit 7, Unité 7. If you want more lessons, well, you can find them here, and then the website is waiting for you, IMAGIERS.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 7, leçon B. So we saw previously in the previous lesson, leçon A, it was les adverbes. So especially the place or where you should put the adverbs in sentences or before verbs and adjective. But then in this lesson, we'll try to focus on what we call les adverbes de manière, and especially the way to construct them. Okay, so the rule goes like, if you've got, or if you want to construct an adverb de manière, first you've got to know well the adjective at the masculine form, then you will make it or modify it and put it at the feminine form, and after that you will add M-E-N-T, and when you add this M-E-N-T at the end of your feminine form of the adjective, then you will get the adverb. Okay, so it sounds quite easy. It is not that difficult, okay, but then we'll have a look. So we'll take a first example, easy one, and this is parfait. Okay, parfait means perfect in English. Okay, it's not that far. So we've got here this adjective, and it's at the masculine form. If we put the same adjective at the feminine form, well, the rule normally, we saw that previously, goes like you put this final you add this final at the end of your adjective to get the feminine form. Of course, we've got some exceptions, but then that's the normal rule, okay? And so based on this form, as we saw, you just add M-E-N-T, and then you get your adverb parfaitement, okay? In English, it would be perfectly, okay? So parfait, then parfaite, parfaitement. All right, so we'll see few examples, and then the first one is franc. Okay, so in some cases they will be a bit strange because the feminine will not follow the rule that we saw, but then, I mean, I told you that in advance, you know, most of them follow this rule, but then of course we've got exceptions. Okay, but then so franc, franche, so it's the feminine forms, the adjective, and then franchement, you get the adverb here. Okay, so for each adjective I will put the English translation here at the beginning. All right, doux, you don't pronounce the final X. Douce, feminine form. Doucement, adverb. Parfait, parfaite, parfaitement. Certain, certaine, certainement. Joyeux, joyeuse, joyeusement. All right, so let's repeat them one more time. Franc, franche, franchement. Doux, douce, doucement. Parfait, parfaite, parfaitement. Certain, certaine, certainement. Joyeux, joyeuse, joyeusement. Okay, let's continue the list. Heureux, heureuse, heureusement. Spécial, spécial, spécialement. Clair, clair, clairement. Vif, vive, vivement. Sportif, sportive, sportivement. Okay, you can read them one more time. Heureux, heureuse, heureusement. Spécial, spécial, spécialement. Clair, clair, clairement. Vif, vive, vivement. Sportif, sportive, sportivement. Okay, and then we can see some subgroups. Okay, so it does mean that here you will have the ending of your adjective at the masculine form, then here the ending of the adjective at the feminine form, and here you've got the ending of your adverb. So it takes back this ending here, accent grave RE, and then you add this MENT. Okay, so this subgroup follow the rule that if it ends with ER, then the feminine form will be accent grave, it goes like that, RE. Okay, so let's see a few examples now. Entier, entière, entièrement. Premier, première, premièrement. Dernier, dernière, dernièrement. léger, légère, légèrement. Okay? One more time. Entier, entière, entièrement. Premier, première, premièrement. Dernier, dernière, dernièrement. Léger, légère, légèrement. Okay? And then second subgroup. So if it ends with ET, then it will go like accent grave, TE, and then for the adverb, accent grave, TE, and you add this MENT here. Okay? Let's see. Secret, secrète, secrètement. Okay, so I tend to insist a little bit on it just to make you hear the difference between the masculine. Secret, secrète. Okay, you're pronouncing the T. Okay? Complet, complète, complètement. Discret, discrète, discrètement. Okay, so one more time. Secret, secrète, secrètement. Complet, complète, complètement. Discret, discrète, discrètement. Okay, so let's see another subgroup. So actually you've got two things here. The first one, so if your adjective is ending with ENT, then it will be transformed for the adverb, like EMMENT. And if it ends with ANT, it will be transformed like AMMENT. Okay? But then I did put them in the same group because phonetically, and that's the important thing, phonetically you will pronounce them the same way. So you will pronounce amant, and here it will be the same, you will pronounce amant. Okay, so let's see how it goes. Patient, and then patiemment. So as I told you, even if you write it E-M-M-E-N-T, phonetically it goes like amant, patiemment. All right? Récent, same rule, récemment, récemment, récemment. Okay? Then, suffisant, suffisamment. And the last example, élégant, élégamment. All right, so let's repeat them one more time. Patient, patiemment, récent, récemment, suffisant, suffisamment, élégant, élégamment. Okay, and another subgroup, so if your adjective is ending with EL, then feminine form of the adjective will be E-double-L-E, and then the adverb E-double-L-E-M-E-N-T. Okay? Réel, réellement. Okay, so remember when you've got this here and then it's followed by two consonants and then they are the same consonant like here, the sound of the changes and it's open, it's e. So that's the reason why you've got this réel. Okay? Réellement. All right? Then manuel, manuel, manuellement. Annuel, annuel, annuellement. Naturel, naturel, naturellement. Okay, one more time. Réel, réel, réellement. Manuel, manuel, manuellement. Annuel, annuel, annuellement. Naturel, naturel, naturellement. So now, with the previous lesson, and this one, you can master les adverbes, or at least you can be quite gifted with them. And then if you want to check for the previous lessons and the next lesson, you can find them on youtube.com/imagier, or then the website is here, imagier.net. Au revoir. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 7, Leçon C. And in this lesson we'll see some vocabulary for a change, and then the topic will be dans la ville, so in the town, dans la ville. Okay, so let's start now. Une rue. Okay, remember final not pronounced. Une rue. Une voie ferrée. Final here not pronounced, and then this one is not pronounced either. Une voie ferrée. Une autoroute. Une autoroute. Un boulevard. Final D not pronounced. Un boulevard. Un lampadaire. Final E not pronounced. Un lampadaire. Une aire de stationnement. Une aire de stationnement. Un musée. Final E not pronounced. Un musée. Un immeuble. So you can see I'm making this little liaison between the two. Un immeuble. Final E not pronounced. Un immeuble. Un stade. Same thing here. Final E is not pronounced. Un stade. Un gratte-ciel. Un gratte-ciel. Un restaurant. Final T not pronounced. Un restaurant. Un hôtel. So you can see that I'm making this little liaison, this little link between the two. Un hôtel. Un hôtel. All right? Un terre-plein. Un terre-plein. Remember this E-I-N nasal. So it goes in your nose and it's un plein, plein. Un terre-plein. Une gare. Okay, remember when you get these G and A together, the sound is g, ga, ga. Une gare. Final E not pronounced. Une gare. Une tour. Okay, O-U, ou, une tour. Un palais des congrès. Final S here and here are not pronounced. Un palais des congrès. Un parc. Un parc. Un espace vert. First thing, you've got this little link between the two. Un espace vert. Final E not pronounced, and then final T not pronounced. Un espace vert. Un trottoir. Un trottoir. Une borne d'incendie. Okay, final E here not pronounced, final E here not pronounced. Une borne d'incendie. And then you get the nasal. Un, en, incendie. Une borne d'incendie. Un égout. Okay, little link between the two. Un égout. Final T not pronounced. Un égout. Une conduite d'eau potable. Une conduite d'eau potable. Final E here and here are not pronounced. And then when you combine these two, or sorry, these three vowels E, A, U, you get the sound O. Only O. Okay? Une conduite d'eau potable. Okay? Une conduite de gaz. Final E not pronounced here. Une conduite de gaz. Un câble électrique. Final E here and here are not pronounced. Un câble électrique. Un abribus. Un abribus. Un arrêt d'autobus. So you can hear this little link between the two. Un arrêt d'autobus. Un passage pour piétons. Un passage pour piétons. Final S here not pronounced and then final E not pronounced. Un passage pour piétons. Des feux de circulation. So here final X not pronounced. Des feux de circulation. Une chaussée. Okay, here final E not pronounced, and then you get the double S between two vowels, so it's really strong. I mean, the S is s. Okay, so une chaussée. Un réverbère. Final E not pronounced. Un Ré. So here you've got this accent aigu, et, and then here you've got this accent grave, é, okay? Et, é. So it goes like ré, vers, ber, okay? Un réverbère. Une maison individuelle. So remember when you get this and then double consonant, and especially here it's the same one, that's the idea. It will open the sound of so you will pronounce it like é, okay? Individuel, uel, okay? Une maison individuelle. Une maison individuelle jumelée. Final here, not pronounced. Une maison individuelle jumelée. Des appartements en copropriété. Remember, final S and final T are not pronounced here. Des appartements, little liaison here, des appartements en copropriété. Des maisons en rangée. Final E and final S are not pronounced. Des maisons en rangée. Une tour d'habitation. Remember, H doesn't exist in French, well, in most of the cases. So it does mean that you don't pronounce it. All right, so d'habitation. Une tour d'habitation. That's it. Now you know many words, and especially you can pronounce them correctly. Next lesson and previous lessons are here, and then the website imagier.net is waiting for you. Okay, bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 7, leçon D. And in this lesson we'll see the vocabulary regarding the house, so in the house, dans la maison. So let's start now. Une entrée principale. Un vestibule. Un vestiaire. Un couloir. Un escalier. Une buanderie. Okay, so one more time. Une entrée principale. Un vestibule. Un vestiaire, un couloir, un escalier, une buanderie, un salon, une cheminée, une salle à manger, une cuisine, des WC, une salle de séjour. So one more time. Un salon, une cheminée, une salle à manger, une cuisine, des WC, une salle de séjour. Un rez-de-chaussée, un étage, un palier, une chambre principale, une garde-robe, une chambre, one more time, un rez-de-chaussée, un étage, un palier, une chambre principale, une garde-robe, une chambre, une fenêtre, une porte-fenêtre, une salle de bain, une douche, une baignoire, une porte pliante. So one more time. Une fenêtre, une porte-fenêtre, une salle de bain, une douche, une baignoire, une porte pliante. une table, une desserte, un fauteuil, un canapé, un banc, un tabouret. One more time. Une table, une desserte, un fauteuil, un canapé, un banc, un tabouret. Une chaise, un lit, une armoire, un coffre, une commode, un rideau, okay? Une chaise, un lit, une armoire, un coffre, une commode, un rideau. This is it. You've got so many words now. I hope you can remember them. If you don't, then watch the video one more time. And then if you're ready, so the next lesson should wait at the following address. So it's youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 7, leçon E. And in this lesson, we'll have the pleasure to discover together two verbs. So it's quite interesting because we've got first the verb savoir, and then we've got the verb connaître. And if you want to translate that, directly in English, well, basically they mean the same thing, and it would be translated with to know. Okay, so two verbs for the same meaning. What does it mean? It means that you will have two different uses of these verbs. The first one, savoir, well, the rule is that you will use savoir plus a verb. So after that, if you want to add a verb, then you will have to use savoir. Or then if you want to put, as we say, structure verbale, so it's just somehow like a sentence, okay? So if you want to introduce a sentence after savoir, then after to know, then that's savoir that you will have to use. Okay, but connaître, so same meaning as I said, it's to know. Okay, you will use connaître only if you want to put a name or a noun after connaître. Okay, so that's the main difference of use between savoir and connaître. Okay, so connaître plus a noun avec un nom, and then savoir with a verb, or then structure or verbal structure, or let's say a sentence if you want. Okay, so first, of course, we should remember how to conjugate savoir at the present form here. Okay, je sais, tu sais, il sait, elle sait, nous savons, vous savez, ils savent, elles savent. Okay, so if you look carefully here, you write it S-A-I-S, well, the same way here. Here you write it S-A-I-T, okay, but then phonetically these three forms are the same, and it's c'est, okay? Je sais, tu sais, il sait, elle sait. All right, so let's see now the passé composé form. J'ai su, tu as su, il a su, elle a su, nous avons su, vous avez su, ils ont su. Okay, so if you remember, when we introduced this passé composé form, it was in Unit 5, if my memory is correct. Then you put first, in most of the cases, the verb avoir at the present form, and then you put this participe passé form. And the participe passé form for savoir is su. Okay, so it doesn't change. That's the reason why you will put it right here after each form. Okay, so j'ai su, tu as su, il a su, elle a su, nous avons su, little liaison here, vous avez su, same thing here, ils ont su, little liaison between the two, elles ont su. Okay, And now, let's see connaître at the present form. Je connais, tu connais, il connaît, elle connaît, nous connaissons, vous connaissez, ils connaissent, elles connaissent. All right? Same thing as we had for savoir, if you look carefully. Here, connaît, AIS, and then connaît, AIT. So don't forget this circumflex, even if you don't pronounce it well, you should write it. Well, you pronounce these three forms the same way. Okay? Connaît, and then connaît. All right? Let's see how it goes for the passé composé form. J'ai connu, tu as connu, il a connu, elle a connu, sorry, nous avons connu, vous avez connu, ils ont connu, elles ont connu. Okay, so same rule, first avoir at the present form, then participe passé form of connaître, it's connu. All right, so it will go everywhere for each person here. Okay, j'ai connu, tu as connu, il a connu, elle a connu, nous avons connu, vous avez connu, ils ont connu, elles ont connu. Okay, and now for the future form, as it was introduced in the previous lesson, unit 6. So savoir at the future form, and it goes like je saurai, tu sauras, il saura, elle saura, nous saurons, vous saurez, ils sauront, elles sauront. And then for connaître at the future form, je connaîtrai, tu connaîtras, il connaîtra, elle connaîtra, nous connaîtrons, vous connaîtrez, ils connaîtront, elles connaîtront. All right? So, let's see a few examples now. So the first one, remember, savoir, so you construct it with a verb or a sentence, okay? In that case, I just put a verb. Je sais chanter. Okay, so remember, savoir, to know, chanter, to sing. Je sais chanter. All right? So, second verb here, chanter. Well, the rule in French is that if you've got a structure like that with two verbs, the second verb should be all the time at the infinitive. Okay? Je sais chanter, like that. All right? If you put the same sentence at the passé composé, as we saw previously, the passé composé form of savoir, it goes like j'ai su chanter. All right? And then the future form, je saurais chanter. Okay? So it's quite easy. Hein? Je sais chanter, j'ai su chanter, je saurais chanter. That's it. Let's see connaître now. Je connais cette personne. Okay? So connaître, to know, okay? And then cette personne, person is person, and it's feminine, so if you want to put this, you should put it at the feminine, so it's this person, cette personne. Je connais cette personne. Passé composé, j'ai connu cette personne, and then the future form, je connaîtrai cette personne. All right? So it's not that difficult, okay? But, of course, there is one exception. And the exception is savoir plus a noun. Okay, so you will use this structure only if you want to introduce this concept that we call in French par cœur, so by heart. Let's see one example. Je sais ma leçon. So in that case, savoir, to know, ma leçon, my lesson. Okay, so in that sentence, when you use je sais ma leçon, you really want to say that you know your lesson by heart. Okay, that's the reason why we use savoir in that case. Okay, same thing for the second example. Je sais mon texte, my text, or then my lines if you want. Je sais mon texte, okay, so it's the same. You want to introduce this idea that you know your text or your lines by heart. Okay, and that's the only exception when we will use savoir plus a noun. All right? I hope it was clear for you. Have a great day. If you can, you can find the video lessons, the previous and next, here, and then the website is waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 7, Leçon F. And in this lesson, we'll see a really, really important thing, and it's le conditionnel présent. So basically the conditionnel is, as in English, this conditional form, so would, could, okay? But of course, as in English, we've got different tenses for that. And the first one that we will see, so the more classic tense that we usually use, when we talk about the conditionnel, it's the present form. Okay, so let's start now. Le conditionnel présent. So in this lesson, we'll see first la formation, so the way to build it, to make it, and then, of course, l'emploi, so when you should use this conditionnel présent form, okay? So let's first start, if that's okay with you, with the formation, the way to make it. So you'll see that it's quite easy in a way, and normally that's the reason why we introduce it right after the future tense. So if you didn't see the video regarding the future tense, I definitely advise you to do it because it will be more clear for you. So it's Unit 6, I don't remember the lesson, but check Unit 6, and then le futur, and you'll find it, okay? Because the way we construct this conditionnel présent is the same way that we construct the future, okay? The only difference will be the endings, all right? So let's take the first example that we've got here. Parler belongs to the first group of verbs. Remember, we've got 3 in French. And the first group of verb is ending with er, like here. Okay? So these verbs are regular. So that's a good news, and normally that's the reason why we start with them. So you don't have to change your verb. So parler is like that. You will keep it like that, and based on this form, after that you will add the endings, okay? And for je, the ending will be AIS, okay? So you don't need to modify your infinitive form. The basic form is like that, it goes there, and right after you just add the ending AIS, and you get je parlerai. All right? So it's quite simple. Second group, so verbs ending with ER. Be careful, not all the verbs ending with ER, but a quite decent amount of them belongs to the second group, but then still it will be quite easy because it is exactly the same way. You don't modify your infinitive form, you just keep it like that, all right? And after that, you add your ending. Je finirai. So AIS. Je finirai. All right, so it's quite easy. You keep your basic form, your infinitive form, and right after, you just put the ending. Okay? For the third group of verbs, so of course, we will have some exceptions. So we'll see that a bit later in this lesson. But still, the main rule is if it's ending like lire to read, okay, with this well, the idea is that you will take this away, as we quite usually do in French, okay, and after that you will add your ending. Je lirai. All right, so the rule goes like, if you've got final then you take it away, you've got your form here, L-I-R, and then you add your ending, A-I-S, je lirai, okay? So you've got 3 forms here, and they're actually the, well, conditional présent forms. Je parlerai, je finirai, je lirai, okay? Parler is to talk or to speak, finir to finish or to end, lire to read, okay? So the endings now. So we saw that previously that, well, the ending for je will be, the ending for je will be AIS. Okay? The ending for to will be, well, the same. A-I-S. The ending for il, elle will be A-I-T. Okay? The good news is that even if we write them differently, like you see here, we pronounce them the same way. And it goes like e, e, e. Alright? So as usual in French, what you pronounce, well, it's not that difficult in a way, but then remember how to write them. A-I-S for je, A-I-S for tu, A-I-T for il, elle. So now let's see nous, and nous goes like I-O-N-S, okay, and it should be pronounced ion. Remember, final S is not pronounced. Ion, okay. Then for vous, it goes like I-E-Z, and it goes like ye, okay. Remember when you get this I before, it goes like ye, 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 okay, ye. So that's the reason why we had this ion here, and then ye. All right, and the last one, so even if it looks scary because you've got three vowels here and then nt, okay, A-I-E-N-T, so as usual, that's the way you should write it, but then phonetically the good news is that you pronounce it e. So the same way that we had here, e here, e, and then e. Okay, so let's pronounce them, e, yon, ye, e. So if you look carefully, you've got only three phonetical pronunciation. The first one is here and here. It's the same. So it's e. After that, we've got this yon. And after that, we've got this ye. All right? So let's see now for parler. Parler, it's to speak or to talk. Okay, so je parlerai. Tu parlerais, il parlerait, elle parlerait, nous parlerions, vous parleriez, il parlerait, elle parlerait. Second example, choisir from the second group of verbs. Choisir is to choose. Je choisirais, tu choisirais, il choisirait, elle choisirait, nous choisirions, vous choisiriez, il choisirait, elle choisirait. Okay, not that difficult. And the last example, so for the third group, it's écrire. Écrire is to write. Okay, so same rule, if you remember, the example was with lire, to read, but then it's exactly the same rule. So if you look carefully, it's ending with this e. Okay, so you take it away, and after that you put the ending. J'écrirai. Tu écrirais, il écrirait, elle écrirait, nous écririons, vous écririez, ils écriraient, elles écriraient. All right, so it's not that difficult anyway. But of course, we've got some exceptions, as I said in the beginning. So the idea for these exceptions is that the verb will change. So endings will be the same, so that's one good news. So all the endings that we saw previously, well, they will be the same, but then you've got to remember the way the verb will change. So if you saw, that's the reason why I spoke about the future lesson. If you saw the future lesson and you remember the way these verbs are changing for the future, the good news is that they will be changing the same way. So être will become sœur. All right? And then after that, you will have to put the endings. Je serai. All right? So you will keep this sœur all the time for your conjugation. And after that, you will add all the endings that we saw. Okay? Avoir will become or. Same thing here. After that, you will add all the endings. So, tu aurais. Aller will become ir. And you'll get il irait, elle irait. Faire will become faire. Nous ferions. Savoir will become sort. Vous sauriez. Voir will become vers. Il verrait, elle verrait. Okay, so let's see them one more time. So, être, to be, je serais. Avoir, to have, tu aurais. Aller, to go, il irait, elle irait. Faire, to do, nous ferions. Savoir, to know, vous sauriez. Voir, to see, il verrait, elle verrait. Alright, so one more list of exceptions. Pouvoir will become pour. Je pourrais. Vouloir will become voudre. Tu voudrais. Pleuvoir will become pleuvre. Il pleuvrait. Devoir will become d'œuvre. Nous devrions. Venir will become viendre. Vous viendriez. Courir will become court. Il courrait, elle courrait. Alright, so let's see them one more time. Pouvoir, can, je pourrais. Vouloir, to want, tu voudrais. Pleuvoir, to rain, il pleuvrait. Devoir, to have to, nous devrions. Venir, to come, vous viendriez. Courir, to run, il courrait, elle courrait. Alright, so it was the first thing regarding the conditionnel présent, and then as I said, regarding the fact that it's quite close to the future, so the important thing is to remember that the endings for the future are AI, AS, A, ONS, EZ, ONT. Okay, but then for the conditionnel présent, if you remember them, it was AIS, AIS, AIT, IONS, IEZ, AIENT. So to be totally honest, if you think about that, because basically we construct these two tenses the same way, okay, so the endings here and here will be the only way to make the difference between the future and the conditional. So it's quite important to really remember them by heart. Okay, so remember futur, AI, AS, A, ONS, EZ, ONT, but then conditionnel présent, AIS, AIS, AIT, IONS, IEZ, AIENT. Okay? And now let's see when we should use this conditionnel présent, because that's the most important thing. The first situation would be to express a desire or a wish, exprimer un désir ou un souhait. Okay? J'aimerais être en vacances. Aimer, to like or to love. Okay? And here you've got the conditional form. Être, to be. En vacances, on vacation. Holidays. J'aimerais être en vacances. Second use will be if you want to donner un conseil, to give an advice. Vous devriez apprendre le français. Okay, devoir, to have to, but then in that case when you say vous devriez, you should. That would be the more correct translation. Vous devriez apprendre, apprendre is to learn, le français, French. And then if you want to ask something politely, that's the tense you should definitely use. And especially if you go in a coffee restaurant or if you go in a shop and you want to ask for something, then use this conditional form. I mean, trust me, it's quite important. Okay? Je voudrais un café, s'il vous plaît. Okay? Je voudrais un café, s'il vous plaît. Okay? So let's read them one more time. J'aimerais être en vacances. vous devriez apprendre le français. Je voudrais un café, s'il vous plaît. Another use of this conditionnel présent is if you want to construct a sentence, like in English, for instance, with this if. Okay? So if in French is si. And then the rule is quite strict in French. If you start with this if, si, then it should be followed by the imparfait form. We didn't see this form yet. It will come in the next lesson or in the next unit, sorry. So no stress about that. It's just an example, but it's just for you to know that if you want to construct this if structure, then it should be followed by imparfait. Then comes le conditionnel. Okay, so let's take one example. Si j'avais le temps, je ferais du sport. Okay, so si j'avais le temps, so if I had, it's the same in English. You put this I had. Si j'avais le temps, so time, je ferais. Remember, it was faire, to do, but then at the conditionnel form, du sport. Okay. Another example. Si j'étais riche, so riche, rich, était, it's to be, remember. Je voyagerais, voyager is to travel, autour du monde, around the world. Oops. And then the last one. Si elle était là, so être, to be, là, here, nous irions, so remember it was to go, aller, and it becomes ir, irions, nous promener. Okay, so se promener, to have a walk. Okay, that's it. I hope it was clear. Have a great day. The YouTube channel is here and the website is here and it's waiting for you. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 7, leçon G. And in this lesson we'll have the pleasure to discover les questions avec qui et que. So it's quite important, so please take the time to listen to me. So let's start now. Les questions avec qui et que. So we'll first start with qui, and then after that we'll see que. All right? So the first thing, qui, and it's starting right now. Qui est-ce qui parle? So it's a question, okay? Qui est-ce qui parle? Second example would be, qui est-ce que tu regardes? Okay, so the first one, qui est-ce qui parle? And then, qui est-ce que tu regardes? So in both cases, well, these questions are mostly for oral use, because when we add this est-ce qui, est-ce que, normally it's when you talk, okay? If you write, you don't really need to put them. We've got some more formal way to write questions. We saw that previously, okay? But still, it's possible orally to use these structures. So the question is, why do we use qui here and qui here, and then qui here and que here, okay? Because it can look a bit messy at the beginning, especially if you don't really know how to use or how to structure that. So the first thing that we've got to remember, yes, it's here. So the first part here, this qui, well, we will use this qui here just because we want to have the information and it concerns a person. Who, okay? Qui means who when we start the question with it, okay? Qui est-ce qui parle? Qui est-ce que tu regardes? And then we've got the second part here, as we saw, and it's quite interesting because we've got two options here, the first one and the second one. So the first one, you will use qui just because you will ask the question regarding the subject of the verb. You've got the verb here, parler, okay? And the information that you want to have concerns the subject of this verb. And then here, we will use que just because we want to have the information concerning the object of the verb. So you've got regarder here, but then if you look carefully, you already have the subject. It's tu regardes, okay? So, qui est-ce qui parle? So if you want to translate it directly, you could translate it like, who is talking? Okay? Qui est-ce qui parle? Alright, so here you want to have the information regarding the person, and then here you want to have the information regarding the subject of the verb, parler. Okay? And here, qui est-ce que tu regardes? So, who are you watching? So, first thing here, because you want to have this information, the information regarding a person, qui est-ce que, and here it will be the object of the verb, so you are watching someone. Okay? So, let's see a few examples. The first one, qui est-ce qui parle? And then the answer could be, ma femme parle. My wife talks or is talking. Okay? So in that case, you can see that in the answer that you give here, it's ma femme parle. Okay? So it's the subject, ma femme parle. And then the second example we had, it's qui est-ce que tu regardes? Okay? Je regarde mon ami. Okay, mon ami, my friend. Regarder was to watch or to look. Okay, je regarde mon ami. And you can see here that it's, well, basically it's quite clear. It's quite clear. So qui, just because you want the information for a person, and then the second qui, just because it will be the subject, ma femme parle. Okay, here qui, because it's the person, mon ami, my friend, it's a person, and then que, just because if you look carefully, it comes after your verb, because it's not the subject, it's the object. Okay, grammatical object. We're not talking about an object, but a grammatical object. So it can be a person, it could be a dog, animal, or an object if you want. Okay, so je regarde mon ami. All right. Now let's see que. First question. Qu'est-ce qui fait ce bruit? Okay. Second question, qu'est-ce que tu fais? All right? So remember that even if you don't have the que here, but you get this QU, all right? It does mean that previously we had the here and here, but then as usual, if you look carefully, we've got here another starting here. So we've got to take our away, okay? So let's see now. First part, we use this que because we want to have the information regarding a thing. Okay, so we had qui previously, and it was for a person, and then que it's for a thing. So it's not for a person. So que will be for a thing when you start the question with it. Okay, and then here. So remember, we've got this qui here, and then we've got this que here. Well, it will be exactly the same idea that we had previously. So you will use qui here just because you want the information regarding the subject of the verb. You've got the verb here, to do, okay? And then here you put this que just because you want to have the answer with the object of the verb, okay? You've got the verb here, faire, to do, same verb, but then you've got the subject, tu fais, you do. Okay, so the first question, qu'est-ce qui fait ce bruit? What is doing this noise? Qu'est-ce qui fait ce bruit? Or this sound if you want. Qu'est-ce que tu fais? What are you doing? Okay, so let's see now the same question. Qu'est-ce qui fait ce bruit? And the answer would be, la voiture de mon père fait ce bruit. Okay, my father's car. Okay, la voiture de mon père. So if you translate it directly, it's the car of my father. And then you've got the verb. Okay, but then this long thing is the subject. La voiture de mon père fait ce bruit. Okay, so that's the reason why first we had this que, because it's a thing, it's not a person, okay? And then qui here, because it's the subject of the verb faire. Okay? Second question, qu'est-ce que tu fais? So if you remember carefully, it was what are you doing? Qu'est-ce que tu fais? And the answer, je prépare un chocolat chaud. Okay, so I wanted to put another verb in the answer just to well show you that is you don't really need to answer with the same verb, you know. Qu'est-ce que tu fais? What are you doing? Je prépare, so I prepare. Je prépare, and then this is the object of the verb. So the object, just let me repeat, the grammatical object of the verb. So je prépare un chocolat chaud. All right. So now remember that we can, of course, construct these things with preposition, okay? Just because in French we've got verbs, and verbs are in some cases constructed with preposition, so you will need to remember these things. So preposition can be à, avec, de, pour, and then chez. Okay? À qui est-ce que tu parles? Okay, remember, so parler, to talk, is constructed with à, to talk to, okay? Parler à quelqu'un. So if you want to know à qui est-ce que tu parles, who are you talking to, okay? À qui est-ce que tu parles? So it doesn't change, you just need to first start with the preposition and then you continue your structure, okay? Jouer, it's to play, okay? And then normally, if you're talking about a sport or activity, so sport or activity, then we tend to use this preposition à with it, okay? So play, but then à, and then the name of the activity. It could be football, or it could be basketball, or it could be whatever, okay? À quoi est-ce que tu joues? And then now, I assume that you will tell me, oh, have a look at that. What on earth is going on? Why do we have this quoi and not que? Okay, well, because that's the rule, and we'll see that, but that's the rule in French. If you want to construct a question like here with que, but then it is constructed with a preposition, then que will change and then it will become quoi. Okay, that's the reason why. Qui doesn't change, que will be transformed into quoi. So that's the reason why here we've got à quoi est-ce que tu joues? Okay? Now, avec qui est-ce que tu viens? So venir is coming, avec, with, okay? Avec qui est-ce que tu viens? Avec quoi est-ce que tu écris? Écrire is to write, okay? Same thing, with, okay? And then it's exactly the same rule, remember, I told you that, que becomes quoi here. That's it. Avec quoi est-ce que tu écris? Okay? So remember, preposition with qui, no problem at all. But then preposition plus que, no. You will have to use quoi. Okay? So remember, that's quite important because it can sound a bit strange if you're using this que instead of quoi with the preposition. Okay? So I hope it was clear. The channel is here, youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 7, leçon H. So let's start, and in this lesson we'll discover together what we call les nombres ordinaux. Les nombres ordinaux, premier, première, okay? So you've got here the English version, so first, okay? But then as usually in French we've got the difference between the masculine form and the feminine form, okay? So I will write here first masculine, then feminine, and I will read both, okay? So premier, première. Deuxième, second, seconde. Okay, so it's quite interesting because here you've got deuxième and then it doesn't change. It's the masculine or the feminine form is exactly the same. So that's a good news. And then we've got here another option, second or seconde. Okay, in that case it does mean that nothing is coming after. Okay, so deuxième usually means that you've got after that third, fourth, etc. Okay, but then second normally it's the end. Okay, it's the second one. Okay, troisième. Okay, masculine form, feminine form, the same. Quatrième, cinquième, sixième. Okay, one more time. Premier, première, deuxième, second, seconde, troisième, quatrième, cinquième, sixième, septième, huitième, neuvième, dixième, onzième, douzième. So far, I assume that it's not that difficult. You've got to remember that it's M, okay. Septième, huitième, neuvième, dixième, onzième, douzième. Treizième, quatorzième, quinzième, seizième, dix-septième, dix-huitième. Okay. Treizième, quatorzième, quinzième, seizième, dix-septième, dix-huitième. Dix-neuvième, vingtième, vingt-et-unième, centième, millième, mille-et-unième. Ok? Dix-neuvième, vingtième, vingt-et-unième, centième, millième, mille-et-unième. A short lesson, I know, but quite useful. Okay, so next lesson and previous lessons are here, and then the website is here, and it's waiting for you. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 7, leçon I. And in this lesson, we'll continue our introduction that we did in this unit, so regarding le conditionnel présent, and in this lesson, we'll only focus on the verb être. Okay? So it will be a short one, but still quite important. Je serai, tu serais, il serait, elle serait, nous serions, vous seriez, il serait, elle serait. Alright, so remember, conditionnel présent, so if you want to translate directly this je serais, it's I would be, okay? But then in French we've got only one form like that. Remember, so A-I-S, but then you don't pronounce the final S. Je serais. Same rule here, no pronunciation of the final S. Tu serais. Phonetically, it is the same. And then the good news here, it will be exactly the same. So final T is not pronounced. So phonetically, you've got the same form as we had previously. Il serait, elle serait. Okay, so one more time. Je serais, tu serais, il serait, elle serait. Alright? So then, final S not pronounced, and then this is this yon, yon. Remember, it goes in your nose, it's nasal. Yon, nous serions. Okay, then vous seriez. And last but not least, and remember, it's quite strange, but A-I-E-N-T, many letters, only one simple sound, E, as we had here, here, and here. It's exactly the same sound. Il serait, elle serait. Alright? Je serais, tu serais, il serait, elle serait, nous serions, vous seriez, il serait, elle serait. And now, you must be a specialist regarding conditionnel présent of the verb être. Sorry about that. Okay, so next lesson and previous lessons are here, and then the website is waiting for you, and it's here. Okay, bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 7, leçon J. So in the previous lesson we saw the conditionnel passé form of être, to be, and in this lesson we'll focus on the conditionnel présent form of avoir, to have, okay? So let's see now how it goes. J'aurais, tu aurais, il aurait, elle aurait, nous aurions, vous auriez, ils auraient, elles auraient. Alright, so if you remember carefully, this conditional present form, so it was introduced in this unit, so check the unit 7 and then put conditional present, you will find the whole description and the whole lesson of conditional present, but still, here, you can see that j'aurais, well, if you want to translate it directly, it would be I would have, okay, but then in French we've got only one form here, and then take a good look at the endings, AIS, AIS, AIT, IONS, IEZ, IENT, okay, the endings for the conditionnel present form. Okay, so let's see how you pronounce them now. J'aurais, so final S, not pronounced, j'aurais. Then same thing here, tu aurais, you don't pronounce the final S. Il aurait, same thing here, final T is not pronounced, elle aurait, okay? So you've got the same pronunciation here for the three first forms. J'aurais, tu aurais, il aurait, elle aurait, okay? Then, nous aurions, so this little link between the two, this liaison, nous aurions, final S not pronounced. Vous auriez, little link between the two, vous auriez, and then ils auraient, little link, but then look, A-I-E-N-T like that, and you only pronounce E, like we had here. It will be exactly the same pronunciation here. Ils auraient, elles auraient. Okay, so let's see that one more time. J'aurais, tu aurais, il aurait, elle aurait, nous aurions, vous auriez, ils auraient, elles auraient. Alright, so it was a short lesson, I know, but it's really, really important to know at least être and avoir by heart at the conditionnel présent form. Okay, if you're not sure, if you've got a doubt, then watch the video again and try to remember them by heart. Okay, the website or the channel is here, youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is here, imagier.net, as we would say in French. Okay, have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 7, leçon K. And in this lesson we'll discover together the verb aller, so aller means to go, and especially the conditionnel présent form of this verb. Okay, so let's start right now. The first form goes like j'irai, tu irais, il irait, elle irait, nous irions, vous iriez, ils iraient, elles iraient. Okay, so let's check them one more time. The first one, j'irai. Okay, remember, final S not pronounced. J'irai. Tu irais. Same thing here, final S not pronounced. Tu irais. And then, il, masculine form, irait, final T not pronounced. So what you can see is that this form, and this form are actually pronounced the same way. Okay? So, il irait, elle irait. Okay, then, nous irions. Okay, so let's make this little liaison between the two. Nous irions. Final S not pronounced. Nous irions. Then, vous iriez. So same thing here, make the liaison. Vous iriez. Remember, when you get this EZ at the end, you get the sound E. Okay? Iriez. Iriez. And then, vous iriez. Alright? And the final form, ils iraient. Okay, so remember, make the liaison as well. You get this S and then the vowel after. So, ils iraient. And then if you look carefully, you've got A-I-E-N-T, okay? But then phonetically it goes like E, okay? So technically these form and these forms here are pronounced the same way, and it goes like irait, okay? So ils iraient, and then the feminine, elles iraient. All right, so j'irai, tu irais, il irait, elle irait, nous irions, vous iriez, ils iraient, elles iraient. Okay, so that's it for the conditionnel présent form of the verb aller. Aller, remember, it was to go, and then you've got the YouTube channel here, and it's youtube.com/imagier if you want more videos, and then the website is here and it's waiting for you, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 7, leçon L. And in this lesson we'll discover together a quite important thing, and it's lequel and laquelle. Okay, so first thing, well, let's see what lequel is. Lequel, well, basically it's when you want to replace this quel. So the meaning of quel is what, okay, then plus a noun. D'accord, so quel plus un nom, okay? And when you want to replace this group, so what plus a noun, then you can have the lequel instead. Okay, remember that in that case, we'll see that a bit later in this lesson, but lequel, it will be for the singular masculine. Okay, then let's see how it goes for the feminine form, singular as well. So it will be laquelle, okay, and then it will replace this quel, so what, but in that case, as you remember probably, we've got the feminine and the masculine form plus a noun, so plus un nom, okay? So if you want to replace quel plus un nom, then you will have to use laquelle. So this is the feminine form and this is the singular feminine form, okay? So let's see now the singular form and the plural form. So the first form that we'll see will be the masculine, so it will be, as we saw, lequel, okay? So remember, you've got to pronounce it lequel. Even if you've got this QU, okay, remember that this U phonetically doesn't exist, so lequel. Then for the plural form, you will add this S here and then S at the end, okay? And it will give you the pronunciation lesquels, all right? So final S is not pronounced. So here, when you get this L-E-S, okay, it's just like the article, if you remember, les, okay? So it goes like lesquels, all right? And then the feminine form, so singular, we saw it laquelle, okay? So basically same rule, Q-U, U is not pronounced here. And then you've got this double L-E, well, phonetically here, it is the same as what we have here. So laquelle. So the only difference between the feminine and the masculine form is this first part, okay? Laquelle, lequel. All right, phonetically, I mean, now of course, if you write them, you've got to put this double L here. And then let's see for the plural form. So it will be quite logical in a way because we will have this plural form. So les, okay, as we had here, les, okay? And then quel, you just add this final S at the end, okay? And the good news is that phonetically, it's lesquels here for the masculine form and then lesquels for the feminine form, all right? So phonetically, it's exactly the same when we talk about the plural form here, but then if you want to write it correctly, remember that for the masculine, it will be E-L-S at the end here, and then E-L-L-E-S at the end for the feminine. All right, so let's see a few examples. So the first one, il y a deux cafés. Okay, so if you want to translate directly, it would be there are two coffees. Lequel veux-tu? So of course you could ask the same question and you could put this quel café veux-tu? What? Let's translate it straight, it would be more clear. quel café veux-tu would be translated like what coffee do you want? Okay? In that case, okay, when you use this lequel, well, technically you could translate it directly like which one, okay? Which one do you want? Okay, so il y a deux cafés, lequel, so in that case, just to avoid repeating quel café, okay, veux-tu, so remember, vouloir is to want, tu, you, okay, do you want? So, lequel veux-tu? Il y a deux cafés, lequel veux-tu? All right, or then it's possible as well. In that case, it's more, let's say, spoken. Okay, the first one is the official one, because in that case you put lequel, and after that you change the order. Remember, first the verb, then the subject, because that's the official and the formal way to ask a question. But then, if you speak normally, it's possible to, well, put the order a bit differently. So, il y a deux cafés. So, this doesn't change, of course, okay? Tu veux lequel? All right, so you just keep the normal order. So you've got the subject here, you've got the verb here, and then you put lequel at the end, okay? Tu veux lequel? All right, meaning is the same, but then it's better to use this second form orally and the first form, if you've got to write, then use this first form, okay? So let's see another example. So, deux bus arrivent. Okay, so two buses arrive. Lequel prenez-vous? Remember, prendre is to take. Hein? Vous, you. Okay, so you could be the plural form, or then it could be the polite form for you. Okay, so lequel prenez-vous? Which one do you take? All right. Or then it could be as well as we saw in the previous example. You just keep the normal order, so subject, verb, vous prenez lequel. All right? And then another example. Voici les pâtisseries. Laquelle choisissez-vous? Okay, choisir, to choose. Voici les pâtisseries. Laquelle choisissez-vous? All right? Same thing here. Voici les pâtisseries. Vous choisissez laquelle? All right, so you can see that in that case it's the same. We just keep the normal order, so subject, verb, and then laquelle. All right, so now you've got lequel, lequel, and laquelle. Remember, phonetically, well, basically this second part, quel, doesn't change if you want to pronounce it, okay? So that was it for the lesson regarding lequel and laquelle. I hope it was clear for you. The channel is here, youtube.com/imagier, and the website is here. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 7, leçon M. And in this lesson, we'll discover together les professions. So many words. I hope you're ready because it will be quite useful and maybe a bit long. Let's try to see that together. Okay, so we'll start right now. Un menuisier. Un électricien. Un plombier. Un maçon. Un agent immobilier. Un opticien. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Un menuisier. Remember this UI. UI. Menuisier. All right. Then un électricien. So you can see that we make the liaison here. Un électricien. I-E-N-ien. Électricien. All right. Then un plombier. Remember O-M goes like O-N. So it's on. Plombier. All right. Un maçon. Here you can see that we've got this little cédille beneath the C, okay? And it just means that you will pronounce this C as S, okay? So that's the reason why. It's un maçon. Son, okay? O-N in your nose, nasal, un maçon. All right. Then, liaison here. Un agent immobilier. Same thing here. Un opticien. Okay, next page. Un dentiste. Un docteur. Un jardinier. Un agent d'entretien. Un mécanicien. Un boucher. All right, so let's see them one more time. Un dentiste, remember, nasal, dentiste. Un docteur, E-U-R, un docteur. Un jardinier, remember, I-E-R-I-E, jardinier. Un agent d'entretien, liaison here, un agent d'entretien. Un mécanicien, remember, I-E-N, yen, like here, yen. Un boucher, C-H, un boucher. So I tend to insist a little bit, but then it goes like un boucher. Okay? Next page. Un coiffeur. Un bijoutier. Un pharmacien. Un infirmier. Un vétérinaire. Un fermier. Okay, so let's see them now. Un coiffeur. Remember, O-I goes like wa, quoi, and then E-U-R, Un coiffeur. Then we've got un bijoutier. Un pharmacien. So remember, P-H, so these combination of these two letters will produce the F sound. Fa. Pharmacien. Okay? Un pharmacien. Okay, then liaison here, un infirmier. Un infirmier. I-E-R at the end, ye. Infirmier. Okay, then un vétérinaire. Remember, accent aigu will give you this E sound. V-T-R-I, and then here it's open. R. Un vétérinaire. And then un fermier. Okay, let's see the next page. Un pêcheur. Un marin. Un policier. Un militaire. Un gardien. Un pompier. All right, so let's see them. Un pêcheur. So remember when you get this accent circonflexe, you know that's the name of this accent. On the top of E, it will open the sound. So you get really open. Okay, so pêcheur. And then E-U-R, Okay, un pêcheur. All right, then un marin. I-N nasal, un, okay, un marin. All right, then un policier. I-E-R-I-E, un policier. All right, then un militaire. Remember, A-I, it's this E sound as well. E, militaire. All right, then un gardien. I-E-N here, yen, un gardien. All right, then un pompier. So remember what I told you, when you get this O-M here, it will give you the sound on. So exactly the same sound as this O-N. All right, so in your nose, pompier. All right, next page now. Un avocat, un comptable, un architecte, un scientifique, un instituteur, un bibliothécaire. All right, so let's see them. Un avocat, so remember, liaison here and then final T not pronounced, okay? Un avocat. Un comptable, so O-M, remember it goes like on, all right? And then, strangely, this P is not pronounced. Un comptable, all right? Then, un architecte. Same thing here, liaison, okay? Un architecte, all right? And then C-H, architecte, all right? Then, un scientifique, un instituteur, okay? So liaison here, and then remember this E-U, it goes like heure, heure with the R, instituteur. Then un bibliothécaire, bibliothé, remember in French the H doesn't exist, so you don't pronounce it. Bibliothécaire, un bibliothécaire. All right, so let's see the others. Un réceptionniste, un facteur, un conducteur, un camionneur, un chauffeur de taxi, un pilote. Okay, so let's see them. Un réceptionniste. Okay, remember when you get this T-I-O-N, so normally it will give you this S. I mean, I'm talking about the T here, okay? So, sioniste, okay? Réceptionniste, all right? Then, un facteur, E-U-R, un facteur. Then, un conducteur, O-N, on, conducteur. Un camionneur, camionneur. Un chauffeur de taxi, okay? A-U-O, then E-U-R, chauffeur. Un chauffeur de taxi. Un pilote. Okay, this one is quite easy. Un chef. Un musicien. Un danseur. Un comédien. Un chanteur. Un serveur. Okay, so let's see them. Un chef, so remember, CH, it will give you the sh sound, un chef, okay? Then, un musicien, un musicien, un danseur, remember, nasal here, A-N, en, un danseur, un comédien, I-E-N, yen, comédien, E, accent aigu here, gives you the E sound, comédien, all right? Then, un chanteur, un serveur, un barman, well, this one is not that difficult, un sculpteur, un sportif, un peintre, un photographe, un journaliste. All right, so un barman, un sculpteur. Same thing here. This P here is not pronounced. So sculpteur, un sculpteur. Un sportif, un peintre. So remember when you get this E-I-N together here, then you pronounce this un sound. So nasal in your nose, un peintre. All right, and remember, final here is not pronounced. It only gives you the possibility to pronounce these two letters. So tr, tr, okay. Un peintre. All right. Un photographe. So here PH and here PH. Pronounce it like F, 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 f. Photographe. Okay. Same thing here. This you don't insist on it. You only pronounce this f at the end. Un photographe, okay? Un journaliste, same thing here. You know, final only gives you the t. Journaliste, okay? Un barman, again. Oh no, un sculpteur. So I've been putting 2 times the same page. Well, let's repeat it. Un sportif, un peintre, un photographe, un journaliste. Okay, so let's see the last page. Un rédacteur, un dessinateur, un couturier. Okay, so un rédacteur. All right, remember, accent aigu here, so you will have this E sound. Rédac, and then this okay? Un dessinateur, and then un couturier. Remember, O-U goes like OU, okay? Couturier. I-E-R-I-E, okay? Un couturier. All right? So that was it. If you want more videos, then you can find them here. And then the website is waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 7, Leçon N. And in this lesson, I thought it might be useful for you to have some vocabulary regarding cuisiner. So cuisiner is to cook, just because French people like to talk about food. They like to talk about cooking and all these things. So it's usually quite useful to have few words or few verbs to be able to discuss about that, okay? And especially at this level, Unité 7, I think it might be the time. So let's start now. Éplucher, battre, faire mijoter, pocher, griller. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Éplucher. Okay, remember when we've got this CH, the sound is sh. Okay, éplucher. All right. First group of verbs, okay, ending with er. So basically it is quite easy to conjugate. Okay, then battre, battre. Okay, even if you've got deux T here, two letters, well, basically you've got only the sound of one, okay? Battre, okay? Third group of verbs, a bit tricky to conjugate, but still, it's possible at your level. Then, faire mijoter, okay? Faire mijoter. Then, pocher, okay? First group. Griller, okay? It's interesting because here you've got this E and then double L, okay? In most of the cases, and I don't say always because it's not possible in French to say always. We've got so many exceptions, but in most of the cases, you will pronounce it y, okay? Griller, that's the reason why. Griller, okay? Remember, er, because these are verbs here. Griller, pocher, éplucher, okay? You pronounce them A, okay, even if you've got this R, okay, this combination of two letters, R at the end, will give you the sound E, all right, so griller, okay, let's see the others. Rôtir, cuire au four, bouillir, frire, couper, all right, so rôtir. Don't forget this accent circonflexe, sorry. Then, cuire au four. Bouillir. So that's maybe the tricky one of the list here. So, bou and then yir. Okay? Bouillir. So, bouillir. Bouillir. Okay? Frire. And then couper. Well, couper is quite easy. First group here, so je coupe, tu coupes, il coupe. Nous coupons, vous coupez, il coupe. So quite easy to conjugate. Couper en tranches. Râper. Étaler au rouleau. Remuer. Mélanger. Okay, so let's see them. So here you've got this couper again, okay? En tranches. So tranche is a slice, okay? So in that case, couper en tranches. Râper, so don't forget this accent circonflexe here. First group of verb, easy to conjugate. Étaler au rouleau. Okay, étaler, so first group of verbs, quite easy to make. Then remuer. So this, maybe it's the difficult one of the list. Okay? Remuer, remuer. And then mélanger. Okay, remember, G, E goes like j, okay? Mélanger, mélanger. All right? So now you've got many verbs to discuss with French people or French-speaking people about food and how to prepare it. Okay, so if you want more videos, then it's here, youtube.com/imagier. And then the website is here, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 7, Leçon O. And in this lesson, we'll discover together les plats d'un repas. So it will be a short lesson, but still, in the previous lesson, we saw that all the verbs, the main verbs that we can use in French to discuss about cooking and how to prepare a dish. And now we'll see les plats d'un repas. Okay? So, un apéritif, une entrée, un plat principal, un fromage. Okay, so let's see that. Un apéritif. So here you get the liaison between the two. Un apéritif, okay, and then you get the accent aigu, so it goes like et. Un apéritif. Then une entrée. Une entrée. Okay, remember, well, technically this final here is not pronounced, so phonetically it doesn't exist, so it's et. Okay, entrée. Remember, nasal here. En entrée. Une entrée. Then un plat principal. Final T here not pronounced. Un plat principal. En, remember, it's nasal, it goes in your nose. Un principal. Un plat principal. All right? Then, un fromage. Okay, remember, G-E-J. Okay, in that case, you don't insist on the final J. Fromage. Un fromage. All right? Then, une salade. Un dessert. Un café. All right, so, une salade. Same thing here. Final you don't insist on it. It only gives you the pronunciation of the previous letter. So, d. Salade. Salade. Okay? Une salade. Un dessert. Okay? So, remember that we've got here two S. Okay? That's the reason why you pronounce it S. And then it opens the dessert. Un dessert. So, you don't say un dessert. Okay? But you say un dessert. Final T not pronounced. Un dessert. All right? Un café. Okay, remember accent aigu here. Un café. Un café. Okay? So, you get everything now to talk about les plats. Okay, have a great day. YouTube.com/imagier, that's the channel, and then the website imagier.net. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 7, leçon P. And in this lesson, we'll discover together le conditionnel passé. So, maybe some of you might think that it's a bit early to introduce this conditionnel passé form because normally it comes a bit later, but still I think that we've been introduced this conditionnel présent form in this unit, so it's still warm, and I still have the feeling, and I have the feeling that normally it should be okay for avoir un être, so at the conditionnel présent. That's the reason why I think it might be useful to introduce this conditionnel passé form, especially because it's not that difficult if you master the conditionnel présent form and then the passé composé. I mean by that these participe passé forms, okay? So we'll see how it goes. And then the first thing that we'll see in this lesson is l'utilisation. Okay, so when do we use this conditionnel passé form? And the second thing that we'll work on is la formation, so the way we make it or we build it. Okay, so let's start with the first one. So utilisation. Okay, and then the first use that we will have for this conditionnel passé, it's to express regrets. Exprimer les regrets. Exprimer des regrets. Okay, so that's the first, well, one of the first use, let's say. The second one would be une information non confirmée. So if you're looking at the news, for instance, and then they want to talk about something that happened, but then they don't have all the elements to confirm this information. So normally in that case, they just use this conditionnel passé form, okay? And then something, I mean the last one would be imaginer des situations irréelles dans le passé. So you want to imagine some situations that, well, technically are not real and they take place in the past. So that's the use of le conditionnel passé. Okay, so first one, exprimer des regrets here. Second, use information non confirmée. And then the last one, imaginer des situations irréelles dans le passé. Okay, and now let's see how we make this conditionnel passé. All right, so first example I wanted to put is je mangerai au restaurant. Okay, so this sentence, if you remember, we saw that in well, these units anyway, when we introduced this conditionnel présent form. Okay, so you've got the verb is manger, je mangerai au restaurant. And then if you look at the conditionnel passé, well, it will go like j'aurais mangé au restaurant. Okay, second example, tu regarderais la télévision. Tu aurais regardé la télévision. Okay, so same thing here. The first one is at the conditionnel présent form. Second one, conditionnel passé form. And then, il irait au travail would become il serait allé au travail. All right. So if you look carefully, then what you can see? I mean, you can see first that it is composed. So you've got two parts. The first one here is avoir. Then you've got what we called and what we saw previously for the passé composé form. This is participe passé, okay, past participle. Here the same way, have a look. It's avoir and then it's the past participle, regardez. And here we've got être and here we've got the past participle. So maybe if you want to construct this conditionnel passé form, you will have first to use avoir, like we saw, but then avoir should be at the conditionnel présent form. Okay? Then you will put after this participe passé form that we saw previously when we introduced the passé composé, because that's the second part that we use for the passé composé as well. Alright, so first, avoir at the conditionnel présent form plus participe passé, past participle, then you will get your conditionnel passé form. Okay? But we saw as well that in some cases we'll use être, but then same thing, it should be at the conditionnel présent form. Whoops! Plus participe passé, so it doesn't change, and it will give you conditionnel passé. Okay, so you've got to remember that in most of the cases, you will use avoir. Okay, so if you're not sure, if you've got a doubt, then put avoir. Okay, if you know that it should be constructed with être, then put être, of course. Okay, in both cases, remember that they should be at the conditionnel présent form. All right, so we'll see. So the verbs that will require être will be the following: aller, to go; arriver, to arrive; descendre, to go down; devenir, to become; entrer, to enter, to come in, to go in; monter, to go up; mourir, to die; naître, born; partir, to leave; rester, to stay; retourner, to return; sortir, to go out; tomber, to fall; venir, to come. Okay, so all these verbs will require être for this conditionnel passé form. And then if you remember what we've been seeing for the passé composé, well, they are exactly the same verbs that will require être, whether for the passé composé or then for the conditionnel passé. And the good news is that we've got other composed tenses in French, and this list will be always the same. So it means that this list of verbs that will require être will be the same for all these composed tenses. Okay? So remember, one more time, aller, arriver, descendre, devenir, entrer, monter, mourir, naître, partir, rester, retourner, sortir, tomber, venir. Okay, so remember, you will have to use être with these verbs. Okay, so as I said, être, but then for the conditionnel passé, être should be conjugated at the conditionnel présent. All right, so let's see that. But then the other group of verbs that will require all the time être will be what we call les verbes réfléchis, so reflexive verbs, okay? And they usually goes like se regarder, okay? Se regarder, s'appeler, se présenter. So they will use être for this conditionnel passé form, but then, well, I mean, they are exactly the same verbs, you know, as we saw for this passé composé, so it is always the same rule, okay? So, se regarder, s'appeler, se présenter, so all the reflexive verbs will require être at the conditionnel passé. Okay, so let's see now how avoir and être, how they go at the conditionnel présent, because that's the first part that you will have to put. So it's j'aurais, tu aurais, il aurait, elle aurait, nous aurions, vous auriez, ils auraient, elles auraient. Okay, so that's what you will use in most of the cases. Okay, so let's see that. Let's see it one more time. J'aurais, remember, final S not pronounced. Tu aurais, same thing here, final S not pronounced. Il aurait, elle aurait, final T not pronounced. Nous aurions, liaison here, this little link. Nous aurions, final S not pronounced. Vous auriez, liaison here, and then EZ will go like E. Vous auriez, okay, and the last one. Ils auraient, so liaison here. Elles auraient. And then look, if you've got A-I-E-N-T, then phonetically it goes like aurait. Okay, so phonetically you've got aurait here, aurait, aurait, and here as well, aurait. Okay, so it's quite easy to produce orally. And then être, je serais, tu serais, il serait, elle serait, nous serions, vous seriez, il serait, elle serait. Okay, so we'll see that one more time. Je serais, same thing here, final S not pronounced. Tu serais, final S not pronounced. Il serait, final T not pronounced. Elle serait. Nous serions, final S not pronounced. Vous seriez. So here when you've got this Z at the end, then you get the sound E. Seriez. So vous seriez, okay? And the last one, il serait, A-I-E-N-T here, phonetically it goes like E, okay? Serait, elle serait. So same thing here, we've got serait here, phonetically I mean, serait, serait, and serait. So the same sound. Okay? And then for the second part that we use, so what we call le participe passé. So the thing is that for the first group of verbs, so normally the first group of verbs, we talk about the verbs ending at the infinitive form with er. Okay, so these verbs are quite easy because if you've got, well, have a look at the first example that I put, and it's parler, parler to speak, to talk. So you can see that it ends with er here. It's here, okay? So this is the infinitive form, so the basic form of the verb, okay? And then the participe passé, so this past participle, will be like that, accent aigu. So parler, all right? Then the verb regarder, er here, will follow the same rule. Regarder, like that, with the accent aigu. And here, when we talk about the first group of verbs, we are really talking about a lot of verbs, okay? So many verbs will follow this simple rule. Okay, so the second part that you will use for this conditionnel passé will be written like that if the verb is belonging to the first group of verb. Even the verb aller. Aller, to go, remember, it's a tricky verb normally when you conjugate it, especially at the present form. But for this past participle form, it is quite easy because it goes like A, L, L, E, accent aigu. So it does follow the same rule. This ER become E, like that. Okay? Second group of verb, so regular verbs, not all the IR verbs, okay? Quite easy as well. Let's take choisir. Choisir is to choose, okay? IR like that, and it will become I. Finir, to finish or to end, IR, and it will become I. Unir, to unite, IR, and it will become I. So it's quite easy, okay? Choisir, choisi, finir, fini, unir, uni. So of course, we've got exceptions because we're talking about the third group of verbs, and then this one is, well, it's tricky. I mean, we've got to be honest with that. The first advice I would give you is to try to remember them by heart, okay? And I've been making a video about these tricky participe passé, okay? But then here we can have a look at them. So subgroups here, talking about the one ending with U, okay? So for example, connaître, to know, will become connu, okay? Voir, to see, will become vu, okay? Ending with I, partir, will become parti. Partir is to leave. Rire, to laugh, will become ri, okay? The one ending with ite, like here, écrire, to write, écrit. Dire, to say, dire. Sorry, dit. Getting tired. And then es, mettre, will become mis. Mettre means to put. Prendre, to take, will become pris. Okay? So here you've got the past participle, so les participes passés of these verbs here, okay? So we'll take one example. The example will be parler. Parler is to talk or to speak, okay? So we will have at the conditionnel passé form, if you remember. So first part here is avoir at the conditionnel présent. Then here we've got the participe passé of parler, and it will give you j'aurais parlé, tu aurais parlé, il aurait parlé, elle aurait parlé, nous aurions parlé, vous auriez parlé, ils auraient parlé, elles auraient parlé. Okay, so I wanted to put this et like that in another color just to tell you that if you've got a normal structure like that, so you've got the subject and then you've got the verb, okay, nothing in between, so subject, verb, then if you use avoir, exactly the same rule as we saw for the passé composé, so if you use avoir here, you won't have to modify your participe passé. So it will change, it won't change, sorry, it will stay like a accent aigu, okay? Even if it's the singular, the plural, or then the feminine. Okay, it doesn't change, so it will stay like parler. Alright? But if you use être, like here, il serait allé, okay? So remember, aller was belonging to this group of verbs that require être, okay, to construct this conditionnel passé, all right? Il serait allé. So in that case, you can see that at the end, it's allé like that without anything after. But then, if we look at the feminine form, elle serait allée, you will have to add this e at the end, okay? Remember, in most of the cases, when you have to add something, it's the mark of the feminine, Okay, so elle serait allée. Okay, but then phonetically it doesn't exist. All right, so it's aller here and then aller here, the way you pronounce it. But if you want to write correctly, you should put it. And then the same thing for the plural. We will have to put the plural, and then the mark of the plural, the thing that we've got to add at the end, will be S. The good news, as well, you don't pronounce it as usual in French. You write it, you don't pronounce it. Okay, so it doesn't change. It's aller here, aller, and then aller. Okay, phonetically the same thing, but remember, it's just a question of, well, being correct if you want to write it. Okay, and then logically, feminine plural, then you should add a mark of the feminine, as we had previously, and S mark of the plural. And guess what? You don't pronounce it. Okay, so phonetically it's aller, 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 and aller. All right, but you need to write them. Okay, so let's see now the full thing. So je serais allé. Okay, and then if you want to make the liaison, it would be more beautiful. Je serais allé. Tu serais allé. Il serait allé. Elle serait allée. Nous serions allés. Vous seriez allé. Il serait allé. Elle serait allée. All right, so that's it. And then one example with these reflexive verbs that we saw, and then, well, I just wanted to use this se présenter. Okay, so je me serais présenté. Tu te serais présenté. Il se serait présenté. Elle se serait présentée. Nous nous serions présentés. Vous vous seriez présenté. Il se serait présenté. Elle se serait présentée. All right, so if it's not really clear yet for these reflexive verbs, I mean the way you should conjugate them, I definitely advise you to check the lesson regarding these reflexive verbs, because I've been making one video regarding that, so it would be easier for you to understand the way we construct it, especially in that case, why we put this je, me, tu, te, etc. Okay? All right, so remember, the last thing that you should remember before ending this lesson is that when you construct this conditionnel passé, so in most of the cases you will have to use avoir at the conditionnel présent form, then the participe passé, and it will give you conditionnel passé. Okay, in some exceptions, so we saw the list of verbs. You should really try to remember them by heart. I know it's not easy, but you know, try your best. And then the reflexive verbs. Okay, so for these exceptions, we will use être at the conditionnel présent form, then the participe passé, and it will give you this conditionnel passé form. Okay, I hope it was clear. youtube.com/imagier, that's the place where you can find all the videos, and then the website is here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 7, Leçon Q. And in this lesson we'll discover some vocabulary, and it will concern beauté et hygiène. So let's start now. La beauté. Une brosse. Un démaquillant. Un peigne. Un poudrier. Okay, so let's see them one more time. La beauté. Remember, we've got this combination of a, u here, of the vowels, okay? But then it will give you the sound o, beauté, okay? La beauté. All right, then une brosse. Remember, don't insist on this final brosse. Un démaquillant. So we've got this Q-U, but then U is not pronounced. So you get the sound qui. Okay, and then remember, double L after E will give you the sound y. Démaquillant. Final T not pronounced. Démaquillant. Okay, and this is nasal in your nose. en démaquillant. Then un peigne. Final E, you don't insist on it. It's ny, the last sound. And then this E combination will give you this E, open E. Un peigne. All right? Un poudrier. Okay, remember O-U, ou, pou, poudrier. All right? Un bigoudi. Un fer à friser. Un gant de toilette. Un gel. Un sèche-cheveux. Okay, so let's see them. Un bigoudi. It's quite funny to pronounce, isn't it? Bigoudi, okay, but not difficult. Un fer à friser. Un gant de toilette. Remember, G-A goes like ga. Okay, g. But in that case, you've got this an, so it's nasal, gant, and then final T is not pronounced here. Un gant de toilette. Un gel. Un sèche. So this one is a bit tricky. So remember, we've got this E accent grave here, so it's really open. Sèche, okay, sèche, and then cheveux. Usually this one is a bit of a problem because some of the students normally pronounce it chevaux, okay? So try to keep in mind that you get E-U here, so it goes like okay? And then final X not pronounced, final X, should pronounce it the French way. Final X is not pronounced. So you get che, and then you get the, okay? Cheveux, okay? And the full thing, un sèche-cheveux. All right? Une laque. Une hygiène. Un crayon à lèvres. Un rouge à lèvres. Un maquillage. All right, so let's see them. Une laque. Remember the rule? When you get this Q-U, well, U is not pronounced, so you get K, like that. Une laque. Une hygiène. So remember, we've got this Y here, vowel, and it's pronounced like E, okay? Hygiène. H doesn't exist, H doesn't exist in French, so hygiène. Un crayon à lèvres. Final S not pronounced. Lèvres, okay? And then when you get this Y between two vowels, then you will have this cré. So like if you would have I here, A-I, cré, and then another I here, ion. Crayon. Un crayon à lèvres. Un rouge à lèvres. Same thing here, final S not pronounced, and then this E accent grave here, it gives you the E, really open sound. Lèvres. All right? Un maquillage. Okay, so here, same rule. Q-U, but then U is not pronounced, so qui, and then y. Maquillage. Une crème hydratante. Un coupe-ongles. Un vernis à ongles. Un parfum. Un shampoing. Okay, so let's cover them together. Une crème hydratante. So remember, H is not existing, and then this Y is pronounced like I. Hydratante. Okay, don't insist on the final E, and this is nasal. Hydratante. Un coupe-ongles. Okay, O-N, remember, nasal, ongle. Un coupe-ongles. Un vernis à ongles. Final S here not pronounced. Same thing here. Vernis à ongles. Un parfum. So remember, even if you've got this UM like that, phonetically it's exactly the same thing as if you would have UN. So it's nasal and it's un. So it really goes in your nose. You don't pronounce the M at all. Un. Okay? So par, fin, parfum. Okay? Un parfum. And then, un shampoing. Okay, this is a strange one, really. Try to listen to me and repeat. So maybe you shouldn't visualize the word, but still it goes like shampoing. Okay, shampoing. One more time, shampoing. Okay, the full thing, shampoing. Okay, that's it. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and the website is here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 7, leçon R. And I've been thinking that I could make maybe 2 videos, so it would be the first one regarding the verbs, okay? So just to give you quite many verbs, because at this level, at this stage, normally you should definitely try to learn as much or as many verbs as possible, and then vocabulary is the same, okay? So we will start right now. Avoir, posséder. Okay, so for each verb, okay, I will first put the direct translation of the verb, and then maybe, you know, 1 or 2 other verbs, okay? So it's really important to just keep in mind that the first one is the direct translation, okay? So the first one that you should use in almost all the contexts, okay? But in some cases, it's possible to use the other options depending on the context or the situation, okay? But then, so, avoir, posséder. Être, aller, s'en aller. Obtenir, recevoir, avoir. Pouvoir. Okay, one more time. Avoir, posséder, être, aller, s'en aller, obtenir, recevoir, avoir, pouvoir. Voir, regarder, venir, faire, fabriquer, savoir, connaître, prendre, saisir. So let's repeat them one more time. Voir, regarder, venir, faire, fabriquer, savoir, connaître. So for these 2 verbs, I've been making one video, okay, that you can find if you use the search engine in YouTube, okay, because, well, really they mean exactly the same thing, okay, but it's just a construction that you will have to modify if you use savoir and then connaître, okay. Prendre, saisir. Penser, réfléchir. Mettre, placer. Vouloir, avoir envie de, désirer. Dire, raconter. Dire, déclarer. Ok? Penser, réfléchir, mettre, placer, vouloir, avoir envie de, désirer, dire, raconter, dire, déclarer, donner, offrir. Aimer bien, aimer, apprécier, regarder, travailler, écrire, donner, offrir. Aimer bien, aimer, apprécier, regarder, travailler, écrire, trouver, retrouver, jouer, falloir, devoir, utiliser, courir, se précipiter, trouver, retrouver, jouer, falloir, devoir, utiliser, courir, se précipiter, apporter, amener, montrer, exposer, présenter, garder, retenir, conserver, aider, assister, épauler, placer, poster, mettre, apporter, amener, montrer, exposer, présenter, garder, retenir, conserver, aider, assister, épauler, placer, poster, mettre. So that's it for the first part of the verbs. Okay, so the next lesson will be exactly the same thing. I mean, the same thing, no, but the same concept, but other verbs. Okay, so the video can be found here. Okay, and then all the others as well, and the website is here. Okay, have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 7, leçon S. And it will be the last lesson for this unit. As I said in the previous video, it will cover les verbes, okay? So it will be the second part of the list of the verbs that I wanted to give you before the end of this Unité 7, okay? And so, let's start. Essayez, tentez. Okay, so just to repeat, if you didn't check that, well, if you didn't see the first video, so I will put each time the first verb here, it would be the direct translation of this verb, okay? So it will apply, well, it will be the same meaning in almost all the contexts, okay? And then the second or third or maybe fourth option, it will be a translation that would be possible in some situations, okay? But not all, okay? But still, essayez, tentez. Demandez, interrogez. Lire. Appeler. Partir. Essayer. Tenter. Demander. Interroger. Lire. Appeler. Partir. Entendre. Ouïr. Démarrer, commencer, entamer. Espérer, souhaiter. Tourner, retourner. Avoir besoin de, nécessiter. Entendre, ouïr. Démarrer, commencer, entamer. Espérer, souhaiter, tourner, retourner, avoir besoin de, nécessiter. Se sentir, croire que, ouvrir, arrêter, cesser, payer, régler, acheter. Se sentir, croire que, ouvrir, arrêter, cesser, payer, régler, acheter. Porter, transporter, marcher, se promener, rester, séjourner, envoyer, expédier, rencontrer, retrouver, se réunir. Porter, transporter, marcher, se promener, rester, séjourner, envoyer, expédier, rencontrer, retrouver, se réunir. Croire, souhaiter, désirer, couper, tailler, se souvenir, se rappeler, tomber. Croire, souhaiter, désirer, couper, tailler, se souvenir, se rappeler, tomber. Manger, se restaurer, aimer, adorer, patienter, attendre, fermer, finir, terminer. Manger, se restaurer, aimer, adorer, patienter, attendre, fermer, finir, terminer. That's it. So it was the last video for this Unit 7, Unité 7. Okay, if you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and the website is here, and it's waiting for you, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 8, leçon A, and we'll start this unit with vocabulary, and the topic is au café, so quite useful. Un serveur, une table, une terrasse de café, un crème, un noir, un expresso. Okay, so one more time. Un serveur, une table, une terrasse de café, un crème, remember, accent grave, un crème, un noir, un expresso. Okay, remember we've got this X here. Expresso. Okay. Un cappuccino, un chocolat chaud, un café glacé, un thé vert, un thé blanc. All right, so un cappuccino, not really difficult to produce. Un chocolat chaud, remember CH, chaud, chocolat, and then final T not pronounced, chaud, final D not pronounced. Un café glacé, un thé, remember H is not pronounced. Un thé vert, final T not pronounced. Un thé vert, un thé blanc, final C not pronounced. Un thé blanc, ok? Un thé nature, une tisane, une camomille, un thé au lait, un thé au citron, un thé glacé. Un thé nature, une tisane, une camomille. So remember when we get this E and then double L, it goes like y. Mille, camomille, une camomille, un thé au lait, final T not pronounced, un thé au citron, un thé glacé. un jus d'orange, un jus de pomme, un jus de tomate. All right? Un jus d'orange, un jus de pomme. In most of the cases, French people will pronounce it like un jus de pomme. Jus de pomme. All right? And then same thing here, un jus de tomate. Okay, so you don't insist on the de. Jus de tomate. I know it's quite difficult to produce, but still try. So, un jus d'orange, here it's not difficult. Un jus de pomme, un jus de tomate. Okay? That's it for this short but useful lesson. If you want more videos, it's here, youtube.com/imagier. And then the website is waiting for you, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 8, Leçon B. And in this lesson, so previously we just saw in the Leçon A at the café, au café, and then, well, logically we'll see for this second lesson, au restaurant. Okay, so let's start now. Une table, un verre, une assiette plate, une assiette creuse. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Une table, un verre, une assiette plate, une assiette creuse. Une assiette à dessert, une serviette, une fourchette, un couteau, une cuillère. So let's repeat them. Une assiette à dessert, une serviette, une fourchette, un couteau, une cuillère. Une cuillère à soupe, un garçon, un menu, une carte des vins, à la carte. Une cuillère à soupe, un garçon. Remember when we get this cédille beneath the C, it will give you the pronunciation S of C. So instead of K, as it should be with O. Okay? So un garçon, un menu, une carte des vins, à la carte. Une addition, un reçu, un pourboire. Une addition, un reçu, un pourboire. And that's it for le restaurant. If you want more lessons and more videos, then youtube.com/imagier is here. And then the website imagier.net can find more material and it's waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 8, Leçon C. And in this lesson we'll work on le poisson, so it will be a vocabulary lesson. Okay, so let's start now. Le thon, la dorade, la morue, le saumon, le bar. Let's repeat them. Le thon. Remember, H here is not pronounced. Le thon. La dorade. La morue. Final not pronounced. Le saumon. O-N, remember, nasal in your nose. Saumon. Le bar. Le merlan. La raie. La sardine. L'aigle fin, la limande sole. Okay, so le merlan, la raie, final E not pronounced. La sardine, you don't insist on the final E, it only gives you the N pronunciation. Sardine. L'aigle fin, la limande sole. La sole. L'espadon, la truite, le maquereau, la lotte, la sole, same thing, don't insist on the final E, okay, it only gives you the L sound, sol, l'espadon, O-N in your nose, nasal, on, espadon, la truite, same thing here, final E not pronounced, T, la truite, le maquereau, so technically this K, just pronounce it K, mac, maquereau, maquereau, alright, and then E, A, U, remember when you combine these three vowels, you get the sound O, maquereau, okay, and then la lotte, final E not pronounced, lotte, lotte, okay, la lotte, alright. So that's it. You've got many words now if you want to talk about fish. Les poissons. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier and then imagier.net, the website if you want more material. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 8, Leçon D. And in this lesson we'll still work on vocabulary as we did previously in the previous lessons, and we'll cover in this lesson les céréales. L'avoine, le blé, le maïs, le millet. So let's repeat them. L'avoine, remember, don't insist on the final E. L'avoine, le blé, here, accent aigu, et le maïs, so here you get this tréma, so maïs, maïs, and then you pronounce the final S, maïs. Le millet, here, I, and then double L, so I, millet, E-T at the end, open, millet. L'orge, le quinoa, le son. Let's repeat. L'orge, le quinoa, le son. And that's it. Really short, but quite useful. More videos, youtube.com/imagier, and then more material here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 8, Leçon E. And in this lesson we'll discover together l'imparfait. So we saw previously le passé composé, so this past tense that we use quite often, and this is the second one, so l'imparfait. And in this video we'll see together the first part, l'utilisation, so when do we use l'imparfait. Okay, and then the second part will be la formation. So how do we build, how do we construct this imparfait form? Okay, so, but then let's focus now on l'utilisation. So when do we use l'imparfait? And then the first situation when we will use l'imparfait will be if you want to describe something in the past. Une description dans le passé. Okay, so if you want to describe something in the past, like in this example here, la pièce, the room, était, so that's the verb here. The verb is to be, okay, and it's the imparfait form, était, grande, big, et sombre, dark. Okay, so in that case, you want to describe the room, then you should use l'imparfait. Second situation, une habitude dans le passé. So a habit, something that you are used to do in the past, okay? And the example is je partais, partir is to leave, okay? And it's the imparfait form here. Le matin, the morning, à 8 heures. Okay, so in that case, you want to say that it's an habit, something that you do in the past, then you should use l'imparfait, okay? Other situation when you will need to use l'imparfait, une répétition dans le passé. Okay, so répétition, you understand, something that repeats itself dans le passé. The example here, nous allions tous les soirs au restaurant. Okay, so aller is to go, tous les soirs, okay, so every evening, au restaurant. All right, so something that you do and that repeats itself in the past. And then, if you want to say something that lasts, durer is to last, in the past, dans le passé, then, in that case, this sentence is quite interesting because I wanted to make the difference between the use of the imparfait here, okay, and then here you've got the passé composé form, all right? So, je regardais la télé, so la télévision, all right? So, in that case, you tend to use, of course, l'imparfait because it lasts a while when you watch TV, so if it's a movie or something like that. When tu as appelé, okay? So, appeler is to call on the phone, for instance, okay? So, in that case, you want to make the difference between something that happens and it's an action, so tu as appelé, okay? And then here, you use l'imparfait, well, because it lasts longer. Okay, so je regardais la télé quand tu as appelé. All right? And then we've got another structure. So if you want to insist on the fact that something lasts and then something continues, then we've got this structure. Être, so it's to be, être en train de, okay? And then you will put l'infinitive form after that, so the basic form. All right? So an example here as well. So I wanted to make the difference as well with between the passé composé form here. Je n'ai pas répondu. Répondre is to answer, okay? Because j'étais en train de faire mes devoirs, okay? So faire mes devoirs, to do my homework, okay? And then in that case you use this structure j'étais en train de because you want to say that, well, it lasts, okay? It's quite long. It's not something that will take 1 minute or 2 minutes, but it's longer than that, okay? So that's the reason why we use this j'étais en train de faire, so était en train de, as we saw here, okay? So you will have to use this verb être, okay? But then at the imparfait form, of course, okay? So, and then one thing that you should keep in mind is that être, so to be, croire, to believe, penser, to think, savoir, to know, are often, and it's quite important, souvent, often, so it's not always, okay, because it's not possible to say always, especially if you're talking about French grammar, okay, but often you use them at l'imparfait form, okay. Now let's see how to construct this imparfait, okay. So I've been taking some verbs from the first group and then the second and the third group, okay. If you remember, we've got 3 groups of verbs in French. So the first one, regarder, so is to watch, okay. And then I've been putting this nous form at the present. For a good reason, you will see why a bit later. So you should know the present form of regarder, and it goes like nous regardons, so that's the present form, nous regardons, okay. For the second group, I've been taking finir to finish, to end, okay. Same thing, you will put this nous form at the present, nous finissons, okay. And then for the third group of verbs, I took prendre. Prendre is to take, okay? And it goes like nous prenons. All right? So nous regardons, nous finissons, nous prenons. So the reason why I wanted you to see the nous form is just because that's the form we will use to construct the imparfait. Okay? So the thing will be to take away the ending of nous. And the ending of nous, it's ONS, like you saw here, here, and here. So the idea is that this ending, you will take it away. Okay? Then, that's the thing we will keep. Regarde, like that, without the ending for nous. Finissent, without the ending for nous. And then prennent, without the ending. Okay? And after that, you will add the endings for l'imparfait. And they will be like for je, AIS, for tu, AIS for il or elle. AIT for nous. IONS for vous. IEZ and for il, elle at the plural. AIENT. All right. So now if we talk about the pronunciation, the good thing is that this will be pronounced E. This will be pronounced E, obviously, because you write it the same way. This will be pronounced E as well. So final S and final T are not pronounced, and this is pronounced the same way. And the good news is that this form, A-I-E-N-T, is pronounced E as well. Okay, so we've got E here, E, and then E. Okay, so that's quite easy to produce. I mean, it's not a big difficulty for the students to make this E sound. Okay, and then for nous, it will be, so if you remember correctly, so final S is not pronounced here. Okay, and then this O-N, so it's a nasal and it goes in your nose and it goes like on. All right, so you don't hear any N, so it's really on. Okay, when you add this I before, okay, you will get the y sound. So you get yon, yon, that's the full form, okay, yon. And then ye here, okay, so yon, ye, e. All right, so now je regarde, and then e. So that's the full form that you will have, and then you will pronounce it je regardais. All right, so if we have the example for finir, it was finis. Remember this form that we got from the new form of the present. Okay, so finis, and then you add e. Je finissais. All right, and then the last verb we had was prendre, if I remember correctly. Yes, and it was prenne. Okay, the form that we got when we took away this ONS ending from the present. Okay, so prenne, and then you add your ending e. Je prenais. Okay, so let's see how it goes for all the forms. So je regardais, so it's regarder, to watch. Tu regardais, il regardait, elle regardait, nous regardions, vous regardiez, il regardait, elle regardait. Okay, so remember, regardait, 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 and then as well, regardait. And after that, you've got this yon, as I said, regardions, and then ye, regardiez. All right, let's see finir now. Je finissais, tu finissais, il finissait, elle finissait, nous finissions, vous finissiez, il finissait, elle finissait. Okay, so same thing here. Have a look. Finissait, 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 same form. And then finissait here, same form. I mean phonetically, okay? And then yon, finissions, and then finissiez. All right? And the last verb we had with to take, prendre. Je prenais, tu prenais, il prenait, elle prenait, nous prenions, vous preniez, il prenait, elle prenait. Okay? So remember that in that case you will have to really pronounce the like a prenait. All right? So same thing here, final S not pronounced. Je prenais, tu prenais, il prenait, final T not pronounced, so the same form, okay? And then plural, as I said, prenait as well, okay? And here, prenions, preniez. Okay? And then of course, avoir and être can be in some cases quite tricky. So that's the reason why we'll take a few minutes to watch or to have a look at them. The first one, avoir, and well, it's not that tricky at all because it goes like that. J'avais, tu avais, il avait, elle avait, nous avions, vous aviez, ils avaient, elles avaient. So it is quite easy. Honestly, it is quite easy. Just try to remember, especially if you want to use it only orally, then it's quite easy because it's avait, and avait, remember, okay? So, j'avais, final S not pronounced. Tu avais. Il avait, final T not pronounced. Nous avions, let's make this beautiful liaison here. Nous avions, okay? Vous aviez, same thing here, a little liaison. Ils avaient, elles avaient, okay? And then let's have a look at être. J'étais, tu étais, il était, elle était. Nous étions, vous étiez, ils étaient, elles étaient. Okay, same thing, not that difficult at all, and especially if you want to pronounce it, it's not really difficult. J'étais, okay, remember here we've got accent aigu, so it goes like et, alright. J'étais, okay, tu étais, il était, elle était. Nous étions, little liaison here to make it more beautiful. Nous étions, okay, final S not pronounced, remember. Vous étiez, same thing here, little liaison. And then ils étaient, liaison as well, elles étaient. All right? That was it for l'imparfait. If you're not sure or if you've got few doubts again, don't be afraid to watch the video one more time. So this is the channel here, youtube.com/imagier if you want more videos. And then the website imagier.net. Don't be afraid to send me a message. Tell me what you think about the video. Okay? Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 8, Leçon F. And in this lesson, we'll work together on le passé composé et l'imparfait. So, I just introduced this imparfait form in the previous lesson, and we saw the passé composé, well, a long time ago in a way, though still, the thing is that normally with students, when they've got these two forms, so after having introduced this imparfait form, it's usually quite tricky and difficult to know exactly when to use le passé composé and l'imparfait. Okay, so that's the reason why I thought it might be useful to just spend a few minutes with this video and just try to work a little bit on that and see if things and uses are okay with you. Okay, so let's start now. So in this video, first I will focus on l'imparfait, so when should we use l'imparfait, and then after that le passé composé. Okay, so the first thing that will refresh will be l'imparfait. Okay, so l'imparfait, remember that you will use it when you want to describe something in the past. Okay, so the example I took, la pièce était grande et sombre. Okay, la pièce, the room, grande, big, sombre, dark. Okay, so in that case you use être, to be, all right, and then you use it at the imparfait form to make this description. Okay, the second use will be something that you have, so une habitude, it's an habit or something that you are used to do. Okay, so une habitude dans le passé. So the example, je partais le matin à 8 heures. Okay, so in that case you want to insist on the fact that it's something that you tend to do every morning. Maybe je partais le matin à 8 heures. Okay, so not so far from this habit concept is something that will repeat or that did repeat itself in the past. Okay, une répétition dans le passé. So if you want to express or to well, say something that repeats itself in the past, then in that case you should use l'imparfait. The example, nous allions, okay, so aller, to go, tous les soirs, okay, so every evening, au restaurant. Okay, so in that case, you should definitely use the imparfait form. Okay, nous allions tous les soirs au restaurant. All right. Another use would be une situation qui dure dans le passé. Durer is to last. Okay, so in that case, I did write this sentence with the two forms. So here you've got the imparfait form, and here you've got the passé composé form. Okay, and then we tend to use both here just to make, well, clearly the difference of use of them. So the first one, je regardais, regarder is to watch, la télé. Okay, so je regardais la télé quand, when, tu as appelé. Appeler is to call, okay, on the phone. Quand tu as appelé, all right? So we want here, with this sentence, here to use the imparfait form because it lasts in the past, okay? So when you watch TV, maybe it won't last 1 minute or two, but a bit longer than that, okay? And then tu as appelé, well, it's an action, something that doesn't take too long if you compare it to the previous verb here. Je regardais la télé, okay? So that's the reason why here, je regardais la télé will be used at the imparfait form because it lasts longer than the other one, okay? Tu as appelé. All right, and then another structure that we can use as well if we want to insist on the fact that something lasts and something continue, okay? Pour insister sur la durée et continuité, then the structure is être en train de, and then you put your verb at the infinitive form here. So infinitive form is the basic form of the verb, okay? So être, so that's the verb être that you should conjugate at the imparfait form, okay? And then same thing here. I wanted to make the difference between the two. So here you've got this passé composé. Je n'ai pas répondu. So répondre, to answer, okay? Maybe someone was calling on the phone. Je n'ai pas répondu, okay? Car, because, j'étais en train de faire mes devoirs. Faire mes devoirs, to do my homework, okay? So, j'étais en train de faire mes devoirs. So, in that case, you use this structure, so être en train de, because you want to insist on the fact that, well, it takes a while to make them, okay? J'étais en train de faire mes devoirs, all right? Now, le passé composé. So le passé composé, well, the first use, of course, of le passé composé, it's une action, an action qui s'est passée, that took place avant le moment présent. So before the present moment, the example that we could have here, je suis en retard parce que j'ai marché trop lentement. Okay? And here, well, the first part here, je suis en retard, I am late. It's the present. Okay? And then you want to, well, give the reason why. Parce que, because, j'ai marché, so marcher is to walk, okay? And this is the imparfait form, okay? Trop lentement, too slowly, okay? Je suis en retard parce que j'ai marché trop lentement. Then, une action dans le passé qui a des limites temporelles, okay? So it's an action that took place in the past, all right, but then you've got some clear limits when it started or when it ended, okay? And then the example here, dimanche dernier, j'ai dormi toute la journée. Dormir is to sleep, okay? So this is here the passé composé form, toute la journée, all day long, okay? So you've got clearly a limit, toute la journée, you know exactly when it stopped, all right? Une action qui est terminée, okay? So clearly here, if you want to introduce your birth date, then je suis né, okay? So it was an action in a way, okay? But still it's finished. So le 16 juin 1970, okay? Je suis né, so that's the reason why here you will use this verb naître, okay? Je suis né le 16 juin 1970. Une histoire composée de plusieurs actions, okay? So if you've got several actions, okay, in a story, then normally you should use le passé composé. For instance, hier, yesterday, je suis rentré, I came back home, okay? Rentré, je suis rentré. J'ai préparé à manger, etc., etc., okay? So orally, you will explain to a friend or to a colleague what you've been doing yesterday, okay? You want to introduce these actions, okay? And in that case, that's the tense that you will use, the passé composé, all right? If you want to speak about an event of the past with, for instance, hier, yesterday, le mois dernier, last month, ce matin, this morning, cet après-midi, this afternoon, dimanche midi, so dimanche is Sunday, okay, midi, noon, jeudi, Thursday, matin, morning, okay, so with these structures, and if you're talking about an event, an action, okay, in that case, you definitely should use le passé composé. Okay, so of course these are examples. Okay, we've got so many others that I didn't have the, well, I didn't want to put everything in this page. All right, so if you want to use, and this is quite important, negative form, okay, connected to the present form or the present. For instance, if you want to say that, so je n'ai jamais fait de patinage. Patinage is skate, ice skating. Okay, you want to say that you never did ice skating. In that case, well, you should use the passé composé form. Okay, je n'ai jamais fait de patinage. Oops, I should put something instead. It's not a virgule, it's point. It should be point. Sorry, it was a little mistake here. Okay, but still, je n'ai jamais fait de patinage. Okay, same example here. Il n'a jamais eu de chance. Okay, avoir de la chance, to have luck. Okay, il n'a jamais, never eu de chance. So in that case, you should put that at the passé composé form. Okay, and then, well, same thing. Nous n'avons pas eu de chance. All right, in that case, it's with pas and not never, but it's clearly the same meaning. Nous n'avons pas eu de chance, and in that case, you should definitely use here the passé composé form. Okay. So, of course, avoir and être can be quite tricky, so that's the reason why we'll take a few minutes to see them, and we'll start with avoir, okay? This is the imparfait form. J'avais, tu avais, il avait, elle avait, nous avions, vous aviez, ils avaient, elles avaient. And next to it, we'll put the passé composé form. J'ai eu, tu as eu, il a lu, il a eu, sorry, elle a eu, nous avons eu, vous avez eu, ils ont eu, elles ont eu. Okay, so let's take 1 minute to see them one more time. J'avais, final S not pronounced. Tu avais, same thing. Il avait, final T not pronounced. Elle avait. Nous avions, little liaison, final S not pronounced. Nous avions. Vous aviez, same thing here, little liaison between the two. Ils avaient, so remember, even if we've got this A-I-E-N-T, well, we don't pronounce it, or we don't pronounce this E-N-T, so we get avait, okay, phonetically. Ils avaient, okay, and then elles avaient. And now for the passé composé form, so if you remember clearly, we use the verb avoir at the present form, then we put this participe passé form. So it does mean that it will be the same all the time. That's the reason why we see it here, okay? And this is pronounced, so it's an exception because normally you should pronounce it differently, but, so it's an exception, it is pronounced U, okay? U, that's the way you should pronounce it. So, j'ai eu. Tu as eu, il a eu, elle a eu, nous avons eu, vous avez eu, ils ont eu, elles ont eu. Alright? So, j'ai eu, tu as eu, il a eu, elle a eu, nous avons eu. Okay, so here you can see that we make double liaison. Nous avons eu. Okay, same thing here. Vous avez eu, ils ont, and then here as well, tu. Ils ont eu, elles ont eu. All right. Let's see être now, and it goes like j'étais. So same thing here. We'll start with the imparfait form. Tu étais, il était, elle était, nous étions, vous étiez, ils étaient, elles étaient. And then the passé composé form. J'ai été, tu as été, il a été, elle a été, nous avons été, vous avez été, ils ont été, elles ont été. Okay, so let's take 1 minute again to pronounce them. J'étais, so final S not pronounced. Tu étais, same form. Il était, elle était, final T not pronounced. Here, little liaison and final S not pronounced. Nous étions, vous étiez, ils étaient, liaison as well here, and then remember, this is not pronounced. Elles étaient. Okay? Then, so same rule as we saw for avoir. So you get avoir here at the present form, and then you get this participe passé form, so that will repeat itself every time, and it's pronounced like été, été. All right, so j'ai été, tu as été, il a été, elle a été. So here, double liaison, nous avons été. Vous avez été, same thing here, double liaison. Vous avez été. Ils ont été. So same thing here, you get first the liaison z, and then you get the t. Okay? Ils ont été. All right? Ils ont été, elles ont été. Okay? I hope it was clear. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and then if you want to send me a little message and check more things, more material, it's here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 8, leçon G. And in this lesson, we'll discover together la forme passive. So it's quite important. Take the time to relax and we'll start right now. So I wanted to put an example, simple sentence, okay, here. We've got Jean mange une pomme, okay. So Jean, that's the name of the person. Mange, manger, to eat, and it's the present form. Une pomme, an apple, okay. So if we have a look at this sentence, of course, Jean is the subject of the sentence. Then we've got mange, manger, so it's the verb, okay. Then we'll have une pomme, so that's what we call complément d'objet direct. I know it's a bit scary, so complément just because it will complete the sentence, it will give more information, okay. Then objet direct, so objet, it's not because it's an apple, okay, it could be a person, it's grammatically, it's an object, okay. So, and then direct, just because between your verb and this complément, you don't have any preposition. Okay, so normally we tend to write it like that, C-O-D, okay, complément d'objet direct, all right? And then, if you think about the sentence, normally, when you've got a sentence like that, so Jean mange une pomme, well, the important thing in this sentence is the subject, okay? For one good reason, it's just because we start with it. And as it's here in the first place, well, we tend to think that this is the most important thing of the sentence, okay? So if we would like to put the focus on le complément d'objet direct, so if we would like to have une pomme as the main thing of the sentence, okay? So it would be actually the whole idea of this form passive, okay? So what could we do? We could first take une pomme, okay, and then of course put it in the first place, because, well, the focus will be on the first word or first thing that will come in the sentence. Then we take Jean, and then of course Jean is not coming right after because the verb should come between the two. So it will be here. Okay? And after that, manger, so the verb mange here, should be transformed. And that's the whole thing of the passive form. Okay? You will have to use être, so you will have to conjugate être, plus le participe passé of your verb. Okay, in that case it's quite easy because manger belongs to the first group of verbs, so regular verbs, and then when we talk about the participe passé form, it will be manger like that with the accent on the top of the here. Okay, so let's have a look how it will go. Une pomme est, so the verb être at the present form because here we've got a sentence at the present form. Manger, okay? So as I said, you've got this accent aigu, okay? And the important thing here is that because we construct this passive form with être, then we should, at the end of the participe passé, add something if it's feminine or if it's plural. In that case, une pomme, an apple, you can see here that it's feminine, une pomme. So we will add this so the mark of the feminine. Okay, so une pomme est mangée, Jean. And obviously something is missing here, okay? And the thing that we will put or we will add to construct this passif will be par. All right, so now we've got this sentence, une pomme est mangée par Jean. And it's the passive form, okay? Forme active, Jean mange une pomme. Forme passive, une pomme est mangée par Jean. All right? Let's take another example. I did put this la pomme instead of une pomme, but well, technically it's the same. The important thing is that this passive form will be, it will be possible to make it at the present form or even at the future, at the passé composé, at the imparfait, because the only thing that will change will be être. Okay? So in that case, example for le présent, Jean mange la pomme. You change it and you get la pomme est mangée par Jean. Okay, so that's the one we saw, so it's actually quite easy. But then now, let's see if we've got le futur. So the sentence will go like Jean mangera, okay, so it's this will eat, okay, la pomme. And then, if you want to put this sentence at the passive form, then la pomme sera, so remember, sera, it's the form of être at the future, okay? So that's the only thing that will change. So you definitely should know by heart all the forms of être, and obviously avoir, but not avoir for this lesson, but still. So you should know them by heart because you will have to use them. For instance, in this passive form, you must use them. So la pomme sera mangée par Jean. So the rest doesn't change. That's the only thing that you will have to change. You put this être form, okay, at the correct tense. In that case, it's the futur. And then let's see le passé composé now. Jean a mangé la pomme, okay? And then if you change it and put it at the passive form. So, la pomme a été, remember this a été is the passé composé form of être, okay? Mangé par Jean. The rest doesn't change. Okay? So let's have a look at the conditionnel présent because we saw it already in the previous unit. Jean mangerait la pomme, okay, would eat, okay, c'est mangerait la pomme. So if you change it, la pomme serait, okay, and that's the conditionnel présent form of être, mangé par Jean. Okay, then imparfait, Jean mangeait la pomme était mangée par Jean. And the last one, conditionnel passé, because that's the last one we saw. Jean aurait mangé la pomme aurait été, and that's here, aurait été, conditionnel passé form of être, mangé par Jean. Okay? So remember, être, then participe passé, then par. Don't forget this par because it's quite important. Okay, and this will be the three elements that you will need to use to construct this form passive. Okay, I hope it was clear. Have a great day, and then remember more videos on youtube.com/imagier, and then don't be afraid and send me a little something just to tell me what you think about the videos. The website is here, and then you can find more material there. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 8, leçon H. And in this lesson we'll see together la conjugaison à la forme passive. So we saw la forme passive in the previous video lesson, so I definitely advise you to watch it if you didn't do it. And then in this lesson we'll take few examples, or at least two examples, two verbs, and then we'll see how they go. Okay, so remember that we will see in this lesson le présent, le futur, le passé composé, le conditionnel présent, and then l'imparfait. These are the verbs that we already covered in these lessons or in the previous lessons. Okay, so that's the reason why we will try to see how they go at the passive form. All right, so remember that if you want to construct this forme passive, then the first thing will be être, and this verb être will be changed, so according to the fact whether it's present, futur, passé composé, etc. And then after that you will put this participe passé form, okay, to get your passive form. All right, so that's it. We'll take two examples. The first one will be admirer, to admire. And then the second one will be choisir, to choose, okay? But then the idea is that as we will change them in or at this form passive, so clearly it will be to be admired and to be chosen, okay? So let's see now, admirer. Présent, so it will be je suis admiré. Tu es admiré, il est admiré, elle est admirée. Nous sommes admirés, vous êtes admirés, ils sont admirés, elles sont admirées. Alright, so as you can see, être will be the only thing that will change here. Alright, well, if we are really honest, then we can say that the participe passé form here is changing as well, because if you can see, if you have a look here, it's here like that written et, and then here you just add this okay? Remember that we add this final because we've got here a feminine subject, and so this final is the mark of the feminine, so singular feminine, okay? But then if you really want to think about that phonetically, you don't pronounce it, so whether it's masculine admirer or feminine admirer, you will pronounce them the same way. But still, if you want to write it correctly, you should add this So same thing here. If we look at this last form here, we've got this S at the end. So S is the mark of the plural. So you should put it at the end. You don't pronounce it, okay? So you get admirer, but still you should put it. And here you've got, well, first the feminine and then the plural S. Phonetically, it is the same, admirer. Okay, so you've got phonetically only one form, and it's admirer. Okay, but then keep in mind that because we constructed with être here, then we should put the feminine here if the subject is feminine, the plural here if the subject is masculine plural here, and then the feminine plural here if the subject is feminine plural. Okay, so it will be the same for all the tenses. Okay, so I won't repeat that after. Okay, and then keep in mind that être, so the verb, will be the only thing that will change in this, these structures. All right, so let's see now le futur. Je serai admiré, tu seras admiré, il sera admiré, elle sera admirée, nous serons admirés, vous serez admirés, ils seront admirés, elles seront admirées. All right, so if we want to make this structure at the passé composé form, so j'ai été admiré, so you can see that here you've got j'ai été, all right, so it's the verb être, to be, okay, but at the passé composé form. All right, tu as été admiré, il a été admiré, elle a été admirée, nous avons été admirés, vous avez été admiré, ils ont été admirés, elles ont été admirées. Alright? So if we want to make it the conditionnel présent form, then we will get je serais admiré, tu serais admiré, il serait admiré, elle serait admirée, nous serions admirés, vous seriez admiré, il serait admiré, elle serait admirée. Okay, so same thing here. If you look carefully, that's only the verb être that will change. And then imparfait form would be j'étais admiré, tu étais admiré, il était admiré, elle était admirée, nous étions admirés, vous étiez admirés, ils étaient admirés, elles étaient admirées. Alright? So clearly it's not that difficult. The only thing that you should definitely remember by heart is the verb. It's the verb être at all the forms that we already covered, okay? And then you will have to use it, well, clearly to make this passive form, all right? So the second verb that I wanted to introduce was choisir, okay? So at the present form, it will go like je suis choisi, tu es choisi, il est choisi, elle est choisie, nous sommes choisis, vous êtes choisis, ils sont choisis, elles sont choisies. So same thing here that we had for admirer. So remember that you will have to here, for example, put the at the end for the feminine, okay? Because here we've got the feminine singular, so we just add okay? You will have this s at the end here for the plural, so masculine plural, and you will have this s feminine plural form. Okay? Same rule, you don't pronounce them. So phonetically you will have choisi, 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 and choisi. So the same phonetical form, okay? And it's quite easy to remember. Je serai choisi, tu seras choisi, il sera choisi, elle sera choisie, nous serons choisis, vous serez choisis, ils seront choisis, elles seront choisies. Okay? Let's see the passé composé form. J'ai été choisi, tu as été choisi, il a été choisi, elle a été choisie, nous avons été choisis, vous avez été choisis, ils ont été choisis, elles ont été choisies. Then the conditionnel présent form, je serai choisi, tu serais choisi, il serait choisi, elle serait choisie, nous serions choisis, vous seriez choisis, il serait choisi, elle serait choisie. Okay? And last but not least, imparfait. J'étais choisi, tu étais choisi, il était choisi, elle était choisie, nous étions choisis, vous étiez choisis, ils étaient choisis, elles étaient choisies. Alright? So that's it for la conjugaison à la forme passive. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier and the website imagier.net if you want more material, or then if you want to send me a little message, it would be nice. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 8, leçon I. And in this lesson, we'll work on vocabulary for a change because we've been doing grammar quite much. So the topic is la géographie. L'Europe. Okay, so I did put this F just to give you the information that it's feminine, okay, because it doesn't show here with the article. L'Europe. L'Asie. L'Afrique. L'Amérique du Nord. L'Amérique centrale. L'Amérique du Sud. Okay, so let's see them one more time. L'Europe. Remember this final it's not really present. It only gives you the possibility to pronounce this P, PP at the end, okay? Europe. L'Asie. Same thing here. Final is not pronounced. L'Afrique. Same thing here. Final it's only the k at the end that you will hear. L'Afrique. Okay? Amérique, same thing as Afrique. Amérique du Nord. Final D not pronounced. L'Amérique du Nord. L'Amérique centrale. Same thing here. Centrale, remember, E-N, nasal, so it goes in your nose. En. Centrale. All right? L'Amérique centrale. L'Amérique du Sud. Here you should pronounce the D. Sud. Okay? L'Amérique du Sud. All right? So one more time. L'Europe, l'Asie, l'Afrique, l'Amérique du Nord, l'Amérique centrale, l'Amérique du Sud. L'Australie, l'Océanie, l'Antarctique, l'Eurasie, l'océan Atlantique, l'océan Pacifique. Okay, so let's see them one more time. L'Australie, final E not pronounced. L'Océanie, final E not pronounced. Remember, Q-U-E here, it's K. Okay, so tic. L'Antarctique, l'Antarctique. L'Eurasie, final E not pronounced. L'Eurasie. Okay, same thing here for the ic. Okay, l'océan Atlantique. 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 L'océan Pacifique. L'océan Indien. L'océan Arctique. La mer du Nord. La mer de Chine. La mer des Antilles. La mer Méditerranée. Okay, so let's see them. L'océan Indien. So remember here it's nasal and it can be quite tricky. So first you've got this un here and then you've got this yin. Okay, Indien. L'océan Indien. L'océan Arctique. Remember, tic, ic. La mer du Nord. Final D not pronounced. La mer de Chine. Remember, don't insist on the E. Chine. Okay? And then this CH, Chine. All right? La mer des Antilles. So here it's quite interesting because, well, you've got this E and then double L, S. Okay? So final S and E, really you don't pronounce them. So you get this E sound. Antilles. Okay? La mer des Antilles. The liaison between the two. Des Antilles. La mer des Antilles. La mer Méditerranée. Okay, here final E not pronounced, but then you pronounce this E at the end. Méditerranée. Okay, la mer Méditerranée. La mer Rouge. La mer Caspienne. La mer Noire. La mer de Bering. Okay, so la mer Rouge. Remember, G and then E, J. Rouge. Okay? La mer Rouge. La mer Caspienne. Okay? E and then double consonant here, and it's the same. And N, so it does open the sound here. So it's E. Caspienne. Caspienne. Okay? Then here, la mer Noire. Same thing here that we had previously. Final E not pronounced, okay? And then O-I, remember, wa, noir, noir. La mer Noire, okay? La mer de Bering. That's it for this lesson. It was quite short, but I hope it was relaxing and interesting. So if you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, that's here. And then if you want to send me a little message, then imagier.net, or then find more material. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 8, leçon J. And in this lesson we'll see some vocabulary and we'll see la météo. So I hope it's okay with you. Let's start right now. La météo. Un nuage. Une pluie. Une goutte de pluie. Un éclair. Une brume. Un brouillard. Alright, so let's see them one more time. Un nuage. Une pluie. Une goutte de pluie. un éclair. So you can see I make this little liaison between the two. Un éclair. Une brume. Un brouillard. Final day not pronounced. Une rosée. Un verglas. Un ciel clair. Un ciel couvert. Un ciel nuageux. Une bruine. So let's see them. Une rosée, final E not pronounced. Un verglas, final S not pronounced. Un verglas. Un ciel clair. Un ciel couvert, final T not pronounced. Un ciel couvert. Un ciel nuageux. This can be quite tricky, but take the time to nuageux. Remember, final X here, not pronounced. Nuageux. Okay? Nuageux. Un ciel nuageux. Okay? Une bruine. Une pluie. Une neige. Une averse. Un orage. Un ouragan. Une averse de grêle. Une pluie. Final E not pronounced. Une neige. Une averse. So same thing here. A neige. Final E not pronounced. You only pronounce this j. Same thing here. Averse. Okay. S is pronounced. The E is not pronounced. Un orage. Same thing here. J. Okay. Not the E. Un ouragan. So liaison here, like we had here as well. Une averse de grêle. All right. So I wanted to put them with the article un ou une to make it more clear, but it's clear that in some cases, well, you will have to use the instead of so le or la. Okay, instead of un ou une, but it was just to make it more clear that I wanted to use only un ou une, and after that you can decide whether you want to use this article or the other one. Okay, so this is it for this lesson. youtube.com/imagier is the place where you can go to find more videos, and the website is here, more material, and then you can send me a little message. Thank you, bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 8, Leçon K. And in this lesson, we'll discover together, if it does arrive, yes it does, les climats. Okay, so it will be a short one, vocabulary one, but still it's quite interesting. Let's see that. Les climats. Les climats tropicaux. Les climats tempérés. Les climats polaires. Okay, so les climats tropicaux. So you can see that even if we've got the plural form here, S, we don't pronounce the S, and then we don't pronounce the T either. Les climats tropicaux. Final X not pronounced. Les climats tempérés. Final S not pronounced, but then you should definitely pronounce the accent. Tempéré. Okay? Les climats polaires. So same thing here. E and S are not pronounced. Polaire. Okay? Les climats continentaux. Les climats subtropicaux. Les climats de montagne. Les climats subarctiques. Okay, so les climats continentaux, remember, final X not pronounced, and then this AU together, they give you the sound O, okay? Les climats subtropicaux. Les climats de montagne. So remember here, O-N, on, mon, ta, and then this G-N-E, ny. Montagne. All right? Les climats subarctiques. All right? So it was just to practice pronunciation. If you want more videos, then whoops, it's here, youtube.com/imagier, and the website is here, imagier.net. More material is waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 8, Leçon L. And in this lesson we'll discover together le plus que parfait. So it's quite interesting, not that difficult and quite useful. So let's see what le plus que parfait is. So first in this video, as usual for the tenses, because it's a past tense, we'll first discover together or see together l'utilisation. So when should we use le plus que parfait? And then how do we make, construct, build this tense? Okay, the first thing, utilisation. When do we use le plus que parfait? Important. If you want to, well, should I? Yeah, I will read that the French way first, okay? Exprimer des faits qui se sont passés avant d'autres faits passés. Oh my God, it can be quite tricky. It's not really tricky. Let's say that if you want to resume or if you want to say it fast, le plus que parfait is the past in the past. Okay? So, let's see. Now, you've got the timeline here. Let's see, first, second, and third thing. The first one could be le présent, so we are here right now, okay? Then, this is the past, so if you want to express something that happened in the past, whether you use le passé composé or we saw that's previously l'imparfait, okay? And then, you've got here le plus que parfait. Okay, so first, if you want to talk about what happened yesterday or then even years ago, you will have to use whether passé composé or imparfait. Okay, but then if you want to make a relation to something that happened previously, you should definitely use this plus que parfait form. Okay, so that's the reason why we tend to say that it's the past in the past. All right, so let's have an example. Ce matin, j'ai mangé le gâteau que tu avais préparé hier. Okay? If we have a look, we've got two verbs in this sentence. This is the first one, j'ai mangé. It is the passé composé form. This is the second one. Tu avais préparé. This is le plus que parfait. Okay? Passé composé, plus que parfait. So what do you want to say here? You want to say, ce matin, this morning, j'ai mangé, manger is to eat, le gâteau, the cake, que, that, tu avais préparé, préparé is to prepare, yesterday, hier. Okay? So you want to say that, ce matin, j'ai mangé le gâteau. Okay, so it happened in the morning, this morning, and then yesterday you had prepared this cake. Okay, so that's the reason why in the second part of the sentence you use le plus que parfait, because this action happened before. All right, so it was the past in the past. Okay, so let's see now how to construct it. And it's not that difficult, because first, if you have a look, so I did put some regular verbs here. First one, je mangeais au restaurant. So this form here is the imparfait. Okay, so why did I put the imparfait? Just for you to have a look at the ending of this verb. This is avoir. Okay, so you can see that they end actually the same way, A-I-S, A-I-S, okay? And then if you have a look here, you've got manger, manger, so you can notice that this is the participe passé form of the verb manger. Manger is to eat, okay? So first you've got avoir, then you've got the participe passé, okay? Maybe it rings a bell for you. Second example, tu regardais la télévision, okay? Tu avais regardé la télévision. So if you have a look, well, it looks the same. You've got first avoir, then you've got participe passé here, okay? And then, so I took this verb aller. Aller is to go, and remember, when we've got these composed tenses, it's a bit tricky because it doesn't use avoir as most of the verbs, but it uses être, and look here, it's the same. Il était allé. So it does use être here, and then we've got the participe passé form. Alright? So the rule is that if you want to construct this plus que parfait form, then you should use first avoir at the imparfait, then the participe passé, and you will get your plus que parfait form. Okay? In some cases, you will use être at the imparfait form, then the participe passé, and you will get le plus que parfait. Okay? We've been covering already few composed tenses in French, and well, it does follow exactly the same rules. Okay? So that's the reason why it will be quite familiar for you, because the following verbs, aller, to go, arriver, to arrive, descendre, to go down, devenir, to become, entrer, to enter, to come in, monter, to go up, mourir, to die, naître, to born, partir, to leave, rester, to stay, retourner, to return, sortir, to go out, tomber, to fall, and then venir, to come. So all these verbs will use être, as they do for all the other composed tense that we saw, like passé composé, for instance. Okay? And then all the verbes réfléchis, so reflexive verbs like se regarder, s'appeler, se présenter. So all these verbs will also require être, okay, for the plus que parfait. Okay? So let's see one more time the imparfait form of avoir and être as well, but we'll start with avoir just because that's the form, these are the forms that you will have to use when you want to construct this plus que parfait. So it goes like j'avais, tu avais, il avait, elle avait, nous avions, vous aviez, ils avaient, elles avaient. Okay, and then for être, j'étais, tu étais, il était, elle était, nous étions, vous étiez, ils étaient, elles étaient. Alright, so you can see here that we've got this AIS ending and AIT ending. You pronounce them the same way, okay? J'avais, tu avais, il avait. And then you saw probably that we've got also here A-V-A-I-E-N-T, but then you pronounce it avait. So the same way as we pronounce here, okay? J'avais, tu avais, il avait, nous avions, vous aviez, ils avaient. Okay? The only difference is that you will have to make the liaison between the two. Elles avaient, ils avaient. Okay? Same thing here. Était, était, était. And the last one, était. So you pronounce them the same way. J'étais, tu étais, il était, elle était. Nous étions, vous étiez, ils étaient, elles étaient. Alright? So, remember that for these participe passé forms, so the second part that you should have. Okay? When we're talking about verbs, so in French we've got three groups. Okay? The first one is the ER verbs, so verbs ending with ER. Only one exception, and it's aller, but then the good news is that aller will behave the same way, so it won't be tricky. So remember that when you've got a verb like parler, for instance, here, parler is to talk or to speak, it ends with ER. Okay, you will take this ER away and you will replace it with E accent aigu, parler. Same thing, regarder, to watch, you take this ER away and you put this E here. Aller, even if it doesn't belong to the first group, it will behave the same way, so that's a good news. Aller, ER, you take it away and then you put this E, okay? Second group of verbs, ER, unfortunately for you, not all the ER verbs, okay? But then these are from the second group. Choisir, to choose. You take this ER away and then you change it. You put I instead. Choisi. Finir, to finish, to end. ER away, same rule. And then you put fini. Unir, ER, you take it away, to unite. and then you get uni. Okay, after that, when we talk about the third group, it's quite tricky, and my advice would be to try to learn them by heart like in many languages, but still we have some subgroups. Okay, so you've got a list here. So the one that will end with U, for instance, connaître, to know, être will become U, connu, all right, voir, to see, voir will become U, vu. Partir, well, in that case, they will have this E. Even if it ends with ER, it's not from the second group, it's from the third group, okay? So, but then it becomes parti, okay? So quite easy. Rire will become ri, okay? Partir, to leave, and then rire, to laugh. Iter, like écrire, to write. IRE will become iter here. Dire, to say. IRE will become iter. Okay, remember, you put this T, you don't pronounce it. Écrit, dit. All right? And then the last subgroup here, or I think it's the last, I'm not sure about that anymore. Mettre, ETTRE will become ES. Mi, same advice here, don't pronounce the final S like we had here. T is not pronounced, S is not pronounced. Mi, mettre, to put. And then prendre, prendre is to take, okay, ENDRE, and it will become ES, pris. All right? An example for parler, so parler will go like that for the plus que parfait. J'avais parlé, tu avais parlé, il avait parlé, elle avait parlé, nous avions parlé, vous aviez parlé, ils avaient parlé, elles avaient parlé. Okay, so if you look carefully, I did put this E in orange just to show you that when you construct, I mean, a normal structure or simple structure like subject, verb, okay, nothing in between, then if you have avoir, you don't put anything at the end. So you don't need to add this E for the feminine or S for the plural. Just keep your participe passé like that. If you constructed with avoir. But, have a look here. Aller, you write it like that. Aller. This is the masculine singular form, so basic form. Feminine singular form, you will have to add this E for the feminine. Masculine plural form, you will have to add this S for the plural. And then here, feminine plural form, you will have to add this S, so for the feminine and S for the plural. The good news is that phonetically they go the same way, aller, 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 all right? But if you want to write correctly, remember to put for the feminine, S for the plural, and obviously S for the feminine plural. Okay, so let's see aller now. J'étais allé, tu étais allé, il était allé, elle était allée, nous étions allés, vous étiez allés, ils étaient allés, elles étaient allées. All right, so you can hear that here, for instance, I make here a liaison, ils étaient, and then here I make a liaison as well. Ils étaient allés, elles étaient allées. All right, and then remember, aller, 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 and then aller. So the same phonetical form, okay? If you want to construct this plus que parfait, so I took this example with a verbe réfléchi, okay? Je m'étais présenté, tu t'étais présenté, il s'était présenté, elle s'était présentée, nous nous étions présentés, vous vous étiez présenté, il s'était présenté, elle s'était présentée. All right, so remember all these reflexive verbs, so les verbes réfléchis will require all the time être, okay? Remember, avoir at the imperfect form, and then participe passé, and you will get a beautiful plus que parfait, and in some cases, être at the imperfect form, plus participe passé will give you another beautiful plus que parfait. that was it for the Plus que Parfait. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 8, leçon M. And in this lesson we'll work on les pronoms relatifs. So pronounce, one more time, yes, because we've got quite many pronouns in French and we use them quite often, okay, but in that case we're going to work on les pronoms relatifs, and we'll see first qui, then que, after that dont, and finally où. Okay, so the first one that we'll work with will be qui. Okay, so pronouns, as usual, are these little words that you use to avoid repetition if something was already said, or if you want to, in one sentence, combine two different sentences. Okay, so the first one, qui, normally we use it because it's subject. Okay, so it can be whether for a person or a thing, pour une personne ou une chose. Okay, and then the first examples that we'll see, will be for une personne. Okay, so qui. So if we take this example, the first one, first sentence, nous connaissons un homme. Okay, connaître is to know. Nous connaissons un homme. And then we've got the second sentence. Cet homme travaille dans un restaurant. Okay, so it's totally possible to have these two sentences like that. Okay, but then if you look carefully, we repeat cet homme or un homme. Okay, we've got here cet homme. Okay, and it's here in the first sentence as well. Let's imagine that we would like to combine these two sentences, make one, and just avoid repeating here un homme or cet homme. In that case, well, we will use this pronom relatif, okay? We will use this qui, just because if you look carefully in the second sentence here, cet homme travaille dans un restaurant, well, cet homme here is subject of the verb. And that's the reason why we'll use qui. Okay? So it could be a person, like in that example, okay, cet homme, but it could be also an object or a thing. Okay? So the sentence you will get will be this one. Nous connaissons un homme qui, and that's where you put your pronom relatif, travaille dans un restaurant. Okay? So it is quite easy to make. It's not that difficult. You just need to remember that it should come well before the verb here. All right? And then we've been choosing this qui just because it is the subject of the verb. All right? So let's see now the same sentence. Nous connaissons un homme. But then here, if you look, cet homme a travaillé dans un restaurant. So here we've got the passé composé form here. You remember, you put avoir first, and then you put here your participe passé form. All right. So of course, cet homme, we would like to avoid repeating this one. So we'll get this sentence. Nous connaissons un homme qui a travaillé dans un restaurant. So basically it is quite simple because it doesn't change that much. You only need to use, again, one more time, this pronom relatif qui, okay, before the verb. So keep in mind that even if you've got two forms here, it's only one verb, okay? It's composed. You've got first avoir and then participe présent, participe passé, but still it's only one verb here, so that's the reason why qui should come before, okay? And then we'll see a third example. Nous connaissons un homme. Cet homme va travailler dans un restaurant. Okay? So in that case, what do we have here? We've got a second sentence in which we've got this is going to work. Okay? So va, it's aller. Okay? So that's what we call futur proche. Okay? So this man, cet homme, is going to work, va travailler, all right? So, of course, same thing here. We don't want to repeat cet homme or un homme, okay? So, we will get this. Nous connaissons un homme qui va travailler dans un restaurant, all right? So, just before the verbs here, all right? So, it's quite simple, okay? Let's see now if we replace une chose, a thing, okay, with qui. So, je regarde une voiture, cette voiture est rouge, okay? Regarder is to watch, une voiture, a car. Je regarde une voiture, cette voiture est rouge. So, of course, in that case, we would like to avoid the repetition of une voiture, okay? And then, je regarde une voiture qui est rouge, all right? So, je regarde une voiture qui est rouge. So, exactly the same thing here. You just put this qui, and then you get the verb after that, est rouge. All right? Let's see the same sentence, but then let's put here the passé composé. J'ai regardé une voiture. Cette voiture était, imparfait, rouge. Okay? J'ai regardé une voiture. Cette voiture était rouge. So, same thing here. We don't want to repeat voiture, then we will get the simple sentence. J'ai regardé une voiture qui était rouge. So just before the verb. Let's put that at the future. So, je vais regarder une voiture. So, I am going to watch une voiture. Okay. Cette voiture sera, so here you've got the real future, what we call futur simple, okay? So it's will be, sera rouge. Exactly the same thing, we don't want to repeat une voiture. So, je vais regarder une voiture qui sera rouge. Alright, so it's really simple. You should keep in mind that first thing, well, of course, you get to spot the word you want to replace. And if it is subject, like we have here, then you should put qui. So whether it's a person or an object or a thing, so it will be qui, just because it's the subject of the sentence, okay? And you have to put it here before the verb, okay? Now, we'll have a look at que, okay? So que, you should remember that it will replace what we call complément d'objet direct. So complément, it's because it will complete the sentence. Objet, because it's what we call grammatical object. Okay? And then direct, just because we don't use or we won't use any preposition between the verb and this grammatical object. Okay? And then normally we tend to write it shortly, COD. Okay? So if you see this COD written somewhere, it's just because we want to say complément d'objet direct. Okay? And then the same thing will work first with the persons, so example with persons, and then choses, things. And then let's start now. So que, c'est l'acteur, tu admires cet acteur. Okay, so in that case, of course, if we look carefully, we would like to avoid repeating acteur, because it's in the first sentence and then it is in the second sentence as well. But if you have a look here, in the second sentence, you get tu, okay, so it's the subject. Then you get admire, so it's the verb admirer, to admire, all right? And after that, you've got cet acteur, so the thing we would like to replace. Okay, and then if we look carefully, so what we saw is that cet acteur is, well, first it's a complement, okay, it will complete the subject and the verb. Then it is what we call grammatical objects, and if you look carefully between admirer and cet acteur, we don't have anything, so we don't have any preposition, so it does mean that it is direct, okay? In that case, we should use que. All right, so let's look at the sentence now. C'est l'acteur que tu admires. All right, so you first put back your first sentence here, c'est l'acteur. Then you put this pronom relatif que, and then the sentence continues, tu admires, subject, verb. Okay? Now let's have a look at the same thing, but at the feminine. C'est l'actrice. Tu admires cette actrice. Okay, so exactly the same sentence, but it's the feminine form. C'est l'actrice. Tu admires cette actrice. Okay, we don't want to repeat actrice, obviously. Then we get c'est l'actrice que tu admires. All right. So same concept, same structure, no problem. So let's see now with une chose, a thing. Okay. C'est la voiture. Tu adores cette voiture. Okay, and then obviously we don't want to repeat la voiture. Okay, adorer, to adore. Tu adores cette voiture. C'est la voiture que tu adores. All right, so same concept. You first put que here, then subject verb. Okay? Be careful. And be careful at the passé composé form. Why? Well, look, normally when we construct a sentence, we first start with the sujet. Then we've got the verb. Then we've got, so what we saw, complément d'objet direct. Okay? And normally, when we introduce the passé composé form, we say that if we use avoir, normally you don't have to put anything at the end of your participe passé form, so you don't need to mark the feminine form or the plural or the feminine plural. Okay? But then when we've got this special structure with first le pronom relatif COD, so what we just saw, this que, before the verb, the rule will be that you will have to put the feminine or the plural or the feminine plural at the end of your participe passé. So let's have a look first, and it will be quite easy because it is here. Have a look, c'est l'acteur. Tu as admiré cet acteur. So here you've got the passé composé form, okay? But then it's the masculine. So normally it shouldn't be a problem if we look the sentence. C'est l'acteur que tu as admiré. All right, so we've got this que, pronom relatif, complément d'objet direct. So I told you that if it's before the verb, at the passé composé form, it can be tricky, but in that case, it's the masculine form, so it doesn't change anything at the end of your participe passé form here. That's the reason why it doesn't change here. If you look carefully, it's the same form. Okay? But if we take now the feminine form, c'est l'actrice. Tu as admiré cette actrice. We want to replace actrice. Then we will have c'est l'actrice que, so the structure doesn't change at all. Tu as admiré. The only thing that you will have to put is this which is the mark of the feminine, at the end of your participe passé form here. Okay? The good news is that phonetically here you don't pronounce it. Okay? But in some cases you will have some participe passé ending with maybe T or something like that, and then if you put the feminine form you will have to pronounce it. Okay, so it's really important to remember that with this kind of structure, when you've got this pronom relatif and then the que, complément d'objet direct, at the passé composé form, and you've got the feminine form, you will have to add at the end of your participe passé here. Okay, if we've got the plural, like here. So, masculine, but then the plural form. Ce sont les acteurs. Tu as admiré ces acteurs. Okay, so we just don't want to repeat les acteurs. Ce sont les acteurs que tu as admiré. And then have a look here. We've got the mark of the plural, and it's S at the end. Okay, so same thing as usual in French, you don't pronounce it, okay, but it's really important to remember that you should put at the end of your participe passé here the S. Okay, if we have like here the feminine plural form, ce sont les actrices. Tu as admiré ces actrices. Okay, we don't want to repeat les actrices. Then, ce sont les actrices que tu as admiré. Okay, so remember here, admirer, well, first you've got this mark of the feminine, then you've got this S at the end, mark of the plural. Okay, phonetically you don't pronounce it, but still remember you've got to put it. Okay, S. So as I said, you know, for this admirer, adorer, all these examples that we've been covering so far, you don't pronounce it. So that's the reason why I wanted to put few sentences in which, well, you'll see that you can see the difference. So the first one, c'est le camion que tu as conduit. Okay, le camion, it's the truck, okay, que tu as conduit. Conduire is to drive, okay, and you've got here the passé composé form. Okay, so in that case, of course, we've been using this pronom relatif, que, okay, and it's complément d'objet direct, all right. It is before the verb tu as conduit here, so normally it does mean that the rule, well, tells us to put something at the end of the participe passé if it's the feminine or if it's the plural or feminine plural. In that case, we've got le camion, so we don't put anything at the end of conduit. We just leave conduit like that, okay? But if we put, well, the same sentence, but at the plural, in that case, ce sont les camions que tu as conduits, okay? You will have this S, you don't pronounce it, but it will be here. Now, the feminine. So we take la voiture, the car, okay, la voiture, it's feminine. C'est la voiture que tu as conduite. And that's when you hear the difference between conduit, because remember, final T is not pronounced, conduit, here, and then the feminine, conduite. Okay, so here you can listen to this t, t, okay, conduite. All right, c'est la voiture que tu as conduite. Okay, and then the same thing for the plural, so it will be feminine plural because it's les voitures. Ce sont les voitures que tu as conduites. All right, so that's the reason why it's quite important to remember this rule, even if in most of the cases you won't pronounce the difference between your participe passé, whether it's at the masculine, the feminine, or the plural form. But in some cases, like, well, these examples, you can hear the difference between at least here the masculine and the feminine form. Okay? And then the last thing, tricky thing with que is if you put something after and it's not with a vowel. So remember, as usual in French, when we've got this and something after, so a vowel, they don't really get along. So the rule is that you should take away, okay? So it will go like that. So c'est la boisson que il demande. So normally if we respect the rule, you know, we should put this que pronoun, okay? But then, as I showed, they don't really get along as usual, and so que or should disappear. So you get the final structure. C'est la boisson qu'il demande. Now let's have a look at dont, okay? And the important thing with dont is that you will use this dont instead of complément avec préposition de. All right, so the important thing here is that, so it should be un complément, so something that will complete the sentence, so coming after the verb, all right? And then it should be introduced with this préposition de here, all right? So let's have a look. And well, as we did previously, so we'll first start with the personne, and then after that, une chose, a thing. Voici l'homme, tout le monde parle de cet homme. Okay, so voici l'homme, here is the man. Okay, so even if it looks a bit strange to have a short sentence like that, okay, but still it was for the example, so I thought it might be useful. And then tout le monde, everybody, everyone, parle, to talk, de cet homme. Okay, so the important thing here is to spot First, well, of course, we've got the subject here, tout le monde. Then we've got the verb, parler. Okay? Then if you look carefully between our complement here, cet homme, because that's the thing we don't want to repeat, and the verb, so between them, we've got the preposition de. Okay? And it tells us that if we don't want to repeat l'homme, okay, we will have to use this dont pronom here. And the sentence will go like that. Voici l'homme, so the first one doesn't change. Dont, so you put here your pronom relatif, then tout le monde parle. So you just put back what we've got, subject and verb. Okay, it's not really difficult. Then if we put the same structure but then at the passé composé form, voici l'homme, tout le monde a parlé de cet homme, so same thing, we don't want to repeat l'homme, okay. Voici l'homme dont, so same position, tout le monde a parlé. Okay, so it doesn't change anything, you just put it, but then, well, the tense is different here because it's passé composé. Okay, so let's see now if we would put the same sentence but then at the futur proche, so near future. Normally I tend to put this structure just because it means that you've got two verbs here, okay, just to see. So l'homme is the thing we don't want to repeat, so voici l'homme dont tout le monde va parler. Okay, so it doesn't change anything. It should be here, and then the sentence continues. Let's see if we want to replace une chose, a thing. Then, je n'aime pas le livre. Nous nous servons de ce livre. Okay, so aimer is to like. In that case, you've got the negative form. Je n'aime pas le livre. Okay, nous nous servons. Okay, so in that case, I wanted to use this se servir. Se servir is to use something, but it's se servir, so it's a reflexive verb. Okay, de ce livre, and then you can see that we've got ce livre. Okay, we've got the verb here, and between the two, we've got the preposition de. So it does tell us that if we don't want to repeat le livre, we will have to use this pronom relatif dont. So the sentence will be je n'aime. Sorry, I forgot the pas. Je n'aime pas le livre dont nous nous servons. Alright, so remember, you should put the pas. I forgot to write it, sorry. Je n'aime pas le livre dont nous nous servons. Okay, and then où, okay, the last one for this lesson. Où, well, you've got two options. Whether you will use this où to replace what we call complément de lieu. Lieu is a place, okay? Or then you will use it to replace un complément de temps, okay? Temps, time. Let's see first if we want to replace complément de lieu. Okay? So, je vous présente la ville. Je suis né dans cette ville. Okay? So, je vous présente, présenter, to present, la ville. La ville is the town. Je suis né, I was born, dans cette ville. Okay? So, in that case, well, have a look. You've got cette ville and la ville. So, probably that's the thing we don't want to repeat. Okay? And then here we get dans, so it's in. Okay? So, you know that it's a place. Alright? So, it's what we could call, or what we call complément de lieu. So, it's a place. Alright? So, if you want to avoid repeating la ville, then you will have to use this ou pronom, and the sentence will go like that. Je vous présente la ville. Okay, so your first sentence doesn't change at all. Ou, so you put your pronom here, and then je suis né. The rest continue. Okay, like that. Okay, and then let's have another situation when we want to replace un complément de temps. Okay, so it's not, it won't be a place, but it will be something with the time. So où, c'est l'année. Okay, année it's year. C'est l'année. Il a fait très froid cette année. Okay, so you can see here, well, you've got this passé composé form, okay, faire froid when it's cold, okay, so it was cold, or cette année, and then, well, obviously we don't want to repeat année because it's here and it's here, okay, and in that case, well, you tend to use cette année just to indicate the time or when it was, okay, so c'est l'année où il a fait très froid. All right, so quite simple. First part doesn't change. Then you put your pronoun où, then the sentence continues like that. Il a fait très froid. All right? Few other examples for this time concept, because normally, obviously, in many cases, people tend to think that où, it's only for a place, so that's the reason why I thought it might be useful to give you few examples just to see how to use it. So the first one, for instance, c'est le jour the day, c'est le jour où elle est venue. Okay, venir is to come. C'est le jour où elle est venue. Second example, ils arrivent le jour où tu seras absente. Okay, arriver, to arrive. Sera, so remember, it's the verb être, to be. Okay, but it's the future form. Tu seras absente, absente, you won't be here. C'est le moment où le bébé va dormir, le moment, the time, où le bébé, the baby, va dormir, is going to sleep. C'est le moment où le bébé va dormir. Okay, so I know it was long, but it was quite important. So if you're not really sure about the use, don't be afraid to watch the video one more time. If you want more videos, then the YouTube channel is here, youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is waiting for you, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 8, leçon N. And in this lesson, we'll work together on les structures avec deux pronoms, and especially when one of them, so one of the pronouns, when you will use to pronounce, and one of them will be en. Okay, so it was introduced in a previous video lesson. Okay, so we'll work on this lesson, on the pronoun en. Okay, and then next lesson will be with le, la, les. The lesson after lui, leur, and the last lesson regarding this topic with two pronouns will be with the pronoun I. Okay, so let's see now with en. So me, or then M apostrophe, te, T apostrophe, or then lui, se, or S apostrophe, nous, vous, leur, and se, or S apostrophe, will be placed before en. Okay, so that's the rule. En will come after me, or M apostrophe, te, or T apostrophe, lui, se, or S apostrophe, nous, vous, leur, or se, or S apostrophe. Okay, so that's the way it will go. So en is coming after. Okay, so we'll see a few examples, and then I thought it might be useful to put, well, the examples at the present form, so le présent, and then passé composé, because if you remember correctly, this passé composé is what we call a composed tense. And then the futur proche, so this near future structure that we've got, and normally you make it with the verb aller, and then your verb at the infinitive. And it's quite interesting because in that case, well, it gives you two verbs, okay? So the question is, how do you put your pronouns when you've got two verbs in your sentence, okay? So let's see now the présent. Mon ami me donne un conseil. All right, so mon ami, my friend, me donne, donner is to give, un conseil, an advice, okay? So let's say that we would like to replace un conseil in that case, and then we saw in the previous lesson that un conseil could be replaced with en, okay? And so, mon ami, me, so it should be before, if you remember what we saw previously, so me should be in the first position, and then en should come right after, and then the verb, all right? But then if you remember, we've got this here, so me, and then en is starting with the vowel as well, so should go away. That's the reason why you will have this M apostrophe. So m'en donne un. All right. Second example, ta femme t'achète une montre. Ta femme, your wife, acheter is to buy, une montre, a watch. Okay, and then of course we would like to replace une montre. In that case, we will use this en pronoun. Okay, and you get ta femme. So you've got this te again, but then as it's with the vowel here, en, then needs to go away. T'en achète une. All right, so as we saw for the rule, first we've got te, after that en is coming, and then we've got the verb. Okay, then il nous apporte des fruits. Okay, so remember, apporter is to bring, des fruits, fruits. Okay, in that case we would like to replace des fruits, and so we will replace it with the pronoun en. Okay, il nous en apporte. All right, so nous first, then your pronoun en, then the verb. Okay, so let's see now with the passé composé. So same sentence. Mon ami m'a donné un conseil. All right. Mon ami m'en a donné un. So it will be exactly the same thing, especially if you think that a donné, the thing that you see here, okay, it's only one verb. Okay, so you've got two parts because it's composed. All right, so first you've got avoir, and then you've got this participe passé form. Okay, but it's only one verb. All right, that's the reason why you put first your pronoun here, me, and then you put this second pronoun en before avoir, okay, because this is the verb here. So you get mon ami m'en a donné un. Let's see now the same sentence that we had previously, but at the passé composé form. Ta femme t'a acheté une montre. Okay, so same thing here. Ta femme. So te should be here, but then, of course, with the vowel, we take away the e. En a acheté une. Ta femme t'en a acheté une. All right? And then, ils nous ont apporté des fruits. All right? Same thing. Ils nous en ont apporté. All right? So, nous first, then en. And after that, you put your verb. So same rule here. It's composed. So you've got two parts, but still it's only one verb here. So let's read it. Ils nous ont, okay, beautiful liaison here, ont apporté. Okay, so the full thing goes like, ils nous en ont apporté. All right, so let's read it one more time. Mon ami m'en a donné un. Ta femme t'en a acheté une. Ils nous en ont apporté. All right, and then the last example we'll see with the futur proche. So in that case, it will be quite interesting because we will have two verbs. Okay, so let's see. Mon ami va me donner un conseil. Okay, so exactly the same idea. We'll replace un conseil by en, and then we see how it goes. Mon ami va. All right, so here you've got this verb aller. All right, so the first verb here. And then you will put your pronouns. So me here, of course, e is going away. Then you've got your pronoun en before the second verb. Okay, donner, to give. That's the second verb here. Infinitive form, as usual in French, when we've got two verbs. So, mon ami va m'en donner un. All right. Ta femme va t'acheter une montre. Exactly the same rule. Ta femme va. So you've got first your verb here, then te, but then e is going away, en, and the second verb, acheter une. All right. Ils vont nous apporter des fruits. Ils vont nous en apporter. Okay, so that's the only thing that you should remember. So when you've got one verb, whether it's simple or composed, then it is before the verb. When you've got two verbs like here, so with these first aller, then your verb, so donner here, remember that your pronouns will come before the second verb, okay? But then the order will stay the same, all right? So I hope it was clear for you. Have a great day. If you want more lesson, and then the next or previous lessons can be found here, youtube.com/imagier, or then the website www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 8, leçon O. And in this lesson we'll discover together les structures avec deux pronoms. And if we're more precise, if you've got one of these two pronouns, if it is le, la, or les, okay? So we saw in the previous video the same concept. So when you've got two pronouns in the same sentence, but then one of them is en, okay? So if you want to check it, then it is the previous video. And then after that, we'll see lui, leur, and we'll work with y, okay? But then in that video, we'll work on le, la, ou les, okay? And then the rule is quite simple. If you've got first me, te, nous, vous, they will come first, and after that you will put le, la, and les, okay? That's the rule. If you've got le, la, and then les, it will come all the time after me, te, nous, and vous, okay? Let's see that more precisely. And so we'll work on présent, passé composé, because it's a composed tense, so it's quite interesting to see how you put this pronouns when you've got a composed tense. And then the futur proche, so this near future, so I am going to, like in English, so aller plus infinitif, okay? It's interesting because in that case you've got two verbs, so we'll see how you put your pronouns when you've got the structure, the sentence with two verbs, okay? So let's start now with the présent. So, mon père me conseille ce livre. Mon père, my father, conseillait to advise or to recommend, in that case, ce livre, this book. So we want to replace ce livre, we will put le, okay? And as we saw for the rule, so mon père, first me, then le, and after that, the verb, sorry. Mon père me le conseille. Okay, that's it. Quite simple, remember. Me first, then le, and then the verb. Second example, tes amis, your friends, donner is to give, les clés, the keys. Okay, tes amis nous donnent les clés. So we want to replace les clés, so we should replace it with the plural form, so it's les, okay, here, les, and then remember, first nous, then les, and after that the verb. Tes amis nous les donnent, okay? And the final example, je me réserve, okay, so réserver, to reserve, la place de parking, so the parking place, la place de parking. In that case, we don't want to use la place de parking, we want to replace it with a pronoun, so je me la réserve, okay? Remember, first me, then la, and after that your verb, okay? So it's quite simple, it's not really difficult, remember, in that case, me, nous, me here in the first place, then le, la for the feminine, les for the plural, second place, then the verb. Let's see how it will go with the passé composé form. So passé composé, as you can see it in its name, it's a composed tense, okay? So you've got two parts. First you've got avoir, then you've got here participe passé. Okay, so mon père m'a conseillé ce livre. Same thing, we don't want to use ce livre again, so we put the pronoun. Okay, so in that case, if you look carefully, then mon père me first place, then you should have le here because it's the masculine form, but then you've got here a vowel after, so needs to go away, so you get L apostrophe. Mon père me l'a conseillé. All right? Then, tes amis nous ont donné les clés. So exactly the same sentence that we had previously at the present form, but in that case, it's the passé composé form, okay? Tes amis nous les ont donné. Okay? So, same rule, first nous, then les, before, and then after that you put the verb here. So you can see that I've been putting in red the ending here just to remind you or let you remember that we've got a rule in French. Normally when we make this passé composé form with avoir like that, and if you've got what we call complément d'objet direct before, you should put at the end of your participe passé form here feminine if the word is feminine, so s if the word is plural. Okay, in that case we've got les clés. Les clés is feminine plural, so that's the reason why we will add first feminine and then plural here. Okay, so the good news is that you don't pronounce it, so donner. Okay, so whether it would be without this final es or with es, you will pronounce it the same way. Tes amis nous les ont donnés. Okay, and then the last one, je me suis réservé la place de parking. Je, me first, then la, and after that suis réservé. Okay, so it doesn't really change that much if you think. First me or then nous as we saw, then le or then la and les, and after that you put your verb, even if in that case it's a composed verb, it doesn't change anything, you just put it before. Okay, so let's see now how it will work with futur proche, so structure with two verbs. So, same example, mon père va me conseiller ce livre. And now you can see something interesting. You can see that me and le will be placed before the second verb. Okay? So, mon père va, so you put first your verb, me, le, conseiller. Alright? So, keep in mind that me and le should be before the second verb. Tes amis vont nous donner les clés. Tes amis vont nous les donner. Je vais me réserver la place de parking. Je vais me la réserver. Alright, so the rule goes like that. Me, nous, me. So as here we saw first place, then le, la, les, second place. Alright, and after that your second verb. Alright. I hope it was clear. If you want more lessons, then youtube.com/imagier and then imagier.net if you want more material. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 9, leçon A. And in this lesson, we'll discover together what we call le présent continu. So le présent continu, it's an interesting structure because it's the kind of structure that you can use if you want to insist on the fact that an action or something, a process is continuing at the time when you are speaking or talking. Okay, and the way to construct this is to use first this expression, être en train de. So you can see that here we've got the verb être, to be. Okay, and this structure should be obviously at the present time. Okay, and not the present time, sorry, but the present tense. All right, so you should conjugate your verb être here at the present. Okay, then you will put the verb that you want to use in your structure. This verb should be at the infinitive form, so the basic form of the verb. Okay, so and it will give you this présent continu. Okay, so let's see a few examples. First, je suis en train de faire mes devoirs. Okay, faire is to do, and then mes devoirs, my homework, all right? And then when you use this je suis en train de, okay, so you want to insist on the fact that at the time when you are talking, the process is taking place, okay? And it continues, and that's the whole concept of it. So, je suis en train de faire mes devoirs. All right. Second example that we've got, so same thing here. Tu es en train de regarder un film. Okay, so same thing, regarder or to watch un film, a movie. So the action is taking place, and of course it continues if you use this en train de. Okay, but then remember that you've got to put here the verb être at the present form for tu es. Okay, so you need to conjugate it, and then Elle est en train de réparer, so to repair, son vélo, her bike. Elle est en train de réparer son vélo. All right, so same thing, it's continuing, it's taking place at the time when you are talking. And the last one, il est en train de préparer le petit déjeuner. Préparer, to prepare, le petit déjeuner, breakfast. Okay, so il est en train de préparer le petit déjeuner. Okay, so at the time when we are talking, he's doing it right now, and the process is continuing. Okay, so let's read them one more time. Je suis en train de faire mes devoirs. Tu es en train de regarder un film. Elle est en train de réparer son vélo. Il est en train de préparer le petit déjeuner. Okay, so that's what we call le présent continu. But then if you think about that, well, it would be possible to transpose that at the past as well. Why not? So let's call it le passé continu. And it's possible because, well, the idea is that you just use the same structure, être en train de, okay? But think about that because we've been covering the past tenses already, and it would be a bit strange to use this passé composé tense, because normally we tend to use this passé composé when we want to express actions, okay? But then, in that case, imparfait would be more appropriate, okay? So if you want to use this passé continu concept, then use être en train de, and you use this imparfait, okay? Then, same idea, you put your verb at the infinitive form, and you will get this passé continu. Okay, so you know what? We'll take exactly the same sentences that we had as examples for the present, but we just put them at the passé. And here we go. J'étais en train de faire mes devoirs. So as you can see, the only thing that will change in this structure is être, okay, because in that case you should put it at the imparfait form. J'étais en train de faire mes devoirs. Tu étais en train de regarder un film. Elle était en train de réparer son vélo. Il était en train de préparer le petit déjeuner. All right, so the only thing that will change here, here, and here, it's the verb être that you should put at the imparfait form. All right, and in the same logic, we could put this structure at the future as well. Why not? So, le futur continu. And in that case, exactly the same structure. So, être en train de, but then obviously, so être should be at the future form, okay, so the real one, and then the infinitive form just to get this futur continu. Okay, same example, same sentences. So, je serai en train de faire mes devoirs. Tu seras en train de regarder un film. Elle sera en train de réparer son vélo. Il sera en train de préparer le petit déjeuner. Okay, so as you can see, the only thing that will change here is the verb être. So it should be at the futur simple form, so the real future. Okay, here, here, and here. Okay, so I hope it was clear. Now you've got three strange, not real tenses, but still quite useful and quite used in the French language. If you want more videos, sorry, you can go to youtube.com/imagier, and the website is waiting for you here if you want to find more material, or then you can find, or you can send me a little message. It would be nice. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 9, Leçon B. And in this lesson we'll discover together what we call le passé récent, like the recent past if you want to translate it directly. So le passé récent is like a false or a fake tense that we've got, because technically it's the present tense, but then if you want to express something that you just did, okay, so we've got a tense for that, and it's quite useful and quite easy to make, because the concept is that first you will use the verb venir and the preposition de. Okay, so venir is to come, venir de, so this should be at the present tense, and then you will put your verb at the infinitive form, okay, and you will get what we call le passé récent. Okay, so it's a technique just to express something that you just did. Okay, so it's not possible to use this passé récent, of course, for last week or the month before. It's not possible. Okay, so it's really something that is somehow connected to the present. So present, something that you just did. Okay, so of course, if you want to make it, you should know the conjugation of venir by heart. If that's not the case, then don't worry. Here it comes. So at the present tense, it's je viens, tu viens, il vient, elle vient, nous venons, vous venez, ils viennent, elles viennent. All right, so let's see that one more time. Je viens, final S not pronounced, okay? And when you combine this IEN, you get this yin, yin. Je viens, all right? Tu viens, well, exactly the same thing, final S not pronounced, and then you get this yin sound, all right? Then il vient, exactly the same sound, because final T here is not pronounced. Elle vient, all right? Nous venons. Okay, so final S not pronounced, and then remember that you pronounce this like a the. Venons. Okay, O-N in your nose, on. Venons. Nous venons. All right? Vous venez. Okay, so Z at the end combine will give you the sound E, and here you've got venez. Vous venez. All right? And then ils viennent. So remember, as usual in French, when we talk about conjugation, E-N-T at the end, you don't pronounce it here. And then you've got this here, followed by this double N. So double consonant here, so when they are identical, they will open the sound of this So you will get it, and it will be produced like E, okay? So viennent, viennent. Okay, don't insist on this. No, viennent, viennent. Okay, ils viennent, elles viennent. All right. So remember, je viens, tu viens, il vient, elle vient. Nous venons, vous venez, ils viennent, elles viennent. So this is the first part that you should use to make this passé récent. Okay, and remember, after that you put this preposition de plus your verb at the infinitive. So let's see a few examples now. And the first one, je viens de discuter avec ma sœur. Okay, discuter, to discuss, avec, with my sister, ma sœur. Je viens de discuter avec ma sœur. Okay, something that just happened. All right, and then same thing here. Tu viens de boire un verre de lait. Boire, to drink, un verre, glace, de lait, of milk. D'accord? Tu viens de boire un verre de lait. Same thing here, it just happened. Elle vient de gagner le match. Gagner is to win, le match, obviously, the match. Elle vient de gagner le match. And the last one, nous venons de déjeuner. Okay? Déjeuner here. So when you have your lunch, okay? Nous venons de déjeuner. All right? So, je viens de discuter avec ma sœur. Tu viens de boire un verre de lait. Elle vient de gagner le match. Nous venons de déjeuner. All right? So, keep in mind, venir at the present form, as we see here, and then the preposition, la préposition de, and your verb at the infinitive form. And then you get this passé récent, something that you just did. Okay? Well, that's it. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier and more material. The website is waiting for you, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 9, leçon C. And in this lesson, we'll see together what we call in French le futur proche. So if you want to translate this futur proche directly, it would be like the near future. So technically, it is one way that we've got to express the future, but then we keep a structure that is conjugated at the present tense, okay? And so to make it, we'll see it right now, first we need to use the verb aller. Aller is to go, okay? And well, this verb aller should be at the present tense. Then you will put your verb. Your verb should be at the infinitive, so the basic form of the verb. Then you will get this futur proche structure. Okay, so it is like in English, for instance, when you say I am going to something, it is exactly the same structure. Okay, express something that you want to do or you are going to do. Okay, but still it will be at the present tense. Okay, so the only thing that really you should remember and know by heart is the verb aller at the present tense. If you don't remember it, well, don't worry, it is coming right now. Je vais, tu vas, il va, elle va, nous allons, vous allez, ils vont, elles vont. Okay, so this is the verb aller at the present tense. Okay, let's see it one more time. Je vais, final S not pronounced here, and remember when you combine this A and E together, you get the sound E, so really open. Je vais. Tu vas, final S not pronounced. Tu vas. Il va, elle va. Nous allons, remember, final S not pronounced, O and together, it's on. And then we'll make this little link between the two, what we call the liaison. Nous allons. Okay? Then, vous allez. Remember, a Z at the end here will give you this E sound. Okay? Aller. And then, as previously, this little link between the two, liaison. Vous allez. Right? Then ils vont, final T not pronounced, and then O and together, on vont. Okay? Ils vont, elles vont. All right? So one more time. Je vais, tu vas, il va, elle va, nous allons, vous allez, ils vont, elles vont. Okay, so that's the only thing that really you should modify or conjugate, because after that you will put your verb at the infinitive form. So let's see a few examples now. And the first one, je vais sortir ce soir. Sortir is to go out, ce soir, this evening. Okay, so I am going to go out. Sounds strange in English. This evening. Okay, in French, well, it's quite possible here. Je vais sortir ce soir. Then, elle va apporter un gâteau. Apporter is to bring. Un gâteau, a cake. Elle va apporter un gâteau. Okay? And after that, nous allons faire du café. Faire is to do, or in that case it could be to prepare. Du café, some coffee. Nous allons faire du café. Okay? Vous allez partir en vacances. Partir is to go. En vacances, on vacation, and here you can see that at the end we've got this point d'interrogation, so it means that it's a question, and if it's a question we should raise the voice a little bit at the end. So let's repeat it. Vous allez partir en vacances? Okay, so I tend to insist a little bit, but still that's the idea. You should raise your voice a little bit at the end just to inform the person that it's a question. Okay, vous allez partir en vacances? Vous allez partir en vacances? Okay, so you can hear it. First, je vais sortir ce soir. Then, elle va apporter un gâteau. Nous allons faire du café. Vous allez partir en vacances? And that's it. Now you know how to make this futur proche. If you want more video, then youtube.com/imagier and the website. If you want more material, or then send me a little message, it would be nice. imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 9, Leçon D. And in this lesson, we'll discover together what we call in French le futur antérieur. So the futur antérieur is a tense, okay? So I thought it might be useful to introduce it right now because we've been covering quite many tenses so far, and this one is quite useful. So the way we will construct this video is first we'll see l'utilisation, so when do we use this futur antérieur, and then the second part will be la formation, so how do we construct, how do we build this tense, okay? So the first part will be l'utilisation, when do we use it, and so the main, or well, the only concept of this futur antérieur is that it will be used to express what we call le passé dans le futur, so the past in the future. So I know it might sound a bit strange, but still it does exist in other languages, for instance English. So you will see that if you compare it to English, it's almost the same thing and the same construction. Okay, so let's first see. So if we are here, okay, this is the timeline. So if we are here, normally if we want to express what is happening right now, we will use the present tense, so le présent here, okay? And then if we want to talk about the future, then we'll use this futur simple, for instance, so the tense we've been seeing previously, okay? And if we want to talk about what happened before, so it's still, if you look carefully, it's still the future for us because we are here, it's the present right now, so it's still the future, but you want to really go that way. First the future, then the past. So in a way, it's the past in the future. All right? So if it's not clear so far, let's see one example. At the future form, so if we want to use this faire is to do, je ferai mes devoirs, my homework, okay? So this is the sentence at the future form. Je ferai mes devoirs, okay? And if we've got the same sentence, but at the futur antérieur, so it will be like j'aurais fait mes devoirs, okay? So if you want to translate it directly, see, I will do my homework, and then here, I will have done my homework. So if you feel the difference in English between the two sentences, well, it's exactly the same thing in French. Okay? So strangely, if you say je ferai mes devoirs here, it's the future. Okay? But then if you use the same structure at this futur antérieur, I will have done my homework, then you've got the feeling that, of course, it's the future, but in a way it's done already. Okay, so it's more certain with this sentence, and it's exactly the same use that we will have in French as it is used in English. Okay, so now second part, formation. So let's have a look now. First sentence, so it's the real future. Je mangerai au restaurant. Okay, and then here we've got j'aurais mangé au restaurant. So this second part is the futur antérieur. So if we take the time to look a little bit here, we can see that we've got first avoir, okay, at the future. And here we've got this participe passé form that we saw previously, okay. Second example, if we take the sentence, tu regarderas, regarder is to watch, la télévision, okay. Tu auras regardé la télévision. So this is the same structure at the futur antérieur. What can we see? We can see avoir one more time, and it's at the future tense. And then here we can see that we've got the participe passé form. Okay, so third example, il ira, ira, so it's coming from aller, okay, aller is to go, au travail, at work, and then here, il sera aller au travail. So we can see that here we've got être, and then we've got the participe passé form here. Okay, so what can we deduct? Here we've got avoir, participe passé, avoir, participe passé, être, participe passé. So the rule is like that in most of the cases. If you want to construct this futur antérieur form, first you will have for most of the verbs avoir, and it should be at the future form, and then the participe passé form, and you will get your futur antérieur. In some cases, you will have to use être at the future form, so le futur, then your participe passé form, and you will get the futur antérieur form. All right, so if you saw the previous videos that we've been doing for other composed tenses in French, like passé composé, plus que parfait, etc., well, it is exactly the same way to construct it. The only difference is here. Okay, so if you use avoir for one verb at the passé composé form, for instance, you will use avoir as well at the futur antérieur. The only thing that will change is that for this futur antérieur form, it will be here the futur. Okay, and if you use être for some verbs or one verb at the passé composé, it will be exactly the same thing, but keep in mind that here it should be at the futur form. Okay, so remember that for être, we've got aller, aller is to go, arriver, arriver to arrive, descendre, to go down, devenir, to become, entrer, to enter, to come in, monter, to go up, mourir, to die, naître, born, partir, to leave, rester, to stay, retourner, to return, sortir, to go out, tomber, to fall, and then venir, to come. Okay, so keep in mind that all these verbs will require être. Okay? And then when we talk about être, of course, as usual in French, for these composed tenses, all the reflexive verbs like se, something. Okay, so se regarder, for instance, or then s'appeler, or then se présenter. So they will all the time require être. Okay, and we will see in that video that, of course, the way to conjugate them will be a little bit different. Okay. But then, of course, let's see one more time avoir and être at the future form, because that's the first part you will have to use if you want to construct this futur antérieur. And avoir at the future form goes like j'aurai, tu auras, il aura, elle aura, nous aurons, vous aurez, ils auront, elles auront. Okay, so one more time. J'aurai, remember, A and O together will produce this O sound. A and E, aurait. Alright, then tu auras, final S not pronounced, aura. Il aura, elle aura. Okay, nous aurons, final S not pronounced, O and N together, nasal, on, A-U-O. Auront, all right, and then if you want to make this beautiful link, the little liaison between the two, it would be perfect. Nous aurons, okay. Here, same thing here. Vous aurez, all right. O, and then EZ at the end will give you this E sound. Aurez, all right, and then this little link, this little liaison between the two. Vous aurez, okay. Then ils auront, final T not pronounced, O-N together, on, auront, okay, and then the link between the two. Ils auront, elles auront. Alright, so j'aurai, tu auras, il aura, elle aura, nous aurons, vous aurez, ils auront, elles auront. Alright, then now for être. Je serai, tu seras, il sera, elle sera, nous serons, vous serez, ils seront, elles seront. Alright, so let's see it one more time. Keep in mind that when we've got like that, you really pronounce it so serait, okay? I together, serait. Okay, the first S is quite strong, serait. Alright, then tu seras, final S not pronounced, tu seras, il sera, elle sera, nous serons, so final S not pronounced, then on, on, seront, vous serez, a Z together at the end, et serez, alright, ils seront, final T not pronounced, and then you've got this nasal, on, seront, elles seront. Alright, so one more time. Je serai, tu seras, il sera, elle sera, nous serons, vous serez, ils seront, elles seront. Alright? So remember that the second part should be what we call this participe passé form. I've been making a big video concerning the participe passé. So if you really want to work on that, it will be more full of examples, okay? Right now here in this video I will only cover first here, as we've got the first group, so regular ending with er, and it's quite easy because it will become et, like that, okay? So parler, er will become parler, your participe passé form. Regarder, ending with er here, regarder, accent aigu, okay? And even this aller verb, so it doesn't belong to the first group because it's quite tricky when you come to conjugate it. But even this one is quite easy for this participe passé form because it's accent aigu like that. Okay, so all these verbs from the first group will become parler, regarder, aller. So like that for the participe passé form. Okay, verbs from the second group. So er, remember, not all the er verbs belong to the second group, so be careful. And so examples like choisir, and it will become choisi, finir, fini, unir, uni. All right, so all these verbs will become like that, choisi, fini, uni. So this is the participe passé form, so the second part that you should put in your futur antérieur. Okay, so let's see now the third group. So it's a tricky group. So as I said, I've been making a video and you've got more examples, but still, so main subcategories, if you want, in a way. So the one that will end with U, so like here and here. So connaître, connu. Connaître is to know. Voir, to see, vu. Okay, then ending with I. Partir, to leave, parti. Rire, to laugh, ri. Then the one ending with it. Écrire, to write, écrit. Dire, to say, dit. Okay, and the one ending with es. Mettre, to put, mis. And then prendre, to take, pris. All right. An example now with parler. J'aurais parlé. Tu auras parlé. Il aura parlé, elle aura parlé, nous aurons parlé, vous aurez parlé, ils auront parlé, elles auront parlé. All right, so as we saw, first you've got this avoir at the future form, then you've got your participe passé here, okay, aura, then participe passé, etc. So I wanted to put this accent aigu like that just to show you that in a normal structure, so when you've got your subject and then your verb, okay, and if you conjugate it with avoir, so it will be exactly the same rule as we had for all the composed tenses in French. You don't need to put anything at the end of your participe passé form if the structure is simple, like subject and verb. All right, but if we conjugate it with être, like it is here the case with aller. Aller is to go, remember, and it requires être. So what you can see it's that il sera allé here. You've got the masculine and singular form, so you will put this accent aigu like that without anything. But if you've got here the feminine form, elle sera allée, you will have to add this mark of the feminine at the end of your participe passé form. Okay? You don't pronounce it, but still you need to write it. Okay? So remember, a mark of the feminine singular. If you've got the plural, like it's the case here, ils seront allés et s, like that. So you'll put this s. You don't pronounce it, but still you need to put it. Okay? Elles seront allées. Here you've got the feminine form and it's the plural. So you've got this a mark of the feminine. Then you've got this s mark of the plural. Same thing here. You don't pronounce it, but you need to write it. Okay? So let's read them. Il sera allé. Elle sera allée. Ils seront allés. Elles seront allées. All right? So let's see now how it go for the full thing. So, je serai allé. Okay, so I did put this like that just to make it possible to put the feminine. All right? Tu seras allé. Il sera allé. Elle sera allée. Nous serons allés. Vous serez allés. Ils seront allés. Elles seront allées. Okay, so one more time. Je serai allé. Tu seras allé. Il sera allé. Elle sera allée. Nous serons allés. Vous serez allés. Ils seront allés. Elles seront allées. And now we saw at the beginning of this video that all the reflexive verbs require as well être, okay? But then remember that the conjugation, it is a bit more tricky because you've got to use these meute, etc. So let's see how they go when you put them at the futur antérieur, okay? So, je me serai présenté, tu te seras présenté, il se sera présenté, elle se sera présentée, nous nous serons présentés, vous vous serez présentés, ils se seront présentés, elles se seront présentées. Okay? So you can see that as we conjugate these verbs with être, well, it will respect exactly the same rules. So we've got to put as the mark of the feminine when needed, s mark of the plural when needed. Here we've got nous, so it's the plural, vous as well. Okay, and then es, like for here, elle, so feminine plural, so and s, for the feminine, s for the plural. Okay, so let's read them one more time. Je me serai présenté, tu te seras présenté, il se sera présenté, elle se sera présentée, nous nous serons présentés, vous vous serez présentés, ils se seront présentés, elles se seront présentées. So, keep in mind that if you want to construct this futur antérieur, it should be first avoir at the future form, then your participe passé, and you will get a beautiful futur antérieur. In some cases, être au futur plus participe passé, and then you will get your futur antérieur. I hope it was clear. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and then more material can be found at this address, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 9, leçon E. And in this lesson we'll see together something quite useful, and it's les articles à la forme négative, because it can be tricky in some cases, and I have been students who've been asking me, are they transformed, do they stay the same if you put the sentence at the negative form? So that's what we'll see in this lesson. Okay, so we'll see first the indéfini and the partitive. Okay, so les indéfinis et les partitifs. All right, so indéfini, it would be translated as a in English. Okay, and then the partitive something. All right, and then we will work on les articles définis, so the in English. Okay, so but then first, let's see indéfini et partitif. Okay, so let's see the example for the article indéfini at the masculine form, like un, for instance. And then let's see how it goes. Il a un chien. Okay, un chien, a dog. And here we've got the verb avoir. Okay, il a un chien. So a dog. Okay, so keep in mind that if you want to transform this sentence at the negative form, then il n'a pas de chien. So you can see that un here will become de here. All right, so that's the first thing that you've got to keep in mind if you want to use these articles. So article indéfini, and you want to put the sentence like in that case at the negative form, then un will become de. Okay, so let's see the example for the feminine form now. Une. Il y a, there is, remember, une manifestation, demonstration. Il y a une manifestation. So if we want to put this sentence at the negative form, il n'y a pas de manifestation. So you can see that this article une becomes de at the negative form. All right. So what about the plural now? Des, and then j'achète des lunettes. Je n'achète pas de lunettes. Okay? Des lunettes, glasses. Acheter, to buy. J'achète des lunettes. So you can see that it will be exactly the same rule. So des becomes de. Okay? So what we've got here, un is becoming de, then une is becoming de, and after that you've got des, and it's becoming de as well. Okay? And this is for what we call les articles indéfinis, so a in English. Okay? And then let's see now for the les partitifs. Okay? So if you want to introduce this something concept, let's see now. Je bois du café. Boire is to drink, and then when you've got this du café, well, really it's some coffee. You don't specify the quantity, so it's really what we call partitif. Okay? Je bois du café. So this is the masculine form here, du. And if you look carefully, negative form, je ne bois pas de café. So you can see that du is becoming de at the negative form. All right? Second example, de la. Okay, so it's for the feminine form. Elle prend, prendre is to take, de la tarte. Tarte is pie. Some, okay, would be this de la tarte. Negative form, elle ne prend pas de tarte. So you can see that this de la will become de at the negative form. All right? So what can we say if we've got un, une, or then des? So what we saw previously, so this indéfini, article indéfini, or then if we've got du, de, or de la, as we saw previously, so what we call les partitifs. Okay, if you want to put, well, them in a sentence and the sentence is at the negative form, then you will not use them, but instead you will use de or the apostrophe if you've got a word with a vowel after or the sound of a vowel. Okay, that's really something quite important, and you should try to remember this rule because it is quite useful, especially because we tend to use quite often. I mean, negative forms. I mean, it's not really rare. Okay, so it is one main rule that you should keep in mind. But of course, in French, we've got exceptions, and the exception is this structure or this form that we've got, c'est, it is or this is. Okay, so when we use this c'est, we'll see a few examples now. Here, c'est un champion. Okay, un champion, a champion. So c'est, this is, it is un champion. Okay, and if you want to, well, put the same sentence at the negative form, well, look, ce n'est pas un champion. So you will keep your article as you had previously here, un. It doesn't change. Feminine form, c'est une amie. Okay. Negative form, ce n'est pas une amie. Feminine, it's exactly the same rule, so une will stay here. You don't modify it. And for the plural, ce sont des produits naturels. Okay. Produits, products, naturels, natural. Ce ne sont pas des produits naturels. Alright, so what can we say about that? Oh, sorry, we've got the partitive as well. So, du, so same thing. C'est du chocolat noir. Okay, chocolate, and then noir, it's black, so dark if you want. C'est du chocolat noir. Okay, négation, ce n'est pas du chocolat noir. Okay, so here we've got the partitive and it's still the same here, du and du. Okay, so partitif féminin, c'est de la vanille. Ce n'est pas de la vanille. So, de la is here, and it's still here for the negative form, okay? Vanille, vanilla. All right? So now we can have the rule. So when we've got un, une, and then des, so what we saw, les articles indéfinis, or then if we've got du, de le, or de la, okay? So in that case, it's the partitive. Remember that if you use them with c'est at the negative form, they will stay exactly the same. Okay, so that's the main rule that you've got to keep in mind with these articles. So indéfini or then with the partitive. If you use them in normal structures, then they will change and they will become de or des apostrophe as we saw previously. But if you use these articles or then the partitive with c'est, in that case, they don't change when you put them at the negative form. Okay, so now we'll see the definite, so les articles définis. Okay, and so we've got for the masculine le. Okay, so it's the equivalent as at the in English, but then we've got the difference between the masculine, the feminine, and the plural. So le, have a look at this. Je prends le train. Okay, prendre is to take. Le train, the train. Okay, je ne prends pas le train. Okay, so the article doesn't change at all. You just put it back, even if it's the negative form. It doesn't change. Okay, so feminine. Elle aime la musique. Aimer is to like or to love. Okay, elle aime la musique, the music. Elle n'aime pas la musique. It doesn't change at all. Les, plural form. Nous détestons les olives noires. Okay, détester, to hate. Okay, olives, and then noir, black. Nous détestons les olives noires. Negative form. Nous ne détestons pas les olives noires. Okay, in that case, it doesn't change. So you can see le doesn't change, la doesn't change, and les doesn't change either. All right, so the rule is quite simple. If you've got in your structures le, la, or les, and you want to have this structure at the negative form, then they will stay exactly the same. They won't change. All right? And that's it. If you want more videos, then remember youtube.com/imagier and the website www.imagier.net is waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 9, Leçon F. And in this lesson, we'll discover together 108 adjectives. Okay, so the list will be long, but still they are quite useful. So get ready. We're starting right now. Fâché. Okay, so remember that here, even if you get this accent circonflexe on the top of A, well, technically it doesn't really change the pronunciation. Fâché. Fâcheux. So final X not pronounced, and then you get your combination of U, E. Fâcheux. Endormi. Remember, E-N, en. Endormi. Attractif. Réveillé. Okay, I-double-L-Y. Réveillé. Horrible. Okay, first letter is H, but then we don't pronounce H, so you don't pronounce it. And the first thing you hear is O. Horrible. Meilleur. Okay, same thing here. I-double-L-Y. Meilleur. Mieux. Final X not pronounced. Grand. Final D not pronounced. Ennuyé. Okay, so first en, then nuit, then yé. Ennuyé. Ennuyeux. Okay, final X not pronounced, and then the same concept. Ennuyeux. Ennuyeux. Courageux. Final X not pronounced, and then you get this U, E, and G plus E. After that it's je, so je. Okay. Courageux. Courageux. Génial. Calme. So don't insist on the final E. Calme. Joyeux. Final X not pronounced, and then joyeux. Okay? Joyeux. Joyeux. Nuageux. Final X not pronounced, and then G-E-U, je. Nuageux. Correct. Dangereux. Okay, so final X not pronounced, and then don't really pronounce this here. Dangereux. 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 Décidé. Malhonnête. Okay, remember H doesn't exist, so malhonnête. Don't insist on the final E. Malhonnête. And here you get E accent circonflexe, so you pronounce it like E. Malhonnête. Désorganisé. Affreux. Final X not pronounced. And then you get this fr. Freux. Affreux. Ennuyeux. Okay, final X not pronounced, and then ennuyeux. Ennuyeux. Facile. Excellent. Okay, you've got double L here, and then it will open the sound of your E here, and it will be E. Excellent. Excellent. Excité. Passionnant. Okay, here you pronounce the double S because you've got a vowel, so it's really a strong one. Passionnant. Final T not pronounced. And then here you get this en sound. Passionnant. Cher. Blond. Final D not pronounced. Célèbre. Okay, first you've got this E, then here you get the E, so célèbre. Final E not really pronounced. Rapide. Favori. Final. Bien. Okay, so remember, when you get this combination of I, E, N, you get the sound yen, yen, okay, and then B. Bien. En forme. Brumeux. Okay, final X not pronounced, so you get this E and then U. Brumeux. Brumeux. Free. Final T not pronounced. Free. Amical. Effrayé. Okay, remember, double F, so you open the E, so effrayé. And here you get this frayé. Effrayé. Effrayant. Final T not pronounced. Effrayant. Amusant. Final T not pronounced. You've got only one S here between the vowels, so it's really this Z sound. Amusant. Amusant. Plus loin. Beau. Okay, so remember we've got this strange combination of vowels. A, U, so 3 vowels, but then phonetically it's only O. Okay, so beau. Grillé. Okay, at the end you've got this E, and then remember double L after E. Y. Grillé. Grillé. Beau. One more time. Dur. Travailleur. Okay, remember double L, y, and then E-U-R, heure. Travailleur. Travailleur. Saint. Okay, combination of A, I, N, phonetically will give you this un pronunciation. Saint. Lourd. Final D not pronounced. Honnête. Chaud. Final D not pronounced, and then when you combine this C and H, you get the sh sound. A and U, O. Chaud. Important. Final T not pronounced. Intelligent. Final T not pronounced. Intéressé. Intéressant. Final T not pronounced. Gentil. So it's a strange one because here this final L is not pronounced. Okay? Gentil. Gentil. Tard. Final D not pronounced. Paresseux. Final X not pronounced. Cuire. Seul. Joli. Chanceux. Final X not pronounced. And then remember C, E, U will give you this se sound. Chanceux. Chanceux. Fou. Combination of O and U. Ou. Fou. D'âge mûr. Misérable. Okay, don't insist on the final here. You get this bl sound at the end. Okay, misé, because you've got this accent aigu. Rable. Misérable. Nécessaire. Don't insist on the final nécessaire. Nerveux. Final X not pronounced. Nouveau. Remember, combination of E, A, and U together, it's O. So you get nouveau. Okay? Agréable. Don't insist on the final E. Bl. Agréable. Agréable. Normal. Ordinaire. Don't insist on the final E. Ordinaire. Organisé. accent aigu, et, organisé. Obèse, remember, accent grave, est, obèse. Don't insist on the final E. Parfait, final T not pronounced, parfait, parfait. Pauvre, A-U together will produce this O sound, pauvre. Populaire, populaire. Don't insist on the final E, populaire. Rapide, so same thing for final E, don't insist on it, just pronounce this D, rapide. Silencieux, final X not pronounced, okay? This part here will be pronounced like cieux, okay? Then you get silencieux, silencieux. Prêt, final T not pronounced, E accent circonflexe like that phonetically gives you the E sound, prêt. Détendu, E accent aigu, et, and then EN, en, détendu. Riche, final E not really pronounced, so sh is the last sound, riche. Malpoli, sûr, accent circonflexe on the top of U, sûr. Court, final T not pronounced, court. Remember, when you combine this O and U together, you get the sound OU, court. Similaire, final E not pronounced, similaire. Petit, okay, remember to pronounce this like a petit, final T not pronounced, petit. Réussi, okay, first you get this E, then U and double S, so really strong S and E. Réussi, réussi. Ensoleillé, remember double L after E, y. Ensoleillé. Sûr. Talentueux. Final X not pronounced. Then you get this E-U together. E, then T-U, tueux. Talentueux. Talentueux. Terrible. Terrifié. Fatigué. Okay, remember when you combine this G, U, and E, you will get the G, okay? But in that case, you get the accent, so it's G, all right? Fatigué. Fatigué. Fatigant. Okay, remember when you get G and A, you don't need to put the U between, because when you combine these two letters, you get the sound G, G. So ga. Okay, in that case you've got A-N, so it's gant. Final T not pronounced. Fatigant. Fatigant. Moche. Don't insist on the final E, then you get the last sound is sh. Moche. Antipathique. So remember this H doesn't exist phonetically, so antipathique. Okay, final E not pronounced. Antipathique. Malheureux. H doesn't exist, okay, so you get mal, heureux. Final X not pronounced. Malheureux. Malsain. A-I-N together, it's a nasal and it's un. Malsain. Méchant. Final T not pronounced. Then C-H, ch, chant, méchant. Inhabituel. Utile. Chaud. Final D not pronounced. Venteux. final X not pronounced, then EN, en, venteux. Pire, final E not pronounced, so R at the end, pire. Faux, okay, final X not pronounced, then you get this AU together, O, faux. Jeune, final E not pronounced, but then EU together, jeune, jeune. And that's it for this first list of adjective. There was a mistake. I didn't want to stop because I was continuing, but there is one word in the list that is not, of course, an adjective, and it was leather. Cuir, okay, so probably you did correct that on your own, but then I didn't want to stop because I was in a good mood. Okay, if you want more videos, youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is here, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 9, leçon G. And the series of adjectives is continuing because we've been seeing a bit more than 100 adjectives in a previous lesson, and we'll see approximately 100 adjectives in the following lesson. So the idea is to give you as many adjectives as possible at this time of your learning process because I think it's important now. Okay, so we'll start right now. Accidentel. Vivant, final T not pronounced, vivant. Ancien, remember, A-N, ancien, ancien. En colère, E accent grave like that, here you pronounce it E, colère, en colère. Large, don't insist on the final E, large. Pieds nus. So final S here and then final S here is not pronounced. And then when you get this combination here, it's ye, pieds. Okay, so you don't hear the D. Pieds nus. Bas, final S not pronounced. Génial. Décontracté. Okay, so you've got accent aigu here and here, so it's e. Décontracté. Okay, décontracté. En céramique. Okay, so remember this Q-U-E here will give you the sound K. Okay, céramique, because you don't insist on the final E. Céramique. Alright? En céramique. Classique. Okay, so exactly the same thing. You don't insist on the final E, so you get K as the last sound. Classique. Côtier. Okay, so here you get this O, accent circonflexe. You tend to insist a little bit more on it, so it's a bit lower. Co. Okay, côtier. Okay, I-E-R here. Ye. Côtier. Froid, final D not pronounced. Froid. Commun. Okay, U-N-1. Commun. Confiant, final T not pronounced. So I-A-N, yan, fiant, confiant. Cruel. Okay, remember, cruel. Dangereux, final X not pronounced, and then don't really pronounce this E here, okay, so you get dangereux. Mort, final T not pronounced, O-R, mort. Décoré, okay, so E accent aigu, décoré. Décoré. Profond. Final D not pronounced. O-N-on. Profond. Individuel. spectaculaire. Okay, so don't insist on the final E. So l'air spectaculaire. Spectaculaire. Tôt. Okay, final T not pronounced, and then this O accent circumflex is a bit stronger than normally. So tôt, tôt, tôt. Âgé. Okay, accent aigu here. Et âgé, âgé. Électronique. Okay, so as we saw previously, QUE at the end, K. Okay, électronique, électronique, électronique. Méchant. Final T not pronounced. CH together, sh. Méchant, méchant. Excellent. Remember, double L and E before, it will open the E. So, excellent, excellent. Passionnant. Final T not pronounced. Passionnant. Cher. À la mode. Final E not pronounced. À la mode. Rapide. Final E not pronounced. So rapide. Rapide. En forme. Final E not pronounced. En forme. Évasé. Remember, one S between two vowels. Z. Évasé. Courant. Final T not pronounced. A-N. En. Courant. Folk. Fragile. Okay, final E not pronounced. And then when you get this G and I, J. Gilles. Fragile. Amical. Effrayant. Okay, so final T not pronounced, and then you get effrayant. Okay, effrayant. Gelé. Amusant. Final T not pronounced. Content. Final T not pronounced, so N, en as well. Content. Content. Amical. Dur. Utile. Final E not pronounced, so utile. Horrible. Okay, remember we don't pronounce H here. Horrible. Immense. Final E not pronounced. Immense. Important. So final T not pronounced, and then remember you've got this EM, and after that it's a consonant, so it is here nasal. Important. Important. Indépendant. Final T not pronounced. Indépendant. Indépendant. Informel. Intelligent. Final T not pronounced, so G-E-N, Jean, okay? Intelligent. Double L, it opens the pronunciation of your E, so it's E. Intelligent. Intéressant. Double S, same thing here. S, strong, and it opens the pronunciation of your E. Intéressant. Final T not pronounced. Humain, remember, H is not pronounced, A-I-N, un, humain. En direct. Logique, remember, Q-U-E at the end, K, logique. Bas, final S not pronounced. À taille basse, okay, so basse, final E not pronounced, but then you pronounce the double S, so S, basse. And then here you get the double L after your I, remember, taille, à taille basse. Chanceux, final X not pronounced, this CEU, ce, chanceux, chanceux. De luxe. Mathématique, remember, H doesn't exist, so mathématique, remember, Q-U-E at the end, K, mathématique. Médical. Mémorable, don't insist on the final E, mémorable. Négligé, okay, E accent aigu here and here, et, négligé, négligé. D'âge mûr. Minimum. Nerveux, final X not pronounced, E-U, E, V, nerveux. Bruyant, final T not pronounced, so you get bruyant, okay? Bruyant, bruyant. Hors ligne, final here not pronounced, so ligne, and then here S is not pronounced, the final one, so hors, and remember H doesn't exist, so hors ligne. En ligne, okay, so here en ligne. En plein air, all right, so you've got this air here, and then we tend to make the liaison plein air, plein air. En plein air. Douloureux, remember, final X not pronounced, so you get this OU together, ou, douloureux, douloureux. Populaire, final E not pronounced, so populaire, populaire. Psychologique, okay, remember it's an exception here because you've got this C-H-O. Normally we should pronounce it sho, okay, but in that case we pronounce it ko. Psychologique. Remember, final Q-U-E like that, K. Psychologique. Silencieux, final X not pronounced. Radioactif. Enregistré, okay, so here final with the accent, so E, okay, T-R, E accent grave, c'est accent aigu, it's très, all right, so enregistré, okay, but then you don't really insist on this enregistré, enregistré. Détendu, okay, so E-N-N, détendu, détendu. Renouvelable. Look, renouvelable. Remember, bl, bl at the end. But then this here is not really pronounced. So, renouvelable, renouvelable. Okay, it's a bit tricky, I know, but try your best. Renouvelable. Romantique. Remember, Q-U-E at the end, K. Romantique. Royal. Okay, so same thing with this Y. Royal. 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 Sûr. Effrayé. Mitoyen. Okay, same thing with the Y that went here with effrayé and royal, sorry. So, mitoyen. Mitoyen. Peu profond. Final D not pronounced. Peu profond. Mince. Okay, mince. Irrité. Droit. So final T not pronounced. Stressé. Okay, remember you've got double S here, so you pronounce it really strong while it's between two vowels. So C, all right, and then here you get this E before the double S, so it will open the pronunciation of the E. Est stressé, stressé. Stressant, okay, final T not pronounced, and then A-N, en, stressant. Fort, final T not pronounced. Réussi, okay, réussi, réussi. Bronzé, so O-N, on, and then Z, it's really pronounced like Z. Bronzé, bronzé. Superstitieux, okay, so final X not pronounced. Superstitieux. Okay, remember when we get this T after E and then E here. S. Superstitieux. Superstitieux. En mitoyenneté. Okay, so mitoyenneté. En mitoyenneté. Terrifiant. Final T not pronounced. Double R here, so it will open the pronunciation of your E, and then it will be E. Terrifiant. Résistant. Final T not pronounced. Résistant. Tropical. Sous-marin. Okay, so E-N here. Un, rein, marin. All right, and remember, sous, okay, final S not pronounced, so S-O-U, sous-marin. Utile, final E not pronounced, utile. Verbal. Visuel, remember it's E here and L, uel, visuel. And that's it for this list of 100 adjectives. I hope it was useful. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and it's waiting for you. And the website is here, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 9, Leçon H. And in this lesson, we'll finish our little thing that we started 2 lessons ago with the adjectives. Okay, so this would be a list of 120 adjectives. Okay, and it will complete the whole adjective series that I wanted to introduce at this point of our learning process. Okay, so let's start now. Alarmant, final T not pronounced. Ambitieux, final X not pronounced, and then remember that you get this T, I, and then vowel, so si. Ambitieux, ambitieux. Amusé, okay, accent aigu at the end, so E, Z, amusé. En colère, okay, remember, accent grave, E, and then R, okay, you don't insist on the E. Colère, en colère. Artificiel. Athlétique. Okay, remember that H doesn't exist, so athlétique. Remember, Q-U-E at the end, K. Athlétique. Athlétique. Réveillé. Okay, so accent aigu here and here, so E, and then you get E, and then double L, Y. Réveillé. Réveillé. Mal payé. Okay, remember when you get this Y and 2 vowels, so payé. Payé. Mal payé. Irritable. Don't insist on the final E. Aveugle. Same thing. Final E, not really present. So, aveugle, gle, aveugle. Bouillant, final T not pronounced. A and together, remember, nasal, en, okay? And then here you get bou, alright? And after that you get this yan, okay? Bouillant, bouillant. Autoritaire, so final not here. Autoritaire, autoritaire. Courageux, final X not pronounced. G-E-U together, they will give you this je, okay? Courageux, courageux. Large d'épaule, final S not pronounced. Large, final E here not pronounced. D'épaule. Enterré, okay, remember, N together, nasal, en, and then you get this double R here, and it will open the sound of the E, okay? Enterré, enterré. Épais, final S not pronounced, A-E together, épais, épais. Calme, final E not here. Stimulant, final T not pronounced, stimulant, stimulant. Circulaire, final E not pronounced, I together, it's E, okay, so R, circulaire, circulaire. Raser de près, final S not pronounced, okay, so here you get the E accent grave, E, près, okay, here E accent aigu, et raser, raser de près. Confiant, okay, final T not pronounced, so O-N, on, I-A-N, yan, confiant, confiant. Attentionné, okay, at the end you get this E accent aigu, so et, a, temps, so remember, E-N, en, temps, sionné, attentionné. Contemporain, okay, so I-N at the end, un. E-M here, because it's followed by a consonant here, you get this P, so it will be a nasal, so it will be en. And here another nasal, on. Contemporain, contemporain. Condamné, okay, so it's really strange because this M here, well, technically it's not pronounced. Condamné, okay, condamné. Effrayant, okay, remember, final T not pronounced. Effrayant, effrayant. Couper court, final T not pronounced, and here you get this accent aigu, couper court. Fâché, remember, C and H together, sh, sh, and then E, ché, fâché. Cruel, okay, U here, cruel. Actuel, actuel, actuel. Mignon, okay, here in that case, G-N-O-N, gnon, mignon. Sourd, final D not pronounced, O-U together, ou, sourd. Ferme, okay, final E not pronounced, ferme. Décoratif, okay, E accent aigu, et décoratif, décoratif. Déprimé. Désert, okay, remember, final T not pronounced, désert. And really this Z sound just because you get one S between the two vowels, okay? Z, désert. Décider. Okay, remember accent aigu here and here. So et décider. Décider. Électronique. Okay, so k at the end. Remember Q-U-E at the end. K. Électronique. Électronique. Émouvant. Final T not pronounced. A and together. En. Émouvant. Émouvant. En voie d'extinction. En voie, final E not pronounced, d'extinction. Okay, remember T-I-O-N, sion. Extinction. Extinction. En voie d'extinction. Énorme. Final E not pronounced, énorme. Énorme. Entier. So remember I-E-R, y, okay, and then the T, tier, and the nasal before, en, entier. Éternel. Okay, so accent aigu, éternel. Éternel. Épuisé. Okay, remember you've got two accent aigu, épuisé. Épuisé. Disparu. Fidèle. Final E, not pronounced, so accent grave here. L, fidèle. Fidèle. Fantastique. Okay, Q-U-E at the end, K. Okay, tic. Fantastique. Fantastique. Fascinant. Final T not pronounced, so you get this A-N. En, non, fascinant. Imaginaire. Final E not pronounced. Imaginaire. Imaginaire. Étranger. Okay, remember R at the end. Et. So after that, well, before that, sorry, G, so étranger, étranger. Glacial. Frustré. À temps complet. A, okay, so even if you've got an accent, it doesn't change the pronunciation of your A, okay, so it's A. And then temps. Okay, so in that case, it's only the nasal here that you will hear, temps, okay, because the P is not pronounced and the S is not pronounced. Temps, and then complet, okay, here, a T at the end will open it, the sound of the E, so E, okay, ple, complet, complet, and then OM is nasal here, just because you get your P after that, so it's on, complet. À temps complet. À temps complet. Furieux. Okay, final X not pronounced. Furieux. Furieux. Génétique. Remember, K. Génétique. Coupable. Final E not pronounced. Coupable. Coupable. Saint. Alright, so final T not pronounced, and then when you combine this A-I-N here, you get the un sound. Saint. Saint. Honnête. So remember, H doesn't exist. Honnête. Horrifié. Same thing here, you don't pronounce the H. Horrifié. Exalté. Okay, so here, final with the accent, so exalté. Humain. Remember, H doesn't exist, so U, then A-I-N together, un. Humain. Humain. Hypnotique. Remember, at the end, Q-E, K, tic. So H is not pronounced. Hypnotique. Hypnotique. Illégal. Illogique. Remember, ic. Illogique. Ingénieux. Final X not pronounced, so I-E-U, I-E, nieux. Ingénieux. Ingénieux. Impatient. Okay, remember, final T not pronounced. And then you've got this T, I and a vowel, so sien. Sien. Impatient. Impatient. Impoli. Okay, remember, I-M and then a consonant after, so nasal. Impoli. Impossible. Don't insist on the final E. Impossible. Incroyable. Okay, same thing here for the final E. Don't pronounce it. So, incroyable. 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 Indépendant. Final T not pronounced. Pas cher. Informel. Insensible. Okay, final not pronounced. Insensible. Insensible. Irrégulier. Okay, remember, I-E-R at the end of your word here, it will be ye, okay? Irrégulier. Irrégulier. Irresponsable. Don't pronounce the final E. Bl, bl will be the last sound. Sable. Irresponsable. Légal. De luxe. Final E not pronounced. Insignifiant. Okay, final T not pronounced, so you've got this I-A-N, ian, so F before, fiant. Insigni, okay, remember, G-N-I, ni, ni, insignifiant. Insignifiant. Mineur, E-U-R, heure. Mineur, mineur. Mythique. Remember, Q-U at the end, K, okay? And then Y is pronounced like I. Mi, H is not pronounced. T, K. Mythique. D'origine. Nomade. Final E not pronounced. Officiel. Paranoïaque. Okay, remember, Q-U-E, K. Paranoïaque. Paranoïaque. Pacifique. Q-U-E, K. Pacifique. Potelé. Okay, here you don't really pronounce this E. Potelé. Potelé. Psychologique. Okay, remember at the end you've got this K. Okay, so ic. And then Y is pronounced like I, psi, and then it's an exception here because normally we should pronounce it sho, okay, but then we pronounce it ko. Psychologique. Psychologique. Raisonnable. Remember, I together, e. Raisonnable. Distant. Final T not pronounced. Distant. Gratifiant. Same thing here. Final T not pronounced. Gratifiant. Rythmique. Remember, Y pronounced like I and then H doesn't exist. Rythmique. Rythmique. En ruine. Don't pronounce the final E. Ruine. Sacré. Accent aigu at the end. Et sacré. Autosuffisant. Final T not pronounced. Autosuffisant. Autosuffisant. Censé. Final E, accent aigu, et. Censé. Sensible. Okay, final E not pronounced. Bl will be the last sound. Sensible. Similaire. So final E not pronounced. Okay, similaire. Mince. Final E not pronounced. EN together. Un. Mince. Lisse. Double S here, so it's really a strong S. Lisse. Okay, don't insist on the final E. Lisse. Stressant. Final T not pronounced. AN together. En. And then double S. Sans. And it will open the pronunciation of your E. So E. Stressant. Stressant. Chic. Okay, you pronounce the final C. And then CH together. Sh. Chic. De banlieue. Okay, final E not pronounced. So IEU. IE. L. Lieu. Banlieue. De banlieue. Très petit. Final T not pronounced. And then E is pronounced like a E. Petit. Très petit. Here, final S doesn't exist. It's not pronounced. Très petit. Très petit. Traditionnel. Okay, so you get double N here. Traditionnel. Onel. Onel. Traditionnel. Transatlantique. Okay, so at the end, tic. Remember, QUE, k. Okay. Transatlantique. Transatlantique. Tribal. Tropical. Sans peur. Okay, pronounce the final R, E-U-R, heure, peur. Sans peur. Don't pronounce the final S here. Sans peur. Inconfortable. Okay, don't pronounce final E. Table. Inconfortable. Inconfortable. Au chômage. Remember, CH together. Ch. Chaud. Chômage. Au chômage. Malchanceux. Final X not pronounced. CEU. Ce. Malchanceux. Malchanceux. Peu utile. Final E not pronounced. Peu utile. Désagréable. Final E not pronounced. Bl at the end. Désagréable. Désagréable. Peu réaliste. Don't insist on the final E. Peu réaliste. Intact. Intact. Peu sûr. Affecté. Ondulé. Riche. Okay, remember, C-H-E, sh. So, sh normally, but then you don't insist on the final E, so sh. Riche. Solide. Same thing here, don't insist on the final E. Solide. Bien payé. Okay, remember, final E accent aigu, et, okay. Payé. Payé. Alright? Payé. And then I-E-N, yen. Bien payé. Bien payé. And that's it for this list. I hope it was not too long for you. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and the website is waiting for you, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 9, leçon I. And in this lesson, we'll work together on les prépositions avec les articles. So it will be the first step into this big thing that we will do concerning the preposition, les prépositions, because it's quite important in French, and then I thought it might be important to, well, work on them at this point of our learning process. Okay, so first here in this video we'll work on a and then de, and especially when you combine these two prepositions with articles. So we'll see first the indefinite, so les articles indéfinis, un, une, des, okay, and after that we'll see les articles définis, le, la, les, okay, and especially we'll concentrate on the way these prepositions will react in a way when they are combined with these articles. Okay, so the first one that we will discover together will be a, okay, and so we'll see avec les articles définis. So remember, les articles définis, it would be translated in English as a something, okay, but then in French we've got the difference between the masculine form, so it's un, the feminine form it's une, and the plural form it's des. Okay, so let's see now. I've been making few examples. So I did take this parler verb, to talk, because it's quite interesting. You can use it with the preposition a, to talk to, okay, and it's also possible to use it with the preposition de, to talk about something. Okay, so that's the reason why I wanted to use this verb, just to show you that, well, basically it's possible to use two prepositions if you want to express something different, and then just to see how it will change if you put an article after that. So the first sentence, je parle à un homme. Okay, un homme, a man. Je parle à un homme. Okay, I talk to a man. So in that case, what you can see is that you keep your preposition à here right after the verb, and then you put your article, and basically nothing happens. Okay, je parle à un homme. So let's see an example with the feminine. Je parle à une femme. Okay, une femme, a woman. Je parle à une femme. Same thing here. Nothing happens. So it's actually quite easy. And then have a look here. Je parle à des amis. All right. Je parle à des amis. Same thing here. You've got your preposition, and then you've got the article. So un masculin, une, des. Okay, so the good news is that if you use this preposition à, and after that you put this article indéfini, un, une, des, nothing will happen. No modification, no changes, you just keep them like that. Okay, let's see now if you want to put this article défini. Okay, remember, article défini, if you want to translate that in English, it would be the something, okay, but then as usual in French we've got the difference between the masculine form, le, the feminine form, la, and the plural form, les. Okay, so remember, masculine, le, feminine, la, and then the plural, les. Okay, so let's have a look now. If we keep, well, the same verb, as I said, you know, je parle, parler, to talk, and in that case you can have a look and you can see that it's been changing a little bit. Okay, so a plus le will become o, like that. You write it au, you pronounce it o. Okay, je parle au directeur. Directeur, translation, director. Okay, je parle au directeur. Let's see the feminine form. Je parle à la directrice. Okay, directrice, director, but the feminine form. Okay, je parle à la directrice. So here you can see that, well, nothing happens, so you still have your preposition à, and then you've got your article here. Okay, so nothing changes when you get the feminine form. And let's see the plural form now. So you've got the directors, so it's the plural form. Je parle au directeur. Okay, so you can see that here you combine a plus les, and you will get this AUX, okay? And then phonetically you produce it or you pronounce it O, okay? So here, O, masculine form, plural form, O as well. And for your information, it could be, so I did put this directeur here, okay? It could be directrice, so it could be the feminine plural. It wouldn't change anything because it will be still this O, okay? So it will be for the masculine or the feminine plural, it will be AUXO, all right? So, je parle au directeur, so here, for the masculine. Je parle à la directrice, here for the feminine. Je parle au directeur for the plural, all right? So, if we want to make it clear, then we can say that A plus le will become O, okay? Then A plus la, well, will stay the same, A la, it doesn't change at all. And then A plus les will become O, AUX, but then remember that phonetically it's O. Okay, so that's the main thing that you should remember if we talk about this preposition A combined with the article, les articles définis here. Okay? And now let's have a look at de. So exactly the same thing, we'll see how de will react. So first, avec les articles indéfinis, okay, so un, une, and then des, all right? So I took this parler again, okay, so, but that, keep in mind that if we've got this parler and then we use the preposition de, then it's to talk about something, all right? So here, je parle d'un homme, all right? So normally we should have here de un homme, but well, as you know, we've been seeing that quite often now. It's not a new thing. Remember that here will disappear, and then you will put this little apostrophe, d'un homme, okay? Je parle d'un homme, all right? But then the thing is that no major modification will be done because you just keep your de, well, the needs to disappear, but then still you've got your article, okay? Je parle d'une personne, okay? Une personne, a person. Je parle d'une personne. So exactly the same thing here. Nothing major happens, only this you know, disappear, but then that's the only thing that you should remember to do if you want to combine the two, all right? The tricky thing is here, when you want to combine de and des, all right? Just because we think that it would sound strange to have this de, des, roman, okay? So the thing that will disappear will be the article, okay? So that's the reason why we get this je parle de roman, all right? So in that case, des will be taken away, all right? So remember, de plus un will become d'un. De plus une will become d'une. De plus des will become de. Okay, so we will have to take this des away. All right, so let's see now how it will work if we combine it with les articles définis. So le, la, and les, okay, as we saw previously. Let's see now the examples. The first one, je parle du voisin. Voisin, here it's the masculine form of the neighbor. Le voisin, okay, the neighbor. And what you can see here is, well, the results of the combination of de plus le, okay? It will become du, okay, for the masculine form. Je parle du voisin, okay? So I talk about the neighbor. So let's see now how it will go. So I kept this neighbor, but then here it's the feminine form, so it's la voisine, all right? And what you can see here, je parle de la voisine, well, it will stay the same. So you keep your preposition, de, and then you put your article, la, and you put your name, or your word, sorry, voisine, okay? Je parle de la voisine. Nothing happens here, and it's a good thing. And then for the plural, as we had for a, remember, well, for the masculine singular and the plural, changes will happen. So, je parle des voisins. Here we've got the plural form of voisins, so neighbors, all right? Je parle des voisins. So remember, masculine, du, feminine, de la, and then the plural form. Plural, whether it's masculine or feminine, it will be the same, okay? So des, okay? So, let's write it like that. De plus le will become du. De plus la will stay the same. Nothing happens. De la. And then de plus les will become des. Okay, so it was a little introduction because the next lessons will be maybe more tricky but quite interesting. We'll cover the preposition, all right? So if you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and then more material can be found here, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 9, Leçon J. And in this lesson, we'll discover together la préposition a. Okay, so in the previous lesson, I've been introducing the modification of this preposition a when it's combined with articles. Okay, so I would definitely advise you to watch it if you didn't. And then in that lesson, we'll discover, well, the different uses of la préposition a, and you'll see that it's a long video. Why? Just because a could mean or could be translated in English with at, in, to, and then I explain you the reason why we've got this second to here, because it will be the from something to something. Okay, so that's the main reason why we've got the two to-dos. And then it could be translated with on, and then other meanings and other uses of this preposition a. Okay, so we'll start with at, if that's okay with you. And so, few examples. The first one, so if you want to translate it with this at, would be il reste à la maison. Rester is to stay, okay? And in that case, we would construct it with a, okay? Il reste, he stays, à la maison, at home, okay? Il reste à la maison. Second example, we could use this conduire, okay? Conduire is to drive, and then when you want to introduce the speed, okay, in that case it's 40 km/h, then you would use this a, okay? So at 40 km/h. Je conduis à 40 km/h. Je conduis à 40 km/h, okay? And then the last example we could have for this at, it's for the price, like here, à 10 euros. Le prix, the price, est fixé, okay, à 10 euros. Okay, so in that case, it would be translated by this at, but then in that case, well, here, we would use this à in French. Okay, so, il reste à la maison. Je conduis à 40 km/h. Le prix est fixé à 10 euros. Okay, so, if you want to express this at concept for these situations, then you will have to use this preposition a. Okay, so let's see now the second category we will have, and it will be this in concept. So the first one, mon frère est au lit. Okay, mon frère, my brother, is au lit, in bed. Lit is bed. Okay, mon frère est au lit. Second example, il est à la campagne. Campagne, country, countryside, okay? Il est à la campagne. All right, so in that case, it will be used, we will use this preposition à, okay? And then the last one, so if you want to introduce a town, okay, you want to use this habiter, habiter is to live, okay? J'habite à Paris. All right, you can see we don't put any articles, just the name of the town. J'habite, I live in Paris. J'habite à Paris. All right, so mon frère est au lit il est à la campagne, j'habite à Paris. Okay, so if you want to, well, translate this in concept that would be in English, then it should be a with, as we saw the combination with the articles, if needed, and the modification, au lit, à la campagne, à Paris. All right, let's see another use of a, and it would be to. Few examples. Je rentre à la maison. Okay, so in that case, rentrer, it's to go back. All right, so je rentre à la maison. And when we want to introduce this concept, then we should use this à la maison. Je rentre à la maison. Second thing, nous allons, aller is to go, okay, à Marseille. Nous allons à Marseille. Okay, so we go to, all right, so in that case you should use this preposition à. All right. Then, il donne un conseil, okay, donner is to give, un conseil, an advice, okay, so he gives an advice, à sa fille, his daughter. So in that case, to his daughter, you should use also this preposition à. Okay, so je rentre à la maison, nous allons à Marseille, il donne un conseil à sa fille. All right, and so now, whoops, we'll see the second use of this to, okay, but when it's combined with the preposition de, like here. So de would be from, and then you put something, and a will be the to. All right, so je travaille, travailler is to work, de, so from 8 heures à 17 heures. Okay, so it's really the from to. Okay, so in this example it's quite traditional or quite classic because we introduce the hours or the time. Okay, so from to. Let's see another example now. Il sera, remember sera, it's to be, but the future form. Il sera en France du 15 juin. Okay, so here you've got a date, and if you look carefully, you've got this du. So it does mean that normally you should put the article le 15 juin, and that's the reason why we've been combining the two, and it becomes du. Okay, we've been seeing that in a previous lesson, so if it's not clear, watch it. Du 15 juin au, same thing here, we've got the preposition à, but then combined with the same article, so le, okay, and it will become au 22 juillet. All right, so in that situation, you can see that it's exactly the same concept, but as we use the articles, then we've got to modify the prepositions. Okay, so il sera en France du 15 juin au 22 juillet. And the last example that we can have, ce train, this train, okay, va, so goes, de Rennes à Paris. Okay, and in that case, we just put the name of the towns, okay, de Rennes à Paris. But then in that case, so whether it's à 17h or 22 juillet à Paris, so the concept is it's this to, okay, but then it is combined with de, and then remember de with the articles, and it will change, so in that case it would be du. All right? Another possibility would be the concept of this on. Okay, so let's see a few examples here. Ce film, this movie, est à la télé. Okay, on TV, à la télé. Okay, we've got this à here and then la télé. So télé, of course, it's for télévision. Okay, but in most of the cases, we don't use in French this télévision, the full word. We just use this télé word. Okay, ce film est à la télé. Second example, mon ami, my friend, habite is to live, au, so same thing here, you've got this preposition, but it's combined with le, so it becomes au. And then cinquième étage. Cinquième, fifth, and then étage, floor. So in that case, you want to say that your friend is living on the fifth floor, okay? And in that case, we get to use this a preposition. Third example, il y a une horloge, okay, a clock, au mur, okay, so same thing here, okay, le mur, the wall, okay, but then we combine a and le and it becomes au, okay, au mur. Il y a une horloge au mur. So let's read them one more time. Ce film est à la télé. Mon ami habite au 5e étage. Il y a une horloge au mur. All right. And now let's see all the others possibilities that we've got. Okay. So with verbs, because some verbs, and it's only examples here because we've got many verbs that will require this preposition a, okay? So parler, parler à, to talk to, penser à, okay, to think about someone or something, arriver à, okay, to succeed, to do something, okay? So in that case, you should use this preposition à with these verbs. Okay, you will see that normally the way students do is that they will remember these prepositions and the combination of verbs and preposition little by little. So when you will encounter a new verb with a preposition, the idea is to try to write it or to try to memorize it, and that's the way it will go. Okay, so same thing, you can combine this preposition à with adjectives. For instance, interdit à, or then prêt à. Interdit, it's forbidden. Prêt, ready. Okay, so in that case, you should combine these adjectives with the preposition à. Okay, so it's possible to use this preposition à when you want to express or to tell how it is done. Okay, so for instance, when you want to say that it's been done, it's been machine done, or how do you say, handmade? Yeah, you use this fait. So faire is to do, okay, but then in that case it would be done, okay. À la machine, fait à la main. All right. Second use, when you want to use this travel concept. So venir is to come, okay. So if you want to say that, to come by something, okay. Here it's pied, foot, vélo, and then motorbike, okay? So the concept in French is that if you're not inside, so like a car, a train, tramway, subway, so if you're not inside, then normally the concept would be to use this preposition à, okay? When you want to use this come, go, okay, by. So you should use this à preposition, okay? But then keep in mind that in many cases, French people tend to use, when it comes to vélo, moto, well, you can listen and you can hear quite many times this en instead of à. Not really for pied, because, French people will still use this à pied, okay, because it's like a common expression. But still for vélo and moto, many persons will use this en. Okay, officially it should be a mistake, but then many persons are using it, so just be ready and try to remember that it's possible that you will hear this en vélo en moto, okay. If you want to describe something, okay, so for instance, la personne au manteau vert, okay, so in that case you want to say that this is the person who is wearing the green jacket, okay, au manteau vert, so in that case it's always the same, so a and le combine and it will become au. Or then, in that case it can be red hair, okay, so cheveux roux, so in that case it's the plural, okay, a plus les, and it will become au, like that. But it's quite common to use this a, okay, and then you want to describe a person. So it's also quite commonly used if you want to talk about food. For instance, un gâteau au chocolat. All right. So un gâteau au chocolat, same thing here. À le, okay, un gâteau au chocolat. Or then un croissant aux amandes. Un croissant aux amandes. So gâteau, cake, chocolat, chocolate. Croissant, it's this classical French pastry. And then amande, almonds. Okay. And then the use. So, for instance, if you want to make a difference between, because une cuillère it's a spoon, okay, so coffee spoon will be une cuillère à café, all right, so in that case we've got to use this preposition à as well, or then une machine à laver, washing machine, so une machine à laver. Another option will be the owner, so if you want to say la maison, so the house est à mon frère. Okay, so belongs to my brother. So in that case, we use this être to be. Okay, and then à here, mon frère, my brother. Okay, or then you could say ce chien, this dog, is mine. So est is à moi. So it's possible, like we've been seeing here, to put a noun after. Or then you could put a pronoun, like here, à moi, or then you could put the name of the person. C'est à Eric, okay, does it belong to Eric? C'est à Eric? So it's a question in that case, all right? So it's quite commonly used, this à, when you want to say that the person is owning the thing, okay? And then the time, so if you want to use this rendezvous, so let's meet, à 20h, okay, so in that case, you should use this à, and then you put the time, à 8h du matin, for instance. The pain. Normally, we've got this expression. So when you say that, when you want to say that, well, you've got an ache, something somewhere in your body. So avoir mal, and then à, all right? And then you will combine it with the article. So ventre would be like stomach. Okay, so stomach ache would be avoir mal au ventre. So obviously this au is a plus le. So that's the reason why it's like that. Okay, ventre is masculine. So if it's tête, la tête, head, headache, à la tête. Okay, so same structure, avoir mal à la tête. And then, in that case, pied, foot, au pied. Okay, avoir mal au pied. Okay, so in that case you get the plural form. And the last thing that we'll use this preposition à for, it's when you want to say goodbye. So if you notice that probably we say à demain, so see you tomorrow, à demain, à bientôt, bientôt soon, see you soon, à tout à l'heure, so it's in a few minutes or in a while, à tout à l'heure, okay? À demain, à bientôt, à tout à l'heure. So in that case, you should definitely use this preposition à if you want to say these things, okay? Well, that was it for la preposition à. More videos are here, youtube.com/imagier, and then the website imagier.net is waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 9, leçon K. And in this lesson we'll discover together la préposition de. Okay, so in the previous lesson it was la préposition à, and the lesson before it was the combination of these two prepositions when you've got articles after. So if you didn't watch them, please do, it will be more easy for you. So let's start now. La préposition de, so we'll see the different uses that we can have of this préposition de, and especially the meaning in English. Okay, so the first use that we could have or we could spot for this préposition de is the partitive. So in French, partitif. Okay, so a few examples here. Il boit du café. Okay, boire is to drink, du café, café, coffee, and then here, well, we've got the partitive form, so it's some coffee, okay? And then remember that we've got the preposition de, but then when it's combined with this le, it becomes du, okay? That's the partitive form. Il boit du café. And then other example, second example, elle prend de la salade. Okay, prendre is to take, de la salade, some salad. Okay, so elle prend de la salade. Okay, first use of this preposition de, it's this partitive concept. All right, second use will be the translation of from in English. Okay, so a few examples. Je viens de Paris. Venir is to come. I come from Paris. Okay, so in that case, really this de would be translated with from. Okay, un appel, so appel is a call, de ma mère, from my mother. Okay, so it's exactly this from concept in English. Okay, so let's see now another possibility. When you want to introduce this belonging concept, okay, then usually you should use this preposition de, like here, l'ordinateur de Samuel. Okay, so with this structure, you want to say that l'ordinateur, the computer, belongs to Samuel. All right, so in that case, you should use this de. So it's quite simple because you just put the word, well, the noun, and after that you put this de and the name of the person. Okay, it could be also like here, la voiture, the car of the neighbor, in that case, yeah, du voisin, voisin is the neighbor, okay, and then, well, in that case, if you look carefully, you've got the preposition de combined with the article le, the neighbor, okay, and it becomes du, all right. Other possibility, l'ami, the friend, de mon père, okay, my father, of my father. So it's really this belonging, something or someone is belonging in a way to something or someone as well. Okay, so l'ordinateur de Samuel, la voiture du voisin, l'ami de mon père. Okay, so let's see now another possibility of the use of la préposition de when you want to introduce this containing concept. Like here, for instance, une boîte, a box, de chocolat. Okay, so inside the box you've got chocolates, okay, and then une boîte de chocolat. Okay, so the use of de in that case it's quite clear. It's just because les chocolats sont contenus dans la boîte. Une bouteille d'eau. Okay, bottle of water. Okay, and so in that case you should use this de. Okay, but then obviously because you've got first here a vowel, okay, they don't really get along, so as usual in French, disappear, and you get this apostrophe. Une bouteille d'eau, okay, une bouteille, bottle, eau, water, a bottle of water. Une boîte de chocolat, une bouteille d'eau, okay, so in that case, definitely you should use this preposition de, okay. So if you want to introduce the fact that it's made of something, then for instance here, un rideau, so rideau is curtain, and then de lin, lin is linen, un rideau de lin, okay. Second example, une chaise, a chair, de bois, bois is wood, of wood, okay, so in that case, un rideau de lin, une chaise de bois. So when you want to introduce the fact that these things are made of something, then you will have to use this preposition de. Okay? And then the use. For instance, here, une station de métro. Une station de métro. Other possibility, une place de parking. Sorry about that, but well, French people tend to use this parking as well. So I know it's coming from English, but still you should pronounce it the French way. Parking. Une place de parking. Okay? And the last one, un studio d'enregistrement. Okay? Enregistrement is recording. Un studio d'enregistrement. So as you can see in that case, as usual in French, as we saw previously, we've got this de, but then as enregistrement is starting with a vowel, then needs to go away. Okay? So une station de métro, une place de parking, un studio d'enregistrement. Okay? So that's this use concept. So what you use these things for. Okay? So une place de parking, un studio d'enregistrement. Normally we tend to use as well this preposition de when we combine or when we use these superlatives things. So for instance here, le plus beau film de tous les temps, of all time. Okay, so le plus beau, okay, most beautiful, beau is beautiful, film, movie, de tous les temps, of all times. Le plus beau film de tous les temps. Okay, and then la plus grande, grande, big, avenue du monde. And in that case, you can see that you combine this de and then the article le monde, the world, okay? De le becomes du, okay? So du monde, of the world. La plus grande avenue du monde. Okay, so for all these superlatives constructions, then remember you will have to use this preposition de, okay? De tous les temps, du monde. And so keep in mind that it's also possible to combine, and some adjectives will require this preposition de, as we had previously. Some adjectives will require the preposition a, okay, and it will be exactly the same with the de. So for instance, étonné, astonished, then we put de, okay. Content, happy, de. Désolé, sorry, de. Okay, so as I said, and it will come after that for the verbs, try to remember them when you encounter them or when you read them, okay? That's the only way to really remember them. So, and for the verbs, exactly the same thing. So, parler de, remember, we had the example with parler. So, parler à, to talk to. Parler de, to talk about something. So, parler de, for instance. S'excuser de, okay, to excuse oneself, s'excuser. Promettre, to promise, de. Okay, so these verbs will be constructed with the preposition de. And that's it. I hope it was clear. youtube.com/imagier if you want more videos and then more material, or then the possibility to send me a little message. www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous et bienvenue dans Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 9, leçon L. And in this lesson we'll discover together la préposition en. Okay, so remember, previous lesson we saw la préposition de, the lesson before it was la préposition a, and in the next lesson we'll discover, well, quite many other prepositions. Okay, so let's start with la préposition en right now. So la préposition en can be used to express this to concept in English. For instance, je vais en ville, okay, aller is to go, and then ville is town, okay, so je vais en ville, or then nous voyageons, voyager is to travel, en Espagne, Spain. Okay, so in that case, when you want to, well, express this to concept in English, in many cases we'll use this en preposition, okay. Other use could be this in. For instance, j'habite en Finlande. Habiter is to live, okay, I live in Finland. J'habite en Finlande. Je fais l'exercice en 5 minutes, okay, so I do, okay, faire is to do, l'exercice, the exercise, in 5 minutes. Okay, so in that case, and it's quite important, when you use this in, so en here, it will mean the time you need to make the exercise. Okay, so you don't want to express that you will do that in 5 minutes, so after 5 minutes, but really if you use this preposition en, in that case it is to express the time that you need to make this exercise. All right, so in, like that, en Finlande, and then en 5 minutes. Let's see now for the countries. So in many cases we'll have So as we saw in a previous lesson, we've got the difference for the countries between the masculine, the feminine, and the plural countries. Okay, so in many cases, when the country is ending with this vowel en here, okay, and here, it will mean that it is feminine. Okay, we've got exceptions, of course, because French language is quite tricky, so we've got exceptions like Mexique, for instance, it's masculine, okay, but in many cases it will mean that it's feminine. If it's feminine, then you will have to use this preposition en if you want to express this in concept, okay? En France, en Espagne, en Allemagne, en Italie, okay? And now we'll read it with the liaison if needed. En France, en Espagne, en Allemagne, en Italie. Okay? So if you want to express this in with countries and only feminine countries, then you should use this en preposition, okay? And then when we're talking about the seasons, well, we've got 4 seasons, and as usual in French, we need to have one exception, okay? But then for the 3 others, it will be en, okay? En été, so in summer, été is summer. Then en automne, okay, autumn. And then en hiver, okay, make the little liaison here. En hiver, hiver is winter. Au printemps, okay, so keep in mind that for printemps, you will have to use au and not en, okay? And then printemps is spring, okay? En été, en automne, en hiver, au printemps, all right? Another use of this preposition en is to express the mean of transport, and then if you want to say I'm coming with my car, by car, okay, in French we will use this preposition en, okay? Je viens, venir is to come, je viens, I come, okay, by car, en voiture. Tu voyages en train. Okay, and well, we saw in the lesson when we saw this preposition a, we saw that for pied, for instance, foot, and then we saw that motorcycle, moto, and then bicycle, vélo. In these cases, we use the preposition a. Okay, but then keep in mind that, well, let's say that the main difference is if you want to use this en preposition, normally we tend to use it if we express or if we introduce after that mean of transport that will mean that you will be inside it, okay? So you are inside the car, you are inside the train. If it would be a metro, it would be exactly the same. If it would be a tram, it would be exactly the same. You would use this en just because you are inside. Okay, so that's the reason why we make, well, the difference between en and then a, okay? So you will use this a if you're talking bicycle or motorbike, or then by foot, of course, okay? But then for this voiture, train, you will use this en, okay? I hope it was clear. Other use is the languages. Okay, so for instance, il parle en espagnol. Parler is to talk, okay, or to speak. He speaks in Spanish, en espagnol. Or then, ce livre, this book, est en anglais. This book is in English, okay, en anglais. Other use is when you want to introduce the material it is something is made of, okay, so for instance, une montre, montre is a watch, une montre en or, okay, so gold, or, okay, so if you want to say that this watch is made of gold, then une montre en or. Un bateau en plastique. Bateau, it's a boat, and then plastique is plastic, so un bateau en plastique. If you want to express the situation you are in, okay, so for instance, to be late, être en retard, être en retard, okay? And then the other option here, être en avance, Alright, so if you're coming earlier, then être en avance. Être en vacances, to be on holiday, so être en vacances. So in all these situations, like en retard, en vacances, en avance, we will use this preposition en. Okay? And then maybe the last use that I wanted to introduce is what we call the gérondif. So it's a bit tricky because we didn't yet see this participe présent. It will come soon, don't worry. But then I just wanted to be honest with you and introduce it, even if we didn't see yet the participe présent. So we will construct this gérondif. So the meaning of the gérondif is when you want to introduce two actions. So we would say action simultanée, so technically two actions that take place at the same time, okay? And the way we construct that is, well, of course, because it's the lesson, so la préposition en, and then after that you will put this participe présent form that you don't know yet how to make, but we'll see that in a coming lesson, okay? But then I will make, anyway, an example. And this is the example. Je téléphone. Okay, so in the first sentence or in the first part of the sentence, you say je téléphone. Téléphoner is to call. Okay, and then we have here our gérondif form. So first you get your preposition en, and then you get your participe présent form. So marchant. Okay, and if you look carefully, it's coming from the verb marcher. Marcher is to walk. Okay. Dans la rue. Alright, so je téléphone en marchant dans la rue. So in that structure, you want to introduce the fact that you are making a phone call, you are calling someone, and at the same time, you are walking in the street. Okay? Je téléphone en marchant dans la rue. Alright? So that's the technique we've got to express two action that take place at the same time. It's this gérondif, okay? And then we construct this gérondif with the preposition en, okay? That was it for this video. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is waiting for you, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 9, leçon M. And in this lesson, we'll see les prépositions. So just to remind you, we've been seeing first in the previous lesson la préposition en, then before la préposition de, and even before la préposition a. And in this video, we'll see not the rest, of course, of all the prepositions, but the main prepositions that we will have in French language. Okay, so let's start now. And the first one that we'll see is pour, and pour means for. Okay, so we'll see two examples here. Ce café est pour vous. Okay, so ce café, this coffee, is pour, for, vous, you. Ce café est pour vous. Second example, je voudrais louer cette voiture pour 2 jours. Okay, so remember here we've got this conditional form. So I would like to, louer means to rent, cette voiture, this car, pour 2 jours, for 2 days. Okay, je voudrais louer cette voiture pour 2 jours. Okay, second preposition or next one, sans, and it means without. Okay, so two examples. Elle voyage sans ses valises. Voyager is to travel, so she travels, sans, without, ses valises, her luggages. Il vient sans son chien. Venir here is to come, so he comes, sans, without, son chien, his dog. Okay? Après, you can translate it by after, okay? And then, je viens après la réunion. Venir is to come. Je viens, I come, après, after, la réunion, the meeting. Je viens après la réunion, okay? Then, avant means before. il arrive avant toi. Arriver, to arrive, he arrives. Avant, before, toi, you. Remember, this is what we call this pronom tonique. Okay, so it's you. Depuis means since or for. Okay, examples. Nous vivons ici depuis 2011. Okay, nous vivons, vivre is to live. Nous vivons, we live. Ici, here. Depuis, since. And then you put 2011, you just put the year. Okay, so assuming the fact that we are still now in 2012, so 2012, we could use this sentence as well. Nous vivons ici depuis un an. Okay, so in that case, you can use this depuis as well, and then you will introduce un an, just because we've been arriving in 2011, and we are now in 2012. Okay, so depuis un an. Derrière means behind. Okay, so the example could be le ballon est derrière l'arbre. Le ballon, the ball, est is derrière, behind l'arbre, the tree. Okay, un arbre, a tree. Le ballon est derrière l'arbre. Then after that, we can see devant. Devant means in front of. Okay, in front of. And then the example could be mon collègue, my colleague, est assis, is seated, devant le directeur. Le directeur, the director. Mon collègue est assis devant le directeur. Jusque means until. Example, je reste au bureau jusqu'à 17 heures. Okay, rester is to stay, au bureau, at the office. Je reste au bureau jusqu'à, until 17 heures. Okay, so you can see that here it's quite interesting, because normally we should have this jusque written like that. But then if you look carefully after that, we've got this a. Okay, another preposition, and then you remember the rule when we've got vowel and vowel. Normally what happens is that this final a will go away, and then we'll put apostrophe, so that's the reason why we get this jusqu'à. Okay, and then phonetically jusqu'à. Okay, je reste au bureau jusqu'à 17 heures. Sous means under. Simple example. Le livre est sous la table. Le livre, the book, est, is, sous, under, la table, the table. Le livre est sous la table. Sur means on. Okay, and then we've got two examples here. L'ordinateur est sur la table. So l'ordinateur, the computer, est, is, sur, on, la table, the table. The computer is on the table, sur here. But then remember, or keep in mind that it's also possible to use this sur if we're talking about the wall, for instance. So we could say l'affiche, so affiche is poster, l'affiche est sur le mur. Alright, so it could be for la table or any other things like that, and then as well for le mur, okay, sur le mur. Avec, so the classic one, means with. Elle parle avec son frère. Parler is to talk. Son frère, her brother. Elle parle, she talks, avec, with her brother, son frère. Elle parle avec son frère. Chez, so this one is quite interesting, because if you really want to translate it, so you're talking about a place, okay, but then you're talking about someone's place, so it's the place connected to a person. So let's see a few examples now. Je suis chez moi. So if you want to say that you are at your place, then you should use this chez, okay, and then here in that case, you will put this moi, so pronom tonique. Je suis chez moi. Okay, so this is the first use that you could have. Okay, if you want to introduce this chez and then use the name of someone, it's possible, like here. Nous sommes invités chez Laurent. Okay, so we are invited at Laurent's place, if you want to translate it directly. Okay, so that's the way we will use if we've got a name and we want to introduce the fact that it's at the place of this person, then it's chez. Okay, and so it will work the same way if we want to talk about, for instance, here the doctor, or then we can say le boulanger, le boucher. Normally we tend to use this chez if we're talking about whether little shops or offices, and traditionally or before, the person used to live whether above or then behind or in this place. Okay, so that's the reason why we tend to use this chez. Okay, because it is connected to the person more than to the shop itself. So, il va chez le médecin. Il va chez le médecin. Contre means against. One example. Nous sommes contre cette décision. Okay, this decision, and it's nous sommes, we are against this decision. Nous sommes contre cette décision. Dans, so you can, it means in, inside or into. Okay, so let's see now. Alexandre est dans la voiture. Okay, Alexandre is dans, inside, in la voiture, the car. Okay, nous entrons dans le magasin. Entrer, to enter, to go inside. Okay, dans le magasin, the shop. Okay. Par will mean by or per. For example, une lettre envoyée par la poste. Okay, une lettre, a letter, envoyée, sent, par la poste, by mail. Okay, so in that case you get to use this par. Okay, it could be par courrier électronique, by email if you want. Okay, je mange 5 fruits et légumes par jour. Okay, so in that case it would be this per day. Okay, par jour. Je mange, I eat 5 fruits, fruits, et légumes, légumes is vegetables, par jour, okay, per day. Je mange 5 fruits et légumes par jour. Pendant means during. Il dort pendant le film. Okay, dormir is to sleep. Pendant, during, le film, the movie. Il dort pendant le film. Vers, so you don't pronounce the final S, means towards or about. Je vais vers la station de métro. Okay, so I am walking in that case because I used to say je vais, so I'm sorry, it's aller, okay? Je vais vers la station de métro, so I go. So you can walk or maybe you could drive, in fact. But then, je vais, I go towards, donc la station de métro. Okay? Or then it would be possible to use it as well if you get this sentence. Nous avons rendez-vous vers 15 heures. Okay? Nous avons rendez-vous. So avoir rendez-vous, it's when you have a meeting. Okay? So avoir, to have. And then rendez-vous, remember that in French it's not romantic at all. You know, you can have a rendezvous at your dentist, for instance. So it's like we have a meeting vers, around, about, okay, 15 heures, okay. So you just want to say that it's not, you know, 15 heures précises, okay, but it's about or around. Voici could be translated with this is, okay, so and we tend to use it quite often if we introduce persons. So voici mon ami Frédéric, and then normally, you know, it goes with voilà, okay, and then voilà will mean there is, okay. So I did make this little example, so I took back this. Voici mon ami Frédéric et voilà mon ami Arnaud. Okay, so voilà normally will come after voici. Okay, and that's it. I hope it was clear for you. If you want more videos, www.youtube.com/imagier. And then if you want more material, then the website is here. And don't be shy. Send me a little message to tell me what you think about my videos. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous. Hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 9, leçon N. And in this lesson, we'll see together les temps composés. So we won't discover them because I thought it might be useful to take the time to review what we saw so far, especially when we're talking about les temps composés, so all these tenses that are composed tenses, okay? So, and so far we've been seeing first le passé composé, then we saw le plus que parfait, after that came le futur antérieur, and finally we saw le conditionnel passé. And so the common thing that we have between all these tenses is that they are composed, okay? So they will be constructed the same way, but then of course few things will change. Obviously the first part that we've got to use, avoir and être, will change, but then the rest, construction with the participe passé, will be the same, okay? So we'll first start with the passé composé, okay? So, and if you remember, the rule was that first we will use avoir. So if you're not really sure, if you don't remember if the verb requires être or not, then put avoir. Avoir should be at the present form. Then you will put your participe passé form and you will get this passé composé. Okay? Remember that in some cases, but we're talking about exceptions or reflexive verbs, you know, these se, blah, blah, blah. So you will have to use être and at the present tense as well, plus le participe passé, and you will get this passé composé. Okay? So, of course, it looks simple like that, but then in some cases, and especially after learning so many things, maybe you don't really remember the conjugation of avoir and être at the present tense. So we'll take the time to review that one more time. So remember, avoir at the present tense goes like j'ai, tu as, il a, elle a, nous avons, vous avez, ils ont, elles ont. Okay, so j'ai, tu as, final S not pronounced, il a, elle a, nous avons, final S not pronounced, and then we make this little link between the two, nous avons, vous avez, a Z at the end will produce this E sound, avez, little link between the two, vous avez, ils ont, okay, final T not pronounced, and then we make the liaison, ils ont, elles ont. Alright, so this is for avoir at the present tense. And now être at the present tense. Je suis, tu es, il est, elle est, nous sommes, vous êtes, ils sont, elles sont. Okay, so je suis, final S not pronounced. Tu es, okay, so it's quite strange because you get this ES, but then phonetically it's est, alright, quite open. Tu es. Il est, exactly the same sound as we had previously, okay, so just remember that you write it like that, but then phonetically it goes like est, elle est. Nous sommes, final S not pronounced. Vous êtes, little liaison to between the two, and then final S not pronounced. Ils sont, final T not pronounced. Elles sont. Alright? So that's the main thing you should remember. Of course, the participe passé, but then we won't cover that in this lesson because I've been making a big video on that. So try to search it in the channel search engine, and you will find it. Okay. So let's see now le plus que parfait. So remember, it was exactly the same rule. So first avoir If you're not sure, just put avoir, but avoir should be at the imparfait form. Then the participe passé. So you will get your plus que parfait. Okay. And for the same exceptions, we'll have être at the imparfait form. And then the participe passé, and it will give you the plus que parfait. Okay, so for the same reasons, we will see together avoir at the imparfait and être at the imparfait, just to make sure that it's clear for you. And avoir at the imparfait will give j'avais, tu avais, il avait, elle avait, nous avions, vous aviez, ils avaient, elles avaient. Okay, so j'avais, final S not pronounced. Tu avais, final S not pronounced. Il avait, final T not pronounced. Elle avait. So exactly the same phonetical thing here. It's avait. Nous avions, final S not pronounced, and then little liaison. Nous avions. Vous aviez, EZ at the end, et aviez, and then liaison. Vous aviez. Ils avaient, so look here, E-N-T, you write them, you don't pronounce them. So you get phonetically avait, exactly the same thing that we had here, here, and here. Okay, so it's exactly the same thing that you will pronounce. But then here you make the liaison. Ils avaient, elles avaient. Okay, let's see how être goes. J'étais, tu étais, il était, elle était, nous étions, vous étiez, ils étaient, elles étaient. Alright, so exactly the same rule. Remember, final S, here, here, final T, and then here, E-N-T, you don't pronounce them. So you will get était, okay, for all these forms, okay. J'étais, tu étais, il était, elle était. Same rule here, final S not pronounced, and then you make the liaison. Nous étions, vous étiez, ils étaient, elles étaient. Okay, make the liaison here as well. Ils étaient, elles étaient. Alright, so this is the thing you should remember. Now, the other tense we saw was futur antérieur. And futur antérieur, remember, exactly the same construction, but then avoir should be conjugated at the future, le futur, and then le participe passé, and it will give you futur antérieur. Or then, for exactly the same exceptions and the same cases, you will use être, but then être should be at the future tense, plus le participe passé, and it will give you le futur antérieur. So, what we'll see exactly the same thing as we saw previously for the other tenses, or the other tenses. So we'll see the future form for avoir, and then the future form for être. Okay? And for avoir, it will go like j'aurai, tu auras, il aura, elle aura, nous aurons, vous aurez, ils auront, elles auront. Okay, so have a look now. J'aurai, tu auras, final S not pronounced, il aura, elle aura, nous aurons, final S not pronounced, and then you make the liaison, vous aurez, a Z at the end here, et, aurez, liaison here, vous aurez, ils auront, final T not pronounced, elles auront. Okay, and then for être, we will get je serai, tu seras, il sera, elle sera, nous serons, vous serez, ils seront, elles seront. Okay, so one more time. Je serai, tu seras, final S not pronounced, il sera, elle sera, nous serons, final S not pronounced, vous serez, a Z at the end, et serez, ils seront, final T not pronounced, elles seront. Alright, so this is the future tense for avoir and être, okay? And now the last composed tense we saw was le conditionnel passé, and so remember that le conditionnel passé will go like that. So first, as we saw previously, avoir in priority at the conditionnel présent form, then you put your participe passé and you will get your conditionnel passé. Or for the same cases as we had previously for passé composé, futur antérieur, or then plus que parfait, être, but in that case it should be at the conditionnel présent form, then the participe passé, and you will get your conditionnel passé form. So let's see now how avoir and être are at the conditionnel présent, just to refresh your memory. And it goes like that. J'aurais, tu aurais, il aurait, elle aurait, nous aurions, vous auriez, ils auraient, elles auraient. Okay, so one more time. J'aurais, final S not pronounced. Tu aurais, same thing here. Il aurait, elle aurait, final T not pronounced, so phonetically exactly the same form here. Nous aurions, final S not pronounced, and then you get this liaison, nous aurions. Vous auriez, Z at the end, et auriez, and then the liaison, vous auriez. Ils auraient, remember, ENT, you don't pronounce it, auraient, ils auraient, elles auraient. Alright, so this is for avoir, and then let's see, être. Je serais, tu serais, il serait, elle serait, nous serions, vous seriez, il serait, elle serait. Okay, so let's see how it goes. Je serais, final S not pronounced. Tu serais, same thing here. Il serait, elle serait, final T not pronounced. Nous serions, final S not pronounced. Vous seriez, Z at the end, et seriez. Il serait, so ENT not pronounced, elle serait. Alright, so this is the first part that you should use when you make this conditionnel passé form, okay? That's it for les temps composés. If you've got some doubts, remember I've been making videos regarding each of these tenses, so it's possible to find them. If you want more video or other videos, then remember youtube.com/imagier is here, and then more material if you want to find other things, softwares or pictures or flashcards. Imagier.net is waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 9, leçon O, and in this lesson we'll discover together l'impératif. Okay, so as usual when we see a tense, we first work on l'emploi, so when do we use it, and then after that we'll see la formation, so how do we construct this impératif form, okay? But then first, of course, l'emploi. So, when do we use the imperative? Well, it's quite simple. We've got three main uses of l'impératif. The first one, le conseil. So if you want to translate conseil, it would be advice, okay? So if you want to give an advice to someone, okay, in most of the cases you will use this imperative form. Or then if you want to give an order, okay, so normally that's the tense we use if we want to use this order thing. And then la défense, so if you want to forbid something to someone, okay, so in that case you should use l'impératif, okay? So conseil, ordre ou défense, okay? We'll see just a few examples just to see how it works. Le conseil, so we've got this example. Pour aller à la gare, tournez à gauche et continuez tout droit. Okay, so to go to the station, aller is to go, la gare, the station, pour aller à la gare, tourner, and that's our first impératif, à gauche, on your left, et continuer, continue is to continue, tout droit, straight. Okay, so tourner and continuer here are at the imperative form. Okay, normally at this level, maybe it rings a bell, and maybe you can think that they look like something we saw previously, okay? So, ordre now, if you want to give an order, same thing here. Fais tes devoirs, okay? So, faire is to give, to do, and then tes devoirs, your homework, okay? We tend to put that at the plural form in French. Fais tes devoirs, okay? And this is here as well an impératif. Okay, and then let's see now. Une défense. N'utilisez pas votre téléphone portable pendant le cours. So, of course, in that case, défend, so you want to forbid something, so you should use this negative form, okay? So, n'utilisez pas votre téléphone portable during le cours, the lesson, okay? Utiliser is to use. N'utilisez pas votre téléphone portable pendant le cours. Same thing here. Utiliser is at the imperative form, okay? So, now, first thing, when we talk about this imperative form, the first thing that you've got to remember is that we've got only 3 persons, so there will be tu, nous, and then vous. So the imperative doesn't exist for je, for il and il au pluriel. Okay? And then the second thing that you should remember is that you won't use these pronoms personnels. So normally when we've got a tense, well, so far all the tenses that we saw, you use these pronoms personnels, so tu, nous, and vous, okay? The concept with the imperative is that you won't use tu, either nous or vous, okay? So you don't use this pronom personnel, all right? So these 2 things are the main thing. First, only 3 persons, tu, nous, and vous. And the second thing, you don't use the pronom personnel. Okay, let's see now how we build this imperative form. So, we'll see first the premier groupe, then we'll see the deuxième groupe, and then the troisième groupe, and finally, of course, as usual, the irregular verbs. Alright, so let's start with the first group, le premier groupe. So, normally, the first group, and it's been that way so far, is the easy group because it is regular. In that case, for the imperative, well, it will be the tricky group, okay? Because, for instance, at the present form, we've got tu parles, okay? So that's the present form of the verb parler, parler to talk, from the first group, okay? If we want to make this imperative form, well, it will look like that, parle. So you can see that your final S needs to go away, and you will get this parle form. This is your imperative form, so l'impératif, and then don't forget to put le point d'exclamation here, because whether it's an order or an advice, you should put it. Okay, that's the way it goes. And then remember, we don't put the pronom personnel, so just this form. Okay, so that's the first form of parler at the imperative. Then nous parlons, so this is the present form, okay? Well, it's quite easy. You don't touch it, you don't change anything, you just put it back here. Don't put the pronom personnel, of course, just put this point d'exclamation at the end, and you've got your imperative form, so parlons, okay? And then vous parlez, well, same thing here. You just keep it like it is at the present form, and you just put your point d'exclamation at the end. So what you need to remember is that the only thing that will change, so between the present form here and this imperative form, is this final S that normally we don't pronounce, but still we write it, okay? So it needs to go away at the imperative for the tu form, okay? Let's see now verbs from the second group. So I took this finir to end, to finish, okay? So tu finis at the present form, and have a look, it's exactly the same form, fini, okay? Point d'exclamation, and you take away the pronom personnel, all right? Then nous finissons, exactly the same form, finissons, don't forget the point d'exclamation at the end, and you take away this nous. Vous finissez, and you will get finissez, okay? So what you've got to remember, second group of verbs, actually they will be exactly the same as at the present form, okay? So no change. Of course you need to take away the pronom personnel, but the forms will stay the same, okay? So let's see now the troisième groupe. So normally in most of the cases, troisième groupe is contain all the tricky verbs, okay? But then if you take the example of prendre, prendre is to take, tu prends at the present form, okay? Well, look, it is exactly the same thing. Keep in mind that, of course, you should put this point d'interrogation at the end. Point d'exclamation at the end, and then you take away this pronom personnel, but still it's the same form. All right. Then nous prenons at the present form, we'll get this prenons. And the last one, vous prenez, you will get prenez. Okay. So third group of verbs, actually it's quite easy because you don't touch anything, you don't change anything, you just take away this pronom personnel and you will have your imperative form. Okay, of course, as usual in French, we've got some irregular verbs. Okay, so the first one will be aller. Okay, so aller will be like that. So the only thing that will change with aller is, well, what we saw in the first group, the final S will go away. So you get va, allons, aller. Okay, the other forms are exactly the same. Savoir will become sache, sachons, sachez. Ouvrir, ouvre, so the S goes away, ouvrons, ouvrez. Okay, aller is to go, savoir to know, ouvrir to open. Okay, then of course être and avoir, so être will become soit, remember final S is not pronounced, soit, then soyons, soyez, all right, soit, soyons, soyez. And avoir will become est, remember the final E is not pronounced, so you only have this A-I sound, est, okay, est, ayons, ayez, okay, est, ayons, ayez. Okay, so one more time, soit, soyons, soyez, then est, ayons, ayez. All right? And now, remember that all these tricky verbs will be modified if you put a pronoun after. Okay, and we're talking about only two categories of pronouns. So we saw the pronouns previously, so you should know now what pronouns I'm talking about. So I'm talking about this pronoun I here, so the Y pronoun, and I'm talking about the pronoun en. Okay, so because in most of the, well, not most of the cases, but quite often in French, when we use the imperative, we tend to avoid repeating things. So we will put pronouns if needed and if possible. Okay, so in that case, for instance, remember pense, so it's from the first group. So normally when you put this imperative, you shouldn't put the S, okay? But then if you put this Y, so this pronoun after, then you will have to put back this S just to produce it orally, because you will pronounce it pense-y, pense-y, okay? Pense-y, all right? So you get to make this liaison. Same thing here, vas-y, vas-y, all right? And then achètes-en, achètes-en, all right? So that's one important thing if you want to construct this imperative form with pronouns. Then now we'll see how to construct this imperative when we've got the negative form. After that we'll see how it works if you've got only one pronoun and pronom complément, and then one or two in that case, and then finally we'll see with the verb pronominaux. But then now first la négation. So I took this parler verb, and if you have a look at it, so imperative is parle, okay? If you want to write the same sentence but at the negative form, well, it's quite easy because it will be ne parle pas. Okay, so you just put your ne before the verb and then the pas after the verb, and of course you don't change the rest. Finir, finissons, ne finissons pas. Okay, so same concept, ne first, then your verb, and after that pas. And then mettre, mettez will become ne mettez pas. Okay, so it's not that difficult. Now let's see with the pronouns. Okay, and then first part will be with one pronoun, and after that we'll see how to construct that with two pronouns, and it is a bit difficult if I'm totally honest with you. But now with one pronoun, let's see, regarde-moi, okay, and it will become at the negative form, ne me regarde pas. Okay, so here normally remember these pronouns me, okay, should come before the verb. Then the rule at the imperative is that if you've got these structures, so structure affirmative, okay, so it's not the negative form, then they should come after, and then this me is one of the pronouns that will change and it will become moi. Regarde-moi, okay? But when you put back this structure to the negative form, so me just become the normal form, so ne me regarde pas. All right? Same thing, so toi will be the second and the last to be drastically modified, so it will become regarde-toi, okay? So the rules stay the same, you put it after, okay? Regarde-toi, all right? But then when you put the negative form, well, it becomes normal, so ne, and then te regarde pas. Okay, keep in mind that as usual for the pronouns, they will come before the verb, okay? So your negative form is coming before and after the whole thing. And then, well, if you've got this le pronoun, or it could be the la, well, it will stay the same, so no modification, so regarde-le, and then negative form, ne le regarde pas. Okay? Regarde-la, ne la regarde pas. It could be regarde-nous, okay? Ne, whoops, sorry, I made a mistake, it should be nous here, ne nous regarde pas. Okay, and the last one, regarde-les will become ne les regarde pas. Okay, so keep in mind that it's only this me and te pronouns that will change. They will become this moi and toi, so they will become these forms, and you should put each time anyway after the verb, and don't forget this little thing between the two, because as you can see, we've got to put it. Okay, now if you want to put two pronouns in your structure with the imperative, well, it's something that's well, it's not really rare to use that, okay? But then, well, we've got some, of course, as usual, quite strict rules, and that's the thing. The first part that you will have will be me or m apostrophe, te or t apostrophe, lui, then nous, and leur, okay? So that will be the first thing that you will have to put, and after that will come your pronoun en, okay? That's normally the association of pronouns that we've got, okay? So let's see them in action. For instance, parlement, okay? So as you see, first you put this m apostrophe and then you put your pronoun, okay? Don't forget that they must come after your verb because it's the imperative. Parlement, okay? But if you put them at the negative form, then you will get ne m'en parle pas, okay? Remember, negative form, then they come back as they should be all the time, so before the verb, all right? So another example, parle-nous en, okay? Here, and then we will get ne nous en parle pas. Okay, sorry for the examples, but I tend to not to make the liaison when I make these little examples, just because I think it's more clear not to make the liaison, okay? But then, of course, parle-nous-en, ne nous en parle pas should be the way you should pronounce them, okay? But still, just to make it clear where you put them and to avoid any mistake or anything like that. Okay, so same thing here, so parle, and then after that you've got your pronoun and second pronoun en, but when you put the negative form, ne, and then you put them back before your verb. Okay, second possibility that you would have would be the pronouns like le, la, and les, okay? and they will come first, and after that you will have this moi, lui, nous, and leur. Okay, let's see a few examples now. Donne-la-moi. Okay, donne-la-moi. So exactly the same rule as we saw previously. Okay, so you put them after your verb, like that. Okay, but of course when you put the negative form, then you put them back. Look, ne me la donne pas. Donne-la-moi, ne me la donne pas. Then donne-la-nous, and it will become ne nous la donne pas. Alright, so I know this is really difficult, so don't worry, because many students have some difficulties at the beginning, okay, but then little by little you will understand the structure and the way to construct that, okay. Just try to keep that in mind, okay. Try to listen to persons and then try to use this structure. But remember that in many cases it's possible to avoid repeating, or to avoid, using the pronouns by repeating a few words. Okay, so it's an option as well. Okay, so let's see now les verbes pronominaux. Okay, and so I took this se regarder verb. Okay, so regarde-toi. And then if you put the same structure, but then at the negative form, so ne te regarde pas. Regardons-nous, ne nous regardons pas, regardez-vous, ne vous regardez pas. Okay, so exactly the same thing as we saw previously. So, toi, nous, and vous should come after the verb. Okay, but when you put this structure at the negative form, so te, nous, and vous should come before the verb. Okay, so that's the rule. That's it. I hope it was not too difficult. I know that the imperative form doesn't look like much when you look at it like that, but then if you want to structure it with the pronouns, it's a bit tricky, okay? But then don't worry. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and the website is waiting for you, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 9, leçon P. And in this lesson we'll see together les liaisons obligatoires. So since we started this Learn French with Vincent videos, I've been talking quite much about les liaisons, so these little links that you can put between the words. And so of course we've got some rules for these things, and so I thought that maybe it might be useful to just cover this topic right now, because I've been receiving few messages regarding this topic. So this video will only focus on les liaisons obligatoires, so the one you should make, okay, and after that we'll see the one that you shouldn't make, and then the one that are optional, so it's possible to make them or not. Okay, but in this video we'll focus only on the one that you should make. So let's start now. So the first situation when you should make it, it's when you use these articles définis. So le, la, les, remember, the in English, and then when you've got the plural form, so it's les, it's like that, and then it ends with this s. If you've got a word after and then it's starting with a vowel like this one, amis, friends, then you should make the liaison, les amis. All right, les amis. Then second possibility here, les articles indéfinis. So in English a, but then in French we've got the difference between the masculine un, une, des, okay, and then I took the plural form just to make it clearer. So des here ending with s, and then you've got a word after, étudiant, students, so it starts with a vowel, so you should make the connection, the liaison between the two, des étudiants. All right. Other possibility, when you get these, well, the adjective possessive, so when you say my, your, etc. So in French it would go like that. So in that case, my children, so it should be at the plural because this children is at the plural, okay, so it goes like that, and then ending with s. Enfant, children is starting with a vowel, so you should make the liaison mes enfants, mes enfants. All right? And of course, les adjectifs démonstratifs, sorry, this or these, okay? And in that case, I took the plural form, so these here, and then ordinateur, computers. So you should make the liaison between S and O. Ces ordinateurs. Ces ordinateurs. Okay, so les amis, des étudiants, mes enfants, ces ordinateurs. So in these cases, you should make the liaison without any doubt, okay? And so we also have this interrogative situation. So when you ask a question, remember, we use this quel, okay? It's what, but then of course, as usually in French, we've got the difference between the masculine, the feminine, and the plural, feminine, plural. In that case, I did use this option, it's feminine and it's plural, so that's the reason why I write this quel like that. And it ends with S. Option is starting with a vowel. You should make the liaison between the two. Quelles options? Quelles options? All right? And then if you, well, heard from the beginning, you know, the concept of this liaison is that you don't make any pause between the two words. Quelles options? It's really a link between the two. Quelles options? Indéfini, well, exactly the same rule. In that case, you've got certains, indéfini, and it is here at the plural form. Individu, plural, starting with a vowel, you make the liaison. Certains individus. Certains individus. All right? And the last situation for this page, numéro. Okay, so if we're talking about the numbers, in that case, I took trois, okay, 3, just because it ends with S, as you can see here. And then appartement, apartments, starting with a vowel, so you should make the liaison. Trois appartements. Okay, so quelles options? Certains individus, trois appartements. So in all these cases, you should make the liaison. All right, but then it continues. So now, situation where you've got a sentence in which you've got first the adjective and then the noun, like here, for instance. Les beaux enfants, okay, so you make the liaison between beau, so adjective, and enfant. And here it's quite interesting because even if you've got this X, well, phonetically it will be like Z, so like if it would be an S, okay? Les beaux enfants, all right? Les jeunes étudiants, all right, so same thing here. The link between the two, les jeunes étudiants. All right? And then if you get this pronom personnel, so I, you, he, she, etc., and then your verb. So in that case, I took vous, okay? And then the verb to être, the verb être, to be. So in that case, you get vous êtes, so you make the liaison between the two. And then avoir, to have, nous avons. All right? So remember, pronom personnel, then the verb, you make the liaison. And then it's quite interesting because this verb être, so to be, if it's at the third person of the singular, so he is or she is, il est, elle est, okay, then definitely you should make the liaison if you've got something after. So like here, for instance, il est admirable. Il est admirable, okay? Elle est intéressée. Elle est intéressée. All right, so in all these cases, you should make the liaison, and in that case, it's with T. Il est admirable, elle est intéressée. And it continues. If you've got this structure in which you've got the pronom complément before the verb, okay, so we've been doing a few videos regarding this topic. If you don't know how to make them, well, you can check them. There are many videos regarding this topic. And so remember the pronouns should be before the verb. So when you've got this kind of structure, subject, pronoun, verb, in that case you should make the liaison between the two. Il nous aide. Il nous aide. Elle vous admire. Elle vous admire. All right, so z here as well. Elle vous admire, il nous aide. Okay? If you've got the verb first and then you put your pronoun after, because normally that's the way we should proceed, you know, if we want to construct a correct question. Normally you should put first the verb and after the pronoun, okay? So in this situation, then you should make the liaison. And so this little D here is in red just to show you that you won't pronounce it like D to make the liaison, but you will pronounce it like T. And so you will get prend-il, prend-il, okay? But then here, prennent-elles, okay? So you get your T and then prennent-elles, all right? So prend-il, remember, they pronounce like T, and here, prennent-elles, all right? And so if you want to construct a structure in which you will have whether une conjonction, so these little words that will link whether words or then sentences, or then if it's une préposition, many videos regarding that topic as well, or adverb, but then they should be only one syllable long, okay? So like that, quand elle, all right, same rule here. Remember, when you will have this D, you will phonetically pronounce it like T. Quand elle, dans un, okay, and in that case you've got this préposition dans, okay, and then the article, dans un, all right, and here we've got this adverb, beaucoup, and then admirer, beaucoup, beaucoup admirer, sorry, beaucoup admirer, all right, quand elle, dans un, beaucoup admirer, all right, so let's repeat them. Il nous aide, elle vous admire, prend-il, prennent-elles, quand elle, dans un, beaucoup admiré. And that's it for les liaisons. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and remember the website is waiting for you, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 9, leçon Q. And in this lesson we'll see together les liaisons interdites. So remember, les liaisons, it's actually this little link that we can put between the words when we read or when we speak. Okay, so in the previous lesson we saw les liaisons, so the one that you have to do, okay, so the rules that you've got to follow if you really want to make this liaison properly. And then in this video, well, we'll try to see the one that you shouldn't do, okay, because in some cases it's not possible to make these liaison. Okay, so let's see now. And the first one is actually maybe the most important one, because normally students tend to make this mistake quite often at the beginning, which is totally normal, because if you think about that, we've got this et conjunction, so it means and in English, okay? And so normally students tend to think that when you've got, lui et elle like that, well, why not put this little liaison between the two? Because it would be quite logical. After all, we tend to make it and to put it, a little bit everywhere. But in that case, sorry about that. The rule is really strict. So after this conjunction et, like we've got here, you don't make any liaison. So no links after et. Okay, so if you want to read it correctly here, it will go like lui et elle. Alright, so don't think about putting something between the two. Don't think about producing something like lui et elle. No, 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 nothing here. Lui et elle. Okay, and it will be exactly the same thing in this example here. Toi et eux. Alright, so no liaison, even if it's a bit tempting, because it would be possible, but then no. So when you get this et, remember, no liaison after. Okay? Then after that, we've got this structure or this possibility in which you've got a question, like here and here, okay? And you start your question with an adverb, okay? And that's, of course, what we call adverb interrogatif, because it's a question. So, comment, how, as-tu, okay? So, do you have, okay? Or have you? But in that case, remember that if you start with an adverb like here, so avec un adverbe, don't make the liaison. So, you don't say, comment as-tu? No, nothing here. Comment as-tu? All right, exactly the same thing here. Quand, when, and then ont-ils. Here you've got this little thing. Quand ont-ils. Quand ont-ils? All right, so you don't make a liaison here between the two. Okay, it was the second rule. And then remember that if you've got a noun and if this noun is at the singular form, then you shouldn't make the liaison. Like here, for instance, un chien, a dog, adorable. Okay, here it would be tempting to do it, but then no liaison, so un chien adorable. Okay, same thing here, une maison étrange. Okay, house, and then étrange, strange. Une maison étrange, un chien adorable. Okay, remember, you shouldn't make any liaison here after this word and after this word. And then if you've got this participe passé form, so it does mean that whether it is at the, like here or here, it is at the passé composé form, all right? So, ils sont sortis, okay? So if we take the time to have a look at it, here you've got first être, and here you've got the participe passé form, and the whole thing gives you this passé composé, okay? Exactly the same thing here. So we've got the verb être, to be, and after that here we've got this participe passé form, and this form together give you the passé composé form. Okay, so in that case, if you think about what we said, so après le participe passé, so if we spot it, this is the participe passé, sorti, and this is here the participe passé, and well, both end with s, so it would be possible to make a link, you know, between s and a here and s and au here, but then the rule is quite strict. You don't make a liaison after your participe passé. Okay, so ils sont sortis à 15 heures. All right, so no liaison here, no link between the two. Ils sont sortis à 15 heures. Exactly the same thing here. Elles sont allées au cinéma. All right, elles sont allées au cinéma. So no liaison after your participe passé here. Okay? And then, well, a quite important thing as well, après un verbe conjugué avec tu. Many persons send me messages regarding this thing when I do the conjugation, and when I conjugate the verbs, they say that, you know, it's quite strange because you don't make the liaison when it's for tu. Well, just because it's a rule. You shouldn't make the liaison when you conjugate a verb at the tu form. Okay, don't ask me why, because basically there's no logic in that, you know. It's just the way it is. So that's one rule, and honestly it's a bit strange. I know, especially when you're learning language, for what reason only for one person you shouldn't make the liaison, but unfortunately for you, that's the way we do it. So let's respect the rule. So in that case, if you look at the sentence, so you've got first your subject, so tu, and then here you get est, okay, and so this is the verb être, and the second form, second person of the singular, so tu es admirable. All right, and in that case, well, don't make the liaison, okay? Tu es admirable. And it will be exactly the same thing here. Tu parles avec nous. So no liaison here between parle and avec, okay? Tu parles avec nous. All right, so that's the rule. When you've got a verb at the tu person, okay, so second person of the singular, don't make a liaison after the verb. All right. And then when you've got these interesting structures, so if we've got the pronoun, so the subject, and it's after your verb, like here, because normally that's the way, I mean, that's the official way that we should, we should respect. If we want to ask a question, first we should put the verb, then we should put the subject, okay? So, veulent-ils? All right, so it should go like that. And then if you've got, well, something after, like here, aller avec nous, okay? It could be possible if you think about that. We've got an S here and then we've got a vowel after. But then the rule goes like that. If you've got this structure, so in which your pronoun is coming after your verb because it's a question, then you don't make the liaison. Okay? Veulent-ils aller avec nous? Okay? Exactly the same thing here. Parle-t-il en anglais? Okay? So no liaison after your pronoun. Okay? Just because the structure is like that. First you've been having your verb, then your pronoun, then you don't make a liaison. And another rule is if you've got like here, ces ordinateurs, or like here, mes étudiants. Okay, so in these two sentences, ces ordinateurs, it's the subject, okay, mes étudiants subject, and then you've got the verb coming after, all right? And so the concept or the idea is that if you've got a subject like that, but then it's what we call un groupe nominal, okay? So in that case, it's not a first name, or then it's not a pronoun, je, tu, il, etc. But it's, you know, a word or a group of words. And in that case, you don't make a liaison after this group nominal. So in that case, ces ordinateurs, you don't make the liaison between this word and the verb that will come after. Okay? Ces ordinateurs ont, and the sentence continues. Okay? Same thing here. Mes étudiants apprennent. And the sentence continues. So the concept is quite strict. Remember, you've got your subject, so it must be something like that. Okay? So you've got group of words, okay, and after that you won't make the liaison with the verb, okay. And then this is quite interesting because it's what we call un H aspiré, okay. So for instance, in this case, well, I did put that in a big letter because it's a place in Paris, okay. So, but in that case still, even if you've got this H, okay, it belongs to this aspiré group of words, so containing this H, okay, and it means that you won't have the possibility to make the liaison between your article and your word. So in that case, you shouldn't make the liaison, so you shouldn't say les halles, but you should say les halles. Okay, les halles. Same thing here. H, well, it's an X, okay, and in that case, it's the plural form. Les H, okay, les H. Okay, so you don't say les H, but you say les H. All right. So I did write two other examples. In that case, harpe, so the musical instrument. Des harpes, okay, so you don't make the liaison between the two. Des harpes. And the last one, hiérarchie. Des hiérarchies. Okay, so just to show you that it's not only with A, because I've got three examples with A, but then in that case it's I, okay, des hiérarchies. All right, so no liaison here, 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 and here. All right, because these words are starting with what we call H aspiré. And that's it. Okay, so if you want more videos, youtube.com/imagier, or the website is waiting for you, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 9, leçon R. This is the last lesson for this Unité 9. Okay, so it's a quite good news, and then it will be the last lesson of this little pack that I wanted to make to end this unit with the liaison. Okay, so if you remember, the first video that I made was regarding les liaisons, well, the one that you should do, the second one, les liaisons that you shouldn't do, and this last one is like les liaisons optionnels. So it does mean that it's possible to make them. It's not compulsory, but still it would be advisable to make them. So I know for what reason should I do only one video for that. Well, it's just to give you the opportunity to choose whether you want to make them or not, because in both cases it would be possible. Okay, so let's start now. Les liaisons optionnelles, and the first one will be après le verbe aller. Okay, so remember that it will be possible first to say je vais avoir un chien, so you don't make the liaison, or if you want to make it, it is possible je vais avoir un chien. Okay, first option possible, je vais avoir un chien. Then if you want to make the liaison, it's also possible, je vais avoir un chien. Ils vont habiter en France without the liaison, or ils vont habiter en France with the liaison. Okay? Ils vont habiter en France. All right? Second possibility, après le verbe être, exactly the same thing. It's possible to read this sentence like je suis intéressé par l'histoire, or then you can read it with the liaison je suis intéressé par l'histoire. Second example here, ils sont arrivés ce soir, or then ils sont arrivés ce soir. Après le verbe avoir, well, it's exactly the same rule. Nous avons une amie, or then, nous avons une amie. Ils ont un chien, or if you want to make the liaison, ils ont un chien. Same thing with the verb falloir. Il faut admettre ses erreurs. Or then, if you want to make the liaison, il faut admettre ses erreurs. Il faut étudier beaucoup. Or, with the liaison, il faut étudier beaucoup. The verb devoir will follow exactly the same rule. First option, je dois être chez lui dans 15 minutes. Or then, je dois être chez lui dans 15 minutes. Ils doivent attendre mon arrivée. Or if you want to make the liaison, ils doivent attendre mon arrivée. Same thing with the verb pouvoir. Elle peut arriver demain. Or then if you want to make the liaison, elle peut arriver demain. Nous pouvons inviter cette personne. Or if you want to make the liaison, nous pouvons inviter cette personne. It will be exactly the same thing with the verb vouloir. Je veux entendre sa musique. Or then with the liaison, je veux entendre sa musique. Okay, remember we had the same rule. Even if we've got this X at the end, well, with the liaison it will sound like Z. Okay? Je veux entendre, je veux entendre. Je veux entendre sa musique. Okay? Then, elles veulent attendre avec moi. Or if you want to put the liaison, elles veulent attendre avec moi. And then, other option, entre un nom pluriel et l'adjectif. Okay, so here we've got a group of words. If you look carefully, first you've got a noun, then you've got an adjective. Well, both are at the plural form. Okay, and so the rule is like entre un nom pluriel et l'adjectif. So we're talking about here and here. Okay, but it's optional. It's not compulsory. You don't need to do it if you don't want to do it, but it's possible. Okay, so first option, des personnes étrangères, or if you want to make the liaison, des personnes étrangères. Des amis irlandais, or if you want to make the liaison, des amis irlandais. And then I made two more here. des étudiants intelligents, or if you want to make the liaison, des étudiants intelligents. Des lampes artificielles, and if you want to make the liaison, des lampes artificielles. And that's it. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and the website is here, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is a new series of video, and it is the first one, and we'll discover what we call les gestes et les expressions. Okay, because well, of course, as in many languages, gestures are really important. So when we're talking about this body language thing, it's really important, and so that's what I thought we could cover with few videos. So per video we'll discover 15 gestures, and it's the first one, so we can start right now. Okay, so this is the first gesture that we'll see. Okay, so the way we'll proceed is in that part of the screen you'll see my good friend Laurent. He will make the gestures for you, and then here we'll have the expressions. Okay, so and the first one we'll see is oh la barbe. Oh la barbe, it's quite interesting because this expression, well, actually you tend to use it when you're bored with something. Okay, so just imagine that you are participating to an event, or well, just imagine you're going to your friend's classroom, and then well, it's not your day and you get bored quite easily, so you can say oh la barbe. Okay, and look at the gesture that goes with it. Look, here it goes. Okay, so it's really oh la barbe, and that's the expression. One more time. Okay, so just to express the fact that you are bored with something or someone. Let's see now the second gesture of this video, and the expression is pile c'est ça. So it's quite interesting because this pile expression, we can use it if we want to say exact or exactement. Okay, so for instance, we can use this pile if we talk about the time. Okay, 2 o'clock sharp. Okay, 2 heures pile. All right, so that would be the thing we could use. And when you want to say that someone is saying exactly, you know, what you mean, exactement, pile c'est ça, and the gesture that will go with it. We'll have a look at Laurent now. Look. And that's it. Pile, c'est ça. Exactement. All right. Third gesture. Les doigts me démangent. So les doigts, fingers, okay, and then démanger, itchy. So it's when you want to express the fact that you are annoyed by something, and then you could to one point do something bad and maybe hurt someone. So you are really, really annoyed by something or someone. And look at Laurent. Okay, so the gesture, that goes with it is, look, les doigts me démangent. All right, so now the next gesture, en avoir assez. Okay, it's, well, you are fed up with something, okay, but it's not, well, as bad as the gesture that will come after. All right, so look, you look up in the sky and you, well, just want to express the feeling that you are a bit fed up with something. Look. Yes. En avoir assez. And the next one, en avoir ras-le-bol, we could say maybe it's somehow the next step because you are really fed up now. Okay, en avoir ras-le-bol, it's really the expression that you can use if you want to say that you are really fed up with something or with someone. Okay, so you want to express with your hand that, you know, the limit, I don't know why, but it's the head, you know, has been reached. Okay, like that. En avoir ras-le-bol. Second gesture, same thing, same topic, you are really fed up with something, and then, you know, you can use this expression, avoir les boules. Okay? And the gesture that will go with it, have a look. Avoir les boules. One more time, so that everything is clear. Okay, so it goes like that. Okay, gesture number 7. C'était parfait. So, or then it could be c'est parfait. So it was perfect. It is perfect. And so look at the gesture. So you really want to say that, I mean, everything is going fine. It's perfect. And look, you do it like that. All right. Maybe you will watch it one more time to be sure that it's clear. C'était parfait. Okay? And after that, if you want to say super, great, the gesture, which is, well, probably quite international, okay, but still it's always useful to say that it is the same in France, okay, so it is exactly the same as in many other countries. So let's have a look one more time. All right, super. Okay, this pas mal is not bad, okay, not bad. And let's see how Laurent can make. So it's not a gesture. If you look, it's more like the face that he will make. Look. Not bad. All right, so the eyes a little bit open, and then you nod a little bit with your head. It's not bad. C'est pas mal. Okay, next one. Plus ou moins, it's more or less. Plus ou moins, more or less. Let's see the hand. Okay, we can watch it one more time. Okay, more or less, plus ou moins. Again, for the pleasure, plus ou moins. All right. Next expression, si c'est pas malheureux. Si c'est pas malheureux. And you really want to say that you are so desperate with something, and the idea is that you're looking at the sky, and then your hand is going like that, because you just want to say that, oh my God, is it possible? Si c'est pas malheureux. The next one, zéro, obviously will be quite clear. You just want to express the fact that, well, the thing you are watching or the thing you've been seeing is quite bad, really bad, because it's zéro. Okay, and then you make the gesture, and with your gesture you just make the sign or the zéro like that. Okay. Then, pas de doute. Well, technically, no doubt about it. Pas de doute. Pas de doute. Look, it's everything is in the hand. Pas de doute. Let's have a look at Laurent one more time. Look. Pas de doute. No doubt about it. Okay. And then gesture number 14, numéro 14, vous voyez, you see. Okay, so you want to insist on the fact that, hey, you see that. Okay, have a look. Vous voyez, all right? So it could be something that you want to show because the thing is here, all right? But then it could be something that you said, all right? You want to insist on that fact, and then the person, well, agrees in a way, and then she, vous voyez. You do agree. Vous êtes d'accord. Look at the gesture. Vous voyez. And the last one for this first video, premièrement, so first, okay, that's it. All right, so quite easy because, of course, it's just something that is quite international in a way, okay? You will make this premièrement, so un, one. One more time. Premièrement. And that's it for this first video lesson regarding the gestures. Big thanks to my friend Laurent, because he's been making the gestures for us. Okay, I hope it was clear. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is waiting for you, and it's www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is a vocabulary video in which we'll discover together 15 gestures and expressions in French. Okay, so I hope you're ready. It is the second part, so if you want to find the first part, well, it's possible. Just use the search engine of the channel. But now we are starting. So the screen will be divided in two. You will have the first part here with my friend Laurent. He will do the gesture for you, and you will have the expression that normally comes with this gesture. Okay, and the first one is explique, so it's coming from the verb expliquer, to explain. So basically it's when you're discussing with someone and you want to have some, well, more informations regarding what he or she just said, and that's the gesture. If you look at Laurent, that's the gesture you will have to make to require more information, to require the person you're talking with to explain, okay? Second gesture now. Moi, je dirais donc. Moi, je dirais donc. So you're discussing with someone and you would like to say something. You would like to add something. You would like to express yourself. So you can make this gesture. You can see that Laurent is doing that mostly with his arm. Let's have a look at him, and that's it. Okay, next gesture, à propos. À propos could be straight translated by the way. Okay, à propos. So look, everything is in the arm. That's it, à propos. All right, so translation, by the way. Pas question. Well, clearly you refuse something, you don't want something. Look, the end goes like that, and normally you tend to say no with your head. Let's have a look one more time. Non, pas question. The other one, ah, pardon. Let's have a look. All right, so you want to say something, you are discussing with someone, and you say, ah, pardon. So you want to probably add something that will be not the opposite, but you're not going in the same direction as the person you are talking to, and you want to, you know, say, ah, pardon. Look, the finger like that. Je ne suis pas d'accord d'ailleurs. Okay, so in that case, you just want to say that you don't agree. Okay, so let's have a look at the gesture. You are not in the same line of thinking than the person, so look at the end like that and the finger. Okay. And then the next one, zéro. Well, zero, it's quite clear. It's like in many languages, you're doing the zero like that. And it's, well, you want to express or to say that it is clearly quite bad. Okay, so zero, look at the head. Laurent is not really happy. So you just want to say that maybe it's a movie, maybe it's something it just so read and it was really bad. Zéro. Okay, pas de doute, no doubt. All right, so no doubt, pas de doute. And look, everything is in the hand. Of course, you can do like him with your head. Look, one more time. Pas de doute, no doubt about it. Okay, The next one, vous voyez. Translation, straight translation, sorry, you see, okay? So you are discussing with someone, maybe the person does agree with you, or then, you know, you're just like, you see. One more time. Vous voyez, okay? Premièrement could be translated as first. Okay, so you will like to, well, introduce probably several things, and then you will start with the first one. And the first one is premièrement. So, of course, your hand, and then it's the first one. Je ne crois pas, I don't think so. That's the straight translation. Je ne crois pas, okay? And look, it's only in the head, and you're looking at the sky or the ceiling if you want. And when you do like that, well, basically you just want to give the information to the person you're talking to that I don't think so. Je ne crois pas. Okay, and that's it. The next one, attention 1. Look. Alright, so you want to warn the person. Attention, be careful. Okay, so it's a warning. Look, it is a warning. And of course, you don't look really happy when you give this warning. So it's not a good sign. It's not a good thing, but still. Gare à toi. Okay, so it's usually the expression that usually we will use with kids. Okay, so be careful because I could do something bad. Look, yes, that's the way. Alright, so it's quite old-fashioned, you know, but then still it's possible to see it. So be careful, gare à toi. Tu veux un marron? Okay, so if you want to threaten someone, like here, you want to threaten someone and tell him that, or she, that you could hit this person, so it's a threat. Look, tu veux un marron? You want me to hit you. Bof, clearly when you use this expression or this gesture, so it's not a gesture, it's an expression from the face. If you look at it one more time. Okay, so technically, let's say that someone proposed to go to see something or an activity or something. You don't really want to do that. You're not really interested. Okay, so you say bof. And that's it. My God, it's really difficult, you know, to introduce all these gestures and these expressions, especially to explain them quite clearly. I hope it was clear enough for you. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier is waiting for you, and the website www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is a vocabulary video in which we'll discover together 15 new gestures and expressions in French. Okay, I hope you're ready because we're starting right now. The screen will be divided into the first part here. Will include the gestures. So my friend Laurent has been doing the gesture for us. And then the expressions that normally comes with these gesture will be here. Okay, so the first one is il fait soif un. Or il fait soif, non. In that case, well, you just want to say that you would like to drink something, because whether it's hot or then you've been working a lot or you're just thirsty, so you would like to drink something. Let's have a look at Laurent, and that's it. This is the gesture that normally you do if you want to say that you would like to drink something. The other one is quite clear. Oh mon Dieu, direct translation. Oh my God. Let's have a look. Surprised or shocked. You will put your hands like Laurent did. Let's have a look one more time. Oh mon Dieu. Okay. The next one, je ne veux pas voir ça. I don't want to see that. So, look. Oh non, je ne veux pas voir ça. I don't want to see that. One more time. Oh non, je ne veux pas voir ça. J'ai une idée. I have an idea. Quite international gesture. Look. And that's it. Everything in the hand. The little finger. Look one more time. Ah, j'ai une idée. Okay, you want to say that you found maybe the answer to something, had a problem to solve. Ça y est, this is it. J'ai trouvé. I found. One more time. Ça y est, j'ai trouvé. Il a des œillères. Il a des œillères. You would like to, well, say that someone is not really open-minded. Okay, so in that case it's il. It could be elle, of course. Let's have a look at Laurent. Il a des œillères. Not open-minded at all. Voilà. The next one, ça va pas la tête. Well, technically you just want to say that, are you crazy or what? Look. All right. One more time. So, direct translation, are you crazy or what? Okay, next one. Well, it's just in the same group. So, it's just you want to say that, well, the person that you are talking about is crazy. Look. That's it. Same thing. You want to say that, well, it's not turning around in here. Okay, so ça tourne pas rond. So it's exactly the same thing. The person that you're talking about is maybe a bit crazy. Okay. Avec moi, ça ne rigole pas. So you want to say that you are really strict. You won't laugh. You won't laugh with me. Look. One more time. With me, you won't laugh. Okay. The next one. Il est vraiment têtu. Têtu is stubborn. Really, vraiment. Okay, so if someone is really stubborn, look. That's it. And that's normally the gesture that you will make to express this idea. Look one more time. Il est vraiment têtu. Okay. The next one. Il a pris la grosse tête. He took the big head, if you want to make a translation, direct translation. Well, someone thinks that he is or she is more important than he or she is really. Okay, maybe he or she has been doing something and then it was popular in a way, but then he started to think that it was really, really important. Il a pris la grosse tête. One more time. Voilà, voilà. Okay, the next one. Ça va pas être facile. It won't be easy. Look. Okay, everything in the head. Let's have a look one more time. It won't be easy. Look. Ouh, ça va pas être facile. Okay. The other one, laissez-moi réfléchir. So let me think. Laissez-moi réfléchir. Look how Laurent is doing that. So one more time. Laissez-moi réfléchir. Okay. And then, qu'est-ce que tu racontes? What are you talking about? Qu'est-ce que tu racontes? Qu'est-ce que tu racontes? So basically you want to express your doubts regarding the person, what the person is just saying. Qu'est-ce que tu racontes? What are you talking about? Okay, and that's it. My God, it's really difficult to do these gestures. But if you want more videos, youtube.com/imagier, and the website is waiting for you, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is a vocabulary video in which we'll discover 15 new French gestures and expressions, okay? So the screen will be divided into the first part here. We'll show you Laurent, my friend Laurent, who will make the gestures, and then you will have these expressions. So normally the expression connected to the gesture next to it. The first one, mon œil, is a real classic one in France. So you want to say that you don't believe what the person just said. And so the expression is mon œil, so I don't believe you, and look at the gesture. It goes with it, so you show your eye. One more time. Mon œil. So I don't believe you. Okay? Next one, oh la la, the classic one. Oh la la. So look at the gesture that come with it. So it's like that. Oh la la. Okay, one more time. Oh la la. Okay. Ça pince. Well, the expression, one of the expressions we can use to say that it's really cold. It's really cold. And look at the gesture one more time. Okay. That's it. The next gesture, on se tire. Well, if you want to translate that, it's let's get out of here. On se tire. Let's get out of here. One more time. That's it. Okay. The next one, ah ben là, je sais pas trop. So you want to say that you don't know. You don't know. Je sais pas trop. Okay. So one more time, at Laurent, I don't know. Look. All right. Okay. And the next one, je sais pas. Well, it's exactly the same thing. You don't know. Another gesture to express that. Look, it's everything is in the shoulders. One more time. I don't know. Je sais pas. Okay. The next one, qu'est-ce que tu veux que j'y fasse? So what do you want me to do about it? So you just want to say that you cannot do anything to change the situation or what's happening. Qu'est-ce que tu veux que j'y fasse? The next one, se tourner les pouces. Normally that's the expression we tend to use when we say that we don't do anything. All right. So, se tourner les pouces, I don't really do much. Okay, it would be a possibility, you know, at work right now, I'm not doing much, so je me tourne les pouces. Look. Okay. And, well, this one, du calme. Stay calm. Voilà. Stay calm. Restez calme. Du calme. One more time. Du calme. Okay. The next one, well, is exactly the same concept. So, calmez-vous. Calm down. And that's the other possibility. So let's have a look at the gesture one more time. Calmez-vous. Okay. Il est mort. He's dead. And look, the gesture that comes with it. Hop là. Il est mort. Look. Il est mort. Mais non. So you want to say no. Mais non. In that case, you don't agree with what the person just said. Okay, so look, Mais non. Si vous permettez, direct translation, if you permit, so if you please let me add, say, do something, okay? You're asking for the permission to do something or to say something. Look, that's the gesture. We'll look at it one more time. Si vous permettez. Si vous permettez. That's it. And then the last one for this series. So, tu m'as fait peur, you scare me. Oh, tu m'as fait peur. Look. So you put your hand like Laurent does here. Okay. Tu m'as fait peur. You scared me. And that's it. More videos can be found there. youtube.com/imagier and the website www.imagier.net is waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and in this video we'll discover 15 new gestures and expressions in French. Okay, so let's start right now. And the screen will be divided into the first part here will show you the gesture, and the other part here will show you the expression that normally is connected to the gesture. Okay, and the first one, so the first expression is on a eu la pétoche, we were scared. Look at Laurent, so Laurent is doing the gesture for us. On a eu la pétoche, we were scared by someone or something. Okay, next gesture is j'ai eu chaud. Okay, so two options for that one. Look, so whether it was hot, okay, or then we can use this j'ai eu chaud if something happened and it was really close. So actually it could be an accident or something like that. I was so close to have this accident, j'ai eu chaud. All right, but the gesture is still the same. Look. That's it. J'ai eu chaud. Voyons voir. Let me think. Okay, so just hesitating, thinking about something. Let me think. One more time. Nothing much, you know, looking at the sky or the ceiling with a little expression on your face. Voyons voir. The other one, que dalle, means nothing. You won't get anything. Not even that. Okay, so que dalle. One more time. Voilà. C'est pas sûr. Translation, it's not sure. Look at Laurent. C'est pas sûr. Okay. One more time. C'est pas sûr. Non. Okay. T'es un petit malin, toi. You're a smart guy, you. Okay? T'es un petit malin. Look. All right. So, you want to say that, well, the person you're talking with is quite smart. T'es un petit malin, toi, hein? Okay. Un petit peu. Okay, expression. Just a little bit. Okay, someone is offering you something, just want a little bit of it. Un petit peu. Could be a drink, it could be food, anything, just un petit peu, juste un petit peu. Look, yep, that's it. La moitié, so half of something. So look, voilà, that's it. So if you want to express that you would like to have 50%, so la moitié, half of something, so that's the gesture you should make. La moitié. C'est terminé, it's finished, it's over. So let's have a look at the gesture. That's it. C'est terminé, c'est fini. Okay, one more time. C'est terminé, c'est fini, just like that. Okay. Merci Laurent. The next one, laisse tomber. Laisse tomber, direct translation, let's fall. But then clearly we want to say, just forget about it. Just forget about the whole thing, okay? Laisse tomber. One more time for the gesture. Laisse tomber. Okay? Next one, non merci. So someone is offering you something, just you want to refuse politely. Non merci. Okay, the gesture is normally like that. We'll see it one more time. Non merci. Okay? C'est pas mes oignons. It's a strange expression, but then if you want to translate, it's not my business. It doesn't concern me. C'est pas mes oignons. It's not my business. Look at it one more time. C'est pas mes oignons. Other expression, well, the normal one, non. Look, quite clear gesture, non. You refuse, you say no, non. Look, and it goes like that, non. Okay? J'entends mal. I've got some difficulties to listen or to hear. I don't hear that well. You know, could you talk louder? J'entends mal. Let's look at Laurent. My God, he's got an interesting expression. One more time, just for the pleasure. J'entends mal. Look. Okay? And the last one, chute, is quite useful because look, you put your finger like that and you just want to express that, well, you would like the persons to be silent. Okay. One more time. And, well, the expression is shh. Look. Shh. And that's it. Okay. All right, so more videos, youtube.com/imagier, and the website is waiting for you, www.imagier.net. More material can be found there, or you can send me a little message. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon A. And in this lesson, we'll discover together le subjonctif. Okay, so it's quite important. And then, as usual, when we introduce a mode or a tense, then we'll divide the video in two parts. The first part will be l'emploi, so when do we use le subjonctif, and then the second part will concern la formation, so how do we construct this subjonctif. But let's first see l'emploi, so when do we use le subjonctif. And so we'll use le subjonctif when we want to express une obligation, une volonté, une possibilité, un doute, un sentiment, une appréciation, un jugement. Okay, so that's the idea. So if you want to express une obligation, something you have to do, une volonté, something you want to do, une possibilité, possibility, un doute, a doubt, un sentiment, a feeling, une appréciation, appreciation, and then un jugement, judgment. So in these cases, we'll use after this verb le subjonctif. Okay, so let's see first une obligation. So for example, we'll have this verb falloir and then the construction falloir que. So you will see that when we talk about le subjonctif, each time we will have after the verb, we will have que, and then the following verb will be at the subjunctive form. Okay, so that's the concept. All right, so for instance, if we have a look at these sentences, sorry. So, falloir, it's to need, to have to, okay? Il faut que tu écoutes, all right? Il faut que tu écoutes, all right? And then in that case here, so we'll see a bit later, of course, how to make it, but still, you've got this verb, écouter, and this form is the subjunctive, okay? Il faut que tu écoutes. Il faut que les étudiants travaillent. All right. Il faut que les étudiants, and then here you've got the verb travailler, to work, and this form is the subjunctive. Okay, so far it doesn't look that difficult because if you look carefully, it looks like something that we encounter a long time ago when we started to learn French, maybe Unit 1 or Unit 2, okay? But then we'll see that a bit later. So, une volonté, something you want to do, and then, well, the verb that normally we tend to use is the verb vouloir, vouloir, to want, okay? Vouloir que will be followed by le subjonctif. For instance, je veux que mon frère vienne me voir. All right? Je veux que mon frère, my brother. Here you've got the form, la subjunctive form of venir, venir to come, me voir, see me. Okay? And then le directeur veut que les employés arrivent à l'heure. So le directeur, the director, veut que les employés, the employees, arrivent, to arrive, à l'heure, on time, okay? And in that case, arriver, to arrive, here, it's the subjunctive form, okay? So, une possibility, so let's see what we've got. The structure could be être possible que, okay? To be possible, hein? Donc, être possible, and then que, as usual, remember. So, for instance, il est possible que mes amis viennent ce soir. Okay? Il est possible que, so it could be translated like it is possible that, okay? Mes amis, my friends, and then venir here, to come, so this form here is the subjunctive form, ce soir, tonight. So in that case, you should put your verb here at the subjunctive. Un doute, a doubt. So let's see what we've got. And the structure, so être sûr, to be sure, okay? But then, of course, you should put the negative form of this to be sure. So, ne pas être sûr que, okay? Because you want to express a doubt. So, je ne suis pas sûr qu'il parle anglais. Okay? So, I'm not sure that, and then, il, he, parler, to talk, to speak, anglais, English, okay? And here you've got your verb parle, and this form is the subjunctive, okay? Let's see the next one. Un sentiment, a feeling, okay? So for this sentiment, let's see what we've got. So we could have avoir peur que, okay, to be afraid that. Avoir envie que, well, it could be translated as to want, okay, to fancy. Être désolé que, to be sorry, that. Être content, to be happy, satisfied, que. Okay? Alright, for these structures, then you should make a subjunctive after. So they should be followed by une forme subjunctive. Okay? And then let's see une appréciation. Une appréciation, for instance, we could have this préférer, to prefer, préférer que. Okay? Aimer mieux, mieux is better. Aimer, to like or to love, better that, okay? Aimer mieux que, and then these structures should be followed by une forme subjunctive, okay? And then un jugement, judgment, so it could be c'est important que, it's important that, il est dommage que, il est regrettable que, and they should be followed by a subjunctive form. All right? Be careful. The following verbs: croire, to believe; penser, to think; trouver, to find, especially when you express your opinion, okay, to find, I find that; être sûr, okay. So these verbs are normally followed by the indicative form. So all the tenses we saw so far, okay? But then when you put these verbs at the negative form, then they should be followed by the subjunctive. Okay? So keep that in mind. So croire, penser, trouver, être sûr. If you want to use these verbs and put them at the negative form, they should be followed by the subjunctive. Okay? Let's see now how we'll make this subjunctive form. And so the tricky thing normally when we talk about the subjunctive is that you will have two different parts. Okay, so the important thing is that you must know by heart, of course, the present form, so of the verb that we saw a long time ago. Okay, so because the idea is that you will have to use this il at the plural form here. Okay, and this form of the present will help you to build the forms of the subjunctif for je, for tu, for il, for elle, for il, and for elle. Okay, so the form of your verb at the present, at the third person of the plural, will help you to construct the subjunctive form for all these persons here. And that's the difficulty because, of course, for nous and vous, well, you will have to use the nous form of the present to construct nous and vous. And that's the tricky thing of the subjunctive. So that's the reason why in many cases students tend to say that, oh my god, it's too difficult. It's just because we've got two different ways of making, well, the form for je, tu, il, elle, and elle, and then nous and vous. But then don't be afraid, because in most of the cases you will see that it's quite easy. All right, so you know what, I will take a tricky verb just to start. We'll take a tricky verb, and after that you will think that the rest is really easy. So let's take prendre, for instance. And so as I told you, the idea is to take the present form of the verb, okay? And the first one, so that we should take is the plural, so third person of the plural, and it goes like ils prennent, okay? Prendre is to take. Ils prennent, so that's the present form, okay? For il. And then we've got nous prenons, okay? Because remember, we're using this nous prenons form. We'll use it for nous and for vous of the subjunctive, okay? So we can spot first the ending, because we know that ENT is the ending for il, and then ONS is the ending for nous. And of course, what we'll do is we'll take them away. So we'll put the endings away, and we'll keep only this first part here and the first part here. And so what we'll do is we'll take this first part, okay, so the part that we took away from this il form, all right, and then we'll put je. Je, so we take it back, have a look, it goes here, and we put the ending. The ending for will be for je, sorry. The ending for je will be okay? The ending for tu will be es. The ending for il, elle will be and the ending for il, elle at the plural form will be ent. Okay? If you look carefully, it's not that strange. I mean, these endings are quite common, and we've been encountering these endings, you know, previously. If you think about the present form, then it looks a bit familiar. Okay, so je prenne, tu prennes, ils prennent, elles prennent, ils prennent, et elles prennent. Then phonetically, as usual, remember, we've got only one form here. It is exactly the same form, so we pronounce it the same way, but of course, as usual, we write it differently. Okay? So keep in mind that ending for je is ending for tu is es, ending for il, elle is and ending for il, elle at the plural form is ent. Okay? So it's the first part, okay? Because if you remember, we had as well this part from nous, okay? And as I told you, the difficulty of the subjunctive is just because we will have a difference of construction for nous and vous. And so, in that case, we'll take this first part here, we put it here, and we put the ending I-O-N-S, ion. And the ending for vous is ier. So we get nous prenions, vous preniez. All right? So if we think carefully, ending IONS for nous, IEZ for vous. Okay, if you remember, it looks quite familiar because it's the ending as well for the imparfait form that we saw a while ago. Okay, so let's have a look now. The full thing. So, que je prenne, que tu prennes, qu'il prenne, qu'elle prenne, que nous prenions, que vous preniez, qu'ils prennent, qu'elle prenne. And this is the reason why students are a bit worried usually at the beginning, just because, as we saw, we've got two different constructions. So for the first part here, and the second part for nous and vous. Okay, but I took this special verb prendre, to take, on purpose because I thought that it was quite difficult. So, you know, now you can see the way to make it, and after that, well, first we'll see back again one more time the ending. So ES, IONS, IEZ, ENT. Alright, but then now we'll see the verbs from the first group, so regular groups ending with ER. After that, we'll see the second group, regular group verbs ending with ER. Remember, not all the ER verbs, but still. After that, we'll see verbs from the third group. After that, we'll see irregular verbs. And then finally, we'll finish with être and avoir. Okay, so let's see now the first group, and you will see that it's quite easy because we get que je parle, que tu parles, qu'il parle, qu'elle parle, que nous parlions, que vous parliez, qu'il parle, qu'elle parle. Alright, this is the subjunctive, and it's quite interesting because if you take the time to look at it, que je parle, it's exactly the same form as the present form. Que tu parles, same thing. Qu'il parle, qu'elle parle, exactly the same thing as the present form, and then qu'il parle, qu'elle parle, same. It's like the present form. Que nous parlions and que vous parliez, it's exactly the same thing as the imparfait. Alright? So normally, and that's the thing, if you watched all the videos, especially the video concerning the present tense and the imparfait, well, you know this subjunctive form already. Let's take a second verb. Que j'écoute, que tu écoutes, qu'il écoute, qu'elle écoute, que nous écoutions, que vous écoutiez, qu'ils écoutent, qu'elles écoutent. And it is exactly the same thing. This is like the present, like the present, like the present, and like the present. This is like the imparfait, and this is like the imparfait. Okay? Parler is to speak or to talk. Écouter, to listen. Alright? So now let's see how it goes for the second group. Alright? So second group, I took the classic example, finir, to finish or to end. Que je finisse, que tu finisses, qu'il finisse, qu'elle finisse, que nous finissions, que vous finissiez, qu'il finisse, qu'elle finisse. Okay, so you can see that, well, you've got the endings ES, IONS, sorry, IEZ, ENT. Alright? And then, que je choisisse, que tu choisisses, qu'il choisisse, qu'elle choisisse, que nous choisissions, que vous choisissiez, qu'il choisisse, qu'elle choisisse. Alright, so the good thing is that for the second group of verbs, well, basically you don't have any difference, any major difference between the je, tu, il, elle, nous, vous, and il, elle. You've got the same first part, okay? You just need to put the endings after. Alright, so third group now, and I took the verb partir, que je parte, que tu partes, qu'il parte, qu'elle parte, que nous partions, que vous partiez, qu'il parte, qu'elle parte. Same thing here, not really difficult because anyway, it is exactly the same form. You just need to add at the end the endings. Parte, 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 partions, partiez, parte. Let's take another example. the verb mettre, to put, que je mette, que tu mettes, qu'il mette, qu'elle mette, que nous mettions, que vous mettiez, qu'il mette, qu'elle mette. So you can see that for these verbs, it's exactly the same thing. So actually, the first part will stay the same. You just need to put the endings according to what we saw previously. So ES, IONS, IEZ, ENT. Okay, but then of course we've got some irregular verbs because we're talking about French language. So let's start now. And so the verb faire, to do, will become que je fasse. Okay, so here you've got the ending, and so it does mean that this first part will stay the same. You just need to change the endings. Que tu fasses ES, qu'il fasse E, etc., etc. Alright? Savoir will give you que je sache. Okay? Same thing here. Is here, but then of course you will take it away, and after that you will put the endings that we saw: ES, IONS, IEZ, ENT, according to the person, of course. And then pouvoir, can, will give you que je puisse. Exactly the same thing here. You take the away, and then you put the endings according to the person. Okay, so remember, faire, to do, que je fasse, savoir, to know, que je sache, pouvoir, can, que je puisse. All right? And then, well, of course, as I did put that, I forgot that. Ending ES, IONS, IEZ, ENT. Of course, we've got some more tricky verbs, and aller is usually one of them. Aller means to go. Have a look. Que j'aille, que tu ailles, qu'il aille, qu'elle aille, que nous allions, que vous alliez, qu'ils aillent, qu'elles aillent. Okay, sorry, I did forget the feminine form here. Okay, so que j'aille, listen to me, aille, okay, que tu ailles, qu'il aille, qu'elle aille, que nous, and that's the difference here, allions, okay, que vous alliez, okay, I don't make the liaison just for you to listen carefully, alliez, okay, so if you want to make the liaison, que vous alliez, okay, and then qu'ils aillent, and the feminine form, qu'elles aillent, all right, and so the other tricky verb is vouloir, want, que je veuille, que tu veuilles, qu'il veuille, qu'elle veuille, que nous voulions, que vous vouliez, qu'il veuille, qu'elle veuille. All right? Same thing here. We'll have a quite important difference between the je, tu, il, and nous, vous. Okay? Que je veuille, que tu veuilles, qu'il veuille, qu'elle veuille, que nous voulions, que vous vouliez, qu'il veuille, qu'elle veuille. And of course, we'll finish with être and avoir because they are usually quite tricky. Être, so to be, will give you at the subjonctif que je sois, que tu sois, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit, que nous soyons, que vous soyez, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit. Okay, so as usual, good news is that soit, and then soit here. You write them differently, but then you pronounce them the same way. Okay, and then soyons here for nous, soyez for vous. So I repeat, que je sois, que tu sois, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit, que nous soyons, que vous soyez, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit. And last but not least, avoir, to have, que j'ai, que tu es, qu'il est, qu'elle est, que nous ayons, que vous ayez, qu'ils aient, qu'elles aient. Alright, so same thing here, est, and est. Phonetically the same, but try to remember how to write them, okay? And then ayons, ayez. So let's read them one more time. Que j'ai, que tu es, qu'il est, qu'elle est, que nous ayons, que vous ayez, qu'ils aient, qu'elles aient. Okay? And that was it for the subjunctive. Don't worry, we'll make other things regarding the subjunctive. I think that it's quite important, so I will prepare for you special things and just to see the difference of use between subjunctive and indicative. But if you're not sure, don't be afraid to watch this video one more time. And then more videos can be found there, youtube.com/imagier, and the website is waiting for you, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon B. And in this lesson, we'll discover together le passé du subjonctif. So remember, in the previous video, we saw le présent du subjonctif. And in that video, or in this video, we'll discover together how to make this past form of the subjunctif. Okay? So as in all the videos I've been making for the tenses or the modes, then it will be divided in two parts. The first part, l'utilisation, or l'emploi, sorry, when do we use it? And then the second part will be la formation, so how do we construct this passé du subjonctif? Okay, so let's start with l'utilisation. And so remember that we will use this passé du subjonctif to express, of course, something that happened in the past, but then the expression of le regret, la satisfaction, la désapprobation, and la surprise. Okay, so if you want to express this regret, satisfaction, désapprobation could be translated as disapproval, and then surprise. Okay, so the first one, regret. Okay, let's have a look at it. And we've got these structures. C'est dommage que, okay, it is a pity that, okay, and then if you continue with a past structure, it should be at the passé du subjonctif. Dommage que, well, exactly the same thing, but then it's more spoken because you've been dropping the subject and the verb, okay, so you can use that orally. In maybe not in formal situations, it would be better to use this c'est dommage que, okay? And then regretter, to regret, que, okay? And after that, you should put this passé du subjonctif, of course, if what comes after should be at the past form, all right? Then we'll see la satisfaction, okay? So here are the structures that we could use. C'est bien que, it is good that. Je suis content que, I am happy that. Or then, just as we had previously, content que, okay? So you just drop the subject and the verb, and then in that case it's more spoken, less formal. And ça me fait plaisir, it pleases me, that. Okay, so if you want to introduce something in the past after, it should be at the passé du subjonctif. Désapprobation, and so we could have this ça m'ennuie que, it annoys me that, ça m'agace que, it bothers me that, je ne comprends pas que, I don't understand that, okay, and the same thing, what's coming after. If you want to express something in the past, then it should be le passé du subjonctif. And last but not least, la surprise, the surprise. C'est bizarre que, bizarre, strange. It's strange that. Je ne comprends pas que, I don't understand that. C'est drôle que, it's funny that. And if you want to express something after, at the past, it should be le passé du subjonctif. Okay, so now we'll see how to make this passé du subjonctif. And first, well, the best way will be to have a look at, well, this first sentence, que je mange, and it is the subjonctif présent form, okay? And the second one, que j'ai mangé. This is le passé du subjonctif. Second example, que tu regardes. Same thing here, you've got the subjonctif présent, and que tu aies regardé, here you've got the subjonctif passé. And the third example, qu'il aille, so it's the verb aller, to go, and it's the subjonctif présent. Qu'il soit allé, and here we've got as well le subjonctif passé. So if you have a look at it, first, what can you spot? You can spot that first here and here, you've got avoir, okay, the subjunctif présent form. And then after that, you've got this participe passé here and here. And here, we've got être. And after that, we've got the participe passé form. So from what you see, and so especially now this is unit 10, so I assume that you've been watching the previous videos that we've been making or I've been making concerning the composed tenses. And maybe here you can see that actually this passé du subjonctif will be constructed like all the composed tenses that we saw so far. So first avoir, and then it should be at the subjunctif présent form. Then you will put your participe passé and you will get your subjunctif passé. Or in some cases you will use être at the subjunctif présent form, then the participe passé, and you will get your subjunctif passé. So it's quite interesting because this passé du subjonctif is not really tricky when you think about the way it is made. Okay, because it will follow exactly the same rules as we've been seeing so far. So first, if you're not sure, you put avoir, okay, but then definitely you should know the conjugation of avoir at the subjunctif présent form. Then you will put your participe passé and you'll get your subjunctif passé. Remember, for être, as usual, we're talking about exceptions, and here they come: aller, to go; arriver, to arrive; descendre, to go down; devenir, to become; entrer, to enter, to come in; monter, to go up; mourir, to die; naître, born; partir, to leave; rester, to stay; retourner, to return; sortir, to go out; tomber, to fall; venir, to come. All these verbs will be requiring être at this passé du subjonctif. Okay? And then, of course, as we saw previously, all the reflexive verbs, so se regarder, s'appeler, for instance, se présenter, they will require être. So as long as you've got these verbs, you know, se something, then you should keep in mind that you will have to construct them with être. And of course, they will behave a bit differently because you will have to add little things, but we'll see that in this lesson, don't worry. Okay? So now we should definitely review one more time the subjunctif présent form of avoir and être, because these are the first forms that we will use to construct this passé du subjonctif. Okay? And so avoir goes like que j'ai, que tu es, qu'il est, qu'elle est, que nous ayons, que vous ayez, qu'ils aient, qu'elles aient. Alright, so remember, one more time. Que j'ai, que tu es, qu'il est, qu'elle est, que nous ayons, que vous ayez, qu'ils aient, qu'elles aient. Alright, and then être will go like que je sois, que tu sois, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit, que nous soyons, que vous soyez, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit. Okay, and then one more time, just for the fun. Que je sois, que tu sois, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit, que nous soyons, que vous soyez, qu'il soit, qu'elle soit. Alright, so try to remember them by heart, because especially if you want to construct this passé du subjonctif, this I mean, these forms are the first one that you will have to put, okay? Normally the second part, well, at this point you should start to remember them. I mean, this participe passé form should be quite okay, but then don't worry, we'll work on that, okay? Because, well, the thing you get to remember when it comes to the participe passé form is that for the first group of verbs or regular verbs ending with er, it will be quite easy, because if we take the verb parler, to talk, to speak, so it's ending with this er, and then this participe passé will be parler with the accent, okay? Regarder, to watch, same rule, it will end with this accent aigu. And then even aller, you know, this tricky verb from the third group, aller means to go, even this one is quite easy when it comes to the participe passé, because it will be aller. Second group of verbs, not all the er, remember, but then regular, and they're quite easy to make, because the verb like choisir, to choose, so ending with er, will become choisi, okay? Finir, to finish, to end, will become fini. All right, and then unir, to unite, will become uni. All right, so er will become i. Of course, the third group of verb is quite tricky. I've been making a video regarding this participe passé thing, so if it's not clear for you, I would advise you to watch this video. But then, well, some subgroups, but of course they don't include everything. But so far, let's do that. So U, connaître, to know, will become connu. Okay. Voir, so OIR, will become vu. U. All right. So I, partir, will become parti. Rire, so IRE, will become ri. Okay, and then the IT, phonetically you pronounce I because final T is not pronounced, but still. Écrire, to write. Écrit, by the way, partir is to leave, rire is to laugh, okay? So écrire, to write, will become écrit. Dire, to say, will become dit. All right, and then ES now, final S not pronounced, but still you need to write it. Mettre, for instance, EWTRE, will become mi, ES. Prendre, ENDRE, will become pris. All right, but then if you're not sure, as I said, watch the video because it will be useful. And then let's take the verb parler as we had, and let's put the passé du subjonctif form. So it goes like that: que j'ai parlé, que tu aies parlé, qu'il ait parlé, qu'elle ait parlé, que nous ayons parlé, que vous ayez parlé, qu'ils aient parlé, qu'elles aient parlé. All right, so as we saw, first you put avoir at the subjunctive present form, then you put your participe passé, and you will get here a beautiful passé du subjonctif. Okay, and if you noticed, I've been putting this accent aigu in orange just to show you that in normal structures like this one, when you've got first the subject and after that the verb, you shouldn't put anything after your or at the end of your participe passé. So even if, like here, the subject is feminine, nothing comes after. Okay, so que j'ai parlé, que tu aies parlé, qu'il ait parlé, qu'elle ait parlé, que nous ayons parlé, que vous ayez parlé, qu'ils aient parlé, qu'elles aient parlé. Alright, so that's the passé du subjonctif for the verb parler, to speak or to talk. Okay, but then, of course, we've got some tricky things, and if you remember from the past tenses that we saw, it's exactly the same rule. If we take, well, these verbs that will require être, like you see here, qu'il soit aller. Okay, remember we saw that aller needs to be conjugated with être, like here, qu'il soit aller. So here, aller will end with accent aigu like that. But then if we put the feminine form, so qu'elle soit aller, it will be exactly as we saw for all the other composed tenses, you will have to put at the end of your participe passé the mark of the feminine. And at the end is the mark of the feminine. If you've got the plural, like here, il at the plural form, so soit, and then aller, well, you should put the mark of the plural at the end of your participe passé, and s is the mark of the plural. And last but not least, if you've got, like here, the feminine plural, so qu'elle soit allée, remember to put at the end of your participe passé first the mark of the feminine, so then the mark of the plural, s. The good thing, as usual in French, is you will pronounce it aller, 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 and aller. So technically you don't pronounce the final you don't pronounce the final s, and you don't pronounce the final es, but still you should write them. Okay, so let's see now the full thing for aller, and it goes like that. Que je sois allé, okay, I won't make the liaison just to make it more clear, okay, que je sois allé, que tu sois allé, qu'il soit allé, qu'elle soit allée, que nous soyons allés, que vous soyez allés, qu'il soit allé, qu'elle soit allée. Alright, and now with the liaison, because I know that you want them. Que je sois allé, que tu sois allé, remember, no liaison when we've got these two. Qu'il soit allé, qu'elle soit allée, que nous soyons allés, que vous soyez allés, qu'il soit allé, qu'elle soit allée. Alright? And then now we can see these famous verbs, reflexive verbs, okay? So the one that we saw with the se something, okay? Que je me sois présenté. Okay, so it will go like that. Que je, and then remember for these reflexive verbs, you've got to put this me, so for je me sois présenté. Okay? Que je me sois présenté, que tu te sois présenté. Okay, so we'll have to add this te. Qu'il se soit présenté, qu'elle se soit présentée, que nous nous soyons présentés, que vous vous soyez présenté, qu'il se soit présenté, qu'elle se soit présentée. All right, so remember here, so you've got the option of the feminine. Same thing here, so here the masculine because it's il, he. Here you get the feminine because it's elle, she. All right. Here you get the plural form, and then masculine plural, so accent aigu s, and then accent aigu es for the feminine plural here, qu'elle se soit présentée. Okay? All right. So if there is one thing to remember, it is the following. If you want to construct this passé du subjonctif, first you will have to put avoir at the subjonctif présent, then your participe passé, and you will get your subjonctif passé. In all these exceptions that we saw, être, subjonctif présent, and the participe passé, and you will get your subjonctif passé form. And that's it for le passé du subjonctif. If you want more videos, youtube.com/imagier, and then more material can be found here, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon C. And in this lesson we'll see together le subjonctif avec les conjonctions. So it will be one of few videos that I wanted to make regarding the subjonctif. So we've been introducing the subjonctif in the two previous videos, and then we'll see in this lesson and in the coming lessons when do we use this subjunctive form, because that's normally one of the big questions that students ask me. Okay, and so this first video will concentrate on le subjonctif avec les conjonctions. So let's discover together when do we use le subjonctif. So we will use le subjonctif after bien que. Ok? Bien que. À supposer que. Ok? À supposer que. En admettant que. En admettant que. Avant que. Avant que. Okay, so let's repeat them. Bien que, à supposer que, en admettant que, avant que. Okay, so keep in mind, after these expressions, you will have to use le subjonctif. Okay, let's continue now. Encore que. Encore que. Quoique. Quoique. De crainte que. De crainte que. De peur que. De peur que. Okay, so one more time. Encore que. Quoique. De crainte que. De peur que. And then remember, after these expressions, we will use le subjonctif. Okay, let's continue. À condition que, pourvu que, afin que, de manière que, all right, so one more time, à condition que, pourvu que, afin que, de manière que, and remember, after these expressions, you will use le subjonctif. De sorte que, pour que, de façon que, à moins que, okay, one more time, de sorte que, pour que, de façon que, à moins que, and then remember, after them, you will use le subjonctif. Jusqu'à ce que, quoique, en attendant que, sans que, one more time, jusqu'à ce que, quoique, en attendant que, sans que, and remember, after these, you will use le subjonctif. And that's it for this first part of le subjonctif, and it was avec les conjonctions. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier and the website www.imagier.net is waiting for you. Bye bye, au revoir et à bientôt. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon D. And in this video, we'll discover together le subjonctif. So we'll continue because we've been seeing that in the previous video as well. But then if you want to express l'opinion, le doute, or la possibilité, then with these things, you will have to use le subjonctif. Okay, opinion, doute would be doubt, and then possibilité, possibility. Okay, so let's see together when are we going to use le subjonctif, and we are going to use le subjonctif after these expressions. So, il est douteux que. Okay, il est douteux que. Il est faux que. Il est faux que. Il est impossible que. Il est impossible que. Il est improbable que. Il est improbable que. Il est peu probable que. Il est peu probable que. Okay, so one more time. Il est douteux que. Il est faux que. Il est impossible que. Il est improbable que. Il est peu probable que. And remember, after these little things, you will have to use le subjonctif. All right? Let's continue now. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas clair que. Il n'est pas clair que. Il n'est pas exact que. Il n'est pas exact que. Okay, so one more time. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas clair que. Il n'est pas exact que. And after these expressions, you will have to use le subjonctif. Okay? Let's continue. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Il est possible que. Il est possible que. Il est convenable que. Il est convenable que. Il est juste que. Il est juste que. Okay, so one more time. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Il est possible que. Il est convenable que. Il est juste que. And all these expressions will be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? So we continue. Accepter que. Okay? Accepter que. Douter que. Douter que. S'attendre à ce que. S'attendre à ce que. Détester que. Détester que. Chercher, and then something, qui, and after, it will be followed by the subjonctif. Okay? So, one more time. Accepter que, douter que, s'attendre à ce que, détester que, chercher qui, okay? And that will be followed by le subjonctif. All right? I hope it was clear for you. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier. And if you want more material, www.imagier.net. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 10, leçon E. And in this lesson we'll see together, well, if you want to express les sentiments et les émotions, so sentiments, feelings, and emotions, in many cases you will have to use le subjonctif, okay? And we'll see together all these expressions that will normally be followed by le subjonctif. Okay, so let's start now. And the first one is il est étonnant que. Il est étonnant que. Il est heureux que. Il est heureux que. Il est bon que. Il est bon que. Il est bizarre que. Il est bizarre que. Il est rare que. Il est rare que. Okay, one more time. So, il est étonnant que. Il est heureux que. Il est bon que. Il est bizarre que. And then, il est rare que. Remember, after all these expressions, you will have to use le subjonctif. Okay? And it continues. Il est regrettable que. Il est regrettable que. Il est honteux que. Il est honteux que. Il est étrange que. Il est étrange que. Il est surprenant que. Il est surprenant que. Il est dommage que. Il est dommage que. So one more time. Il est regrettable que. Il est honteux que. Il est étrange que. Il est surprenant que. And il est dommage que. And remember, after all these expressions, you will have to use le subjonctif. Alright? Let's continue. Il est utile que. Il est utile que. Il est inutile que. Il est inutile que. Apprécier que. Apprécier que. Avoir peur que. Avoir peur que. Être étonné que. être étonné que. So one more time. Il est utile que, il est inutile que, apprécier que, avoir peur que, être étonné que, will be followed by le subjonctif. And it continues. Avoir honte que, avoir honte que, se réjouir que, se réjouir que, être content que, être content que, être heureux que, être heureux que, être triste que, être triste que. So one more time. Avoir honte que, se réjouir que, être content que, être heureux que, être triste que, and they will be followed by le subjonctif. And it continues. Être désolé que, être désolé que, être surpris que, être surpris que, déplorer que, déplorer que, redouter que, redouter que, craindre que, craindre que. So one more time. Être désolé que, être surpris que, déplorer que, redouter que, craindre que, and they will be followed by le subjonctif. And it continues. Détester que, détester que, aimer que, aimer que, adorer que, adorer que, regretter que, regretter que, so one more time, détester que, aimer que, adorer que, regretter que, and they will be followed by le subjonctif. So I hope it was clear. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and the website is waiting for you, imagier.net, and it's right here if you want more material, or if you want to send me a little message, it would be nice. Okay? Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon F. And in this lesson we'll continue our big thing regarding le subjonctif, and in that case we'll see, well, when you want to express what we call les conseils, les désirs et les ordres. Okay, so conseil could be translated as advices, désir, desires, and then ordre, orders. Okay, so we'll see expressions that will require le subjonctif after them. Okay, so let's start now, and the first one is il vaut mieux que. Il vaut mieux que. Il est essentiel que. Il est essentiel que. Il est important que. Il est important que. Il est naturel que. Il est naturel que. Il est nécessaire que. Il est nécessaire que. So remember, one more time. Il vaut mieux que. Il est essentiel que, il est important que, il est naturel que, il est nécessaire que, and they will be followed by le subjonctif. Okay, so let's continue. Il faut que, il faut que, il est normal que, il est normal que, il est temps que, il est temps que, il est à souhaiter que, il est à souhaiter que, il est urgent que, il est urgent que, ok, one more time, il faut que, il est normal que, il est temps que, il est à souhaiter que, il est urgent que, and they should be followed by le subjonctif, ok, and it continues. Demander que, demander que. Éviter que, éviter que, exiger que, exiger que, désirer que, désirer que, interdire que, interdire que. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Demander que, éviter que, exiger que, désirer que, interdire que, and all these expressions should be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? Tenir à ce que. Tenir à ce que. Aimer mieux que. Aimer mieux que. S'opposer que. S'opposer que. Commander que. Commander que. Donner l'ordre que. Donner l'ordre que. One more time. Tenir à ce que. Aimer mieux que. S'opposer que. Commander que. Donner l'ordre que. And they should be followed by le subjonctif. Ordonner que. Ordonner que. Permettre que. Permettre que. Préférer que. Préférer que. Empêcher que. Empêcher que. Proposer que. Proposer que. One more time. Ordonner que. Permettre que. Préférer que. Empêcher que. Proposer que. And they should be followed by le subjonctif. Recommander que. Recommander que. Suggérer que. Suggérer que. Vouloir que. Vouloir que. Souhaiter que. Souhaiter que. One more time. Recommander que. Suggérer que. Vouloir que. Souhaiter que. And remember, they should be followed by le subjonctif. And that's it for this video. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier is waiting for you, and the website imagier.net is also waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon G. And in this lesson, it will be the last lesson regarding the subjunctive and especially when do we use the subjunctive. So if you didn't watch the previous video, sorry, I definitely advise you to do so. But then this one will concentrate on les structures à la forme négative. So remember, structures in which the verbs will be at the negative forms, and we'll discover, well, these structures. Okay, so the first one is il ne paraît pas que. Il ne paraît pas que. Il ne me semble pas que. Il ne me semble pas que. So we've got this me like that just because it would be possible to put someone else. Il ne te semble pas, il ne lui semble pas, etc. Okay? Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas clair que. Il n'est pas clair que. Okay, so one more time. Il ne paraît pas que. Il ne me semble pas que. Il n'est pas certain que. Il n'est pas sûr que. Il n'est pas clair que. And they should be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? Ça continue. Il n'est pas exact que. Il n'est pas exact que. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Ce n'est pas que. Ce n'est pas que. Okay, so one more time. Il n'est pas exact que. Il n'est pas évident que. Il n'est pas probable que. Il n'est pas vrai que. Ce n'est pas que. And they should be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? And it continues. Ne pas être certain que. Ne pas être certain que. Ne pas être sûr que. Ne pas être sûr que. Ne pas croire que. Ne pas croire que. Ne pas trouver que. Ne pas trouver que. Ne pas espérer que. Ne pas espérer que. And now I will make the liaison. Ne pas être certain que. Ne pas être sûr que. Ne pas croire que. Ne pas trouver que. ne pas espérer que, and they should be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? Ne pas connaître quelqu'un qui. Okay? Ne pas connaître quelqu'un qui. Ne pas vouloir dire que. Ne pas vouloir dire que. Ne pas dire que. Ne pas dire que. Ne pas penser que. Ne pas penser que. Ne pas savoir que. Ne pas savoir que. Okay, so one more time. Ne pas connaître quelqu'un qui. Ne pas vouloir dire que. Ne pas dire que. Ne pas penser que. Ne pas savoir que. And all these expressions should be followed by le subjonctif. Okay? Hope it was clear. More videos on youtube.com/imagier and the website imagier.net is waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon H. And in this lesson we'll see together le participe présent. Okay, and so, well, this video will be divided in two parts. The first one, when do we use it? So l'emploi, okay, and the second part, how do we make it? So la formation. All right, so we'll first start with the l'emploi. So how do we, or when do we use this participe présent? One of the first and most common way to use le participe présent is to construct what we call le gérondif. And then le gérondif, normally you will write it or you will construct it with la préposition en, like that, and you will put your participe présent form, so the form that we'll discover in this video. Okay, and the idea of this gérondif is just to express two actions, so des actions simultanées, so two things are taking place at the same time. Okay, so you've got this gérondif form that you can use to express this thing. For instance, il marche en écoutant de la musique. Okay, so it's in red, this écoutant, just to show you that this is what we call le participe présent here. So first you get this en and then écoutant. So il marche, marcher is to walk, so he's walking. En écoutant, okay, and remember, so if we use this gérondif form, as I said, we want to express the fact that two things are happening at the same time. Écouter is to listen, okay, so il marche, he's walking, and he's listening to some music, so il écoute de la musique. And in that case, well, you use en écoutant, and then you want to express the fact that it's happening at the same time. Il marche en écoutant de la musique. Alright, so that's the first use of this gérondif form. The second use is, of course, to use or to express two actions, donc des actions simultanées, but then in that case it's possible to write or to construct that without this preposition en, but keep in mind that it's in most of the cases you will use these structures when you write, principalement à l'écrit. Okay, normally if you want to use it orally, you will use this gérondif form, so the form that we saw previously. Okay, but then it's possible to use it like that. So think about that, and it's mostly if you want to write it. So regardant le frigo, okay, regarder is to watch or to look, frigo, the fridge. Elle se dit qu'elle doit aller acheter à manger. Okay, so she tells herself, if you want, that she must go and buy some food. Donc, regardant le frigo, elle se dit qu'elle doit aller acheter à manger. Okay, so in that case, when you put this participe présent here, well, clearly it's because you want to say that this first thing here and the second thing here, well, they are happening at the same time. Okay, but keep in mind that this structure is when you write. If you want to use it orally, then in that case you should use this preposition en first and then use this form that we call gérondif that we saw a few minutes before. Okay, and then the last use of this participe présent is if you want pour remplacer une subordonnée relative. Okay, so we saw previously les pronoms relatifs. Okay, so if you don't know what une subordonnée relative is, I definitely advise you to try to find les pronoms relatifs, and it will be more clear. And so we can, you know, take this example like with qui. Les personnes qui parlent. All right, so in that case, les personnes qui parlent, so the persons who are talking, speaking, okay? So in the first one, well, you get this pronom relatif, qui, and then you get the verb, okay? But it's possible to replace this qui parle with le participe présent. So you will get les personnes parlant. All right, so it's the last use that we've got of this participe présent, and it's quite common. It's not really rare. I mean, we tend to use it quite normally, well, when you write or when you talk, okay? So it's quite useful to know how to, well, make it and then when to use it, okay? And so that's what we'll discover in the second part. So how do we make this participe présent form? It is quite easy, especially at this level now, because you will have to, well, first know the new form of the verb at the present time, so at the present tense, sorry. Nous parlons, okay? And then if you remember, this ONS ending is usually the ending for nous, so first you need to spot it. Then you will take it away. So we keep this P-A-R-L part, and at the end we will add A-N-T. Alright, so we get here this participe présent form. Okay, so remember, nous form at the present tense, and then you spot the ending ONS, you take it away, you get parle like that, and then you just add this A-N-T at the end, and you will get this participe présent. Okay, so I took, just to start, this parler. Parler is to speak or to talk, and it's the first group, so it's actually quite easy to make. Let's see now. Second group, finir, to finish or to end, and so we get nous finissons, remember, the new form of the present tense, nous finissons. And it's exactly the same rule, so you spot or you try to find the ending here. It's O-N-S, okay? We'll do exactly the same thing, so we'll take it away, and we get finisse, like that, F-E-N-E-S-S, all right? And we just follow the same rule, so we just add at the end A-N-T, like that, here, and we get finissant, okay? And this form is the participe présent. Okay, let's see now a verb from the third group. So normally third group, you know, just we've got the irregular verbs. So of course it's quite interesting to have a look at them. And then I just took the verb prendre. Prendre is to take, and then we get the form nous prenons. Okay, nous prenons, exactly the same thing. So we spot this ONS, so the ending, we take it away, and we get P-R-E-N, and after that we just add this A-N-T ending, and we get prenant. Alright, so it's actually quite easy to make, especially if you master quite well the present tense. Normally at this level, you should. Okay, so let's see. Nous parlons, so you get parle, and participe présent, parlant. Nous finissons, finissent, and then you will get finissant. Then nous prenons, prennent, prenant. All right, but then of course, you know now French language, and we've got exceptions. But the good thing is that we've got only 3 exceptions. The first one is être, and it will give you étant. So étant will be the participe présent form of être. Être is to be. And then avoir, of course, to have, and you will get ayant. Okay, ayant will be the participe présent form of avoir. And the last one will be savoir. Savoir is to know, and we will get sachant. Okay, sachant. So étant for être, ayant for avoir, and then sachant for savoir. Okay, and well, this is it for le participe présent. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and the website is here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon I. And in this lesson we'll see le gérondif together. So we've been introducing that a little bit in the previous lesson in which we saw le participe présent, but then this video will be only for le gérondif. Okay, so I hope after that everything will be clear, and so we can start. So as usual, this video will be divided in two parts. The first one will be l'emploi, so when do we use it, and the second part would be la formation, how do we make this gérondif form. Okay, so let's start now with l'emploi. Okay, and so le gérondif, normally if you want to make or to construct this gérondif, you will first have to use la préposition en, and after that you will have to add your participe présent form. Okay, so this gérondif will express two actions that will take place at the same time, so action simultanée. All right, so the example is quite simple here. Il marche, okay, en écoutant de la musique. So you can see that in this sentence here, we've got first il marche, so he is walking, marcher is to walk. En écoutant, so here we've got this preposition en, as we saw here. That's the first part of your gérondif. And the second part here is the participe présent, écouter. So the verb écouter is to listen, and this is the participe présent form de la musique. So in that case, you just want to express that he's walking and at the same time he's listening to music. Okay, so il marche en écoutant de la musique. All right. So let's see now how do we make this gérondif. So remember, as we saw previously, first you will have to use la préposition en, then you will have to use le participe présent, and you will get a beautiful gérondif. Remember the way to make this participe présent form. Normally you will have to master the present tense, and normally if you take, well, if we take the example of parler, parler is to speak or to talk, okay, we'll get nous parlons at the present tense of, so the form should be at the nous person, and so you will actually spot here the ending ons, okay, and the idea is to take it away, so you get parle, and after that you will add ant, and you will get parlant. Okay, this will be this participe présent form that you will have to add after your preposition en. Okay, second group, finir, to finish, to end, nous finissons, okay, and it will be exactly the same way to proceed. So we spot this ons, so the ending, we take it away and we get finissent, and after that we just add this ant ending and we'll get finissant. So this is the participe présent form. Third group, to take, prendre, nous prenons, present tense. Same thing here, we spot the ending, so ons, we take it away, we get prennent, and then participe présent will be prenant. All right, so remember, nous parlons, parle, parlant, nous finissons, finissent, finissant, nous prenons, so prennent, and then prenant. Okay, so it's quite easy to make. Of course, we've got exceptions, only 3, and that's a good thing. The first one is être, to be, so it will give you étant, so this is the participe présent form. Avoir will give you ayant, avoir is to have, and then savoir, to know, will give you sachant. Okay, so only 3 exceptions, and it's a good thing in French, because normally we've got more exceptions, so only 3. Être, étant, avoir, ayant, savoir, sachant. Okay, so let's see now 2 examples. So I wanted to write them just to make it clear that to make it sure that everything is clear. I will manage. Il mange et il regarde la télévision en même temps. Okay, so il mange, manger is to eat, et il regarde, regarder is to watch, la télévision, en même temps, the expression means at the same time. So in that case, in that sentence, it would be possible, of course, to write this sentence like that. Il mange et il regarde la télévision en même temps. But then, as we saw, and that's the whole idea of this video, we've got this gerundive form possibility just to avoid well, repeating this or using this en même temps, okay, and just to make it, well, shorter. So in that case, what we could do is we could, well, keep the first part, of course, il mange, all right, and then instead of il regarde la télévision en même temps, well, this en même temps will go away because at the same time we don't need to repeat it because, well, that's the whole concept of the gerundive, and then we just need to transform il regarde, all right, so it will become regardant for the participe présent form, and just before we'll put this preposition. So il mange en regardant la télévision. Okay, so it's exactly the same thing, but then, of course, the sentence is much shorter. And then, second example that we could have here, elle dessine et elle téléphone à son ami en même temps. Okay, so dessiner is to draw, téléphoner, well, to phone, à son ami, at her friend, en même temps, at the same time. Okay, so exactly the same thing, we just want to make the sentence shorter and lighter, so we'll keep first, of course, elle dessine, so the first verb should be here, but then here we've got et elle téléphone, so we should modify this téléphone and then put the participe présent form. So the participe présent form of téléphoner is téléphonant. Okay, before that we put la préposition en, and we continue the sentence à son ami. And that's it. Elle dessine en téléphonant à son ami. Alright, so I hope it was clear. More videos, youtube.com/imagier, and then the website www.imagier.net. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon J. And in this lesson we'll discover together something quite important because that's what we call the superlative. So the superlative in English, it would be the most or the least. Okay, so we'll see how to make it in French. So first we'll see how to express this the most expression in English, and of course in French we've got the difference between the masculine form, le plus, the feminine form, la plus, and the plural form, les plus. Okay, so keep in mind that I don't pronounce this final S here, so we get le plus, la plus, les plus. Okay, and then if we want to express this the least, in French it will be le moins, feminine form, la moins, and then the plural form, les moins. Okay, so le moins, remember when we combine this O-I-N together, we get the sound ouin, 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 okay, and we don't pronounce this final S. Le moins, la moins, les moins. Okay, so let's see now. Le plus, le moins, la plus, la moins, les plus, les moins. And normally, in most of the cases, they will be followed by whether an adjective or then an adverb. Okay, and in this video we'll see how to construct this superlative form, first with an adjective and after that with an adverb. Okay, so first part adjective, second part adverb, and then we'll discover in this first part les adjectifs. So how to construct un superlatif avec un adjectif. And I wanted to, well, take some easy sentences just to make it as clear as possible, okay? And so this sentence is quite simple, but quite interesting if you have a look at it. Il est le plus grand. Okay, so this is le superlatif. We take the adjective grand, and it's tall, okay? Il est le plus grand. So have a look here. We've got le, just because we've got the subject here, il, okay? And it's masculine, singular, le, and then plus, and we put the adjective grand just right after. Okay, if you have a look at the feminine form, it's quite interesting because you've got elle, so she, elle est la plus grande. So the first thing that we've got to see is that we will use this la, okay, because it's the feminine form, so we should put la. It's the singular feminine, so la. Plus doesn't change. And have a look at your adjective, so grand. You will have to add this at the end of your adjective just to get the feminine form of your adjective, okay? Keep in mind that we've got some adjectives that change a little bit more than this one. If we want to put the feminine form, we saw that in a previous video, so if you want to have a look, you should use the search engine of the channel and use this adjective keyword, okay? And then if you have a look now at the plural form, ils sont les plus grands. Okay, so here we will put this plural form because we've got ils here, they, okay? So les, plus, and then have a look at your adjective here, grand. Remember, we will put this final S at the end of the adjective just to mark the plural form. And for the feminine form here, so we've got the elles, so they, but the feminine form, elles sont. So les will stay the same, okay? So it's quite a good news because les will cover the plural, so whether it's masculine or feminine, it will be the same, les here, okay? But then your adjective grand, of course, should first have this E mark of the feminine and S mark of the plural form. Okay, so let's see how they sound now. Il est le plus grand, elle est la plus grande, ils sont les plus grands, elles sont les plus grandes. Okay, so phonetically what you can hear is that this first form here for the masculine, grand, so you don't pronounce the final D, will be exactly the same as the plural form for the masculine, grand. You don't pronounce the final D, you don't the D here, and you don't pronounce the final S. Okay, so grand, and then same thing here, grand. And regarding the feminine form, you will pronounce it grande. Okay, don't insist on the final E, but then pronounce this D, grande, and then exactly the same pronunciation, grande. Alright, so you don't pronounce this final S. Okay, so one more time. Il est le plus grand, elle est la plus grande, ils sont les plus grands, elles sont les plus grandes. Alright? So what if we put this least concept? So it would be il est le moins grand, so it will follow exactly the same rule. So first you will put this le just because it's masculine, and then you put your adjective after. Elle est la moins grande. Okay, keep in mind that you will have to put the feminine form of the adjective here, and then you will put this largest because the subject is feminine. Okay, ils sont les moins grands. Okay, for the plural, les, and then s at the end of your adjective. Elles sont les moins grandes, so les for the plural, and then s at the end of your adjective for the feminine plural form. Okay, let's see now if you want to construct this superlative form with an adverb. Okay, so il marche le plus vite. Okay, marcher is to walk, and vite means fast. Il marche le plus vite. All right. If you want to put the feminine form, elle marche la plus vite. So the good news here is that your adverb vite will stay exactly the same. So you don't need, and look for the plural, il marche les plus vite. You don't need to modify it. You just put it after this le plus or la plus or les plus. Okay? And then you don't need to put whether the mark of the feminine or the mark of the plural, it doesn't change at all. So, il marche le plus vite, elle marche la plus vite, il marche les plus vite, elle marche les plus vite. Okay, so it's quite simple, and then logically, for the least, il marche le moins vite, elle marche la moins vite, il marche les moins vite, elle marche les moins vite. Alright, so exactly the same thing. Le for the masculine singular, la for the feminine singular, and then you've got les for the plural form. moins, 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 and your adverb, and it doesn't change whether it's masculine, feminine, or plural. Okay? Keep in mind that if you want to construct this superlative, and then after that you want to introduce what we call un complément, you will have to put de. So, the example here, il est le plus intelligent de la famille, of the family. It's exactly the same thing in French. We've got to use this complément de la famille. Okay? But then have a look here. Of course, as usual in French, when we combine this de and then the article le, it will become du. Okay, so il est le plus intelligent de la famille. So it's the feminine form here. De la famille. Elle est la plus grande du quartier. Quartier, neighborhood. Du quartier. So it's masculine. Okay? This is it for le superlatif. If you want more videos, youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is waiting for you, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon K. And in this lesson, we'll see le superlatif avec un nom. Okay, so le superlatif, remember, it's the most or the least in English. Okay, we saw in the previous video how to construct it with an adjective or an adverb, and in that case here it will be a really short one, but still, if we want to construct this superlative form with a noun, avec un nom, let's see how we'll make that. So it's quite simple because you don't really need to care about whether it's masculine, feminine, or plural. You just put le plus de or le moins de, so the most, the least, okay? And after that you will put your noun. Okay, le plus de, le moins de, and then your noun. Okay, so let's have a look now how to construct it. C'est la ville, this is the town, où, where, il y a, there is, le plus de fontaines. Fontaines, fountains. C'est la ville où il y a le plus de fontaines. And then, c'est la ville où il y a le moins de voitures. Voiture, car. So let's have a look at these these two sentences, sorry. The first thing that we've got to spot is, well, here it's le plus, and here it's le moins, so you don't really care whether it's masculine or if feminine or plural. You just put le plus, the most, le moins, the least. And then remember that you will have to put your preposition de right after, and have a look, because your noun, fontaine and voiture here, should be without any articles before. Okay, so c'est la ville où il y a le plus de fontaines, sorry. C'est la ville où il y a le moins de voitures. Okay, and that's the way that you can use if you want to construct this superlatif avec un nom. Okay, so it's quite easy. I hope it was clear. More videos can be found here, youtube.com/imagier, and more material at the following address, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon L. And in this lesson we'll see together how to construct these structures or sentences when you want to start with if. If in French it's si. Okay, so les structures avec si. So let's start now. The first option we'll have is if we want to express la possibilité. The second one, le désir. And the last one, le regret. Okay, so possibilité, possibility, désir, desire, and then regret, regret. And so we'll start with la possibilité. So if we want to express this possibilité thing, the first option we'll have is si, and it will be constructed with the présent, and it will be followed by le futur. Okay, so let's have an example here. Si tu viens à la maison, okay, venir is to come, à la maison, at home, nous ferons, so that's the future form of faire, so we will do, un gâteau, a cake. Okay, si tu viens à la maison, nous ferons un gâteau. All right, so that's the well, first, you know, construction that we could have, and in that case, it's si tu viens à la maison, so it's a possibility. Nous ferons un gâteau. Second example, si elle achète une voiture, acheter is to buy, une voiture, a car, nous partirons en vacances avec elle. Partir, here, okay, to leave, and then you've got the future form. We will leave en vacances, in vacation, on the holidays, avec elle, with her. Okay, so you can see that in that case, you've got first here the present form, and it's followed by the future form. Okay, so this is quite easy to make. Okay, remember, si plus présent, then the future. We've got a second possibility if we want to express this idea, and it's si plus le présent followed by l'impératif. Let's have a look now. The first one. Si vous avez des questions, n'hésitez pas. Okay, and it's quite common to use this structure. So, si vous avez des questions, so avoir is to have. If you have des questions, some questions, n'hésitez pas, don't hesitate, okay? And you can see that in that structure, well, we've got si, and then we've got the present form, and it's followed by l'impératif, okay? Second example, si vous êtes pressé, okay, être, to be, and then pressé, in a hurry. Si vous êtes pressé, prenez un taxi. And here you get prenez, prendre, to take. Un taxi, a cab. Si vous êtes pressé, prenez un taxi. Alright? So remember, it would be possible to use this si and then the present form, and it's followed by l'impératif. Okay? So keep in mind, if we want to express this possibility thing, the first one, si, and then the present form, followed by the future, or si, and then the present form, followed by l'impératif. Second category, if you want to express the desire, le désir. And then normally, we will use si avec l'imparfait, and it should be followed by le conditionnel présent. Okay? Donc si plus imparfait, and then conditionnel présent. Let's take one example here. Si je gagnais au loto, je ferais le tour du monde. Si je gagnais, gagner is to win, au loto, je ferais, it's the conditional form of to do, faire, okay, so I would do, okay, le tour du monde. Okay, so I would travel around the world if you want, but then in French we would use this, je ferais le tour du monde. Okay, and then the idea is that here it's a desire, it's something that you would like to do, okay, but maybe it would happen, but you're not sure about that. Okay, so si je gagnais au loto, je ferais le tour du monde. And then the second example, si elle pouvait, elle prendrait une semaine de vacances. Okay, so here you've got this pouvoir form, can, and it's at the imparfait form, and it's followed by the conditionnel présent, prendre, to take, okay, une semaine, 1 week, de vacances, vacation, okay, holiday. So if she could, she would take 1 week off if you want, okay, or vacation week. But then in French, remember that we will construct this sentence first with si, and it should be followed by l'imparfait, and that's the rule. Then, after that, you will put this conditionnel présent form. Okay, so this is normally the tricky construction, because in many cases students will start to make this si, and then as in it's the case in many languages, they would put this first the conditionnel présent, and then it would be followed by the conditionnel présent. But no, in French, keep in mind that si, then you'll put this imparfait form, je gagnais, elle pouvait, and after that you will put this conditionnel présent, je ferais, elle prendrait. Okay, and the last one, le regret. And only if we want to express this regret concept, then we will start with si, and it should be followed by le plus que parfait, and after that you will put, hop, conditionnel passé. So this structure is really when you regret something. So it's over now. It's not possible to change anything because it's in the past, okay? But then, let's see one example. Si j'avais eu le temps, j'aurais pris un café. Okay? And the main concept in that, with that structure, is that it's over. So it's not possible. So you just regret that. Si j'avais eu le temps, okay? So if you can spot this thing, it's avoir, and it's at the, sorry, plus que parfait form, okay? Si j'avais eu le temps, j'aurais pris, here it's prendre, to take, and if you have a look, it's at the conditionnel passé form, un café. Okay, let's see the second example. Si vous aviez vu le film, vous auriez pleuré. Okay, so here you have voir, okay, and it's the plus que parfait form. Vous auriez pleuré. Here you get pleurer, okay, to cry, and it's at the conditionnel passé form. Okay, so that's the, well, classic structure that you can use if you want to express regrets, okay, with this if structure. Okay, well, that's it. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier and the website imagier.net is waiting for you. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon M. And in this lesson we'll work together on what we call le discours indirect. So first we'll see a few examples just to make it clear and to, well, discover what this discours indirect is. After that we'll see how to make it, so la formation. And the last part will be, well, we'll discover together the verbs that you could use to introduce this discours indirect. Okay, but then let's start with les exemples, few examples. Okay, and well, it's quite interesting because I wanted to put simple, well, sentences here. Elle pense, penser is to think. Le vendeur est compétent. Okay, le vendeur, the seller, is compétent, competent. So it's all, of course, it's possible to use a sentence like that, you know, elle pense, and then you put deux points, and ouvrez les guillemets, le vendeur est compétent. What if I would like to transform this sentence and use this elle pense que, okay? So same thing in English, it could be she thinks or she thinks that. And that's the whole concept of this discours indirect. And the sentence could be transformed like that. Elle pense que, so she thinks that. And have a look, le vendeur est compétent. So it's quite easy in that case, and of course I took on purpose a simple sentence to start, but then it's just to show you that, well, the sentence doesn't change that much. Of course you will have to take this guillemets away and then deux points, so everything should go away, but then in that case the sentence doesn't change that much. Elle pense que le vendeur est compétent. Alright? But then, of course, if you have a look at a sentence like that, il dit, dire is to say, so he says, je veux prendre un café. So, je veux, I want, it's vouloir, to want. Je veux prendre, prendre is to take, un café, a coffee. I want to take a coffee. So if you want to transform this sentence, it will be a bit different, because in the first sentence it was quite simple, because you had this il and elle, but in that case, well, of course, you've got the je veux, and you need to transform this thing, so you need to adapt it, because here we've got the subject, so subject is masculine, and then it's at the third person, so il dit. So you will put this que, as we had previously, and you will need to change je, you will need to change it into il, okay, because that's the subject, il. The verb should be at the third person. So have a look here. First person it's with X at the end. Third person is with T at the end. Prendre un café, well, it doesn't change. So normally it's the subject and the verb that will be affected if they are. Okay, so in that case, il dit qu'il veut prendre un café. And of course, as usual in French, this que, if there is a vowel after, so remember this will have to go away. So you will get this qu'il. Il dit qu'il veut prendre un café. Okay, so this is this discours indirect, so the indirect form of il dit je veux prendre un café. It will be transformed like il dit qu'il veut prendre un café. Okay, so a third example, elle promet je viendrai ce soir. Okay, promettre is to promise, and then je viendrai, so I will come ce soir. Okay, and here elle promet, okay, que, so we should first have this que. Of course, as we had in the previous example, you must modify this je, okay? So we've got here the subject and it's feminine, so it should be the third person of the feminine, qu'elle, okay? Here we've got the future form, je viendrai, so you should put the verb at the future form as well, but then for elle, it will be elle viendra, and then ce soir doesn't change. Okay? Elle promet qu'elle viendra ce soir. So, if we want to discover, or not really discover because we saw that, la formation, so keep in mind that you will put first, well, the first sentence, or the first part of the sentence, then que, okay, could be translated with that in English, and the rest of the sentence or the second sentence, okay, that you should, in some cases, modify. Okay, we're talking about the subject and the verb. Keep in mind that que, if it is combined, as we saw, with a vowel, will become que, like that. Okay, so needs to go away. So the example, the classical example that we had was que and il, and it's becoming qu'il. Could be que and elle, and it will become qu'elle, okay? Or if we're talking about first names, you know, first names that will start with a vowel, it will be exactly the same thing, okay? And so now let's see the verbs that you could have, or that you could use to introduce this discours indirect, okay? And the list will start now. Affirmer, ajouter, annoncer, déclarer, dire, okay, so affirmer, ajouter, annoncer, déclarer, dire, expliquer, promettre, répondre, admettre, assurer, all right, so expliquer, promettre, répondre, admettre, assurer, avouer, confirmer, constater, crier, démentir, so avouer, confirmer, constater, crier, démentir, s'écrier, s'exclamer, jurer, objecter, préciser, s'écrier, s'exclamer, jurer, objecter, préciser, prétendre, proposer, reconnaître, remarquer, répliquer, prétendre, proposer, reconnaître, remarquer, répliquer. And the list could continue, but then still I wanted to introduce the, well, main verbs that will, well, require, or that you could use to construct un discours indirect. Keep in mind that you will have to put this que after these verbs. Okay, so I hope it was clear. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and the website is right here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon N. And we'll see in this video, le discours indirect. So it's the second part of this discours indirect. And in that case, we'll see les expressions de temps. Just because, as we saw, normally in most of the cases, the things that will change when you want to construct this discours indirect are the subject and the verbs. But of course, if you're using this expression de temps, well, they will change, of course, and we'll see how they will change. So normally, if you say aujourd'hui, so at the direct form, aujourd'hui, today, if you want to transpose that at this discours indirect form, it will become ce jour-là, this day, ce jour-là. Okay, so aujourd'hui is not possible to be used in this discours indirect form, but then you should use instead ce jour-là. Okay? Same thing, ce matin, this morning, you will use ce matin-là. Okay? Ce soir, ce soir-là. And then en ce moment, at this time, en ce moment, should be à ce moment-là. Okay, so remember, aujourd'hui will become ce jour-là if you change a sentence and if you put it at le discours indirect. Ce matin will become ce matin-là. Ce soir will become ce soir-là. And then en ce moment will become à ce moment-là. Okay, let's see. Hier, yesterday. And so it will become la veille. Avant-hier, so the day before yesterday, l'avant-veille. Il y a 5 jours, so remember we've got this il y a structure to say this ago, so 5 jours, 5 days. 5 days ago, in French it's il y a 5 jours. And then if you transpose this, il y a 5 jours, into this discours indirect, it will become 5 jours plus tôt. Okay, plus tôt, earlier. Okay, so hier will become la veille, avant-hier will become l'avant-veille, and then il y a 5 jours will become 5 jours plus tôt. Okay, and we can continue if you want with demain. Demain is tomorrow, and tomorrow will become le lendemain, the following day, le lendemain. Après-demain, after tomorrow, and it will become le surlendemain. Okay? And dans 5 jours, in 5 days, will become 5 jours plus tard, later. Okay, so keep in mind that demain will become le surlendemain if you change your structure into this discours indirect. Après-demain will become le surlendemain. And then dans 5 jours, in 5 days, will become 5 jours plus tard, 5 days later. Okay, that was it. It was simple and short, and I hope it was clear. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and the website imagier.net is waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon O. And in this lesson, we'll see together le discours indirect, les modifications dans la phrase. So, we saw together in the 2 previous videos this discours indirect, so the way to construct it, and then few modifications that can happen when you make this discours indirect. So if you didn't watch the previous videos, I definitely advise you to do so because it will be more clear. But then still, what we can do is we can do a really fast overview and review of the discours indirect because, well, the discours indirect is basically if you've got, well, one sentence like that, elle pense, le vendeur est compétent. Okay, penser is to think, she thinks, le vendeur, the seller, est compétent, is competent. Okay, so in that case, it's possible to have this kind of structure, okay, but then if you want to combine these 2 sentences into one, you can just modify it, and that's what we call the discours indirect in that case, because you will get elle pense, so she thinks, que, that, and then you continue your sentence. Le vendeur est compétent. Okay, so in that sentence it's quite simple because, well, if you have a look at the first structure we've got here and then the second structure we've got here, it doesn't change that much. You only need to add this que, and then you will remove few things, but then no main changes into your second part or this part of the sentence. Okay, but we'll see that in this video, of course, in some cases when you switch or when you modify and you make this discours indirect, well, you will have some quite important modifications in your sentence. Okay, but then, well, the rule goes like you will first have the first part of the sentence, then you will have your que, okay, that, and then the sentence will continue. Okay, so that's the whole concept of this discours indirect. So it evolves around this que thing, and then remember that, of course, as usual in French, if we've got vowels coming after, then this will have to go away. Okay, so let's see now one first example. Il dit, okay, dire is to say. He says, je pense que le film est bon. Je pense, so penser, I think, that le film est bon. Okay? So if you want to modify this sentence, of course, you will have to change it a little bit, because it's not possible to say, il dit que je, okay? So the subject, it's not possible to continue with je in that case, because you will have to modify it and adapt it. So in that case it should be il. Okay, il pense que le film est bon. Alright, so that's the only thing that you will have to modify, so it's not really difficult, but keep in mind that, of course, if the subject goes like that, so je, of course you will have to modify it and, well, put it according to the first subject here, so il dit. Okay, let's see now a second example. Il dit, je te regarde. Okay, so same thing, so il dit, to say, so he says, je te regarde. So if you remember, we saw these pronouns before, so I am looking or watching you. Okay, but then in French we put this pronouns before the verb. Okay, and it's interesting because in that sentence, of course, you can notice that we will have to modify this first je, pronom personnel, and then, well, probably we'll have to modify this te as well. Okay, because I look or I watch or I look at you. Okay, this you must be changed, of course, if we switch it to the indirect discours. Okay, so let's see now. And it's quite interesting because in that case, if you've got the sentence just like that, without any previous informations, whether this te is for a boy or a girl, then it can be quite tricky because we don't really know, and we'll have two options. The first one, il dit qu'il. Okay, so this il is the je that you modified, or you modify according to il here. Okay, so it must be the same. And then it can be le if the person is masculine. So if he is looking at another person who is a man or a boy, so in that case it should be le. Il le regarde. Okay, and then the second option, well, it's almost the same, but if you look carefully, il dit qu'il la regarde. Okay, and in that case it would be a woman or a girl. Okay, according to what was, well, previously said. So in that case we really need to know before whether we're talking about a boy or a girl, a man or a woman. Okay, because if we don't, then it can be tricky to modify and put this discours indirect, because we won't have any clue whether it's le or la. Okay. Another example, il dit je présente ma proposition. Okay, so here same thing. So yeah, if I translate the sentence, it's quite well simple. So dire is to say, we saw that previously. Je présente, présenter is to present. Ma proposition, my proposition or proposal if you want. Okay, je présente ma proposition. So in that sentence, we know, of course, because we've been seeing that in the previous examples, that je will have to change. And then in that case, we assume that this ma, so adjective possessive, will have to change also. And let's have a look. So, il dit qu'il, okay, so exactly the same thing that we saw previously, présente, and then you will have to adapt, of course, this adjective possessive. So it won't be the first one, so ma, my, okay, but it will be, well, ça, so third person of the singular. Okay, remember that in French we will put this feminine form ça just because the word it is connected to, so proposition, is feminine. Alright? Okay, so il dit qu'il présente sa proposition. Il dit je vous présente ma proposition. So it's almost the same sentence as we had previously, but then I wanted to introduce this vous. Okay, so another pronoun. Je vous présente ma proposition. Okay, so as we saw previously, je will change, so ma will change as well, and then probably this pronoun will change as well. So let's have a look. Il dit qu'il, okay, we saw that. Présente sa proposition, we saw that as well. And then vous, okay, which is this pronoun, okay, pronom complément d'objet indirect, je présente à vous, okay. In that case, you will have to modify and to put that at the third person of the plural. Il leur présente sa proposition. Okay? Il dit qu'il leur présente sa proposition. Il dit je vais parler à mes parents et je vais les inviter. All right, so here it's quite interesting as well, because, well, if you have a look, je, of course it will change. Vais parler à, mais, this thing normally should change as well. Je will be the same, it will change as well. And then it will be interesting to see whether this les will change. So what's your opinion? And let's have a look. So il will change. So je is becoming il. Mais is becoming c'est. Je is becoming il. But then here it doesn't really change because you are just referring to mes parents, and in that case it was already the plural form les invités, so it doesn't need to change at all. Okay, so il dit qu'il va parler à ses parents et qu'il va les inviter. All right. I know it can be, or it can look a bit difficult at the beginning, so don't worry, because it's not really easy, and that's just a fact. Okay, but you will say that if you practice, then it should be quite okay. But then, well, you know, it's step by step, so no stress, no pressure. We'll continue, so if you want more videos, of course, you can go to youtube.com/imagier, and then more material can be found there, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 10, leçon P, and it will be the last lesson regarding this discours indirect, but it's a quite important one because we'll discover in this video les modifications de temps. Okay, so let's start now. So I wanted to first show you this simple example, because if we've got this sentence, elle te répond, je suis d'accord. Okay, so répondre is to answer, te it's for you, so she answers to you. Je suis d'accord. Okay, so in French this je suis d'accord is I do agree. Of course, in that situation, if we want to transpose this first structure at this discours indirect, it's quite simple because you just need to put back all your elements. So elle te répond, it doesn't change, okay? Que, that, remember, that's the key thing of this discours indirect. Que, that, but then in that case, needs to go away because we've got a vowel after. So qu'elle, so je will have to be transposed to elle, of course, because the subject here is elle. Et d'accord. Of course, the verb is changing as well, okay? But it's actually quite simple in that case because we've got, if you look carefully, in the first structure here, it's the present form, and here it's the present form. So, I mean, no big changes, and that's the main thing. So, in that case, you don't really need to worry. You put back all your elements, you just modify them if necessary, and that's it. You've got your discours indirect structure. Okay? If you've got the same thing, you know, with here, the future. Elle te répondra, je suis d'accord. So, here it's the future. It's répondre to answer, but at the futur simple form. And in the second part here, it's the present form. And let's have a look. And you'll see that it's not really difficult because it doesn't change that much. Elle te répondra, so we put back these elements here. Qu'elle, okay, as we had previously, because it doesn't change here. It will be that, okay, que, but then you take the e away. Of course, you will have to modify this je and put it in here with elle, et d'accord. The verb, if you look carefully, will stay at the present form. Doesn't need to change here. Even if we've got the future here, it will stay at the present form in the second part here. Okay? So, the thing is that for the present and the future, so if the verb that introduces this structure, this structure indirect, discours indirect, is at the present form or the future form, then the good news is that you won't have to modify anything after it. Okay? So that's the rule. That's the rule. If the verb that introduces this structure is at the present form or the future form, then you don't modify the verb after, which is a quite good news. But then, of course, it's French language, and we've got to think that if we've got, so it will be it's the common structure that we will have, so verb introducteur, and then after that we've got the phrase, the sentence, okay? If you've got this first part here at the passé, okay? So it's the past here. Passé means past. And when I write past, well, basically it could be imparfait, passé composé, passé simple, all the past tenses that we saw so far. Well, if this first verb is at the past, then the rest of the sentence, or the rest of the structure here, will have to be modified if you want to put that at the discours indirect. And that's what we'll see in this video. Okay? So the first example is if we've got this verb introducteur at the past form, okay? And for all the examples, I will put this first part at the passé composé. Okay, so it will be easier that way. Okay, so if we get the second part here at the présent, well, this part will have to change, and well, the verb introducteur will stay the same, but it will, I mean, this présent form will be at the imparfait. Okay, so let's have a look how it will go. So, as I said, first verb, I did put that at the passé composé form, and it will be always the same for all the examples. So I will keep the same sentence and I will keep the same verb, and it will be at the passé composé. Elle t'a répondu, je suis d'accord. So we've got exactly the same sentence as we had previously when we had the present present or then future present. In that case, so as we saw, we've got passé composé and then present form. And if you remember what I just told you previously, then the rule goes like that. This first part doesn't change. It is still at the passé composé form. But the second part here, so your present form will be changed and you will have to put the verb. So it's the verb to be, it's être. You will have to put it at the imparfait form. That's the rule. Okay, don't need to think why, how, etc. No, just put it at the imparfait. Okay, and you get the sentence. Elle t'a répondu qu'elle était d'accord. All right. So this is the way that you should follow if you want to make this discours indirect. And in the first part you've got, well, the past, and in the second part you've got the present form. Okay. So let's see now. How do we do if we've got, well, still the same thing, so the passé, and we've got in the second part le passé composé? Well, of course, the first part will stay the same as we saw, but then this passé composé form will become plus que parfait. And let's have a look. Elle t'a répondu, j'ai été d'accord, okay? And so, j'ai été, this is the passé composé. J'ai été d'accord. So that's the thing that we'll have to change, and we'll have to modify it and put it at the, like here, elle avait été. We'll put that at the plus que parfait. So we get, elle t'a répondu qu'elle avait été d'accord. Alright, so remember, the first part doesn't change. Elle t'a répondu. Sorry, you don't need to modify it, you don't need to change it. But then the second part, so ait été here, passé composé, will become avait été here. So it's the plus que parfait. Okay? So let's see now another possibility. If we've got, so still the passé form in the first part, and then if we've got this futur simple form in the second part, then this futur simple will change and it will become futur du passé. So it's a strange thing because we tend to call that, you know, futur du passé, but well, technically it's conditionnel présent. All right, so that's the way you will have to maybe remember it. Oops, the accent was in the wrong direction. It should be like that, okay? But anyway, it's the conditionnel présent form that you will have to put here. So let's have a look now. Elle t'a répondu, je serai d'accord, okay? So we do agree that, well, it's still the same here, passé composé, and in the second part here, je serai, so it's still the verb to be, but then remember, it's the futur form, okay, this futur simple. Je serai d'accord. And so it will become, elle t'a répondu qu'elle serait d'accord, okay? They look quite similar, but keep in mind that this form here is the conditionnel présent form, okay? Elle t'a répondu qu'elle serait d'accord. And so let's see now if we've got, so still in the first part, the past, because that will be the whole thing of this video, and we've got this futur antérieur in the second part. And this futur antérieur will become what we call, that it's still the same thing, quite interesting, futur antérieur du passé, but then technically it's the conditionnel passé. Okay? Elle t'a répondu, j'aurais été d'accord. Okay, so here, what do we have? First, as usual, we've got this passé composé. J'aurais été d'accord. Here we've got this futur antérieur form. And it will become elle t'a répondu qu'elle aurait été d'accord. So still the same thing. Keep in mind that it looks a little bit like this form, but still it is quite different because it's what we call conditionnel passé. Okay? So now if we've got the futur proche in the second part, this futur proche will become aller, and it should be at the imparfait form plus l'infinitif. And so, elle t'a répondu, je vais être d'accord. So keep in mind that when we talk about this futur proche, well, it's aller anyway, but in that case, it's at the present form. Je vais, I am going to be, okay, je vais être, we want to make the liaison, je vais être, so I am going to be, and in that case, well, as I said, you know, it's the present form. If you want to transpose that at the discours indirect, so as we saw, this first part doesn't change, but this second part here, so elle allait être d'accord, that's the only thing that will change. So you will have to put your verb aller here, and it will be at the imparfait. Elle allait être d'accord. Elle t'a répondu qu'elle allait être d'accord. And last but not least, if you've got in your second part the passé récent, so this recent past, then it will be still the same structure, the same way to construct it. So normally this passé récent is constructed like that, venir de, but then it's at the present, and in that case it will be modified like we had previously for this near future, le futur proche. It should be at the imparfait form. Okay, so let's have a look. Elle t'a répondu, je viens d'être d'accord. Okay, so this is what we call le passé récent. So it's the verb venir, and here it's the present form. Okay, and you will have to modify it and to put it at the imparfait form here. Elle t'a répondu qu'elle venait d'être d'accord. Okay, so the only thing that you will have to modify, it's this verb here, venir. So when you've got this passé récent, it's at the present form. It will be here at the imparfait form. Okay, elle t'a répondu qu'elle venait d'être d'accord. So I know it may sound strange and difficult, but then keep in mind that, well, I did this thing. If you put it at the present and the future, so remember it doesn't change at all, okay? But then if you want to have this first verb at the past form, so that's when it will become tricky. So keep in mind that if you've got this structure, so first verb at the passé form, and then the second verb, it is at the present form, okay? So when you will modify this structure and you will put this discours indirect, so remember, présent, as we saw, will become imparfait, okay? Then if you've got passé composé, so in this, still in this second part of the structure, it will become plus que parfait, okay? If you've got the futur simple, so as the second structure, it will become what we saw, futur du passé. If you've got futur antérieur, so in the second part of this structure, it will become futur antérieur du passé. If you've got futur proche, it will become, well, like le futur proche, but then the only thing that you've got to modify is aller. You should put this verb at the imparfait, and then the rest of the structure. If you've got the passé récent, then the only thing, like we had for the futur proche, the only thing you will have to modify is the verb venir, and you should put that at the imparfait form. Then don't forget the preposition de and your infinitive after. Okay, so I know it is difficult, but then, well, it's quite important, and especially we tend to use it quite easily in French. Okay, so if you're not sure that it was clear, don't be afraid to watch the video one more time. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier is waiting for you, and then the website www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 10, leçon Q. And in this lesson, we'll discover together les verbes avec que that will be followed by l'indicatif, just because normally at this level, after having introduced le subjonctif, many students tend to think that each time we've got a verb that will be constructed with que, it will be automatically followed by the subjunctive form, which is not the case. Okay, so we'll see in this video what category of verbs will be constructed with que, and then they will be followed by l'indicatif. Okay, and these verbs normally will express la certitude, and then l'opinion, or la déclaration. Okay, so certitude when you are certain or sure about something, l'opinion when you express your opinion, your point of view, and then la déclaration if you want to declare something. Okay, so we'll first start with la certitude, and so we'll see the verbs, not all the verbs of course, but then we'll have few examples, and then you will, after that, of course, when you encounter a new verb, try to see whether it's constructed with le subjonctif or then l'indicatif, and try to remember that. Okay, so the first verb or structure would be c'est évident que. C'est évident que. C'est certain que. C'est certain que. C'est sûr que. C'est sûr que. Être sûr que. Être sûr que. Être certain que. Être certain que. Okay, so you can see that I've been, for this form and the second form here, I've been putting this just to put this option of the feminine form. Okay, remember it would be written like that if it's for the masculine, but then if it's for the feminine form, then you should add at the end this but then phonetically it doesn't change at all. It will be exactly the same sound or the same phonetical thing that you will produce. Okay, so in that case, certain, it's quite interesting because you've got this A-I-N together, and then they will produce this un sound. Okay, so it's nasal in your nose, un. Okay, if you add this at the end, then it will change the thing, and then you will pronounce it n. Okay, so the masculine form, certain, the feminine form, certaine. Alright, so let's see them one more time. C'est évident que, c'est certain que, c'est sûr que, être sûr que, so it was the masculine form and the feminine form is the same, être sûr que, okay, but in that case it will be different. Être certain que, this is the masculine form and the feminine form, être certaine que. Okay, and then remember, all these expressions will be followed by l'indicatif. Okay, so we'll see now l'opinion. So if you want to express your point of view or your opinion, then the first one would be penser que, trouver que, croire que, espérer que, avoir l'impression que. Alright, so let's see them one more time. Penser que, trouver que, croire que, espérer que, avoir l'impression que. Okay, and so remember that all these verbs will be followed by l'indicatif. Okay? And now the last part, la déclaration. So if you want to declare something, if you want to express something, then savoir que, dire que, répondre que, raconter que, écrire que. Okay, so one more time. Savoir que, dire que, répondre que, raconter que, écrire que, and all these verbs will be followed by l'indicatif. Remember, it was only a short list of verbs, but then, of course, you can learn new verbs on your own. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier is waiting for you, and the website www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye.